So say my name. What's my name? What's my name? Slasher. How's it going, everybody? It's Slasher103 back with another reaction slash sleep stream. Y'all already know how we do. And if you don't, and you're new to my streams, then welcome. So basically, we are going to watch some videos before we go to bed, and we're going to leave on videos when we go to bed so that you guys still have content to watch and make you feel welcome while I'm taking a nap and whatnot.
Between us, I'm getting really tired of my life's play. Juiciest TikTok she could. And what is it? Speediest, fairest TikToks. Yeah.
Hello everyone, my name is Sesh, and today we'll take a look at 13 scary videos. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to my channel for more scary content. Alright, with that said, let's begin. This first video we'll be taking a look at today comes to us from a TikTok account known as the Still Room Society, and shows how even the most unexpected places can feel unsettling. The footage in question was filmed at the Willard Library in Evansville, Indiana on January 17, 2026. The library was built back in 1885, making it one of the oldest public libraries in the state. There have long been stories of hauntings tied to the building, with the most well-known being a ghostly figure often referred to as the Grey Lady.
It's getting spicy.
Both visitors and staff have reported seeing this
and I ain't talking about the soup
moving through the halls, along with other strange occurrences like sudden cold spots, flickering lights, and books falling from shelves without explanation. At the start of the video, the woman recording asks whatever might be in the room with her to show itself. Just a couple of seconds later, something unusual can be heard.
You can hear it out there. Why don't you show yourself, Kimmy?
Yo, Slash, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
It's just like my grandma with Parkinson's trying to unlock her phone.
I'm done playing regular for right now.
Yeah, I hopped off for the night.
This is your home. And I mean, you know,
I just ended it and ended off there.
Curious about you, like why you're here, and
Bruh,
I'm not saying I was pissed or anything. It was just unfair.
bruh, you need to Fortnite and see how much money you've made.
Huh?
my name's Missy. I'd love to know more about you.
See, guys, I would not be caught fucking walking around a goddamn library by myself in the middle of the fucking night or day or whatever the fuck with nobody there. Fuck that shit. That shit looks scary.
What?
Right around here, a series of strange noises seem to echo
I'm
from
reacting.
somewhere nearby in the library. The sounds are faint, but distinct enough to stand out against the otherwise quiet room, creating a moment that feels hard to ignore. At first listen, it almost feels as if something is responding to her request, especially given how quickly the noise follows. The timing gives the impression of an interaction, even though nothing is ever seen on camera. Of course, there's also the possibility that the sound came from something more ordinary. Perhaps movement elsewhere in the building, shifting materials, or even another person out of view. In a place as old as this, unexpected noises wouldn't be entirely unusual. What makes the clip linger is how little context we're given.
You know what's funny? We
With no
both
clear
took a bowl of
source for the
soup,
sound, the
and I
movement
dumped
left
that other
painful.
pot into the
Just
fucking
enough
back
to raise
into the big
questions,
pot.
but not enough to answer them.
Right like almost right up to the fucking top. So I just went lid. So it'll last longer. No, not yet. I put the lid on it so it stays warmer longer so that we can still have warm soup when we go back for seconds. I know we're gonna want seconds. I'm gonna want seconds.
While seemingly asking the spirit to close a set of double doors directly in front of them, as a couple of her friends talk in the background. What stands out right away is how calm she sounds, especially considering how young she appears. There's no panic.
Basically the equivalent of like 2 fucking chunkies from each bowl.
On the doors. After a few seconds
You agree?
pass, this is what happens.
It's like the equivalent of a chunky, but way more filling because I put way more vegetables and shit. And at least we get to choose how much chicken and whatnot we want. We don't just have to guess if there's that much in a can. Huh?
That's what I'm
Actually, I
doing.
don't think it's guys
Usually help
it shows like this would be like nobody's like pushing the door or something.
Okay, can you try opening the door? If it's too hard, you can help you. Can you please try pushing the doors open instead of turning them?
Want to pass me one, please?
That's really
I'll
impressive.
get up and put it back.
Okay.
Try to keep it one open.
Okay, we're gonna head downstairs, okay?
As you just saw, the doors slowly begin to close on their own, with no one visibly touching them. The movement
You're
is
happy
steady
she
and
got it?
deliberate,
She became
making
such
the
a happy
moment
little
feel
being
more
just because she
controlled than
didn't see.
accidental.
She smelled that shit
continues
for a
asking
while.
the same
Like, I
persons
love
to
your
open
soup,
the
Dad. It
doors
tastes
again.
so good.
It takes a bit of
Yeah,
persistence.
that's good rocky
Eventually,
water.
the doors begin to
Yeah.
move once more, this time swinging back open in a way that mirrors what happened before. The way this unfolds gives the impression of a direct response, almost like something is listening and reacting in real time. The back and forth nature of the interaction is what makes the clip feel especially unusual. That said, this could also come down to something more practical, like airflow, pressure differences between rooms, or even someone just out of frame influencing the doors. Without seeing the full environment, it's difficult to rule those out completely. The unsettling part is how responsive the movement appears. Whether it's something unexplained or not, the timing alone is enough to make the moment feel difficult to brush off. On February 19, 2012, a German YouTuber known as PlingPlong23 posted a video that shows a group of friends sitting around a coffee table in a house late one night. They appear to be playing their own makeshift version of a Ouija board, and as you might expect, things don't stay calm for long. For the first little while, everything seems completely normal. The group takes turns playing, smiling and laughing.
Fucking hilarious. The soup that I was just eating is colder. Is
about to happen.
not as hot
Out of nowhere,
as the soup that was just that's still in the fucking pot. The soup that's still in the pot is just as hot as it was when we first fucking grabbed it. So now I have to wait a little bit for this to cool down, just like the other soup did. Just, if you can't finish, pour it in your bowl. And they will be more than happy.
The wine glass suddenly begins to move.
Let's put them up here.
Sliding across the table before lifting up entirely and violently smashing into pieces. The moment happens fast, but it's enough
We're trying to keep track of our dishes, you know what I mean?
Every
So we're not
action
losing
breaking
spoons and shit around the
as
house.
video abruptly ends.
There is like a spoon
It
or
almost feels like something unseen
or a
is
few
interacting
fucking
directly
missing.
with the glass, especially given how
There was
suddenly
way
it
more
moves
spoons in
shapes.
that fucking rack.
The way it lifts off the surface is what really stands out, making it hard to immediately explain. At the same time, there are a few grounded possibilities to consider. It's possible something off-camera could have influenced the glass, or that some kind of setup was used to create the effect. Without a clear view of everything happening around the table, it's difficult to fully rule that out. The clip ends before we get anything close to an explanation, leaving the moment frozen at its most intense point. Over on the alien side, a user known as Ninth Camera posted a video that captures something unusual in the sky late one cloudy night. The footage shows the operator pointing his camera
I'm not
upward,
taking
while
that type of
other
shower
kids
today,
in the
man. You
background
washed your hair
yelling
yesterday.
and reacting to whatever it is they're seeing above them.
Because I'm not going in there to shower. I'm going in there to wash my body and I'm popping out. I'm not fucking sitting in there, fucking staying in there. Because every time that you come in there with me, you think that's what that is. And then I can't shower because you want to sit down and be in the fucking way.
A large, bright light appears in the sky, partially obscured by the clouds. As the camera zooms in and out and pans around, the light remains fixed in the same position, giving a better sense of just how big it seems to be. The way it holds completely still makes the moment feel even stranger. It's easy to see why something like this would stand out, especially with how prominent it looks against the night sky. At first glance, this almost feels like something structured, rather than a single point of light, with the glow spreading in a way that gives it a more defined shape. At the same time, it's difficult to offer any simple explanation for what's being shown here. This doesn't automatically mean the object is alien or otherworldly, but based on the footage alone, it doesn't seem to behave like an obvious plane, drone, spotlight, or reflection.
Aliens, man. Aliens.
As Rody Farias posted a video to his account in March of 2026 that shows him recording inside his bedroom after apparently hearing strange noises coming from somewhere within his house.
That scene was really fun, man. Yeah, that is definitely narrated. With his dad jokes. Just go to the next one.
If you're a dad or an uncle like me, there's a good chance you can relate to the feeling of just needing your own quiet space sometimes, no matter how small that space may be. So in this video, I'm taking this old closet that's filled with junk and turning it into a state-of-the-art gaming pod, complete with soundproofing insulation, fully immersive lighting, and even a motion simulator. Oh yeah, and I almost cut off my thumb too. That's not good.
Okay.
What's up, Potato Bros? Don't mind my messy hair. I've been up all night and shit. Hanging out with my friend Mason. But I wanted to show you, I rearranged down here in the hangout/filming areas. So we still got this one location to record at. But I moved the couch and the table and everything. Well, hold on. Let me try to flip the screen real quick so I can show you better. So we got the TV and Xbox here. So we got a table with my copy and shit. And we got the couch. We scooted that up, and or it was over there originally and scooted it over here. When we want to record in this station, I'll slide this all back, and we can record there for different videos, like weird soda reviews and stuff. Then I can set up the camera here also, record here. So we got 3 recording stations. We just ate some pizza earlier. That was a few hours ago. Watched some Whitest Kids You Know. It came with like a pizza game on the back. Anyways, I told him, we're gonna have burnt pizza if you don't hurry the fuck up. It was a lesson in hastiness, you know? Because he can be pretty slow sometimes. I feel like he does it on purpose. But anyways, I'm planning on selling this on Facebook Marketplace. In total, I'm gonna charge $630 because that's how.
Holy moly, 55 years old, are you kidding me? He looks like a rock star who changed his dealer. No more creatine sniffing, that's obsolete. There's more pure stuff to inject that gets you strong and jacked. But damn, the hairline is invincible. Makes Mike O'Reen jealous. No hate here, I would love to look like this on my mid-50s. That's incredible. God bless. Holy moly, 55 years old, are you kidding me? He looks like a rock star who changed his dealer. No more.
Excuse me. What's up? If you beat me at any exercise, I'll give you $10,000.
Let's do it.
What exercise you want to do?
Let's do this.
And we gotta use these fat groups.
Okay, let's do it.
Sweet.
Alright, those are strict.
All the way up.
Put up against the wall.
Yeah, of course. Strict. It's all the way strict. Trying to do this?
I'm doing it, aren't I? Are you ready? Arms up against. Oh shit!
Wait, no, wait. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. I'm gonna win.
Right.
Count. Counts. It's not a deadlift, it's a bicep curl.
Oh, what? Messing up my concentration.
Yeah, you don't want to pick it up.
Okay, you're teaching me how to swing. Okay.
This is the money you would have won, but I'm gonna give you these as a present because you have to get stronger.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me.
What's up?
If you beat me at any exercise, I'll give you $10,000.
Let's do it.
What exercise you want to do?
Let's do this.
And we gotta use these fat groups.
Okay.
Okay, Pandit. I'm gonna go to another hotel. I cannot stay. No, it's okay. No, it's okay. No, brother. I already called taxi. No worries. I gotta go. No, it's okay for you. You keep. No worries. I'm sorry. No, it's okay. I want to go to another hotel. Yeah, no worries. No worries. No worries. I'm sorry. Don't worry. No worries. It's not you. You're a great man. I'm gonna go another hotel with AC. I want AC.
I give you AC.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
I give you AC. Same price I give you.
No worries. I come back another day.
You are my guest, sir.
I know.
You only pay money and no here the stay, sir.
It's okay. No worries. Give money for you. You can keep for you. I cancel. Everything. You can keep everything.
Booking cancel already?
No, I don't cancel, but you can keep the money. 1,000 rupees for you. You can keep for you.
I don't know, sir.
No, I want you to keep. You're a very nice man. Trust me. I'm happy with you. You're a very kind man. You make India proud. Pandit, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, let's go. No worries. Pandit, thank you. You're a great man. I'm happy. I'm very happy. Okay, enjoy your day off. Okay, bye-bye. I feel absolutely terrible leaving. What a great man. That man deserves an award because he is the nicest man in India I've met in a really, really long time. He's probably still there waiting. Yes. Wow. Amazing, man. Okay, Pendant. I'm gonna go to another hotel. I cannot stay. No, it's okay. No, it's okay.
This is the biggest illusion in the world. People are climbing over each other, falling, but because of these wheeled stairs, they don't even get a single scratch. The whole scene feels like a prank that completely tricks your eye. You can't even believe it because everything looks so real that even your eyes get fooled. This is the biggest illusion in the world. People are climbing over each other, falling, but because of these wheeled stairs, they...
Breaking into 10,000 pieces? How come? How come? What's going on with it?
Nice. I had a nap on here for banking now.
Okay.
And all I had to do was like hit on that. Up comes another screen, it's schematic.
Okay.
And then another screen comes up soon. This one says information. But what happened was that second screen that switched was completely different.
Okay.
And I kept trying various things. So finally I took it to banking money.
Yep.
That was the issue.
Yep.
And all I want to do is put this app. The girl I spoke to, Bank of America.
Go to Verizon, download Bank of America app, cannot put in password.
Well, you're my advice. You guys know everything about these things. I don't think so. In fact, I know nothing.
Oh, so you're just trying to download the Bank of America app?
Yeah, that's what I want to do. And
Okay.
Establish my password.
It's letting me download it, no problem.
Sure.
You know your
I'm sure that, like, what?
oh man, I don't know what's going on with this, man. This is tough. I've never seen this before.
I'll send this out to $25 right now.
I put it down here at the bottom. See next to your
Okay.
so you hit that.
Oh.
Alright, we hit login. You know your bank login, right?
Oh, I did. Let's see. She deleted the whole
You're gonna try to punch it in real quick. Alright, now we gotta make a password. So
This
this is the password.
Well, I'll be honest, I don't really understand, but I fell down the ceiling, I got glue on my hands. Now I got records on my fingers.
What?
Records on my fingers. I got records on my fingers, and I just can't stop.
Don't stop.
I can't stop. I've got the platypus controlling me.
What?
I've got the platypus controlling me. Now let me sum it up. It was a strange set of circumstances.
Strange set of circumstances.
I fell down the ceiling, I got glue on my hands. Now I got records on my fingers, and I just can't stop.
Don't stop. Don't stop.
Well, I'll be honest, I don't really understand, but I fell down the ceiling, I got glue on my hands.
Why does this train sound so annoying? It makes this loud noise because it's cleaning the surface of the track. And while some of the trains I've shown you in the past use batteries and are controlled by my phone, a lot of the ones I have still use power from the track. Most garden railroads use G-gauge track that's made out of grass. As grass sits outside, the top gets tarnished and it gets dirty, so you have to clean it to keep a good electrical connection. There are a lot of different ways to clean the track, including doing it by hand. So if you do build a garden railroad using track power, it might be worth investing in one of these cleaning engines. This yellow one has the spinning abrasive pads in the front that clean the track. This blue one helps give it an extra push because it has some steep hills.
After this mom calculated
Creating his upper day as a fitness coach. Chest focus. Incline barbell. Great exercise. I would tuck in your elbows more.
Mirrors do not show us a fourth dimension, but they do show us what a fourth dimension could do to us. First, notice that some things are the same as their mirror image, but some things are not. These two shapes are similar, but they cannot be rotated to look identical, to be superimposable on each other. This is called being chiral. A chiral shape and its mirror image are called enantiomorphs. These two shapes are enantiomorphs in 2 dimensions. No amount of 2-dimensional rotations will ever make them superimposable. To do that, I'll need to smash one of them inside out, turn it into its own mirror image, or rotate it in a third higher dimension. If I place a sticker here and face that side away from me, notice that the mirror inverts the object just like a rotation to a higher dimension. The side of the real object that's furthest from me becomes the side of the virtual object that's closest to me. So what would I look like if I was rotated around a plane in a fourth spatial dimension and then brought back? I would look like that. Mirrors do not show us.
Huh?
You have to
I can't move on.
Send the propane.
I can't move on.
I can't move on.
What do you think about going on dates?
There's different.
This means
But either you have both kinds of things.
cleaner and talk. After and on. What goes?
Talk about what?
Talk about the
I
things
don't know.
I would do to you.
I don't want to know.
What do you think about
My son asked, Daddy, why don't you have like a diamond necklace and this, that, and the third? I said, cool. Get in the car. I'm going to ride to some places and I'm going to stop. And every place I stop, you write down the address. You get home, you have the addresses written down to multiple places. You say,
Let's play Dare or Dare.
You mean truth or dare?
Truth is for moms. Men dare each other.
Okay, I'll go first.
Great. I dare you to go in your dad's sock drawer and mismatch a few.
Oh my gosh, that's too much! He's gonna be so annoyed.
Okay, your turn.
Huh?
I dare you to tell me a secret that Honey doesn't know.
Okay. But what I say in this room stays in this room.
You have my word.
I had a wife before Honey.
That's not a secret. Everyone knows that.
No, I had a wife before that wife. Lucinda.
You're good at this game.
Sounds like Uncle Marvin is sharing some old war stories. You learning anything interesting?
I learned that you're Uncle Marvin's third wife.
Evan.
You said whatever you say in this room stays in this room. And we're still in this room.
Wait, what? What do you mean third wife?
Oh, goodness, look at the time here. Let's play Dare or Dare.
You mean truth or dare?
Truth is for mom.
Open the door. As soon as moving like it's Call of Duty, no. Open the door. As soon as moving like it's Call of Duty, no.
Whoa. How does your PC's RGB look actually white? Mine just looks blue.
Oh, actually pretty simple. I'll show you. In the RGB software, you can choose just white. PC ends up looking blue. That's because the blue LEDs are more intense to our eyes. Instead, choose yellow. Then the colors balance out, making PC look white.
So, how do I make the RGB look black then?
Whoa.
Shut your mouth up if I find out where you at.
I just found out I could spend $200 from the last truckers using this CD radio. Oh, any trucker daddies out there. This really brings me back to Xbox Game Chat. Is it was a truck stop? Oh my gosh, there's a guy outside his truck behind the road. There's someone else out here. See this guy stretching like he's at some Pilates class.
He's more flexible than Red Truck's ex-wife.
What?
Yeah, give him 1 minute. He's going to pull a hamstring and then.
Yeah. There's no toilet paper. Hey, can anyone come in the bathroom and bring some toilet paper to stall the rain?
Did you want to let me on the date, please?
So apparently the CB radio can reach up to 5 miles, which means this overpass is perfect for my radio station. Someone got me! Hey, check, can anyone hear me?
Behind the helmet on the hood?
Yeah, that's me.
You must be autistic or something, huh?
Oh.
Shut your mouth up if I find out where you
What if you accidentally put thermal paste in your CPU socket? Don't panic. Turn off your PC immediately. Never power it on again. Carefully clean it with isopropyl alcohol and a soft brush. If it's done right, your PC can still be saved. What if you accidentally put thermal paste in your CPU socket? Don't panic.
World Rolling Millionaires on Zillow.
Why are you selling it?
I don't want the house. What kind of question is that?
Well, a lot of people are have some motivation. So I was just trying to see if you had any motivation.
Yeah, man. What kind of offer do you want to give?
I didn't know if you would think of an offer about 900K as is. Yeah, I mean,
Why are you wasting my time, man?
no, I'm not wasting your time. I mean, it's been on the market now, it looks like, for several months, so I'm just trying to see if that would be a cash offer as it would be of interest to you.
Every single time. 900,000. Why can't you just do 1.2?
Because it's not worth 1.2 right now in today's market.
I put new couches, a new bed in there.
Furniture doesn't make a house. You know, if you had it all fully remodeled and updated, you could maybe get $1 million for it. You know, somewhere in the 900 range is a fair offer for cash, where you don't have to do anything. I buy it as is, and there's no commissions.
All right, man. Send me over all the information that you got. I'll think about it.
Okay, you got it. Thanks for your time. If you want an honest offer on your property or somebody else's property, call my number in the description.
We're calling millionaires on Zillow.
Why are you selling?
Oh, you found the other one that was out there?
No, he did not.
His face says it all.
Why are they still keeping me up with
He was like, He's like, I did not agree to that.
Oh, I have a question. I'm not. But she smells good, bro. Obviously. No, he did not.
He's like, no, I did not. You see him? He's like, He's like, I'll pass on that. I ain't getting no dick up my ass tonight.
Give you less wax. Gillette has given you one less razor despite the space still being there. But it's not just food. Sandpaper is down 4 to 3 sheets. Kids' books are getting smaller. Even candles are being sold half full. It's called shrinkflation, and it's the reason you're getting less but paying more. It feels like every company is doing this, so follow along because I'm exposing every brand that does this. IKEA just put green.
He doesn't know it, but if he goes on all fours, crosses his legs, and dips to the side, he will release the back of his toe. Free skates. You want to try them? How do you do it? Do you know if your right foot is forward or your left foot is forward? Toes down like this, raise your front foot, and then push off with your back toe whenever you're ready. Like that. Instead of like a ripstick, it's actually going to go like this. So we're going to do some twists instead, and I'm just going to roll you. Point the toes out. Good, 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 good. Now point them in. Now out. Did you see it a little bit? Your goal right now is to make that motion super small so you can stay on the skates for longer. Toes in. Toes out. In. You don't want. You see you have a scooter in front of you? I want to teach you how to avoid it. Yep, just like that. Toes together. Together, together. Good, 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 good. Let's do toes in to get away from this pull. Good. Now center them out, toes out. It's hard to do when your feet are all the way out here. So try and keep them like just your shoulder width. Now in, now out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Do you feel it? Now you're going switch. That was good. Free skates. Do you want to try them? How do you do it? Do you know? Little tiny aggressive dogs. Cats are some of the
I can't wait to meet my students do this experience.
Animals in the room.
2,000 years later, 6.5 hours later, a few inches later, day 2, day 3, day 4, a few moments later, 1 eternity later, 3 days later, 12 seconds later, 3:28 a.m., 3 weeks later, many months later.
So much later that the old narrator got tired of waiting and they had to hide.
Thank you. Please make my day.
Do you like them?
Yes.
Do you want me to wake you up when I get back from mom's tomorrow?
Huh?
Do you want me to wake you up when I get back from mom's tomorrow, or no?
You fat shaming?
Gotta promise, you won't get mad at me.
Don't tell anyone.
So you want to hit that?
That. Never.
I'll probably message in the chat and tell you when I'm away.
Babe.
Thank you. Please make my day.
Do you like them?
Yes.
Or no?
No.
Why not? You fat shaming?
Update. Don't tell anyone.
So you want to hit that?
That. Never. Even, after 2 battles of some alcohol. Now, when they become, more and more attractive with every shot. No, man. There's a limit.
What's the limit you don't go?
If I can't hug, it doesn't work. Hello, big love.
If I can't hug, it does not work.
Are you listening?
No. That's fucking hilarious though.
Are you sneezing? Yeah, dude, I don't think I've ever seen you 30 minutes without sneezing. That's not true. Have you ever heard of allergy medicine? Have you ever heard of shutting your mouth? Well, I have to hear the sneezes. I have to see the molecules fly through the air.
You and me arguing.
So, are you?
If you smash your guitar, we'll give you.
Okay, no, I'm the one who's sending money. No, hey.
Yo, I got it. Yo. I just snapped it. I'll see you in a minute. Marcia. Okay, it's done. Don't worry. Yeah.
What your dad? Oh my god.
No.
If you smash your guitar,
Yeah. So you have to turn it on to live and just have it. Welcome back to the world's funniest.
Are you good?
Yeah. I'm all done.
Okay. Just checking. After the third time, I'm
That
starting
was
to...
someone else. Did you not see them? They were in front of your house.
Knock it off.
Wait, Conky.
Prank him, John.
No. Oh, it's not.
It's okay. No. You don't have to come with me today. It's okay. No more ride for you today. I'll go out by myself. You've lost passenger privileges. Nope.
Oh. What the heck?
All by myself. Don't have to deal with any problems anymore.
Problem.
What are you doing?
I can really do better than you any day.
All right, I'll pump it away. You got this. Oh my goodness. Awesome. How much?
Why would that be us?
Are you interested in like all?
Let's see. Cool. Do you know how much you're asking, like, for the games and maybe a couple controllers? This one and this one? And then here. So these games, this controller, one of these, $40 there. Cool. Awesome. How much?
I'm going to show you some children's books. You're going to pick one. I'm going to read it to you like you're fucking 5, and it takes 2 minutes. You ready? Your options are Becky the Throat Goat.
What?
Why Daddy Hits Mommy, a kid's guide to understanding alcoholism. My Big Black Hawk, Clip Flop, the racist horse cop. Mike Hum delivers screen time. Child Services, they're coming for you. And Your Big Sister 2. Mom Likes to Be Choked, a guide to everyday kinks or rum with foreskin.
That's right. You can show your behemoths.
I forgot all of this.
Well, thank you for participating.
I know.
Oh.
We only got one right now.
What's that?
We'll do the why mom hits. No, why daddy hits mommy.
Why Daddy Hits Mommy.
Yeah.
That is an excellent choice. I'm going to show you some children's books.
Quick question. You just going around showing people magic tricks? I think there's a magic trick. Is that okay? Cool. Alright. Grab one out. Anyone? So you got it? Put your initials on the card. Like right on the face, right? Cool. And I'll take the pen back.
My leg.
Alright, you ready? Cool. You got it? You signed it? Alright. Throw it back whenever you want.
You're so cute. What are you? Wait, come back. Oh yeah, there's like this cute little thing right here. I just want to see it. I don't know, it's a bug or something. I'm gonna have to bring Mantis. Why do you do that? It's gonna bite? No, are you sure? Yeah, they're like sneakers. Hi, friends. So far, really? Maybe it's good luck. There you go. My friend, me and praying mantis. Mantis, you're so cute.
Cause I'll be slapping at you. You trying hard to maintain and go ahead, cause I'm
Don't smoke in here.
Cause I'm slapping at you. You trying hard to maintain and go ahead, cause I'm
Sunday.
Oh, she's working again?
Or Saturday or whatever.
Back up.
It's super random, but I have a quick question for you. Yeah. Are you a fan of beef jerky?
Not so much.
Okay, really? Well, me and my brother just recently started a beef jerky brand, and we go around, we have locals try it, and I wanted to stop by here and have a local police department try it. I was curious if you want to try something.
Are you gonna be here for a few minutes?
Yeah.
I'm call, but I'll see if the guys that are still working come out and have a chat with you.
Okay, sweet. Thank you.
It's like, hey, go talk to this guy.
Yeah. So super random.
Okay.
But me and my brother started a local beef jerky company. Yeah. So we go around and we have locals try it and kind of review it. But I just wanted to stop by the local police station, see if you guys wanted to try something.
Lakewood?
No, so we're based out of Tacoma.
Gotcha.
But I live like 20 minutes away. It's 42 grams of protein, all grass fed, no preservatives, no weird ingredients on the back, nothing like that. So all stuff you could read. But we got a review from Pierce County Sheriff, and we got a review from the Bellevue PD. So now we're trying to get a review from Lakewood.
Punches to the crew. What's your name?
Tanner.
Tanner, Jeremiah, man.
Jeremiah? Nice to meet you, brother. Yeah, would you mind trying it for me?
Like right now?
Yeah, can I get a live review?
Sure.
So yeah, we just recently started, just getting our name out there. That's kind of why I like going around and getting people's reviews, but you can find us online or at optimaljerky.com.
It's moist.
You like the smokiness?
I do. I'm a fan.
Sweet.
You guys have other flavors too?
So this is our only flavor right now, but we're gonna try and come out with a spicy flavor soon. That's what a lot of people have been asking for. So
yeah, man, it's solid, dude. I'd buy this.
Sweet.
100%.
But yeah, we're available online, optimaljerky.com, and we're also in a few local areas like Tacoma Boys. We're in all Tacoma Boys locations.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay, great.
So we got another bag.
For your?
Sweet. I actually brought two in yesterday too, and brought them into the office and gave them to whoever.
Checky 1 2 1 2.
Well, hopefully that does. Unless it gets to you first.
Hello there. You will know her name.
Hello there, name. I'm a fan.
Seems like you're really close to each other.
What is it here for myself?
Maybe you want to swap? I'll be at your place and you'll be at mine.
I'd love to.
I bet you know where to come. Hello there. You will know her name.
Hello there, name. I'm a fan.
Is everybody here?
No, Alaska isn't here.
Is everyone else here?
Alaska isn't here.
Thank you. I know it's early, and you were probably wondering why we were.
Wait, we can't start without Alaska. Please, sir. Can we please just wait for Alaska?
Last night. Last night, Alaska Young was in a terrible accident.
You got it. No, try it. Hey, Donald, just try it, bro. Try it. Let's go.
No, you gotta get it for real. Look at that pencil. Like, what is it for real?
Okay, attempt two. No.
Huh?
Did you do that?
I don't fucking know.
We got once we can shake.
Oh shit, he's doing it. You were too close there. You have to go more back. But it was. Oh.
He dropped big rocks into an empty jar.
What?
I would sneak into the stand.
Good afternoon, officer. Sorry, man. Yeah, pleasant. Yeah. Well, a little fast today, huh? Yeah, a little. And someone just got himself a ticket. No, I shit you not.
A ticket's fine, officer. We're sorry.
Tell you what. We're at the K9 training office today. Give you some experience. Want to sniff around your car a little bit? Take a disappear.
We're actually in huge rush. Gotta go.
Yeah, sure, go for it. Great.
You know how to drug dogs with the coffee and cocaine?
Something's not.
The dog is bluffing.
Good afternoon. Step out of the vehicle. Follow me.
What for exactly?
Someone's got the dog a little fired up. Probably excited for his first day. Mind if we check the trunk?
We really are busy today. We just.
Yeah, lock yourself up. Don't worry, it's under open.
Holy hot! What? Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Do not move! Do not move! Send a shitload back. You know how much cocaine is in that trunk? You know what I mean?
You know it's 100 years in prison for a single offender. 50 years each for co-conspirators. What do you got, 30? Yeah, so you're both basically dying in prison. You'll be with the most violent gang members. No security cameras in the women's prison, either.
It's not mine!
What's that?
It's not mine! It's all his. We're not co-conspirators.
Wow.
He has a history of this, too. I have text to prove it. I'll tell you anything you want, okay? This is all his. It has nothing to do with me.
She's one cigarette away, Brian. I'm telling you.
Sorry, buddy. That's okay. Thanks for doing this. Yeah. It was a test. Still got parking, Barb. Not a loyal one.
A test?
You give me 100 years in prison? Yeah, with gangs? I would die in.
For your job.
Partner in crime. Unless we commit a crime, Barney would have killed him. Wow, got to get dead. We thought it was
You wanted me to kill him?
It would have been nice to get off. This is only a joke. I'm joking. Back in the red home.
My loneliness is killing me. There we go. I must confess, I still believe. When I'm not with you, I lose my mind. Give me a sign. Everybody! Give me baby one more time. My loneliness is killing me. There we go. I must confess, I still believe. When I'm not with you, I lose my mind. Give me a sign. Everybody! Give me baby one more time.
Is that in Toronto?
Yeah. Starts a random ass fucking train.
Excuse me. Are you single?
What's up?
Are you single?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any chance you go on a blind date with a stranger?
Is there more contacts?
Well, we're just trying to set people up.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
And if I gave you this quick snap camera, would you take photos on the date? We'll get it back and make a video.
Yeah, why not?
Go down?
Yeah, sure.
I can try.
You could try. That's all we can ask. And what's your name?
Yeah.
Wilson.
Excuse me. How's it going, guys? Good. That's all your video game stuff over there? Like consoles, like actual consoles, DSs, anything? Not trying to sell it?
I mean, I probably sell it.
Gotcha. How much were you looking to get for the week? 40? Yeah.
I mean, I know I'd get more than that, but I'll just sell it.
I'll buy it for 60 if you want to grab it. Yeah. If you want to sell it, I'll buy it for 60. Hold on, this controls.
Give me a second, right?
No, take your time. We're still going through your table here a little bit. This stuff is happening too.
Whatever you looking for.
A little bit of both.
Alright, so one problem. I don't have enough time.
I think I got extras, so that's fine.
Console, sensor bar,
Perfect.
AVK, power.
Awesome. Cool. Awesome. Appreciate it. Have a great rest of your day. Yeah.
You can spare them because I don't have enough.
That's perfect. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Have a great one. Thank you. How's it going, guys? Good.
What the fuck? Did you kill everyone in the farm? Oh, you here alone? No. It looks like it. Who are you here with, madam?
My son.
Where's your son at?
Way up there.
Way up there. That your asshole. Dude, we have 120 seats. What's your son's name? Marquis, you alone? No. Did you get a dick suck up there? That was crazy. Marquis, you alone? No. You're here with your mom. I'm gonna. Marquis, if you want to come down here and sit next to your mom, you can. Yeah, come on. The staff, can you help him come down if there's any trouble? Just I want him here. This next to his mom. There's 119 seats open. Come on, Marquis. What's up, man? What's up, Marquis, man? How are you, sir? So nice to meet you, man. Yeah, of course, dude, of course. What happened with the tickets, bro? I'm coming back later. That seemed like a threat. What do you mean? Don't swallow? Come up here, I'll show you that I swallow you. What's your name, sir? And where's your mom at? How do you feel about your mom not to get tonight? How do you feel about that? That's pretty cool. Have you met the guy? You didn't meet him? Damn, that means she's definitely just she didn't meet him. Oh my lordy. Because usually if you like someone, you're like, hey, Marquise, this is my friend Brian. But she didn't introduce him, and Tyrone's gonna use your mother. I agree, that was too much. Is his name for real, Tyrone? Shut the fuck up!
He's like, I'm done.
Are you insane? Is his name for real, Tyrone? Big time! Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! Ah! That's insane, dude! Shut up! His name was Tyrone! So, wow. Your mom's gonna be open. What the fuck? Did you kick me?
I'm sorry. No, it's okay. I just want to know what happened to the car that was out here. Yeah, that's my sister's car. We took the kids to Disney World for vacation.
Oh, nobody knew.
Yeah, they can't park in front of our house. The other neighbors park in front of our house, so she parked up here because it's a public street.
Nobody knew.
So,
like an abandoned car.
it's not abandoned. Because it's a public parking and they don't have the permit one. It's okay. It's $500. So if you want to help support them,
I don't have the money. We're retired.
yeah. Okay. So then that's same sport. We'll serve you. See you there.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I just want to know what happened to the car that was out here.
It was towed.
Yeah, that's my sister's car. We took the kids to Disney World for vacation.
Oh, nobody knew it was good for like.
Yeah, they can't park in front of our house.
I did play a ton of the originals. I'm healthy now. And I used to go, oh, I messed up. I missed it. What do you mean? I just didn't. What do you mean you messed up? I didn't do that. Oh, you got a God. Oh, my God.
Talk.
What do you do? You just hold it. I hold it. And, okay. And your hand is shaking. Okay. I've never got how is okay. Go easy. Go easy. I know. That's my son's college fund. Go easy there. I didn't know this was a thing. What do you do now? When the factory decides to put them all into one pot. No, but he decided for you. That man has great power. Oh my. This is pretty crazy stuff. This is popping off. I don't know if I might say the wrong thing. You just see me in the background. I'm kind of like shook. I'm shook and confused. We're good on. No, don't rush. Don't rush. I'll stress it off, Rock. Don't stress it off. Sweat buckets. Is that the last one? Oh my God! The Forest Pikachu! Wait, what the hell? How did Zero Crack just message and chat? You're Zero Crack. You logged into my YouTube. Is that your wife? Is your wife? That's your wife. That's my wife. Your wife is in chat messaging as you. I saw you get the God pack and someone's dad. Someone hacked my account. Oh no, it is my wife. I love you, babe. You also just got a lot richer. Wow. That was absolutely insane. I did play.
Never make this expensive mistake when buying a new TV. Some models come with the protective film already removed, so what looks like a leftover layer is actually the polarizer layer, a critical layer that allows the screen to produce an image. If you peel it off thinking it's packaging, the screen won't be able to form an image and will appear completely white. And here's the surprising part. That removed sheet still controls light. If you hold it up in front of your eyes and look at the screen, the picture becomes visible again, while everyone else still sees a blank display. Never make this expensive mistake when buying a...
For years, people have tried all kinds of tricks to stop squirrels from stealing bird food. One popular method was adding a spring to the pole. At first it worked, but these clever squirrels quickly figured it out, using their heads to push against the spring until they could still reach the food. Then someone came up with a smarter feeder. When a bird lands on it, nothing happens. But the moment a squirrel tries to grab the food, the whole feeder starts spinning non-stop. With no way to hold on, the squirrel eventually gives up. For years, people have tried all kinds of tricks.
Excuse me, are you going on a trip? Are you going on a trip? If I give you this camera, would you take photos on the trip? We'll get it back and make a video of it? No. Any special reason for the trip?
I only have $1, brother. You know what I have.
Oh, dude, it's good.
You sure?
Yeah, man, I got you.
Okay. Yeah, dude, I would love it. Thank you.
Yeah, bro, it's a little messy. Oh, it's not too bad. Dude, it looks great.
Sure, man. I'll invest in it. Am I right? No, just keep it. You found it. Finders keepers. I got a question. Can I take it to the store and get you everything that you want?
Well, everything I want's already right here. So everything I need, you can get to. I really think so.
Why don't you just keep the $1? Oh, it's just $1.
Look, man, the way I was raised, $2 brings money to you.
Well, if your parents raised you a good person, what happened to you? What happened?
Second degree burns, the first time I ever chanced me in a pit, and I hurt my finger. Got second degree burns, and waited 3 hours in the hospital just to be seen, but they're almost out the room. Grab my own God.
They didn't help you?
No, I had to help myself.
Oh. So what's something you've been needing for a while that you haven't got?
Honestly, just some shoes and a belt. I got a rope.
Let's get some shoes.
Oh, man, dude, I've never owned a pair of these. Like, I've always wanted these, but like, I've never felt good enough to have a pair of these. So what? Yeah, dude. Well, I mean, I've been living so low that I've been feeling low.
Can I boost your self-esteem? You need it, brother.
I can't take you wrong. The only way that I can is I'll do the same. God bless you, brother.
Thanks so much. No, sure. Of course I'm sure, dude. Brother, what?
Yeah.
People judge you a lot?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, dude. Why do you think they judge you?
Yeah, well.
Hey, good man. I see you, and I love you, and I appreciate you, okay? You get it?
You need help setting up the check? Yeah, man. I mean, actually, I'm gonna do this one. My buddy me. I've never had the opportunity to bless somebody the way that I've been blessed.
Are you big as fuck? Jesus Christ! Oh shit! I'm in security's right there, but you will beat that motherfucking ass. What would you do if he was like, I'm getting on stage? You probably be like, oh my god, what's my iPad? My iPad. What's your name, Sam? How tall are you? 5'9.5". 5'9.5". You go 5'7", you lying for. I said I'm 5'9" my whole life. I am 5'8", maybe. So anything, you know, any like Krav Maga? No, you just have a gun. Just a gun. Not in here. Oh Jesus! What's your favorite gun? 44 Magnum. A 44 Magnum? If I shot that, I would go backwards. You know what I mean? How tall are you, sir? I feel like you jerk off to Joe Rogan. Does that make sense? Give me help me! Like I feel like, do you know fucking Taekwondo? Jiu-Jitsu sounds racist as fuck. That guy can't drive. Jiu-Jitsu? Okay. So never. He knows stuff. And you don't have your Magnum 99 with you. Jordan wants to get on stage. What are you gonna do? I worked in the jail for 10 years. So you're gonna fuck him? What do you mean? You told you! I'm sorry. How long have you taken jiu-jitsu for, sir? 8 years. 8 years.
He's like, I worked in a jail for 10 years. What, you gonna fuck him?
Tell you something. Weren't you wondering why it took me so long?
What?
Some lady, she's an old lady, she's sweet though. I was walking with my boy on the sidewalk, she said, it's a nice skateboard, I'm like, it's a longboard. And she said, huh? She came near me, so I was talking to her and she's like, we were talking about her daughter apparently got mugged a few weeks ago in an alley, and she's like, you should get dog repellent. She said, you can't get charged with it, and it's illegal. She's like, because you're a pretty girl, and she's like, I wouldn't want nothing bad to happen.
Get what repellent?
Dog repellent. It's like pepper spray, but legal.
You are such a kiss ass. I swear to God. You should not be DMing him the words, nigga. He is kissing your ass right now.
What you do there? We can still hear beeping.
Talk shit about your swan.
No. My sister accidentally maced me.
I'm gonna explain to you the number one reason why a bunch of shit is fucking illegal in Canada. Because the government system wants people to get fucking hurt. Because the more people they put in jail, the more money they make for fucking having to fucking do paperwork and shit.
Are tasers illegal?
I don't think any of that shit's illegal. Like fucking knives aren't even legal in fucking Canada.
I want a taser.
And you're even able to buy them, but you're not allowed to carry them.
Oh, I'm gonna be carrying a taser if I'm going out alone.
That's like in Canada, fucking some swords are fucking illegal if you plan to use them for anything but a fucking display piece. So therefore, in the matter of speaking, if you just have a sword sitting around, you can get in trouble. It has to be up on a mount.
I want to get a taser and go zap somebody.
Did you know that?
Yes.
You can't have a sword just out in the open. It can't just be like chilling at the fucking in a corner or something or under a bed.
I know.
Because then it's known as fucking concealing a weapon.
Yeah, I know.
That's bullshit.
Yeah, fucking stupid, eh?
You even have to do it at fucking swap.
I find it fucking stupid because they allow people to buy guns and buy knives and swords and all this shit. But they're illegal. The fuck does that make sense? That's like when weed was getting legalized. They were allowing people to open up weed stores But then, if anybody walked out of their weed store with marijuana, they were allowed to arrest the fucking people that walked out the store. So cops would literally be undercover cops would be sitting outside of weed stores, waiting for people to go and buy kush just so that they could be like, okay, you're coming down to the station with me. Why? For what? Bought marijuana. Like, what? This was back, like, when weed was just getting legal, you know what I mean? And they were just starting to open up fucking dispensaries and shit.
Really?
Yeah. They were telling people that they were allowed to open up their businesses. But then every time that anybody walked outside of their business with fucking marijuana, they would fucking arrest them.
I'll tell you something. Girl named Erica, who asked for our YouTube messaging this morning, asked if I had a opinion on what was going on. She asked my opinion. She asked why I didn't give a fuck about whatever was going on. And I said, because, one, I was fake friends with Sarah, and I was fucking you behind her back. She said, shut the fuck up. She's like, that's fucking crazy. Did she know? I'm like, not for 9 months. And to my baby daddy. She's like, bro, that's boss as fuck. She's like, did your baby daddy trip? I'm like, yeah. But I don't give a fuck.
Top 5 craziest blow-ups ever. Number 1 doesn't even look real.
Those who oppose me may never look down at me. So lower your head.
For divorce yesterday.
So it has to be up on the mount.
Yeah.
I thought there might be a mixture in there. I saw it in your eyes.
What I came here for.
That's what you came here
Can't
for.
just
So let me
be
just ask you
standing
this.
straight
On a
up in
0
the
to 10,
side of the corner.
Nope, because it counts. It qualifies as a weapon. And when it's up on a fucking mount, it's qualified as a display piece. Stupid, eh?
Your average Joe,
You're gonna confess that what you said.
You wouldn't want me to sign something you don't completely believe in, would you? You don't think it's important to say no to drugs and alcohol? Well, it's just not that simple. How is it not that simple? Drugs are addictive. They cause crime and death, and they also prop up the U.S. economy. What are you talking about? Wait, are you familiar with gross domestic product? It's the total of all the money spent. I know what gross domestic product is. I mean, I definitely signed something that says it'd be great if people didn't get addicted to drugs, but people are addicted to drugs, and in order to get the drugs, they have to buy them, right? And that drug dealer has to feed his family. They're innocent. They can't starve, can they? There's even this theory that says drug money was the only thing that prevented the collapse of the global economy in 2008. You don't notice it went bust because drug money was the only cash available to prop up big banks. Not to mention the 350 million narco dollars that paid for bridges and roads and healthcare, probably in education, maybe even part of his school.
John, would you step aside for a minute, please? You gotta admit he's right.
You wouldn't want me to sign
He is right. Even the dad agreed. He's like, you gotta admit, he's got a point. As much as you hate to see it.
You gotta let her on the bed tonight.
You be good girl?
Smarter than you are,
You be good girl tonight?
She been such a good girl all day.
You be a good girl tonight and lay on bed with daddy and
Just
mama.
put your stuffs in the wash, honey.
I being so good and snuggle.
Promise?
I snuggle.
You promise not to hurt mommy?
She said I'll try.
Promise?
I try.
Because Mama's gonna wake
Look
up
at you, you big
tomorrow.
fluffy fucking bean.
And then after Mama wakes up, you can lay with Daddy.
Look at all that fluffy
Fine.
bean.
These rabbits gotta look like smashing.
Are you gonna go take a shower?
Oh, did that feel good? Oh, did that feel good? Look at it. Full arm extension.
Do you want to take a shower? So do you want to do something?
I booped you.
Hi, do you have a microphone?
Fortnite AI? No way. What's your name?
My name's Jonas. What about you? It looks like you're taking a long time to decide what you want. Let me help.
You.
Unable to respond to group comments.
Have some of that fun stuff? Can I have some?
Absolutely. No kidding.
Why did you throw it that? Why did you throw it that far?
Oh boy.
You used 2 blocks to get here?
I know, he doesn't listen.
Man, you won? You're a bot.
It sounds like you're projecting.
You're a bot.
Someone sounds insecure. Are you insecure?
You're still leave me in
Rotating
here?
to zone.
No?
Sorry, did you die 4 times this game? New personal best.
You're a bot. I guarantee you can't kill them. I challenge you to kill them.
I guess I'm gonna have to prove you wrong.
Reboot me.
Unable to follow command. I'm sorry, were you eating your microphone?
Reboot me.
Unable to follow command. If you want to see good gameplay, watch your screen. Maybe you could learn a thing or two.
No, go fight someone. Idiot.
Fighting someone now. I guess you should watch and learn. Was that good enough for you?
That was horrible.
Don't worry, there's more where that came from.
Just 4 party that.
Sorry, was that good enough for you there?
Yeah, you love the foot. There you go. Nice. There you go.
Enemy knocked. Watch and learn.
No.
I wonder what you're gonna say when I win this game.
Just get back in the bush. Get back in the bush.
Sorry, your insecurities are too loud. Can't understand.
There you go.
Did you take notes? Are you still watching? That is how it's done. Maybe you should stop talking so much. Hi, do you have a mic?
3, 2.
Babe.
Let's see how it comes out.
What the fuck is your problem? Motherfucker. Okay, that is cool.
3, 2. Let's see how it
Babe. Stop doing chores.
But it's so cool. It's a smoking sword.
Over 2 years ago, after making our first resin keycap,
Making 68 resin keycaps.
I'm gonna go grab
I'm not gonna share.
You don't even ask me or nothing.
I hope it's a resin keyboard. Are they gonna make a resin keyboard? The mood ring keyboard.
Why?
Okay, that's great, but what about the resin? Where's the resin keyboard? Introducing the velvet keyboard. When's the resin keyboard gonna happen? They're gonna make a resin. Okay, now they'll make a resin
So
keyboard.
we want to try to make a keyboard out of wood.
If they don't make a resin keyboard, I'm going to scream. Resin keyboard? Oh my god, if you make another keyboard and it's not resin, I'm gonna...
We are gonna do an all resin keyboard today.
It's been a long time coming. We are making all 68 keycaps and the keyboard case.
One good thing about doing a keyboard out of resin, we get to choose whatever colors we want.
Which is honestly overwhelming.
Yeah, that's a little bit.
This video is
You
brought to
rushed
you by
me to
Squarespace,
make
the
dinner.
all-in-one
You
platform
rushed
for
me
all
out
your
of
website
bed.
needs.
You rushed me to fucking goddamn freaking take a shower.
Could we have
Like,
bought less mold and just had this project take more time? Yes. But We're kind of getting impatient.
It only cost $569.87. I also spent another $300 and something prototyping other molds that just ended up not working out.
Oh my gosh. This is gonna be like $1,000 keyboard.
But look, we can use these molds again, baby.
So they're an investment.
They're an investment.
So we considered doing a gradient of some sort across the whole keyboard because that did look really cool, but ultimately we decided that a color block look had more of a keyboardy aesthetic. So after dozens and dozens of color combos, we finally landed on this blue, pink, white, and purple one. Resin time. Resin time.
Okie dokie. So we're just going to start with our top row of number keys. We don't want to do the entire keyboard at once in case we like make a crucial mistake and need to learn from it later. And to make them
Do more.
I know.
Do so much pigment.
Okay.
Honestly, heavily loaded.
Everyone pay attention to how much like blue versus white we're doing in case we need to recreate this later. See what this looks like.
We don't want to make the designs too busy. When we're making a singular thing, a singular pour, we might add a whole bunch of different resin colors. If we did that for every key across the entire keyboard, it would be too much for the brain to handle.
Resin fumes are toxic and they can kill you.
That's great. I like it. Okay, all right, let's syringe it up. Let's squeeze it in. And then push it into the stem and then back from there, maybe. And then
Why should you wear a mask when using resin? Why you should use a mask when pouring resin?
Voltage organic compound.
These fumes can cause headaches, dizziness, and long-term respiratory issues.
Huh.
So basically, the matter of speaking, they can lower your life percentage.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in a well-ventilated space, and on top of that, wearing a mask.
Yeah.
Because it's very fucking bad, and the fumes do linger if you don't have a well-ventilated areas. Yeah, but nobody wants to see resin fucking molding outside. So there's a chance of stuff getting into it, bugs, fucking dust, leaves.
We start a little bit early.
Like that?
Yeah, because we kind of want it to cup. So we're counting on the top to kind of curve in like that to create a nice concave surface. So
You remembered concave versus convex?
Yeah, baby. Oh, yeah, that's so much better. Yeah. I think that's the way. Yeah, stick it down in the stem and you squeeze. Perfect.
And I do a few loops on top. We need 12, but, you know, we're just going to use up all this resin.
Might as well.
Just in case something mess up.
I took the adapter out, so now I'm having to reinstall it.
Okay.
I thought I was prepared.
You were so prepared in so many ways, except this one crucial one.
Hold up.
Oh no, our mask batteries are
running out of batteries.
They're all done.
It's looking beautiful.
Yeah. Okay. I do think we need a toothpick because as you can see, there's some air bubbles like in the corner.
I'll change into my not as good mask.
I got it.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay. Can you see the bubbles?
Yeah, let me try popping them a little bit. Oh, this has critical battery too.
Good lord. I swear. We've made videos before. Alrighty. Little gems. Into the pressure pot you go.
Yeah.
This is literally basically all they do nowadays is resin mold shit. I don't blame them though, because you can make a lot of money off of it. Yeah. They've been doing this shit for years.
And we will see you in some days.
Alrighty.
A resin dress?
And look what they started off doing. Just random fucking DIYs and shit. Cause look. No matter speaking, if you want to do fucking YouTube and shit, you need to start doing shit like this and investing back into your shit. Like I do with mine. Stop spending money on alcohol and start spending shit on shit that'll actually fucking get and be worth it. Cause let's put it this way. You get fucking partnered up with YouTube and shit, you can start making money back every time that you're spending money on products. So basically, in the matter of speaking, the video's paying for those products, and you just got them for free, and you get to get whatever the fuck you want. So you can pick shit that you want and just say you're reviewing it. You get what I mean? So, like, you could have even reviewed your new controller. You could have been like, oh, this is a Turtle Beach or whatever controller. I had to buy it because my old controller broke, and today we're going to be reviewing it and seeing how well it works and how responsive it is. You see what I mean? When you get stuff, review it.
For my birthday, and I'm like, you still got extra controllers? Like,
You start buying yourself makeup and shit, because I know you like doing makeup.
Yes, but I'm
You
gonna
love
do that
doing makeup. You used to do your makeup literally every single day.
and I feel
And then
like
you stopped doing it.
because you said I didn't need makeup to look beautiful, and it made me feel
You
better
don't
about
need
myself.
makeup to look beautiful, but I know it makes you feel comfortable as a woman. And it's a part of being a woman. Because then it takes time out of your day and you're not focused on what I'm trying to do because I have my own shit to worry about.
Okay, but
You have to be a female just like I have to be a man.
can you listen to me?
I gotta have my boy time with my boys, and you gotta start having your girly time with your girls.
When we get paid in June, that 150, right?
Yeah, something like
Okay,
that.
I'm gonna put some of that toward product. Okay?
Yes, because you gotta start buying, like, even if you gotta start ordering off of Temu, and just start buying little tiny things, you know what I mean? And just being like, reviewing 10 products that I got from Temu. To see if they're worth it.
Or like a Temu clothing haul or a Shin clothing haul. I know what you're talking about.
Like, you just start reviewing things. So people don't give a fuck about what you're reviewing. Just as long as you're reviewing it.
Would you like me to tell those me?
Like, even clothing. Like, you can review it, also clothing and shit. That's like me. I do reviews on games. I, like, explain, like, what I like about the games, how the game works, and how to play it, and how to fucking do things, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. She said I wanted to get books. She took off.
Oh. By the way, I want you to start streaming on TikTok.
I can't.
What do you mean? Go to your TikTok. Everybody has it. They updated their terms not too long ago. That's why everybody started streaming on TikTok. I'm pretty sure even if you have to have a certain threshold, I'm pretty sure you've already reached it. You have way more than I do.
Yeah, but still. No, I know what you mean, but
Start streaming on TikTok. Don't smoke nothing on there because you get banned.
I know. What?
And don't throw too much skin in it. Because then people fucking start to get for that shit. Huh?
I mean, we can't really talk yet, can we?
You can see the stem more than I thought. Let's unmold this one. It's nice. Ooh. Oh, that looks. Oh,
Ooh,
the
that's
color
a good
though.
finish, a good color.
Oh yeah, stem looks great. Look at that stem.
Stem looks good, no big bubbles.
Great surface finish on all edges. Yes. 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 Let's pull out one. See the stem.
Does this one just have more? Is this one just filled more fully?
It's just filled more fully.
State.
We only need 12.
Alright, I'll be back. My fancy life, my fancy life.
Ooh, your fancy light, baby.
Fancy light, baby. I've been trying to hold in my thoughts and emotions while we demolded them, but that looks beautiful.
They look really nice.
It's like such a beautiful little ocean of keys. I just cannot wait until we have all the rest of the colors all together.
I know.
Look at that. Oh my gosh, they're so satisfying. And maybe we'll have less failures next time. I think it was probably the compression from the bubbles.
From the air pressure chamber.
Yeah. That
That's
like
why
kind
they
of
sunk.
sucked it down a little bit. So we'll aim a little bit on the high side.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we got it.
Yeah. Did you want to say your whole spiel about the key types?
Yes.
Nerd out moment with Evan. Do we want to refilm this?
No, I like your transition. Another amazing thing about this mold type, most keyboards have a different profile for each row, which means you couldn't use this key over here or what have you. But we're using XDA profile keycaps, which they're all the same all the way across. So that makes our life a lot easier. For our next color, we're going with this like deep purple blue color. Oh, that is nice. Oh, that is so nice.
It almost has a little bit of like duochrome or something in it.
Yeah, it's more purple than it looks here.
Yeah, right? There's like some gold shimmer or something.
I want it to be even more opaque. More.
Just remember, if you have too much, sometimes it starts not
mixing in?
Mixing?
Or settling weird?
Yeah, so you can do too much.
Okay, I'll stop.
So are we doing these as well?
So this is the backup tray. We need to get all of these, but if we have extra resin, at the end of this, we might end up with
2 keyboards.
A keyboard and a half, you know? Oh, wow. I'm gonna start with the one unit keys. Yeah, so you just...
I kind of did on either side of the stem, and then I just like let it fill. We have to remember that it settles a bit more than expected, so maybe we'll do a little extra drop on top of each.
This is very fun to do.
Heck yes.
This is very fun to do. I like this. Now the shape of this mold is a little bit different. It doesn't have the rounded edges as much. It's more square. Yeah, this one's definitely much trickier. It's not as gentle and smooth.
Yeah.
Well, look at those blooms
I
of
know.
color. Oh my gosh, I love that. This is why we love resin. It just like makes design work so much easier because it just happens.
Yeah.
It just turns into art.
Let's hope we got them all full enough.
You know, this is a learning process for all of us.
Hey cutie, that's a nice shirt you got there.
Thanks. Wait, you're wearing the same shirt.
That's because it's the new Make Fail, Have a Nice Day shirt from shopevanandcaitlin.com.
Sometimes you make things, sometimes you fail at them, but no matter what, we hope you're having a nice day.
This new design comes in tees, hoodies with a cute sleeve detail, mugs, and stickers.
But they're only available for 3 weeks between now and June 16th at shopevanandcaitlin.com, so make sure to snag yours now.
That's shopevanandcaitlin.com.
Are we gonna end up with like beautiful keys except for 4?
Those few? Yeah, I know.
Alright. Looking good. Let's start with the mold
normal.
we're like most sure about.
Yeah, start with
Let's
the
choose a
normal.
nice one. Oh yeah, look at this one. Okay. This one looks great. Pop this boy out. Woo!
Oh yeah.
Looks great. Let's go one size up. There's a weird one.
Okay.
It's more flat on top. Ooh. Oh no. That still looks good.
Okay, it is looking good. What's the underside?
Different, but totally fine.
Different but totally fine. Flip it over.
Hey.
What was that, like spot?
Oh yeah. That's just pigment, you know.
We just didn't
a
mix.
pigment drop. We didn't mix it perfectly.
Sometimes it starts not
mixing in.
mixing.
But that's okay. Now it does look different.
It does look different.
So there's a chance once we line them all up, we might want to redo these, but I don't know. They might be fine. All right, one size up. This might be 1.75. I don't know anymore.
Nobody does.
Also looks good.
That one has a little bit of curve, I think.
Now also, different surface finish level.
Yes, why are those different?
Different molds. So the 1.5 and the 1.75s are a little bit weird, but that's okay. They still look...
good enough.
They still look like they're part of the set.
Okie dokie.
Oh yes.
Time for the pink. That's pretty.
That's pretty. More.
Just remember, you can't have too much, and then you end up with unmixed pigment splotches.
They're part of the design, baby.
Okay. Start by removing this cat hair.
No, the cat hair was integral to the design.
Oh, you put that there?
Yeah, I wanted Doobie to be part of this.
She'll make herself part of it. Have you seen my keyboard?
Eventually, over time, she will fill in any gap.
Yeah.
I'm so excited to see all the keys together and like what that looks like when they're like spaced and organized in a keyboardish-like manner.
I know. Is it level though?
No. How? 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 Alrighty.
Yeah, baby, I'm excited to see how these turn out.
Me too. Oh yeah. Yay! I'm so glad we did 2 of these because look at that. You can see almost all of those. And this one is good. Now,
Crazy.
we only have 1 of these
Well,
and they're definitely showing. Is that stylistic? Is that?
Sure.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
That's nice.
There's also just something so satisfying about seeing so many of the same thing. Something about it is just like, it satisfies
It looks like a waffle.
a strange part of me. All right, so for the majority of the keyboard, we wanted something fairly simple. So we went with a white, but this white has a slightly and hopefully subtle red tint.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
Like an iridescent pink.
Should we add some white too? It's not very opaque.
Yeah, it's very sheer.
It's very sheer.
Yeah, I think let's add in some white.
So as we were saying, as we planned, subtle off-white color.
Not off-white.
Off-white, right?
No, off-white. That's a yellowy white.
Oh.
As we planned and discussed, we're going for a nice neutral white with a slight hint of pink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. Just like we planned.
Final batch of keys. How do they look?
I think they look great. Look at that. They look good with all the colors.
They do. Well, they are a neutral.
Just like we planned.
Just like we planned. Now, our next step is not something that was on our original plan, but Evan came up with the idea, and I think we have to do it.
I want to CNC engrave individual letters on every single one of the letter keys.
I mean, it will make it like much more usable, but that's so many keys.
It's so many keys, but we have so many spares for me to practice on, because I don't think this is going to go right the first time. So I made 2 jigs to make this possible. One is just a really simple 3D print to hold the key in place. It just kind of press fits in there, and it shouldn't need to be held down since the carve is going to be pressing down into it. Now that's the theory. Will I regret not clamping it more? Anyways, I made another jig. I'm sweating.
Okay.
My mustache is sweating.
I know, I'm kind of nervous too. Oh, regrets. Yep, instant regrets. It flicked off the key.
How about I redo this so it has a more intense clamping force?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely a little bit too loose. You know what?
I mean...
Oh my gosh. Hey, you know, stand back and...
Let's try it again. We didn't re-zero it. It could be a different height. It's a new key. Oh, it worked?
We might have just gotten lucky, but that's a cue. let me highlight it a little bit. Just blue tape it.
Hey.
Boom.
That's a legible letter.
It's a little bit deep, it's a little bit off. We have a little bit of work to do, but the concept
has been proven. Okay, after much testing, we have figured out how to center our letters and we figured out the thickness that we like.
These are looking really nice now.
The only problem is we had to go through so many test pieces that we had to do a whole nother batch of keys because we were running out of practice ones, but
this is how you learn.
This is how you learn.
I'm not wearing the right shirt, but you kind of like, you make, fail, you make, and then like, you know.
Are you gonna transition into doing the rest of the keys?
And now we should do the rest of the keys.
For the next challenge, each of our contestants will be assigned a different task. Contestant number 1, you will have to make fine art using nothing but beans. Beans? What am I supposed to do with beans? And contestant 2, you have to build a beautiful website.
Oh no, that's gonna be so hard.
And go.
I'm gonna build a website so easily because I'm using today's sponsor, Squarespace.
Squarespace is an all-in-one platform for building a website and growing your business online.
For example, let's say you've made a bunch of resin keycaps and you want to sell them.
You can buy a domain on Squarespace, use one of their beautiful templates to set up your shop, and even sell digital products or offer in-store pickup if you sell locally.
You can even set up member-gated areas to offer exclusive content like videos, courses, or newsletters, and make professional videos easily using their Video Studio app.
For a free trial, go to squarespace.com, and when you're ready to pull the trigger, go to squarespace.com/EvanandCaitlin for 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. That's squarespace.com/EvanandCaitlin for 10% off.
I'm conflicted.
The keys, the letters, they turned out really great. They look nice, but they look so nice that it makes the ones that we're just gonna not carve look kind of boring.
It's days extra worth of work that we're about to take on, not only because we're going to be carving more letters, but also these purples just wouldn't work well with the dark lettering, so we'll probably have to recast all of the purples to a lighter color.
But it's like, you know, at this point, we put so much extra work into it doing these keys, and now, because we put a lot of work into it, we want the finished product to be really good, and so to do that, we're going to sink more work into it, and then it's just like a never-ending cycle.
Give them the preview. That gave us all the energy that we need.
Here is the preview. We decided to do a little escape key.
Yeah.
How cool is that?
That's a great key right there.
Yeah, so we'll design some cute icons for all of these accent keys. We'll pour some more resin and we'll spend more days carving.
We still have like at least a third left of this project after we finish this, because we still need the case.
Okay, it'll be worth it in the end though.
It'll be worth it.
Like and subscribe.
So we decided to replace the purple keys with yellow, literally the exact opposite of our original choice.
The resin keys are done and they look so good.
They look so good. I'm so glad we did it. They're really heckin' cute.
They're really heckin' cute.
And the next step is we need to make an all resin case.
And we have a new addition to the team.
You may not have noticed him. He's very subtle. We needed a big boy to fit the keyboard base.
And in keeping with the theme of this project, which is a bajillion hours of work, I've already CNC'd this entire like lowering chamber and
we have a little mold box. Sorry, I didn't know where you were going.
Me neither.
Let's make a resin case, baby.
All right, and now for a little bit of silicone, and by a little bit I mean multiple liters.
Scooping so fast.
Oh yeah. Scoop even faster!
Oh god. Yeah, don't go too fast.
Whoa. I have
no.
terrible news.
Oh no. I can do this for a bit while you rest your arms. I mean, you could like film or something.
No, you're doing great. Go, baby, go. This is literally my perspective. So this is how I see Caitlin.
Hello. Wait, let me show how I see you.
Oh no.
Okay.
Now we want to try to degas all of the bubbles in here, but this doesn't fit into our vacuum chamber. So, got to transfer it into smaller containers.
Thank goodness we have so many total boat buckets. So goofy.
Could you imagine taking a giant bath in the thing of silicone, letting it cure around you, and then like peeling yourself out?
It started out nice, and then it became like a horror movie.
No, some people hate this, but I love it. Look at that. This looks like, you know, on those like shows on Discovery Channel or How It's Made, it's showing like how chocolate bars are made. And I think that's why we always want to eat the silicone.
It is. It looks like a processed food. Give it to me. Is this going to be coated in chocolate or what? The inaugural first pressure chamber for our new big boy. Who needs a name? If you guys have any suggestions, by the way, we will take them.
And every single component of this guy is so ridiculously heavy. It also has like even more arms than Pascal too. This has 6 arms.
Don't make Pascal feel bad. He can hear you. He's right there. We love you. You're still valid.
He's certainly a lot lighter than this guy. Poor girl.
Well, don't make this one feel bad.
All right. Alrighty. Hello?
It's not moving. Is there air leaking anywhere? I feel like I feel air.
It's leaking.
It's leaking.
Okay.
The heck?
I might need to put some like O-ring lube on it.
Oh boy.
We have I need the lube. You know the grease?
Which one?
Aha! This is O-ring lubricant back from my engineering days.
Lube it.
You know, Pascal needed some lube his first time too.
Did he really?
What I'm saying is a true statement. It just takes a lot more lube for this one.
Oh yeah. This is E&K After Dark content. Poor editor.
Poor everyone.
Poor everyone.
This isn't what they signed up for.
No, it's not. Ooh, baby.
This is gonna be a messy day.
Yeah, really getting into those crevices. You want gloves?
I'm already committed.
Going in raw. I'm sorry, we shouldn't film this late. I'm sorry.
Caitlin.
No, that's gonna be cut. It's gonna be cut. It's going up.
It's
gone to 30.
I think the lube did it.
I don't feel any eyeball air.
The lube worked! Yay!
Yeah!
This is more exciting than I thought it was gonna be.
Yeah, same.
A lot more exciting. Alrighty.
So many arms. Looks good.
Looks good.
Looks bubble free. How's the slap?
Good. Ooh, look at that. This is such a beautiful little block of silicone.
Nice loaf. Solid. Very nice.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. All right, now I'm just gonna gently, oh yes.
Yeah, just a little bit of flashing removal.
Ooh, look at that precision.
I know.
Oh, I'm so happy about that. We added a little piece of tape right here so that this would come apart in 2 pieces.
Yes.
But they're like joining again. They're touching.
That's perfect. That's what we
perfect.
want.
That's exactly what we want. It's the surface finish that we want. It kind of has a little bit of a matte texture because the board that we're going to be using has LEDs on the underside.
And we want it to be frosted so that the LEDs will have a nice diffused look.
Yeah.
It looks like it picks up the texture of this one.
This is great.
You'll notice that Evan is being a very precise boy.
So precise.
And that's because we're actually gonna have to do this base in 2 pours. It is a little thick for our usual slow cure resin, and we don't want it to like steam and smoke, but we don't have time to do a slower cure resin and still finish this project in time. So we're just gonna do it in 2 batches.
It'll be fine. We've done thicker.
It'll be fine. It just means we need to be like really precise with our pigments so that like the 2 pours match. Seems like a good pigment level seeing it spread out.
Yeah.
White resin is hard to film.
It is.
Come on. Little hole in the middle. Connect.
All right, it's in there.
Okay.
Oh, big boy. Wow, baby, we're getting so close to the end.
I know.
We're almost there, baby.
I'm ready. Let's hope our 2 pours like look good as one.
Yeah. Did they merge nicely?
Please merge.
I'm gonna go around the edges, freeing it up.
Might have a little cleanup on this.
Might have a little bit of cleanup.
There we go.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, and I think this is the right level of like
Pigment?
Pigment. Just the right balance. Oh my gosh,
Oh, it
and the
looks
hole,
good.
the hole came out okay.
The hole worked.
Yay, the USB hole. And it has a nice matte finish.
Really nice
which I
matte finish.
really like. It'll be great
Yes.
for reflecting things. So, we're adding something special. I got an ultra tiny battery. There's a battery.
Whoa.
That's how flat
Whoa.
the battery is. And it's Bluetooth.
What?
So this right now is a functioning keyboard, but it's without all the fixings. But I would like access to the switch to turn it off and on. And this case doesn't have a hole.
So we gotta drill a hole.
And we should be able to see it through here, but we can't. I'll figure it out.
We know how to measure things.
Yeah. So we have made a resin keyboard, but more importantly, LEDs.
Yeah, we didn't make those, but we planned for them to be there. Yay!
Let's see if it works.
That is a requirement, yes.
Yay!
It works! It's a functional keyboard and it's made of resin and it looks so cool!
At the same time, I never want to do one of these again. I also want to make 5 different iterations of these glow in the dark, rainbow, duochrome, the possibilities of a resin keyboard where you can just like make more and more of them.
But I don't really want to make another one.
I'm done building epoxy tables and I'm done taking on custom orders. It's been 12 years since I started this business and we're just not able to keep up anymore. With the growth of the YouTube channels, with Unscrewed exploding, shop shades and all the other stuff we have going on, it's just not feasible to do custom orders anymore. So when a huge fan of the channel reached out and asked me to replicate my dining table build from last year, making that sucker 12 foot by 4 foot, I obviously had to say yes. But I knew when I took on that commission that it was gonna be the last time I would ever do it. And that's that got me thinking. Back in 2013, when the Steelers cut me for the 13th time, and I had to figure out what I was gonna do with my life, I decided to pick up some tools and get my hands dirty. And that's where this whole journey started. Over the course of time, I started building and selling more things, and I got into live edge and epoxy work because I truly love the ability to take a slab from a tree and turn it into a beautiful piece of furniture. I believe epoxy allows you to use more species and more varieties of wood because it doesn't make you use only S4 or only high quality lumber. And in the last 12 years, I've built a shit ton of products using it. So after I wrap my final commission project, we're gonna go through the most absurd and milestone projects that I've built over the last 12 years using epoxy and live edge and all that fun stuff. So let's get right into this first one. So this customer's table is enormous. Biggest single pour table we've ever done. It's 12 foot by 40 inches and there's an accompanying table. Fortunately, they make melamine in 12 by 5 foot sheets, so we should be able to build the whole form out of that sheet alone. But look at this damn cookie that we gotta figure out how we're gonna use it, because this thing is gigantic. This is the slab for table number 2 on this package. The bottom's a Mappa burl slab, and the top one, I believe it's also a Mappa burl slab. We'll get on to what we're gonna be doing with this guy later. Just gonna get it off of here. But the wood itself is from the poplar family, so it's pretty light. This is still a gigantic cookie. I'll get a tape measure out here in a sec. All the slabs here are from Gobi Walnut, one of my favorite places. And you can see this thing is big. We're 8 foot across, which is a gigantic, same thing, 8 feet over here. All in all, just a massive, massive slab. To utilize it best, I'm gonna have to kind of like, I don't know. We can't flatten it as a whole. We're gonna have to flatten it in parts. And the smaller you make the parts, the easier it gets to flatten. I think what I need to do is like lay out the table first, maybe with some chalk, and maybe go from there. I wish I could see the grain a little bit better. Hey, Sam. Yeah. What do you think about giving this old girl a little bit of pre-work? Some Rotex? Pop that grain a little bit? What do you think? Not for flattening. What could he possibly be doing over there? We got bigger. We got a new toy around here. The old Ninja Turtle crapped out. God rest her soul. I will remember you. She's in a better place now. I love working with Gobi Walnut. They're like incredibly good people over there. I've been working with them for years. The slab I requested was actually not available, and so the proposal I sent to the client had this drawing in it. And this layout would have been easy if I had the slab that I ordered, but because that wasn't in inventory, the client was fine with me making any adjustments per my judgment, but I couldn't do anything until I had the cookie here. Here's the layout we're gonna go with. I'm gonna take the biggest piece possible. I don't know if you can see this, Joe, but this in here, all this is like full of insane figure. We should get some of the most gorgeous figure I've ever had in anything I've ever built. You can kind of see here how much is going on with this section and then how boring this looks, right? So we're gonna avoid using that as much as possible. We're gonna be using this section in the base, which has a little bit of this figure carryover. I'm gonna cut this corner here. If you look at pop the drawing up again, you can see the one corner has its own like little island. And then this here, we're gonna start with those 3 units and then kind of go from there. But the size of this table, I mean, we're looking at 36 inches wide. That piece is 6 feet long. It should be about half the table. We're looking at about 5 feet on this one. We should be able to have that in the center, this in a corner, and this on the other side of that, and we'll be good to go. So we're gonna start with that cut. This is where everything could literally get completely f***ed. I've only got 1 cookie, and I gotta make it work. This is like comically heavy for being a cutoff. Big old slab. Woo! Big wood needs big tools, people. You're getting a lot of pinch on that. These cookies kind of want to go everywhere, so the order of operations for something like this is pretty important. I'm gonna cut everything rough, and then I'm gonna flatten it, then I'll start working on edges, etc., because it'll just save me a lot of time. Cleaning the edges while it's still 4 inches thick, it's not gonna be real conducive to what I'm trying to do here. Super high table. You ready, Joe? I guess not. So we're gonna toss these on the CNC. They're still big and they're thick. They're about a little under 4. So we're gonna keep them as absolutely thick as possible. I like to call this a pre-flattening phase. Because I love you guys, we actually have all of the procedures and everything we do to build tables like this documented. You probably noticed clicking on the title. I've been doing this a long time.
What's it like being old?
Let's get this top flattened and then we'll get the bigger chunk there. Keep moving this thing forward because we got to pre-seal this thing for the first stage of the pour. Over my 10 years plus of building with epoxy and live edge, I've learned a ton. And so I've put together a course that is at the cheapest price it's ever been, where you can learn how to build the 5 fundamental tables that I believe any of us should know how to build if you want to work with epoxy. Everything from live edge to single pour to multi-pour to clear glass and actual glass. If you want to build any of those, they're all included in this course, as well as a ton of bonus content and free trainings for things like tabletop epoxy, mold building, Keller, finish, you name it, it's in there. For watching this video, you can grab that sucker for the lowest price it's ever been right now. I've got a link down below for you to check it out. If you want to build your dream epoxy project, make sure you're checking out Learn Epoxy. Thank you guys. Check this bow out. This is why if you're gonna be doing a table like this, you wanna make sure you have excessively thick material. It absolutely sucks because I have to cut at least 3/4 of an inch off this thing to get it to sit flat in the mold, or it's gonna eat up epoxy, or it's just not gonna look right in the mold. But this is the bottom, and so I'm gonna focus on getting the bottom flat, and then in the mold, we'll be able to pour up and then resurface. And we wanna get this table as thick as we possibly can for final. That makes me super sad. And we're gonna be here for like a while it mills. Nobody said doing these tables was easy.
All right, so we have our slabs flattened. Jeff got them sealed, debarked, picked all the little loose bits of wood out of the crevices in the face of it. Now we're moving on to our pour. We built our mold here. We built a substructure. We're gonna take all this stuff over to the epoxy room, get ready to pour, and get our base layer set.
So the boys got the mold in the room, completely level. They literally had to build like a completely new substructure to support it fully. It's one of those like things that I've learned in a decade. If you can support your epoxy table, you're gonna get a way, way better and flatter product out the gate. So we're gonna mock everything up, kind of pick the placement of this since we haven't done that part yet, and then pour our base layer. These things look so good. This table's gigantic. Dude. Have you seen this dude? The fucking coolest looking figure I've ever seen on a slab. Gosh, Sam, that's a beauty. I don't think we're gonna fit. Here's what we're gonna do. I love that corner of the wood. I think it's got a ton of character. When I'm doing stuff like this, I like to try and proportion. I don't want the river to be too big, and right now this void's huge. So we're gonna cut this here so it fits nice in this corner, and then the piece that's coming off of it, I'm gonna be able to get another chunk that will be able to fill this and make that feel less large. I think will help with like the proportion and make it feel more random, right? I don't like having like corner chunk corner. I think that will like, that little island, I don't know, will help balance it out in my eyes. Just don't slam her into the corner, Jeff. Corner slams could potentially pop the caulking. As much as I want you to touch my caulk, I don't want you to touch my caulk.
What did he say?
Jesus, Joseph and Mary. I think that's a nice little pop. It makes the table feel well. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go cut her. Whee! He's a nice touch. I
don't like it.
I mean, no one gives a f what you like, Joe. Damn! Now we get to mark where these are gonna be. We get to take them all out. We get to vacuum the mold. Then we get to add our demolding paste, which you're probably watching this in live over a time lapse because technology rules. And then we'll put them back in. We'll start mixing up some resin. All right, kids, we got about 9 gallons, and not about, we have exactly 9 gallons of epoxy mix. It's a deep pour resin. Pot life's like 6 hours. We're also doing it this way so that the resin itself isn't fully cured tomorrow when we'll come back and do the deep pour. We should be able to get movement in the pigment on the base as well as like maybe some flecking and stuff. So I'm gonna throw on some gloves and we're gonna get this poured. Here we go, son. Oh, that black onyx. So Jeffrey, the next phase after this is we'll get this base layer poured and then you'll pray to the sweet infant baby Jesus that there's no leaks. When you got a huge void, Jeff, you want to fill it. Everything else will disperse properly if you properly leveled. Looking good, peeps. Yeah, so we're just gonna hang out, check for leaks, and then tomorrow we'll come back. We'll make it all, we'll see what the swirls and what all like the rest of it looks like, and then pour the top layer. Looking good.
Roughly about 12 to 15 hours since we did this base layer pour, and we've achieved the consistency we want in here. So it's like this kind of warm peanut buttery texture. So what Jeff and I are gonna do is mix up about 21 gallons of a clear epoxy.
Wait a minute now, I ain't even about that.
And we're gonna pour it on top of this layer after we get some swirls in here. Now the reason we're doing this is, while it's in this peanut butter-like state is because if we pour on top of it now, there's no prep work that's required. If we were to let this cure, we would have to let it fully harden and then scuff it and then do our next pour to ensure proper bonding. But because it's in this limbo-like state, we're good to pour right on top of it. So Jeff and I are gonna mix up several gallons of epoxy. So we'll mix everything up, do some swirling, make sure there's no little specks we have to pull out, and degas it all. That is gonna take some time.
All right, so Jeffrey got everything degassed, and now it is time for his first deep pour. We are popping the cherry, people. Jeffrey, how do you feel? Nervous?
I'm ready.
You ready? So first thing we're gonna do, I sent a video to the customer. He likes that it's like a very subtle pattern in the base, so we're gonna keep that. But in order to keep that, we've gotta make sure we're not like dumping resin right into the middle. So if you're doing something like this, you wanna pour the resin onto the side. So this is degassed. Right here, you're gonna see I'm gonna pour it onto the edge, and that edge is gonna let it just kind of seep over. Now, if I go too fast, it's gonna create a hole under where it's going in. So you just gotta take your time. And you can basically do this on anywhere you have like a good enough edge to pour onto. We've mixed up 24 gallons according to our calculations, and depending on how many voids it goes into, we should be good on that. But that's a lot of resin. 9 yesterday, that's 33 total gallons going into this table. A little bit more over here, and kind of just pour it on top. If I pour directly into, you get a lot of bubbles. No ridiculous failures, we're just gonna keep pouring these buckets in. The last thing we're doing here is we're just trying to see a little bit of dust particles. So we're just taking a syringe here. Here's a quick tip. You just put it in the epoxy gently so you don't make any bubbles, and then you can just suck up the dust. And then we take it, and I just got a bucket here and spew it out and keep going. Nice little, these clear epoxy pours are finicky. This is probably gonna dry for 2 weeks now. Let this sit. It's pretty cold, so it's gonna take a while, which is good. Should get no bubbles. We do got another couple other things we're gonna start working on though. So, but this is gonna sit for about 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah, right, come on.
Well, we basically had a catastrophe in here. I hate to say it, but you know, we just had a mild oversight. This is like vapor barrier, and I asked the guys to put some plastic on it, and it ended up flashing pretty hard. Now, the only big issue I see is this crack, which I think we're gonna be able to fix. There's like an interesting little thing going on there. Kind of looks kind of cool though. It's hard to see with this reflection, but the other aspect too is like we got some shrinkage and some bubbling because of that shrinkage. And it's crystal clear, but it really, really sucks that it flashed that early. It shrinks when it does that. It just makes things tough. So I'm gonna it's still like tacky on the top, which is stupid. That's how this stuff works. And gonna let it, you know, set up and then we will go from there. But I'm sad. All right, so it's been about a month, maybe a little longer. We're gonna pop these things out of the mold because it's been like 10 degrees here. I wanted to make sure everything is properly cured. They're not gonna get as much heat. We're gonna do the little guy first, and we're also gonna pop my brother's cherry on his first ever epoxy table. Get the thing on the CNC, start making moves. Can we get a single pull on the non-epoxy side, Joe? Let's go. Bang, boom, bop. Now our only problem is these are stuck. A good sign at all. I bet you someone forgot mold release.
That's why we put it down.
Did you? Well, Jeff, usually when it goes on, this shit comes right off. Might have just missed this edge. All right. I was worried because we don't have a ton of play with these because of the two-part pour. Let's clean this stuff off. I'm gonna take a quick measurement, write the code for the CNC, and then we'll get on the CNC bed. So we're gonna run this through the wide belt. The bottom came out super flat out of the mold. I just needed to get that coat off the top. And we got a lot of chip out here, so I'm hoping that I didn't f it up because I did something wrong when I programmed the CMC. I took the first pass way too heavy, but this should be an easy cleanup. Then we'll get this thing squared. We'll get on to the big girl after this. It is finally time to try to move this son of a bitch. This is the biggest and probably, you can guess, heaviest table we've ever built. We have to move it in here to get it out. In order to do that, we're gonna pick it up with the forklift, put it on casters, and then turn it in the room and try to roll it out. And then we'll reevaluate how we're gonna get it over to the CNC bed and get it demolded and all that stuff. Biggest worry I have right now is picking it up and cracking it. So if that happens, it's 100% the forklift operator's fault.
That damn forklift operator can't be trusted too. I don't like him as well.
He can't be trusted as far as you can throw him, or because you can't hear him, because he doesn't have a microphone on and he doesn't talk about him. One of the two. Sam, are you delicate and gentle enough to bring this sucker in here to pick up that old girl, or should we get Joe on the sticks?
I'm semi-certified. They've referred to me as the cowboy forklift operator.
Semi-certified. That makes zero sense. I am absolutely disgusted in this. We've been avoiding working on this because it makes me very angry that we f***ed it up. But I'll show you guys in a sec how we're gonna fix it. Hey Joe, push your corner. Nope, just keep going. Swing it out. There we go. Oh, in the crack.
Oh! That one needs to scoot forward. That one over by you, Jeff.
Sam, grab that. Get in there. Pick up the fucking table. The cracks on the floor, there's 100 of them to get it over there. He's gonna pick it up the same way. It didn't have any sag because we have the crib, so you should be able to pick it up and drive it over there. Put it down left and right. All right, you're good, go up. You're clear on the right going up. Does it fit? It should fit between. These are bigger. Drive straight to me. Turn this way, straight to me. Up.
Straight and turn to me. Look past.
Straight. Straight. He's good. Okay. Now turn to Jeff. Straight. Hey. Talk about nerve-wracking. What we need to be doing next is getting us an opportunity to roll it onto the CNC bed. I'm so fucking nervous. I'm literally so nervous. I don't have words. I don't want to talk. I want to just shut up and then with my butthole as tightly puckered as possible, do the work. You guys are here to follow along with my stupidity. So what we're gonna do is we are going to attempt to get this out of the mold onto some tables to roll over and put on the CNC bed. Then we're gonna give it a haircut on the top here because we do have about an inch of meat.
That's a lot of meat, son.
We'll go from there. We'll just keep adjusting as we go. just this corner stuck for me, unless we got middle adhesion. Do we have middle adhesion?
Yeah, we didn't get any shims down far enough yet.
Score it. See? Yeah, tap that wedge in a little bit more. Caulk's coming up. All right, keep cutting the caulk. It's all caulk on my end. This is why some may be calling us Captain Caulk. Ironically, we've got a brand new Captain Caulk shirt. Hey, it just popped! You can clearly see out the other side. And the only two patches that got anything stuck on them were this one and that one. So my thoughts here, guys, let's shimmy it slightly, get that hanging over, get that hanging over. We'll take a chisel, get those parts off. And then what we want to do is put the bottom on the bed. And then we want to just come in and we'll just hand jog, cutting these all down. Okay. Use a big one. We're gonna give her a haircut. We're gonna give her a little John Malecki Workshop Ozempic treatment. 3, 2, 1. Okay, a little higher, Jeff. Roll. It should be rolling on this side of the table. And then Jeff and I are gonna have to come up with it. Real quick, I just gotta send a huge shout out to Mr. Cool. You probably noticed that awesome little unit chilling up there. That's the DIY ductless mini split. We have them in both the CNC room and our epoxy pour room. Temperature control in both of those rooms is important to us, mostly in here because it gets super hot in the summer, especially if the machines are running all day. We wanna keep that temperature down, and there is literally nothing better to control an environment like a workshop, especially a small one like this, than the Mr. Cool unit, specifically the DIY ductless mini split. You can do the whole damn thing yourself. We installed both of our units and they went so easy. I was actually blown away by how easy these were because it did seem way more intimidating, but they've got a step-by-step video tutorial that literally walks you through everything you need to know to do it, and it is not that hard at all. They've got multiple Energy Star certified models. They've got a 12K, a 14K, and an 18K, which is awesome. They got a 7-year compressor warranty and a 5-year general warranty, which is also something that I love. And if you want even more, you can sign up for a lifetime warranty that they offer on the compressor as well. Basically, if you're trying to cool or heat your shop, you cannot beat Mr. Cool. I love that I can just grab the remote, turn that sucker on, put it at a temperature that makes it comfortable, and I can work year round in my shop thanks to the temperature controlled environment provided by the ductless mini split. If you want the same thing for your shop, check out the link I got for you down below for Mr. Cool. Now, let's get ripping on this table. He's got a haircut. He's ready for some pampering. We had to build a custom rolling table to get it off and get it onto. Come on, Grabo. The biggest concerns we have is when this thing's unsupported, this wood is not the strongest, right? So because it's a softer wood and it's end grain and it's burl, it's just brittle. So we don't want to potentially have anything break. Come on, you piece of shit. All right, here we go. Grab, down. Good? For those at home watching, this is the same crib we poured on. So like when you're gonna build a table this big and you wanna make sure you don't f it up, something like this can become pretty crucial and vital, and it feels like a waste of time and money, but like building a table that can support the table that you're building, I don't know, works out pretty good for us, huh, Sam? This is like the 3rd time we've done this.
Mobile table.
Built a table to support your table.
Table needs support. Support your local table when you get the chance.
Now, the boys are pissed because they want to run her through Sandy Cheeks, and I don't think we can because we need so much in feed and out feed. So we're just going to hit it with the Rotex first. There's going to be a lot of cracks, a lot of voids, a lot of stuff in the burl itself that's going to need some UV. We do have sun out today, so we're going to take advantage of that by rolling it outside to cure and then rolling it back in. It's only 20 degrees though, so hopefully the UV epoxy is purely UV and doesn't have anything to do with heat, but that's where we're at.
we're about to take this hard maple. We got a bunch of 8-quarter hard maple, and we're gonna cut it down into some manageable sizes, because those pieces of hard maple are gonna be used to make this outside perimeter of the base, everything in black here. Basically, all I'm gonna do is cut these down to their rough length, so it'll be easier to cut them to their final lengths, and also to assist in the milling process. Some of this maple has just a very, very slight amount of twisting within it, but we'll get that out. I'm gonna use the better stuff first, but worst case scenario, we'll use that.
One of the things I like to do when we're building a table is not waste time sanding or working on stuff that is going to get cut off. So because it's nice and flat and everything's rough sanded here, we're going to cut it down to size now. We would run it through the wide belt, except we don't have enough outfeed to be comfortably around the table and hold it and carry it. So this is how we're going about it. We're going old school, no wide belt, no sandy cheeks.
Don't you have to be stupid somewhere else?
I talked to the client. We are pretty fortunate that because we built our molds a little bigger, the crack ended up being at a little under 38 inches. So we're going to cut the table down to that size, and they're cool with that. Still gigantic. And we'll start out, we'll cut one square side, and then we'll cut a parallel side, and then we will do all of our edges square to that, just like we're doing a normal table, just oversized. Fortunately, we've got a whatever giant track the festival makes, and then we have the extensions where you can tie them all together to have a long enough straight edge here. This is one of those things that's just tool's worth its weight in gold. All right, now that we've got a straight edge, we'll flip it and do the exact same thing on the other side. So we want to keep this table as big as possible, and because we had some shrinking and some issues with the curing, we're getting stuff like this.
We suck again!
So I did a little bit of sanding, and it doesn't look absolutely terrible, but this, obviously we can't keep this here. So Sam's gonna build a little edge mold form here, and we're gonna scuff this up. We're gonna degas some high performance epoxy, pour that in there, and let that cure. It should work and should bond and then resolve this issue we have here. We could do a deep pour, but the concern with deep pour is the volume of deep pour in this small of an area concerns me with drying. So I've never poured something under 1 gallon in a deep pour. So we'll do that here, and then the same thing over and then one crack on the other side. And we'll keep moving this forward. Worst case, if it looks like shit and it's awful, we'll just cut it off. The table will shrink by 1 inch on this side and a 1/2 inch on the other. Nature of the beast when you're building shit like this. It sucks, but we're gonna try the repair before we go and just cut it smaller. And then we'll get all the top filled. There's a lot of cracks and voids here. We're gonna be filling these with UV epoxy, black stick epoxy, all the epoxies. We're just gonna get all these cracks and voids filled to get this thing feeling glass smooth. Keep on moving it forward.
All right, so we're getting ready to start making our cuts for the table base here. Everything's all milled to size. Now comes the fun part of cutting the angles. I feel like a quick tip for something like this, whenever you're working with a shape where you may have a weird angle, like you could see in the drawing, we had a 94.1 degree angle. To make your life easier, round that to like the nearest whole number just to make it easier. So you can see I have 95 degrees, I just rounded it up to 95, and it's very easy to get your corresponding angle. It's an old geometry rule, but on a plane like this, both of these angles should add up to 180 degrees. So with any like polygon like this, you can just take that number, see what you need to add to it to make it 180. So I know that's an 85 degree angle. When making cuts like this, I do recommend making like a small version of it just to make sure you've got everything set. As you can see here, since I'm keeping this flat, this will just be a 40 degree cut here, 40 degree cut there. Just to verify I did everything right, I just got a small model, did a flat piece. Because I rounded that to the nearest whole number, it's the same angle on all the cuts, and then everything should fit together like so, regardless of scale. Yeah, I thought everyone needed to know that. Everyone needed to know that, Joe. No, don't. Keep it. Hey, look at that. Woo. I'm gonna get these cut down. We're gonna check back in and see if I screw this up and this whole tip section was just a waste. But I don't think I will. So we'll see. We built some little molds here and silicone them to some of our corners where we had some chipping, like some bigger pieces that needed poured. So it's been about a day and a half. We're gonna pop these off and see how they are. I'm confident in 2 of them. One of them, it may require some more work, but that's down at that end. This one should be okay. All right, that one's a success.
Great success.
No leaks, I just don't know how good the patches are gonna be. I feel like it's gonna require a little bit of touch-up work. All right, you get it? Let's go, how are we? All right, not bad. Not bad at all. This is the one I just do not know about. All right, so far so good. Let's see if it filled underneath though. Oh no, no. My favorite shim cracked right in half. He'll pay for this. I'll get my revenge on you. There we go. We're okay. I have to get this silicone off, but there was a crack that went down. Oh wow, it's still wet. It went down this way. I believe we're filled. Once we get this silicone cleaned up, we'll be okay. Tip for cleaning up silicone: isopropyl alcohol will soften this up. It should wipe right off. I think we're okay. All right, I'm getting these leg parts cut with the metal bandsaw. I got my straight cuts taken care of, and now I'm cutting my miters. A quick tip, whether you're cutting metal or wood, whenever you have like a mitered corner like this, or even a straight corner, you want to have whatever your stop block is touching as little surface area as possible. So I get a much more accurate cut, and it's much more easy to set up every time with just that point touching here, rather than setting up a positive stop that's at that angle, because that could slide a little bit this way, slide a little bit that way. Got all the metal pieces pre-cut for John here. I'm gonna be cleaning up these miters here so he can start welding.
Now we're on to a little bit of metal work, which gets me super stoked. We get to use the Fireball tools table. I get to burn a little bit of a Lincoln Electric welder welds. It's been a while since we've done any of this. We're essentially building a subframe for the big table, and then for the small table, I gotta build the whole base. This should go really smooth with 1, the fixture table, but 2, Sam's got everything pre-cut and ground and ready to rock and roll. So I'm stoked. I'm just gonna get to it. I'll let you guys know if I find anything on my journey that's important for you to know.
Alright, so we got these bitches right here about to take these to Spray City. You're gonna try to f them up. So see ya at the next clip.
Okay, bud, let's take about 20% off for over there, eh?
We got these legs here. Everything's all built, sanded, chamfered. I have these trim pieces I made on this little board here. Gonna get everything primed with our claw lock primer, and then we're gonna be painting these with it's a Sherwin-Williams Gallery series. It's a cabinet grade paint they have. So we're gonna get these things painted, and then hopefully we should have ourselves a table sand.
All right, so here we are. We have a giant chunk of wood and we have smaller chunks of wood. Wow. The next phase of what we're doing is we're going to create the veneers for our panel. These panels here are a little under 24 inches wide and they're oversized. Sam made them oversized. So we are looking for about 12 inches of material on each side. I personally really like all of this figure and all of this burl. It's absolutely gorgeous, it's stunning. We need to get 8 pieces out of this. and it's slightly under 3 3/4 inches. What I'm gonna do is take this rough straight edge that we have here. We're gonna veneer these to one side of these each with a book match on them. I think what I'll do first is we're gonna cut this down into a smaller chunk. We'll get a straight line here and a straight line here. This is oversized 3 1/2 inches here, so we only need this to be about 30. So if we go about here to here, should be an awesome and more or less stunning book match. We'll get some real beautiful figure in here. And I think we can get 8 panels out of that 3 3/4 if we keep them all below 1/4 inch.
All right, we have our resawed pieces here. Everything's numbered, book matched. Our next step is gonna be to get them all to a consistent thickness. It's gonna be a while with the wide belt here. Since it's end grain, we can't send it through the planer. Gonna sand all these guys down, get them to a little under 1/4 inch thick. Yeah, then we're gonna get the vacuum bag out and all the terror starts and all the nerves go up. We'll see how it goes.
Sam's got everything flattened right around 1/8 of thickness. We're getting everything kind of laid out the way we want to do it. We're going to use the table saw and a sled and our fence to give ourselves the best opportunity for a straight cut. We've used this in the past, worked really well, so we're gonna go ahead and do it again. Essentially, we're just gonna put a nice little carpenter's triangle on our materials. You already got an A on there, so we'll keep those as A, B, B. It's important to establish the layout before you get over to the saw. That way you're not fiddling with these beautiful grain. You can see there the book matching comes out really nice. Yeah, that's cool shit. So we're gonna get all these edges tight, then we'll get them matched up. We're gonna then put them in the veneer bag, glue them down to the substrate, then we will do all of the fill and all that other stuff. It'll give us a little bit of a backer here. The more moisture you add to these, the more likely they are to start flexing around. And last time I did this, it basically turned into a potato chip before we even had a shot. Oh my gosh. God, I don't know what to do. So we are going to try to avoid doing that at all costs here. So to the table saw. So we're gonna veneer these down. We're gonna do 2 at a time. We'll do 2 now and then 2 more in the morning. If you're new to veneering, I don't know anything to tell you. I'm basically of the mindset, study as much as you can and then send it. I've done a decent amount of veneering in my day. My table base went pretty good except for that one panel, and that's why we're gonna split this up. So you've gotta use specific glue. We're using Type on one here. Sam's just gonna dump it on. I'm gonna roll it on. We'll do both of these. I'll hit the seam on here with the glue bottle. We're gonna put them down, platens on in the bag, and send it. Yeah, this is basically it. We're just gonna let these sit overnight and then we'll do the other 2 panels in the morning.
After Jeff did probably the best polishing job I've ever seen done in this shop, we're about to throw some finish on here. We're using a post-catalyzed 2K acrylic, and we're gonna start by sealing this guy. We're gonna seal both sides, then get some coats of the 2K acrylic on there, and then hopefully we should have ourselves a table ready to be polished and then go out into the world. It's a hard day, Joe, and you gotta send the table out into the world, live its own life. Without further ado, let us spray.
Okay, kiddos, so these came out phenomenal. All the seams seem to be pretty darn tight. We've got 4 sistered pairs. Now, each one of these will be piggybacked, like, it'll be like this, and then they'll go on the vertical, and these will go inside our legs. Everything will get cut down, but before we do any of that, I need to do a rough sand, and then I need to fill all of these voids. If you look, you can see the glue underneath that, and obviously that does not look good. So I'm gonna go through the meticulous task of filling all of these with epoxy and getting it kind of basically closer to how we want it to be. So this is pretty boring work, so cue the time lapse. All right, Sam and Jeff have been ripping on this thing. It is looking incredible. Look at that beautiful mat lay down on all of the wood. Now for some of the more tedious work, Jeffrey and Sam have gotten a lot of the tape done around the wooden parts already, because we're gonna be polishing up all of the clear in order to get it back to that like kind of a glassy look. So we're gonna get that matte and then that shine, exactly like we did my table, exactly like the small ones already looking. We got the base back from powder coat. We've got the legs back for the smaller table from powder coat. So this thing's in the final stages. All I gotta do now is get the panels sanded and cut, and then get the base for this in the finish. And we're gonna be ready to rock and roll for assembly. So here's a little polishing montage, because why not? Alrighty, so we're in the final assembly stages here. We got all the panels out of finish. These things are looking incredible. I think this is some of the best veneer work I've ever done. They're not perfect, but I think that's kind of the part of learning to build with burls and whatnot. So they're looking awesome. Like all that figuring is incredible. Definitely look better than my table. So we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna float these panels inside of here. We've got some trim that we custom made for holding them in place. We're just gonna go ahead, take our trim pieces here, give ourselves some nice tight joints to hold it in, and then we'll put both of our panels in back to back. Reason we're doing it this way is I personally think that, like, say if something happens and someone punts, you know, their foot through the base, or for whatever reason an accident happens, they're easily replaceable, and expansion and contraction will also allow for the panels to kind of float and move in there. We got to figure out these angles. Sam's gonna get those cut, and then we'll pin nail these in, touch them up with a little bit of paint, and we should be ready for final mock-up on this sucker, because Jeff's just about done polishing. All right. We got the base mocked up. We're gonna get the top on. Lots to do, but we're in the home stretch. Damn, that look good! All that's left is to mark the threaded inserts, and then it's time for that beautiful B-roll. Sorry guys, I'm in a bean mood today. And that's a wrap on this sucker. This thing was a monster. It took us no less than, I think, 2.5 months start to finish to get done. Now all we gotta do is pack them up and get them shipped across the country to our customer. So obviously, after tackling that, I'm no stranger to gigantic tables. And the first enormous conference table I ever built was a custom table for one of my favorite brands, Black Rifle Coffee. It was an awesome opportunity to get in front of a lot of eyeballs way back in around 2018, 2019. And me and the old team just went and fully sent it. I'd never worked with epoxy before, and I decided that I was gonna pour 5,000 bullet casings into a table, and there was no better brand in my eyes to do it for than Black Rifle Coffee. So check this out.
Oh, hold up, buddy.
John, what's up?
Heard from a little birdie that Yin's guys are looking for some stuff for the new office.
Yes, we just moved to Texas. I need something totally unique, special.
So what are you thinking? Some coffee tables for a coffee company?
No, I don't think a coffee table. I want something bigger, something that's a little bit more online with Black Rifle Coffee's brand.
Ah, so you're thinking more like a conference table or some desks or something. You guys on the range?
Yeah, of course we're at the range.
Ooh, nice. I think I got an idea. Why don't you guys send me some of those casings and that brass?
I love it. Yes, we'll shoot a bunch of brass. That won't be an issue. All right, guys, let's load up the mags. We're gonna be here a little bit longer. Hit it.
Sure.
Let's go make some coffee.
Drink coffee.
Drink coffee.
Let's do it, buddy.
Let's do it.
So Black Rifle signed off on an insanely sick conference table concept that I came up with. So we're gonna need to go get some slabs. These are babies. Oh, you're right, those are about 10. So when you have slabs this big, you're gonna wanna get them in the shop and let them acclimate for at least a week, and then get yourself some big, sturdy sawhorses. Because we're mimicking the Vulcan turret, we wanna create those muzzle brakes for that kind of have like the slots in them. So we're just gonna sleeve them instead of cutting them in, and it should give a little bit of depth. Sam cut these all down to 6 inches. Now we gotta clean them up, and I gotta kerf all of these in. I'll see you guys in a week. Ugh. We need to build a huge ring. So, we're gonna make this just like a big old segmented bowl. Well, because I don't do anything like normal people, I hope this is enough. Watch yourself. Ooh. Yeah. We're going still in on this one. Over the top. That is incredible. I'm like, no way we're gonna need both, all of it. Mother of God. It's time to demold. Pray for me. Oh, by the way, it's not light. Does it look awesome on its slab home? Mother.
What the freak are you doing in here, Phil?
Who goes there? Okay, so in order to create a perfect fit, what I did was, you saw me trim up the outside of the circle. Well, I need to make the matching circle cut into the slab. So we've rigged up this jig. The math should work. Pray for me. Welp, it's game day. Let's go. Hey.
Oh, hello, John.
She's done. You boys ready?
Hello, camera. All right. Woo! You candidate. That is slick.
Oh, like a baby's bottom.
So much room for activities.
Yes.
I think it's awesome that
kept
it's
working
such
on
an
it.
unlikely craft for you to pursue post being a professional athlete.
Yes.
I think that's inspirational because people realize I can actually go do something that has nothing, in association with being a professional athlete. But now you're making some awesome tables and whatever else you're doing. So.
Thank you guys. Awesome opportunity. Hopefully you guys use it wisely and use it well.
Are there any Steeler fans in here? Yeah! What are you gonna make me? Can you make me something epic? Like, obviously this won't fit in my house. Well, I have to buy a new house.
So I'm thinking, we dump some casings in a guitar.
Yes.
Then all the free.
Yes. Yes.
Well,
I'm in.
Thankfully, one of us can play guitar. That was an insane project. It was one of the most fun things I had done or have still done in my life, and it turned out amazing. It's still down in their headquarters in San Antonio, and they absolutely love it. Still brings a ton of admiration to the channel, and people love it. The confidence I built from that table led me into another monster commission that came from a local college, but this time they were supplying the woods, and they wanted it to be a river table, and you just watch the video because this one got wild.
Let's get to cleaning. We'll start on the part that's the most supported emotionally and physically. Let us make it the dust. I ordered a 1/2-inch plate of steel. They come in 4x8s, so it weighs 500 pounds. We barely got it off the truck. I had to call the neighbor's forklift. So we're gonna cut it outside. So in all my brilliance while designing the metal shop, I put a 220 plug right around the corner here. So we're gonna try to get the forklift back, put the metal closer to where I can cut it outside with the plasma torch, and show the neighbors who daddy is. Like butter. This is top all time. It's gonna go the whole way through, huh? No, it won't. It'll bounce back up. I don't think it's on a water jet. It'll just bounce. The whole way through. Yeah. Much better. Safety third. We're grounded, we're green, we're ready for the machine. Come on, why didn't you do this in the first place? Because I'm an idiot. Where? Oh boy. Isn't these things for right there? Just having a fire in the hood. Safety third when you're working with plasma. Oh, baby. I definitely don't want to do that myself. So thick, though. So thick. Just soft. Hey. This is where making furniture and designing things gets freaky-deaky. My concept for the base was to use C-channel to make it look like like I-beams. Because I love I-beams. Because I-beams rule. This accomplishes that. I wanted to add some sort of truss into it in order to kind of give it some more visual interest. I had to change the design, and the client signed off on my design change. But like, man, I can't get over how much I like that. So I want to know, leave me a comment down below. How would you guys do it? Would you use the stretcher across or no stretcher? Remember, there's going to be 2 of them. It'll look just like that. Going across.
All right, everything's square, tacked, proper. It only took 2 hours. Burn it in. The one large problem is it's a good habit to not fall asleep all the time. So I just did this one.
Yeah.
So
That's a great story, bro.
I'll come back. I'll bounce around and try to keep the sheet from just being centralized in one spot. So keep something more. Pro tip.
How the fuck that was hot? I should have guessed from how hot the fucking bowl was. Oh. Ow. Almost wanted to spit it back out.
Kids, it's been a while. I missed you all. How have you guys been? To be brutally honest, I didn't know if I would ever post again. But even after 3 years, I still get comments asking me to come back. And to this day, I still get so much support from you kids. Whether it's in the comments or when you guys come up to me in real life and tell me how much of an impact I've had on you. That truly means the world to me, and I want to thank each and every one of you from the bottom of my heart. Because if it wasn't for you guys, my supporters, I would not have a reason to come back. You guys helped me realize that my purpose in life was to motivate you kings to get absolutely shredded. Because I know how beneficial it is to build a body that you are proud of, not just physically, but mentally. I was the most fulfilled in life when I was posting content, sharing my love of fitness, dieting, and working out with you kings. But this was nothing new to me. I knew early on in my content creation journey that this was my purpose. My purpose was to get you kings absolutely shredded and ultimately happy. And I was doing anything and everything to fulfill my purpose. Even maintaining what I thought at the time was a dangerously low body fat percentage year-round. As a lifetime natural, I knew how cutthroat the fitness industry was. And to stand out and make an impact, you have to push things to an extreme. And I felt that pressure on myself. Make it on social media as a natural fitness influencer, you really only have 2 options. You either hop on and lose your natty status, or you just stay shredded year-round, and that's how you stay relevant, and that's how you stick out. Because the sad reality is, it's not just about how good the information you put out is, but how you present yourself and how freaky you can look. So even though I never condoned or promoted staying shredded year-round, I simply viewed it as a price that I had to pay to stand out, please the algorithm, so ultimately I can reach more kings who want to lose 5, 10, 20 pounds, build muscle, or even get shredded for several months at a time. But I didn't promote staying sub 10% body fat year-round for multiple years at a time. I had extremely strict standards for how I was looking. before I even picked up the camera. For example, if like one particular shoulder thing wasn't showing that day, I wouldn't even bother to film. Though, in my head, it was simply not good enough. So one day I woke up a little bit heavier than I wanted to, didn't look the way that I wanted to look, and I told myself, you know what, let's cut down and film tomorrow. Then the next day came. Still, I didn't look good enough. The same thing happened the next day, and the next day. And before I knew it, I was gone. I didn't plan to quit. I just burnt out. And honestly, I was surprised by how many of you guys noticed. There were videos getting millions of views, speculating where I went, why I left, even going as far as going on my girlfriend's page, demanding her to release me from captivity. And yes, I did.
Hello.
I did.
You okay?
I did.
I'm gonna pass you the mic.
Okay.
All right. Oh, you got a different outfit on.
I do.
Okay. I'm
I
gonna
have to look presentable.
Yeah, you look great.
Okay, listen. This is me saying prior to this, I'm going to outdo you in everything you do for me.
You're not, but I'm excited.
I am. Let's go.
Okay.
Come on.
We're right now?
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay. All right.
Are you ready?
No, I was definitely not ready, but fuck it.
Okay.
I felt like a random guy in the bus.
Well, there's actually a lot of random people around
There's
here.
a lot of shit going on here.
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
I'm really dizzy. I think the dehydration and travel jet lag has gotten to me. As you know,
Yeah.
haven't been feeling my best.
Are you sure we're supposed to go?
Not, I don't know what way we're going, but we'll be fine. I just, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry about dinner.
It's okay.
We were gonna do that.
I didn't want to tell you your business.
It's okay.
So I didn't.
What?
And then there's check the hospital.
Oh my god, I think I'm gonna throw up.
What?
I think I'm gonna throw up.
You told me no.
Oh my god, no, I think I'm gonna throw up.
Why?
Because I'm not good at surprises.
Yeah, I'm not. That's what I'm like. Okay.
Okay, stuff it down. Isn't it so pretty?
What the fuck?
Yes.
Zacty Films is some of the most popular videos on the entire internet, consisting of different life hacks and hypothetical situations. And previously, I tested a bunch of these different Zacty Films videos, and you guys seem to love it. So now I'm running it back a second time today, but this time taking things to the next level and testing even more crazy videos. I'm a little bit skeptical about some of the ones we're going to test in this video, but nonetheless, I'm excited. All right, so we have saws that stop for fingers.
If you accidentally touched a table saw,
Okay, we don't want that.
we think your fingers would be cut off.
And what else?
This isn't always the case. You see, some modern high-end saws actually know the difference between wood and your skin.
Oh, I see.
Whenever it comes in contact with these special saws, it immediately detects the electrical conductivity.
Oh, okay.
There's an immediate mechanical response.
Okay, that's crazy. I've actually heard of that before. So some of the modern saws, as Zach says, actually have that feature where they can find the electricity and whatever thing is going close to it, and then they shut down. I'm super scared to try this, but of course I have to try this. So I'm going to go ahead and purchase a table saw, I guess, and then put my fingers up to it. I mean, I do want to note, he does leave a pinned comment here that says, to whom it may concern, it should go without saying, but even if you happen to own one of these expensive special saws, please do not attempt this. Well, Zach, I'm going to attempt this. Okay, after reflecting on that for about 3 total seconds, I realize I don't want to possibly lose my finger, and so instead I'll be using a hot tub.
It doesn't work the same.
And I also saw this video of this right here. Look at that. So I'm able to at least do it with a hot dog. So I feel a little bit safer now, but either way, this is going to be crazy. So let's see if it works. Okay, guys, as Zach D. Film said himself, do not try what I'm about to do at home or really ever. I showed you the video of the hot dogs because they basically conduct electricity as well. So technically on this table saw right here, it should stop when confronted with two hot dogs, which are going to be mimicking my fingers. So I have them very safely attached to this device with some tape. What I'm going to do is turn on this massive table saw and then run these hot dog fingers right through it and see if it stops. Ooh. Oh my god. Alright, here we go. I thought it was supposed to save my fingers. That cut right through it. There's the remnant of the finger. So as you can see there, that's going to be like the nub of the finger with the fingernail. So I'm really glad I didn't actually try this because even though Zach D. Film said it was going to work, it very clearly did. All right, this one's exciting because it's like a product and it's something I can get my hands on and try. And it's how this special axe forces wood to crack open. So let's check it out.
As the axe sinks into the wood, hidden metal wings catch the inside.
Look at that.
Forcing them to swing out. It has teeth. The axe keeps driving down. The wings press hard.
Look at that. It's like an assistive axe. I am very excited about this one. So it's basically an axe with teeth, and then it uses like a spring function to just expand the wood that you're cutting. This is a game changer for anybody who's a lumberjack. I've never done this before, so hopefully this helps a lot. Okay, guys, so I purchased the axe with the mouth, and this thing is actually pretty sick. So apparently this can actually just cut through utilizing these jaws right here, and there's nothing else to it. And then right here I have just a normal axe. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try
Yeah,
to
he
cut
purchased
these
it totally.
sized pieces of wood and see whether or not this one
That looks like the oldest motherfucking axe in history.
A smackdown on the wood with a small axe. Try that again. Okay, pretty healthy hit right there. How far down did I get? You know what? That was actually a pretty clean hit down the middle. But notably, I did not get all the way through. So now I want to keep that same amount of effort and now do it with the one with the jaws. Okay, here we go. We got some big girl here now. Same exact thing. This one should just crush all the way through it. It actually did it. One clean hit, and we created the firewood right down the middle. So this is actually the difference between the two. I would say this is about 50-60% stronger than just the normal axe. I thought it was going to be a scam because I didn't understand what the mechanism was, but it was just chewing down there, and I actually broke the piece of firewood right down the middle. So it turns out that one is absolutely true. Just the title of this I don't believe, but why a candle won't pop a water balloon? What do you mean a candle won't pop a water balloon? Shouldn't a water balloon be more susceptible to being popped because there's heat up against it and it's like about to burst? I don't know. I'm not a big physics guy.
If you hold a balloon over a candle, the flame will weaken the rubber.
And it'll pop.
It'll pop instantly.
So what are we doing?
Fill the balloon with water and lower it over the flame. The heat goes into the water instead of staying in the rubber. Then the water spreads the heat out before it can burn.
Sure it does. Yep. Of course that's
around the rubber.
Obviously, I don't believe this. This is not true. I think Zach D. Films, out of every single thing we've seen, I mean, this one is so far-fetched.
Oh, it's very true.
All right, so I have some water balloons right here, so I'm going to go ahead and fill these guys up, and I'm going to light a flame underneath them, and apparently, according to Zach, they're not going to break. All right, here we go. Okay, let's fill it up. Oh, nice and big. Come on, baby. I think that's perfect. Okay, now we're going to light a flame under this, and you're telling me this is not going to break. Okay, all right, here we go. Putting a flame underneath the water balloon. Wow, nothing. So I guess it's true. I mean, look at the bottom of it, though. I don't know. It looks like on the side. Oh, nothing. I don't know what I thought was going to happen, but I thought it was going to break pretty much instantly. Or at least like after 5 to 10 seconds of doing it. I mean, but the fact that it's not doing it, I mean, I 100% believe that this one is actually true. It's interesting. One more. Let's move on to the next one. This one's crazy, but it's titled How a Blinding Egg Weapon Works. What do you mean a blinding egg? Let's see this.
Poke a small hole into the top of an egg and pour it out. Then rinse the shell out.
Quite wasteful, but that's fine. We're testing.
Hollowed egg with a mix of ground pepper and flour. Take 2 strips of tape and cross them.
Okay, I see why it's blinding. Black pepper's nasty.
Wrapped inside. Now, since the shell is so fragile, instantly when thrown against it.
You do not want that. So it's like pepper spray. So, fun fact, pepper spray is just black pepper grinded up. I'm lying to you right now. I think it's capsaicin, so I'm sorry for lying to you. I had no even reason to do that. But anyways, we're going to go ahead and try this blinding egg weapon. It's just a mixture of black pepper and flour. Let's go ahead and put this together. So let's create this blinding egg. So I have the egg right here, and I have the drill bit right here. So I'm going to make a very small precision hole at the top of this egg, dump everything out. Okay, let's dump all this out now. Right, and now we just have colored eggshell. Nothing else is in this. But now we're going to put in the ground pepper and the flour, and then we're going to throw it at something and see if it blinds it. I think this alone, if it should blind it. So we got half filled with pepper. Now I'm going to add some flour. Yeah. Even as we're putting this together, it's like difficult to breathe. And then I'm going to add something. So I'm going to deviate from Zach D Films. We're going a little Sam D here. And I'm going to add some vinegar to this. So then like the chemical reaction is even crazier. So here's some white wine vinegar. And I'm going to pour this in. Then we'll tape it up and we're going to throw it at somebody. This is the secret ingredient that Zach doesn't want you to know about. Oh! It's already like a little bomb in there. It's going to explode any second. So I'm going to tape this up and we're going to throw this. All right, so I have the blinding egg right here and I found a victim right over there who I'm going to throw this at. Now, I only have one attempt at this. The blinding egg is very difficult to create, as you guys saw, so I want to make sure that I nail her directly in the eyes. 3, 2, 1. Ooh, that is repugnant. That smell is horrible. Oh my gosh, that really is a blinding egg. It's like cutting an onion on steroids. All right, I'm going to go ahead and say that that one absolutely works. I wouldn't try it and throw it on somebody because you probably actually blind them or hurt them to some degree. So don't do that, but it does technically work. So good job, Zach. So next up, we have the trick to guessing jelly beans in a jar. This is actually quite useful because I can't tell you how many times I've lost raffles because I've missed by like 50%.
To guess the number of jelly beans in a jar, measure its height and its radius.
We're doing some math, I see.
By the radius cubed.
Okay, but how precise is it?
Area of the jar.
How do you account for like that dead space?
To calculate the space inside.
Right.
Since jelly
all makes sense.
Sack perfectly. About 20% of the jar is filled with air.
Yes, that was my concern.
Number by 20%. Now, one jelly bean takes up about 0.2 cubic inches.
Yep. So divide it by 0.2.
Being volume by 0.2 cubic inches.
I was a math major.
Solid guess.
I just lied to you. That's not even true.
Are inside.
Using the power of math and Zach D Films, we're going to figure out how many jelly beans are in some jar that I end up buying. This could be huge. I'm excited for this one. Okay, so I went ahead and bought a jar of jelly beans. As you can see here, there's 36 different flavors, but how many total jelly beans are in here? Now, this is what I want to do. I want to place my guess, which is just naturally looking at this thing and then placing a guess just based off the visual. And then I'm going to compare it to the Zach D Films guess, which is just math. So if I was looking at this bad boy, now it doesn't tell me the exact amount or anything on here. I don't want to look at too much of the information, but I would say somewhere around 1,000. I don't think that's crazy. Maybe like 1,100 is my guess. Then I'm going to do some of the Zach D Films math, which includes getting the area, multiplying it by the height, and then figuring out how many meters cubed it is. And then you have to divide that by 0.2 because of the 20% rule. And we're going to see what that math turns out to.
A few moments later.
Okay, so after the final calculation, it looks to be 1,507 jelly beans, which is about 407 more jelly beans than what I guessed. So now I'm going to go ahead and count these up, and we're going to see who's closer. Also, before I count, make sure you guys leave a comment as to how many you think are in this jar, and if you follow me on Instagram and DM me your number, I will be giving one of you guys $500 if you guess it correct, and don't cheat. All right, here we go. So I'm going to pour all 1,100 of these jelly beans into here and then count them out. A lot of jelly beans, definitely over 1,000. 989, 990, 991, 992, 993, 994 jelly beans are in this jar right here. Congratulations if you guessed that. Zach D Films was way off. I was closer than Zach D Films, and I was still pretty far off, so his math is not math. So that one absolutely does work. If you guys happen to guess the number, though, congratulations to you. Make sure to send me a message on Instagram. All right, with that said, that's a failure, but let's see what else we got. Now, I've always wanted to know this, but what's inside of a bowling ball? Because I know it's inside all these other balls out there, baseballs, basketballs, footballs, but what about a bowling ball?
If you slice certain bowling balls in half, inside is a thick weight block in the middle. And as the ball...
Why would that be there? It's already heavy enough.
Weight makes it spin unevenly, causing the ball to curve sharply down the lane.
Oh, okay.
Drill holes into
I see.
It slightly shifts its balance, and this can make the ball spin differently, giving you an advantage.
So inside of a bowling ball is apparently a weight, so that's why they're super heavy, but I thought they were made of some like heavy resin material, which is why they were heavy, but I guess there's an even heavier thing inside. I don't know how I'm going to open up a bowling ball, but you're about to find out. I'm actually fascinated by this one because I've never actually thought about what is inside of a bowling ball, because you know what's inside of all other balls, but a bowling ball, it makes sense. Why Why is it so heavy? Well, it may just have that thing right in the middle, as Zach says. So this one in particular is quite heavy. I mean, this is actually the heaviest bowling ball that I've ever held. Here, feel it. Okay, it's really a beautiful one too. I hate to see this break, but I'm gonna break through this, and hopefully I see that little thingamajig that makes it go left and right and like has all of its curves. All right, first attempt at cracking this open. 3, 2, 1. Okay, it doesn't look like anything happened. Some scratching, but that means I have to use much more force, so I'm gonna go ahead and drop it from like 50 feet. All right, 3, 2, 1. Nothing? I don't know how much like harder we can go. Okay, so I'm going to resort to the axe that has the jaws because we saw how easily that cut through the wood. So I think it should be able to open this guy up. And if not, then I don't know how we're going to break this. All right, well, we broke it. Is that just concrete in the middle of this? What kind of bowling ball did I get? That's like a meteorite that fell from space. Look at all that detail. And I couldn't even tell you what this is on the inside. All right, Michael's going to make an attempt on this now. Oh, jackpot. All right, so it is very exposed. I think maybe one more right in the middle, and we should figure out whether or not they have it. Oh, no way. That's it. Wait a second. That's literally it. It looks like inside of this, I mean, we broke it, but there's absolutely that little secret device that makes the bowling ball sway back and forth when it's bowled. So Zachty Films, that is absolutely true. That one's great. How to save your phone from the toilet. Now, this is a big fear of mine. Also, I'm noticing on this freeze frame, there's some like doo-doo there. So can we blur that, please? Thank you. This is something that happens all the time. Usually phones are waterproof now, so I'm curious what they say.
If you drop your phone in the toilet, pull it out and quickly turn
That's disgusting, Zach. What are you doing, Zach? Come on now.
battery if you can. Now, some people think you should put it in rice to suck out the moisture, but this works too slowly. And
Well, it works. I've definitely saved a phone with rice. Shout out to rice.
Silica gel packets from an old shoebox. Next, put the phone
Has anybody ever actually opened those up?
back. The silica absorbs moisture quickly and will pull water from deep inside the phone.
Okay, so basically silica gel packets are more OP than rice. Is that the claim? So I guess I'm going to ruin the phone. I'm going to waterlog it, and then I'm going to trust that these silica gel packets can save it. Let's try it. Okay, so I have two brand new phones right here, and I will be running this test. So I'm going to drop both of these into the toilet until they're waterlogged and broken, and then I'm going to place one into the silica gel beads, and then the other I'm just going to let air dry, and after 24 hours, we're going to see if one of my phones is fixed. Because according to Zach D Films, it will. I'm very skeptical. I'm also sad I'm going to be possibly losing both phones. I think both. There's no way this actually works. So let's do this. All right, here goes nothing. So here's the first phone. Oh no, I dropped my phone in there. This thing waterproof? Get in there, baby. Okay, a little bit of glitching. Oh, well, that's submerging. Oh no, my other phone. Oh no, both of my phones are going to be water damaged. Okay, I'm getting some sort of error message there. Maybe it's telling me that my phone is now water damaged. So I'm going to let them submerge, and then once they're both broken, we're going to be loading them up.
A few moments later.
So the display on this is glitching out right now. As you saw, it shut off, it's turning on and off, and this thing is basically done. Look at that. Now that both phones have basically infinite water damage, like trying to get water in them, now I'm going to load it up into the silica gel beads. So this phone right here, which we'll call phone number 1, is going to go on this sill and is going to dry via sunlight and natural means. And then phone number 2 is going to go into these silica gel beads right here, but unfortunately I have to open all of them up. So let's go ahead and cut to that. This is what all the beads look like. It's kind of cool. You usually see it inside of like beef jerky and stuff, but on the inside, this is what they all look like. This is rice on steroids. It's actually really cool to the touch, kind of like boba. Then we're going to transfer our waterlogged phone into here, pour it over with the cooking channel. All right, and I mean, it's completely submerged, so if it was going to work, it would be in here. So we're going to wait 24 hours, and then we're going to check on the status of this thing to see whether or not it works. I'm not feeling good about this one, Zach. Okay, guys, it has officially been 24 hours, so I want to go ahead and check the status of our two phones. So we have the phone that was left in the sun right here, and then the phone that has been soaking in the silica gel beads right here. So we're going to start with this phone first. This is the one that was left out to air dry. It looks like it's dead and or just not working, so I'm going to go ahead and put it on the charger and see what happens. Okay, let's go ahead and turn it on. Anything? I don't think it's going to turn on. It is completely broken, and also the back of it still has the flashlight on, which means that it is on, but the display is completely broken. So we can say for certain that this one does not work. But how about this one? I'm feeling good about this one. So the light isn't on this one. That's a good start. So no flashlight or anything. Now this one is also presumably dead. So I'm going to plug it in and let's see if we actually get the display. All right. And she's in there. Is it going to turn on? Give it a second just in case. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Something, something. Turn on, turn on. I think we can say with certainty that. The silica gel beads technique unfortunately does not work. So we have both of our broken phones here, and unfortunately, you guys saw that. You guys saw that. I don't know, I just took it off the charger. But the display actually works. It's just dead. The silica gel technique actually works. How to make coolicles. Now, I don't know what coolicles is. If I had to take a guess, I would say it's Kool-Aid and a lollipop. A Kool-Aid flavored lollipop.
Slice the pickles into strips and pour sugar straight into the pickle jar.
Oh, tell me we are not making Kool-Aid pickles.
Turning the juice bright red.
Oh, no.
Until the sugar and powder fully dissolve, then place the pickles back into the jar and put the lid on. Over time,
okay, we are making Kool-Aid pickles, or Koolicles.
Later, you'll have Kool-Aid flavored pickles.
Wait, what? That's literally going to be me when I try this, so I just want you guys to be aware this is not going to be good. Okay, it is time to make Koolicles. So I have my spear pickles right here, and then I have a bunch of Kool-Aid cherry mix right here, and I'm going to basically just put this cherry Kool-Aid mix into the pickle juice and then let the pickles marinate, because it's a pretty simple food hack here, and in 24 hours, these should basically be Kool-Aid pickles, or Koolicles. I'm kind of excited about this one because I love pickles, but I don't love Kool-Aid. I think Kool-Aid is absolutely disgusting, so I wonder how those two combine. So I'm going to separate all the pickles first so I can pour the juice from this jar to this jar. Good. And I have some backup pickle juice here, just to get a bit more. Now we're going to load up the Kool-Aid into here. Oh my gosh. Wow. Just pure red 40 chemical mixing with this pickle juice. You know what? One more for good measure. They say 5's a charm. So let's actually do one more. Yeah, why not? We're just going to finish it off. We're going to do 7 Kool-Aid packets in these pickles. Now, the kid in the Zach D. Films video threw up when he tried the pickles, and they only put 1 in. So there's going to be 7. We're going to have a similar fate. All right. Geronimo, have fun, boys. I'll see you guys in 24 hours. They just get lost. You can't even see them anymore. Try to find a pickle challenge, impossible. Let's see this job. Okay, pickles. We're gonna wait 24 hours, and I'm gonna try them, and hopefully they're red pickles. That'd be cool. The visual's gonna be cool. I bet you the taste is not gonna be. All right, guys. So it has been about 24 hours, and this is what things look like. I'm really excited actually to open this up to see what these pickles look like, because apparently, according to Zach D. Films, they should be red pickles. Oh my gosh, this pickle is soaked. Let me show you what we're dealing with here. This is literally what the pickle looks like now. It is no longer green at all. Like, it is straight red. It's like a flaming hot pickle at this point. I'm kind of scared to take a bite of this. I feel like it's going to stain my teeth permanently, but here we go. You know what? I hate to say it, it's actually not bad. I guess when you soak them in red 40 dye like I did right there, that's the result of it. But nonetheless, this one actually works. How to make a strong hammer out of ice. What? In what world is ice strong enough to be a hammer? I guess we're going to find out.
If you pour water into a hammer mold, freeze it, peel it out, and then try to hit a nail, it will...
Yeah, of course. So now what do we got here?
Mallet mold to spread the weight more evenly.
Okay.
Next, tear up a paper towel to spread on
Here
the
we
bottom. This makes a mesh.
Paper towel. So this is the difference?
Together. After that, stuff in cotton balls, which helps keep
this. At this point, it's not even ice. This is no longer an ice. Okay, now we have ropes.
The handle connected to the head.
All right.
Finally, if you top it off with one more layer,
of course, top it off with paper towels. This is not even an ice block anymore.
With a sturdy hammer that can crush a jawbreaker.
100% cap. This is not going to work. In what world is an ice hammer with like rope going to withstand a nail? We're about to find out. All right, guys, I have all the material in front of me, including the ice mold right here. So I want to make the strong hammer, as Zach D. Films put it, out of ice, which I don't believe whatsoever, but we're going to find out. So I have 4 slits right here. I'm going to pour normal water in 2 of them, and then I'm going to use his method on the other 2. Then I'll get a nail, and we'll figure out whether or not this thing works. So these are going to be just normal water. Put these up. And then over here, we're going to put together everything he just said. Starting with tearing up paper towel and just lining it along this area. Okay, and I think this gives it structural integrity. So the next step is to put these cotton balls on top of this. Don't understand what this is doing, but I'm going to find them up directly on top of the paper towels. And the most confusing part to me is going to be these strings. So I don't know what this is supposed to do. They said the structural integrity of it will remain in place. Put these down, and then fill it up. And then to end things, I'm going to top it off with more paper towels. How do you even come up with this? Who's the first person to invent this? And some fresh Parmesan on top of our ice pizza here. We are now in business, so I'm going to go ahead and put this in the freezer. We're going to wait probably an hour or two for this to harden, and then we're going to test it out, see whether or not it's actually like mallet.
That better?
Okay guys, so it has officially been frozen now, so this is what things look like. So we have the two normal ones here on the right, and then on the left we have the Zacti Films ice mallets, and I have some nails right here that are in the wood, as you guys can see. So I'm going to start off with just the normal ice mallet, which is just this right here, and predictably this thing should just break upon impact. So here we go. 3, 2, 1. Wait, this is working surprisingly well. Okay, so that broke, but it was actually able to nail it down quite a bit, which is kind of interesting. It's a pretty solid block of ice right here, but apparently this is nothing compared to what we were about to experience with this one. Like, this one should not break whatsoever. I don't even think it should chip. Okay, so we're going to try to hammer this in at least like half an inch. Let's see if this one works now. Oh my gosh, it's actually working. It did chip a little bit, but it is actually hammering the nail in. I don't know if this can actually break. Break. All right, I mean, I am convinced the Zacti Films ice mallet is absolutely a real thing. I did not expect that to be real, but it is, and that is very cool. Good job, Zach. Here we have the best way to cut a watermelon. Now, I love watermelon. They're like 95% water, so they're a really healthy summer snack, so I love having some watermelon, but I don't even know the best way to cut it, because usually when I eat watermelon, it just like gets all over me. Let's see what they say.
When you slice a watermelon in half, and in half again...
That's what I do, yes. Yep, classic.
Juices cover your face.
Yes, that's the problem.
If it doesn't fit your mouth, you actually lose some of the fruit.
Okay,
Instead,
yeah.
cut the watermelon
You're reaching to the choir.
on the short side and flip it over.
Right.
Next, slice even strips in one direction. Then
Psychopathic, but that's fine.
Making a grid.
Even more psychopathic.
Piece. Most of them will be the perfect size to fit in your mouth.
Are we about to make watermelon lollipops? I think so. And I don't know about you guys, but I am sick and tired of getting watermelon juice all over my face during the summer when I eat a watermelon wet. So we're going to listen to Zach here, and we're going to see if we can cut this the right way. So he said down the middle on the short side, which is this way. Now, I like watermelon boneless. This does have
burnt myself the first time I went to go grab it.
Nice and simple. He just said to flip it over, and now I'm going to cut basically vertical strips
I'm
here.
sorry.
1,
I didn't mean to wake you up.
3, 4, 5,
Are you okay with
6,
things going back this way,
Now
though?
what we're going to do
You
is
understand
now
why?
finish the grid off
No,
by going this
I
way.
can't sit
Actually,
there.
already, I mean, this is the last step. After about 30
Why?
seconds of cutting,
It
did I create the
hurts.
ultimate watermelon piece? Take this one right in the middle.
I need
I mean, it looks good. All right, well, let's give it a taste and let's see if I get any juice on my face.
How
So
often
wash
you
it
use
gently.
those
I want
bottom
you to see
drawers?
whether or not I'm clean.
How often you use those bottom drawers?
I only use the main one to fucking
This is how I would have cut a watermelon if I was just by myself. And this ultimately works, so let's move on to the next one. This is a problem I encounter all the time, but how to open a stuffed
I've been so tempted
pistachio.
to
So
just put the
presumably we're going to
fucking
learn
fridge
how to
on that
open those
thing.
really
It's
closed
pissing me off.
shells, the ones that is like really tough to open up. So let's see what he has to say.
If you bite a pistachio that won't open, the pressure can sometimes fracture your enamel.
Okay, that's crazy. I've never had that.
It might hurt your skin over time. So instead,
Or that.
half of an old shell and
Right.
wedge it in
Oh, duh.
line before twisting
Huh?
it sharply. This puts
How have we never thought of that?
apart, letting you crack it open
Yep.
in seconds. And if
Okay.
the pistachio is completely sealed,
That's impossible, right?
the towel
What's
and
he telling me?
tap
You want
with
it
a
back the
heavy
way it
hand.
was?
All right, I'm a little bit skeptical on that last part, but I do agree that I think shoveling it up is going to work.
Because at least with it like this,
with a pan with a towel over it, it's going to open up a closed shell. That one I don't agree
you can
with,
fucking
but the
do
rest
your
of it does
shit.
look good. Okay, so here we have the pistachios. The goal is to find two different kinds of pistachios. One that's really hard to open but has a small crack, and one that has zero crack whatsoever, so I could use a pan, hit it over it, and see if it'll open up. This would be fun, because those annoying pistachios, that's a very real thing. So I'm going to search around for some deadly ones. So I found our two candidates. So our first one, which has a very tiny slit, is this guy right here. Then I have a bigger normal pistachio. So what I want to do is just open him up. So I have this shell now. Put that up. Let's see if this is real. Twist. Yeah, I mean, wow, that was easier than I thought. But what about if it's completely shut? Literally no open whatsoever. So the method here is to put something over this pistachio, and then I want to hit it with a pan, and apparently it's just going to split open nice and easy. Okay, so we're going to place him down like so, cover him up, and then I'm actually going to use some friendly fire. I'm going to use the bottom of this to hit the top of it, and we're going to see if it breaks. Okay, nothing yet. Oh, I heard a crack. I heard some bones crack. All right, a little bit. So we have a really tiny crack now. That's promising. All right, I don't know if this is cutting it though, so I want to find something else. If you have a mallet on standby, you can also use this.
You're constantly in the fucking way because you sat.
I guess it does work though. So spoiler alert: crushing a pistachio into the pistachio. So I don't know what Zach was trying to tell us there, but I guess it does work. So I have to give him props on that one. I probably shouldn't be highlighting this one. This is how to open a locked door using a credit card. So if you're locked out of your house, or if you are technically trying to break into somebody's house, which I don't condone and you shouldn't do, this is how you open it.
Slide the card into the gap between the door and the frame.
Oh, it can't be that easy. Wait, do we have Zach D. Film's credit card information? All right, we don't.
Angle it slightly and push it against the slanted side. As you apply pressure, the latch starts to slide into the door.
Is that really all it takes?
Grip on the door.
Flip it over in the middle of the night.
The card while pushing the door.
This you can lay up on top of that.
And this is going to open the door?
The door will swing open.
Well, I got plenty of doors. I think there's 6 back there. So let's open some locked doors using our credit card. This would be crazy if it worked. Okay, here goes nothing. So I have a credit card right here, and this is the door to my bathroom. So as you see, it's open right now, but I just click the lock, and the door is completely locked. So I can never use the bathroom again if this doesn't work. All right, so I have to basically wedge this into there. Okay. Then I want to Oh,
I'm not singing right now.
This is dangerous. I don't know if I should.
You're tripping yourself though, bro.
Look, so despite this still being locked, I was able to bust in here. So if somebody's using the bathroom and you want to go in, you technically could if you have a credit card, although I don't advise doing it. All right, Zach, that is a point for you. That one was a good one. All right, here we have how to make a spinning paper balloon. I don't even know what that is, but how can a piece of paper turn into a spinning balloon? Let's take a look.
Fold the paper diagonally both ways to make it.
Because you distracted me.
So we're making a little bit of an origami to start.
And cross.
Classic. I'm used to this. I have good success with that.
Before pressing it into a triangle. Next, flip up one corner and tuck it into the center.
This is going to take me 30 minutes to do. I already know. I'm not good at this stuff.
And blow into the tip.
We're blowing into paper and inflating it into this?
These to make a spinning paper balloon.
I mean, that would be very cool. I actually hope this one is true because that's a really cool party trick. Like somebody's making some beat paper airplane and then I pull up with a spinning paper balloon and I'm blowing into it. This could actually be insane for the aura, so let's go ahead and make this. Okay, so I have my square piece of paper right here, so I'm going to follow the instructions to a T, and hopefully I create this spinning paper balloon. I'm actually really excited about this one, because the last time I tried to create a Zach D. Films paper airplane, this is what happens. One. Here comes the hard part. And the last step is to blow into the tip. You're telling me this is going to blow into form just by doing this? Wait, it worked. Okay, so it got nice and puffy. So I guess now I just throw it. That's kind of cool. Oh, whoa. That was actually kind of crazy. Hold on. Ooh. All right, Zach. All right. That is a really cool paper airplane trick right there. That is something you would bring to like Boy Scouts competitions. Like that is some next level engineering. Really cool trick. I'm going to go ahead and say that absolutely works. That is a really cool one.
Just shove it under my table.
Suggest that you guys should do this because this is a ton of fun. Baseball star caught with a corked bat. Now, I haven't watched this yet, but I think it's going to be Sammy Sosa. Big baseball fan. He's one of like the most popular instances of this.
He hit the ball so hard. The bat cracked.
So I can fucking put my legs up under my desk anyways.
Yep.
Notice something.
Cork bat. Look at that.
On the cork inside. You see,
the whole reason why I put it over there.
Hey,
no, just listen to me.
Heavy wood and replacing
stop fucking cutting me off. Well, I was just stop telling you how I'm fucking feeling, telling you about shit, okay?
Shout out to Sammy Sosa.
I'm
shout out to Mark McGwire. Shout out to Barry Bonds.
You're really fucking pissing me
I
off.
appreciate them. I think they're ultimately very good for baseball. I love steroids. I think the use
most cases,
I was
in
here
sports
in
is
this
actually
fucking room
amazing. I
before
love
you
seeing
were.
that peak performance no matter what. Also, Barry Bonds is the greatest baseball player of all time, but I digress. And Sammy Sosa's corked bat, we're going to try to replicate. So I'm going to buy a wood bat and I guess just put some line forks in it.
But all I was trying to say, the whole reason why I moved that over there is because it doesn't fit over here with MJ's food and water.
See, just a standard baseball bat. No funny business happening here, but there's about to be funny business happening here.
Or else I'd put it over there.
I'm going to literally pull this bat. I'm going to see how
because it's literally this fucking long.
So I'm just going to drill in so I have the opening to put the cork in. Oh, that's fun. Look at that.
You only want to think about yourself, right?
Okay, so I drilled the hole.
Trying to make it easier so that MJ can drink her fucking food without feeling like she's in the way and constantly jumping around the fucking place and breaking shit.
There is cork.
Do you think about that one?
Probably all the way down to here. There's a.
Instead of just accusing me of being an asshole for fucking moving your shit and trying to fuck you over, like I'm not trying to fuck you over. I'm trying to make things better. And you stop being mean, like a fucking mean bitch all the time. If you actually heard me out half the fucking time, you'd realize you're the one that's in the wrong for yelling at me.
So the cork bat.
God forbid I give a fuck about the dog, and I want the dog to have a nice, healthy area to fucking
method to get every single piece of meat
so that she's not in your way, and you're not being like, get the fuck out of my way, get the fuck out of my way, because I'm sick and tired of hearing it ever since I moved that.
Really sad start.
Poach it in salted water.
Kill them, poach them, they turn red.
After that, snap off the claws at the knuckles. Twist, then pull, and the meat should slide right out.
So we're going to do surgery on a lobster.
Open and empty the other side.
That easy?
You need to stop being so fucking hard on everybody.
Off. Then squeeze the shell to pop out.
Stop being so hard on everybody, and you'll wonder, and you'll start to see why people were yelling at you.
Squeeze the meat out.
No, okay, that's not going to work. Everything else looked doable. That's not working. Now I live in the Northeast, so I have my fair share of lobsters.
You snap at people, they're going to snap back 10 times harder.
Some of these techniques are going to work, but I'm excited to try them. So what I'm most frustrated
I know. And you're sitting here bickering about something that you can't even control, so I don't even get why the fuck you're bitching about it.
I'm learning something, and I hope that it's true. So let's try it out for the first time ever. Trying to do every single piece of lobster.
Just so that it's out of the way.
So right here, I have my own lobster. He is currently
steamed. Did you so badly want your stool?
I'm going to literally just follow every single instruction, see if we can maximize the amount of meat that we get in this guy. So the very first step is to snap off the claws.
Until you need to get
I
a
guess
folding
I'm just
bed or a
going to give
birthday
this a
bed.
little.
And it's probably going to be a folding
there. Snap right there. Then they said to crack at the knuckle, which is going to be this joint right here. Okay, good.
What? Get you a camping chair and have you be in the way.
Right, sorry about that.
Even more than you already are.
I've ever seen. I got Mr. Krabs here. Said the meat should slide right out. Okay, some of it did. And they say to use a knife to crack these open.
Do you just like taking steps backwards, or do you want to keep moving forward?
And now here's all that.
Yeah, let's add more things to a room that already doesn't have space, and I already feel fucking cramped as fuck as is because you have so much crap in here. You realize 75% of that fucking clothing in there is yours, right?
Yep. They say squeeze the shell, or you could pop out the juicy meat. Yummy. I think I'm getting lobster poop on me. And
I have like one shelf filled with my fucking shit. You have 3.
Stomach when it came out.
3.
Since lobsters are arthropods, they have 8 legs, and we're going to remove each of them like so. And I'm excited for this part because they said I can use a rolling pin to roll out the meat. Okay, that didn't work great. So let's try a new method. Alright, what's the next step? And then apparently that's it, because they said afterwards I just do this, and this is what our lobster looks like. Alright, well that was a fun one, but now you know how to get every single piece of meat out of a lobster if you happen to like lobster, so I think we all learned something there. How cheating dice work. This one's very exciting because I feel like people I've played with have cheated before in like Yahtzee board games, and I'm convinced they're using cheating dice, so I want to see what Zach has to say here.
A tiny nail is placed inside the drilled hole. Then it's glued shut. cut and repainted.
Oh, duh. So it's just heavier, right?
The die heavier, causing the opposite side to land face up more often, allowing you to cheat. Another method is heating the dice with the number you want pointing upwards.
No way that works.
The melted part settles unevenly, which changes its
Sure.
land on your chosen number.
So apparently there's a ton of different ways to manipulate dice, so I'm going to get my hands on some cheating dice and we're going to play some games. Okay guys, feast your eyes on these dice right here. So I have 2 standard dice in my hands, but little do you know that these are cheating dice. Now I'm not going to tell you how they're cheating, but all I want you to do is guess a number 2 through 12 that you think this is going to roll on. And don't say 7 because that's the most common number. You could say 7 if you want. Lock in your numbers. Let me know you think it's going to go on. I'm going to give it a roll. All right. If you guys said 7, you would be lucky winners. Let's roll again. 7 again? What? And one more try. What are the odds of getting 7 3 times in a row? Somebody calculate that. Well, guess what? Whatever those odds are, erase them. Because this is a pair of cheating dice, which means, just look at them. Every single one, I'm pretty sure, is a 2 or a 6. And every one on here is a 5. So you're always guaranteed either 7 or 11. One more for good measure, 7 or 11. What is it? You said 7. You're right again. Okay, this one's going to teach us how to get out of those Chinese finger traps, because those things, I probably spent hours upon hours of collective time in a Chinese finger trap, and I've never actually know how to get out of them.
If you insert your finger,
teach me, Zach.
Chinese finger trap, and then try to pull them out,
doesn't work.
The lattice is stretched lengthwise.
Yes.
This stretching causes the individual fibers to contract around your fingers.
Okay, so there's the science, but how do I get out of it?
Pull, the more the fibers contract, making it almost impossible to escape.
I'm with you. 80% through, Zach.
Push your fingers together. This will loosen the tension and allow the fibers to expand.
Is it really that simple? So instead of pull, you just push together? Why didn't I ever think of that? I'm going to try it. All right, guys, so here we have the Chinese finger traps. I purchased a bunch of them just in case this goes wrong. Well, I guess if it goes wrong, I'm not going to be able to get my fingers out of them, but let's go ahead and take one of the blue ones. And then, it's like a good Chinese finger trap, I'm going to insert my fingers deep into them, like so, until I could no longer move. So now I'm pulling, and I was able to get out. It is true, it does bind, like, as I'm pulling. Oh, yeah, that's tough. Okay, that's stuck. So the finger's stuck, so now they say to just pull slowly and push them together. If you push together, it works. So we'll just do one more with both fingers. All right, now my thumbs are in, and as you can see, I am, like, squarely in there. I can't get out. I'm pulling really hard, and Zach D. Film said, don't pull so hard, pull soft. So go together like so. I'll do a little bit of a twist. Why isn't this coming off? Get off me, China! Well, that's one way to break it. So I guess it kind of works. That one I'm going to give a 50-50, so kind of works, kind of doesn't work, because I almost just spent the rest of my life with a Chinese finger trap like this, but luckily I was able to find my own way. But if you do soften it, that's definitely better than just pulling super hard. I am not trying that one again. So now we have what happens if mercury touches airplane metal. Now, mercury is very poisonous. I do know that. Looks like somebody's about to break open a thermometer on a plane, so apologies to the FAA and TSA early. Let's see what we got.
If you broke a thermometer on the plane, the mercury could slowly eat through the aluminum, where the metals could react together.
That is crazy. And then what? You have a little bit of a hole in there?
Snap with almost no force. Left alone, it could tear a hole through the aircraft.
What?
But there's one catch. Aluminum protects itself with a layer of oxide.
Okay.
Unless it hits a scratch in the perfect spot, it probably won't do much damage.
He really chalked it up to be something crazy. And then he's like, well, it could, and then only if it's on a scratch, and even so, maybe not enough. I don't know how I'm going to get my hands on mercury or something even similar, but I'm going to try my best, and then we'll test this out. Not on a plane, though. I'm going to find something else in the All right, guys, so I could not get my hands on mercury, unfortunately, because mercury is basically a banned substance, and it's very difficult to get. So instead, I found another element that basically does the same thing, and it's called gallium. And this is safe to touch. It's not lethal to breathe in or anything, so I feel more comfortable also playing with this. And then here you'll see that I have an HP Spectre aluminum laptop, and so I'm going to basically try to ruin it with this gallium right here, because apparently gallium is also super effective on aluminum. Now, as you guys can see, I did tear up this laptop a little bit just so the raw
just out of the way.
Because sometimes it's treated.
Just don't
Now
slide
I'm
it
just
too
going
hard
to
to the
put
point
all
where it
of this
smacks the
gallium
fucking
right
damn
here
freaking-
on this little scratched area, and we're gonna see if it.
I know, because I'm too strong and I need to fucking realize how fucking much stronger I've been getting.
There it is.
Because things that used to be heavy are not heavy anymore.
So fucking loud.
I mean, so as you guys can see, there's literally no reaction happening. I mean, this is gallium, so I can't necessarily fault Zach D Films because this isn't mercury. I'm sure if it was mercury, or if this gallium was just liquefied, it would probably do something. But for some reason, they gave me hardened gallium. I ordered liquid gallium, and this is what came. I know it's super malleable, it changes a lot, but in this case, we were unable to properly run the experiment, so I'm going to call this inconclusive. All right, guys, well, that was a lot of fun testing these different Zach D Films videos. Shout out again to Zach D Films. He's the GOAT. Appreciate all your videos. Thank you for letting me.
Impression right now and say, always, with beer in my hand and watching in my pants. What else would you get me? Can I just stop something else?
Everyone talks about the 5,000 calories and the heavy deadlifts, but here's what the studio tried to hide. To achieve that man of steel look, Cavill's trainer Mark Twight used a psychological warfare technique called the tailpipe. It wasn't just lifting weights. It was a 100 repetition hell designed to induce ego death by pushing the body into total oxygen debt. But here's the crazy part. Rumors from the set suggest Cavill was pushed so hard his nervous system actually began to shut down. He wasn't just sore, he was experiencing central nervous system fatigue, a state where your brain literally stops sending signals to your muscles. There's a theory that the dehydration phase for the shirtless scenes was so extreme, Cavill was seeing double and could barely stand, which is why his movements in the Smallville fight look so uniquely heavy and visceral. He wasn't acting, he was physically collapsing. The most kept secret, Cavill supposedly had a no-mirror rule. Twight banned mirrors for months because he wanted Henry to stop looking like an actor and start feeling like a weapon. He didn't want him to see the progress. He wanted him to survive the pain. Everyone talks about the...
I will give you $10 to go take a nap in the truck right now.
Huh?
Please go take a nap in the truck. Make sure the wire's up there.
Huh?
I see it on the ground. You want this? Tell me the truth.
No way.
Okay.
Please, huh?
For what? No, I'm not giving him a tip. I don't give every driver a tip, man.
Where's the truth?
Why don't you give him a tip? You were the one bossing him around. You give him a tip. I saw you had money in your wallet. No. No. Not today. Yeah, take the buggy off. Because then we don't have to.
What?
Yeah, take the power buggy off, please. Man, he's been arguing about everything today.
Robert Downey Jr.'s phone is impossible to reach, but here's how he picked it up to save his big friend Chris Hemsworth.
Who can get a fellow Avenger on the phone the quickest? 3, 2, 1, call an Avenger.
Call an Avenger. Here we go. Scarlett, do you have someone?
Hello, Mom. Mom, can you pretend me?
Scarlett. Oh, Scarlett, are you talking to each other?
Yes.
It's an Avenger who's not in this room.
Did you get one?
Hey, man, it's just me and you chatting. Just wanted to say hello and see how you're doing. Where are you?
I'm just hanging out in my living room.
We would have been ripped to shreds if you hadn't answered, so thank you for saving our lives.
How come you didn't pick up when I called?
This gives you a award for having the shortest phone conversation with Robert Downey Jr. ever.
Robert Downey Jr.'s phone is impossible to reach, but
if I can pull down half of what you can, then you have to buy me a new set from Paragon.
You're on. Done deal.
All right. What are you starting at?
I'm starting at 100.
Ooh, too easy for you. For 50.
Easy.
I might have a chance.
140.
70.
Oh, she's got a little more strength than I thought she did.
The new set is on the line, you know?
160.
I feel like you're gonna max this thing out.
Ooh. 180.
90.
200. Lock in.
Ooh.
Gone a lot farther than I thought you would, that's for sure.
You doubted me?
I did.
Hey, you got any tape? My back is lit.
Oh.
100.
Ooh. Someone needs to get off the 55 start working sets. We're actually having to show her during this series how much more weight she can actually lift during a normal workout.
210. Crazy. Oh. Man down. You okay?
5 minutes later.
105.
Easy money.
220, and this maxes out the machine. 110 for my new set.
Ooh, dang. Alright. I guess you win.
Since the machine doesn't go any further, we're gonna have to call it quits, but there may be a redo in the future.
Find a bigger machine. Let's go.
Yeah, I can too. Mama, what you doing? You sure you know what you're doing? Well, that's Daddy right there.
Oh, okay.
What you doing, baby?
Put some oil in the car. I was a half a quart low. Yeah. What? What's wrong? I was half a quart low this morning. You've been working so much, so I said I'd put oil in the car. What's wrong?
Did you put? Was this full?
Yeah, I was a half a quart low.
Why'd you put half a quart low in? I mean, why'd you put half a quart in, baby?
That's how much I was low.
Canola oil, baby.
Yeah.
That's cooking oil.
Oh, maybe I should put vegetable oil in there then.
Vegetable oil?
You can't put cooking oil in there? Huh? What's wrong?
Did you put that cooking oil in my car?
I did.
That's not regular oil.
You can't put that cooking oil in the car? Y'all just been helping me out a little bit.
Helping me? You about to help me. You about to bankrupt me. Now I gotta go buy a new car if it don't act. Why did you even mess with it, babe?
You've been working so much, and I was a half a quart because I've been spitting the sputting.
You've been spitting the sputting?
Yeah.
Spitting and sputting? Well, now you ain't got to worry about that because you took care of that. Because you ain't even going to spit or sput or crank the hell up.
Really? It'll be all right.
Oh, put it on the car.
If you took 1 grain of sand, flew it into space, and launched it back down toward Earth at light speed.
Stop right there. Anything with mass cannot reach light speed. That's special relativity 101. As you approach light speed, required energy goes to infinity. Even protons at the Large Hadron Collider.
That much energy would superheat the air in front of it into plasma.
So for something close to light speed, atmospheric compression would create a plasma shock front. Same physics as a nuclear fireball. Rapid energy deposition. It wouldn't burn, it would be immediately converted into debris plasma.
And disintegrate the grain long before it hits anything.
And long before you get anywhere close to light speed.
If you made the grain of sand indestructible,
Alright, gonna violate material physics and thermodynamics. Alright.
And it impacted Earth, that blast would release more force than all of Earth's nukes combined.
I mean, easily, if you're talking actual light speed.
Instantly vaporizing the ocean and shattering the crust apart, and Earth would disappear.
Okay, so this is framed like you're starting out at, say, 99% the speed of light, and then it...
While these girls were tanning in their neighbor's truck bed, they came across the craziest problem.
You're currently tanning in the back of a truck bed because the pool is closed. We're not telling your neighbor. It's been about 30 minutes. So I should bet you said you just tried to he's going. Uh-oh. I see palm trees. And we're going pretty fast. Definitely a parking lot, but as far as I'm concerned, it's like he's at Eliano's getting coffee. So we're gonna hang up whenever he gets to the drive-thru and get a coffee too. Hey! Can we get a coffee too?
What are you doing back here?
I'm gonna do an iced caramel latte. Thank you so much. Thank you.
But how would you react if you were the driver? While these girls were tanning in their neighbor's truck...
I'll just do a chocolate milk. Chocolate milk? I wanted to tell you that you're going to receive life alternatives.
Huh? He said, if I'm afraid I don't have enough for a tip, but if I told you I got a present in the parking lot. That doesn't so creepy at all.
Ma'am, how would you like this brand new van? No cash, no cash.
Start crying. I will say I don't know where the key is.
How you don't know where the key is?
It ain't stolen. No one stolen it. Did you Uber here? Did it work? I did. I Uber.
No way.
I Uber every day.
Hell
yeah. I'm definitely going to turn this into my little hippie van.
I'll just do a chocolate milk.
How much?
Wait, first done.
How much?
$1,000.
Fine.
Idiot. 2,000.
Fine.
5. No. 10. What? How much should I ask for? 200,000.
200,000 and $1.
Mr. White, how about you let someone else have some fun?
Oh, sure, no problem. I'm sorry.
300,000.
$300,000 and 1 cent.
500,000.
Now back off, you little brat.
Wow, Miss Keene, it's a lot of money for someone like you. $2 million.
2.
Sold to Mr. Bruce Wayne. I don't care how much money you have. You're a dork and a freak, Wayne. You always were. Brad, show. Give me a second, guys.
Wait, who's Bruce talking to?
Let's go, guys. Not him. Let me talk to the owner. You're standing next to him. How about the place? How much?
Wait, Bruce, stop.
Warmer inside. You want to come inside? 1, 2, 3. That's good. You're good. My brother's 22 years old and can only cook box mac and cheese. So today I'm going to teach him how to make chicken Alfredo. The rules are that I can't touch anything and I can't taste anything. What are you doing? What are you talking about? Use the tongs. What's happening right here? We're burning. Oh, we're burning. Hey, I didn't think you noticed it. You noticed it. Dude, the onion. Don't forget about the fucking onions, dude. Yeah. Hey, man, I'm freaking out, man. This is not starting out. You gotta cook with love. You gotta cook with love. Dude, we should have got some garlic bread. Oh shit, the fucking sauce. Good. Yeah, you should have started bubbling. Now you're started bubbling. Yeah. Should have thought right here for the soup. Is it ready? Maybe like another minute. New stuff. It's good. We know it works. Perfect. Look at that. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's good. You're good. Yeah, that tastes phenomenal.
It's fucking good.
Holy shit.
Thailand shut down its most famous and most popular beach for 4 years straight, and what came back is unreal.
In those crowds, it felt a lot less like heaven. So the authorities shut it down.
So basically, there's a beach in Thailand that's called Maya Bay, and it became the most famous beach on Earth after Leonardo DiCaprio filmed the movie there in 2000. And within just a few years, 6,000 tourists were showing up every single day on a beach that's only 15 meters wide. And then due to all the pollution that people were causing on the beach, by 2018, over 80% of all coral in this area was gone. So basically, Thailand went and shut it down completely, so no tourists, no people, no boats at all. And the plan was only 4 months at first. But whenever scientists were actually able to sit back and analyze all of the real damage that was caused, they expanded it to 4 years. And they gave up $300 million of tourism to shut it down. Within just 3 months of time, blacktip reef sharks actually came back to the area, and not only that, but they started breeding. And then scientists were able to replant over 30,000 coral fragments by hand to try to bring the area back faster. Fish populations were able to explode by 200%, and the water went crystal clear. They gave nature 4 years of silence, and it gave back an entire ecosystem. Thailand shut down its
Alright, what do we have here? Noodles. Throw it in the water. Oh my god. A bunch of fish came out and ate the noodles. Okay, it looks like he's gonna use it as bait now. And he's got a fish on. No way. Can instant ramen really catch a fish?
After seeing that crazy video, I had to test it. Do fish eat ramen or is it just the Asian? I started off by chumming the ramen in the water. There's a heavy current, so I wanted that smell to drip. After that, I started twirling the noodles on my hook like some spaghetti. I then got it casted out and let the current drift it downstream. Now it's time to set my rod down and see what fish comes and picks it up.
Oh my god. I got a bite on the noodles. Look at that drag. Just rip it. Okay, yeah, he's ripping. We're gonna have to give him a second. Tight and drag. Got him. That's a fish running. Look at the ramen. I have to pound through this current. Feels like a decent fish. Probably a 15-pound blue cat on the ramen. Come here, boy. There's a nice fish on the ramen. Alright, what do we have?
Would you take $300 for it?
How about 500?
Don't be a cheapskate, Rick. This thing's obviously dope. This thing could have rode down to Hitler's bunker, Rick. You don't want to pass on this bike.
I doubt they tactical bicycles.
You never know. You weren't there.
I'll do the $500.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, it's a BSA airborne bicycle. So,
Airborne bicycle.
Yeah,
it's a flying
it's
bicycle.
a folding bike that the paratroopers could hold on front of their chest and jump out of planes with. When they landed, they'd unfold it, put it together, and ride around on it. What I'm amazed about, Rick, is everything on this looks period. I don't see any replacement part. It's got the original tool pouch, so they actually brought, oh wow, you actually have it. So these multi-tools can basically take this whole bike apart.
So what are they worth?
Usually they're worth about $1,500, $2,000, but this is the only one I've ever seen that's completely original, soup to nuts. I wouldn't be surprised if you got $5,000 for this.
Would you take $300 for it?
It's a blind spot, right?
Oh my, wow, you're...
Hold on. You can tell it's me. That's impressive.
You don't need super eyes when you have super ears.
Can I just say, that is amazing. And you, my friend, are a true hero.
Thank you.
I just have one question. What happens if I do this? And now you're just another useless fucking blind guy.
What made you think I would ever allow a cripple into the 7? For fuck's sake, Ashley, don't look at him, look at me. Ashley, look at me.
Sorry.
The only reason you're here not doing corporate PR for fucking Diva Cups is that I brought you here. You, dispensable.
He basically said, if you ate 1,000 calories a day of just donuts, you will get fat. And I replied in the comment, I'm like, I disagree. It's purely thermodynamics.
You know, someone did that, but with Twinkies to prove a point. And weight isn't the only thing they lost. This is Mark Hahn, the professor of human nutrition at Kansas State University. And for 10 weeks, he wanted to do an experiment, eating what he called the Twinkie diet, a diet made up of exclusively Twinkies, Oreos, Doritos, and a few other gas station snacks, to see if he could still lose weight by following the #1 rule for weight loss
boss, eating fewer calories than you burned. He found that he burned about 2,600 calories per day, and even though it was just junk food, he made sure to only eat 1,800 calories. After 20 weeks of eating like this, he lost 27 pounds, with his body fat dropped from 33% down to 24%. But that's not really surprising. What came next is his bad cholesterol also dropped by 20%, and his good cholesterol went up by 20%. His triglycerides were almost cut in half, and his blood pressure dropped from stage 1 hypertension down to a normal healthy level. Listen to what I'm about to say. No one is telling you to eat like this. Calories do matter, but they're not the only thing that matters. This just shows you that you don't have to be perfect to be healthy, and that having some unhealthy foods in a mostly healthy diet isn't a bad thing and doesn't make you unhealthy.
He basically said,
okay, sure, I just got off the phone with my supervisor and he's on his way. You know, argue with him. How do you think this is going to end?
What? How do you think this is gonna end? I just got off the phone with my supervisor.
Thanks. I'm a supervisor. I'm fat and stupid, and I got brought out here in the middle of the night for absolutely no reason because my incompetent, idiot officer couldn't do his job. And now I'm going to... Hold on a second. This is a good donut. Because my idiot, stupid officer couldn't do his job, and now I'm going to come out here and do absolutely nothing while wasting everybody's time because I'm trying to eat my donuts.
Come on. Yeah, honey. Greg! Take a seat.
Okay.
Is there anything that you would like to share with us?
Is it because I'm wearing a leotard?
Now I realize you're gay, so it all makes sense.
Guys, I'm not gay.
Yes, you are.
We saw your vision board with all the half-naked guys on it.
Whoa. Hot guys in suits? Ashton Kutcher? Abs, abs, abs? And hold on, arm around Cooper Bradford. Could Oliver be gay? Come on, there's not a boob in sight. If Oliver's straight, where are all the boobs, Katie? Valid question.
Who's this pretty boy and when's a honeymoon?
I don't think Oliver's gay. My mother knows these things. I would have noticed something.
Maybe he's old school. Gay, but doesn't want to accept it, so he pushes his feelings deep down inside and behaves like a complete D-bag.
Oliver's definitely gay.
But I'm not gay.
Then why are you going with me on a gay cruise?
The vision board is my inspiration for everything I want out of my life. Like watches, clothes, cars.
So what's with the leotard?
Getting into Harvard. Also on that vision board. I did some research and found out that Harvard has a ballet troupe that's always desperate for male dancers.
That is genius. Just regular genius, not evil genius, which is a nice change.
I was really looking forward to having my gay son.
We're gonna love him, even though he's straight. I am proud of you. That's a kind of never quit attitude I respect.
Maybe it's better this way.
Don't talk like that. Everything's going to be fine.
At least I get to see you one last time.
I love you. And then we kiss. Bam. It's magic.
Oh my God, he's a better princess than I am.
Find the middle.
Yeah, you're not in the middle though.
Oh my god, this is heavy.
What's your name and what's your talent?
My name is Erin. I am the world's strongest assist. If I wanted legs like Carrie Underwood, here's exactly what I would do. First, I would ditch the bodyweight squat, and I would do Smith machine squat.
We have an arsenal of resin weapons, and we would like to add to it. We started with these 3 resin knives, and our latest addition was this lava-themed resin axe. And after this one, we thought it'd be fun to do another elemental-themed weapon.
An air-themed resin sword.
This video is brought to you by Squarespace, the all-in-one platform for all your website needs.
Specifically, we want to try to recreate little clouds inside a resin to make it look like the sky.
But we have some concerns.
How are we going to add the clouds? We did a ton of research, put a lot of time into it, and didn't find any good answers. So instead, we're doing a whole bunch of experiments. We bought all these materials. We're going to try them out and see which makes the best cloud in resin. Paper clay. It's like clay, but there's paper in it. When you tear it apart, it leaves kind of like a rough edge. It looks more organic. I'm a big monster tearing apart clouds with my tiny little claws.
I kind of want to just put this clay straight into the resin as is, but you have some worries about that.
Yeah, I worry that the moisture content in the paper clay might mess with the resin curing. We can just microwave this and it'll turn rock hard. Because I did an experiment and that worked. We have a nice selection of different size clouds. Let's go ahead and put them in the microwave. That's a weird sentence I didn't think I'd be saying ever.
For a minute.
That should be enough.
Okay. Don't want to burn the clouds.
A few moments later.
I smell like the wood is burning. Doesn't it smell like campfire in here?
There's so much. The wood is so hot.
Maybe we shouldn't have put it on wood. Maybe we should use like a plate.
Like a paper plate?
Yeah.
To cure the paper clouds?
Yeah, I don't know.
Dude, this wood is hot.
Don't touch it.
Oh, it's so hot. Wait, how hot that wood? Guess in the comments.
How hot is it?
That's 110 degrees, 120 degrees Fahrenheit, 125, 130, 170, 180, 200 degrees Fahrenheit.
No wonder it smells like burning wood.
229 degrees Fahrenheit.
What, y'all?
Let's see if these are cured. Oh, yeah. They're hard. Feel that. These are some pretty solid little.
Yeah, like these are never going to be translucent.
No, these are like Simpsons flowers.
Yeah.
Not.
Good, you make some resin?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm starting talking at the same time.
It was the same idea. It was the same idea. We're on the same page.
Same time.
So I think for the color, we're going to stick with a pretty simple blue sky. I think we'll mix up this and see what it looks like. Oh my gosh, I'm just realizing like.
Yeah, how are we going to get that in?
I think I'm going to like open it up a little bit. Like spread it all that. Come on. No, I got you. That's already like full.
Yeah, maybe you add more resin. Probably fine. It's looking okay.
Okay, I think that mine is done.
I'm going to try it now with the uncured clay. That one broken too. That's pretty good though, I think.
Pretty good, I like it. Sometimes technology feels a little bit like magic. You don't want bubbles? Boom! Under pressure, no more bubbles. I mean, I think you can't say magic words.
Yeah, that's true. You can do both.
Boom! Under pressure. Boom is the magic word. Probably not the best magic word to choose. You're talking about a pressure chamber.
Yeah, maybe not. I am very curious.
Ready?
Wait, which one is which?
This is mine.
Okay.
And
Okay.
Okay. The blue did not mix well.
But the clouds, I will say, look pretty good. Now you can tell that they did poke out a little bit from the light perspective, but they look pretty cloudish.
I don't know.
Okay. Honestly, they look about the same. Oh, it's soft. Look.
Okay, yeah, that's bad.
Well, I'm not crazy about either of these options, but I would say the baked one is slightly better. Cotton balls. We had some around the house. and they seem like a logical thing to make clouds out of. So why not give it a shot?
Oh, I like how there's like almost little like dots
Yeah.
of clustered, concentrated white.
And the main thing is when this is in resin, will it still like that, or is it gonna get all like soggy and gross?
I'm loving that so far. Much more transparent, much more soft and cloudy. That's fun.
So I think I want to try to sink straight into resin again. Do you want to do anything to yours first?
Yeah, I want to do the exact same thing. I want to pull some out.
And put it in the microwave? So you're putting some UV resin in a cup and on the mat.
On accident. Yeah, I'm going to soak it. Soak the juices up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Alright, so there we have it. A very resiny.
Oh, yeah, it's so wet. Back a little bit.
Oh, look at that. That's nice and airy.
Can you get some?
Oh, look at that.
Nice.
That's a nice little one.
Look at it.
I want to soak the cotton ball, cure them, and then put them in the 2-part epoxy resin. Alright. Let's see if it's cured. Yeah. That totally looks like a tiny little cloud. I definitely want to put this one in. I love that one. I'll put one of the other big ones in, the biggest one in.
Ooh, I can see him from the side.
And it looks good. I think they look pretty good. I'm afraid I put too many clouds in there. Really, it's not about the aesthetic distribution.
It's just about like, do they look like clouds?
Yeah.
Now I'll try putting in my dry balls.
Because they got like dry eyeballs.
Yeah, that's the reason they go. If this is a good idea or a bad idea.
Already, it's looking very strange.
The cotton balls are kind of getting stuck on the edges a little bit. Yeah,
it's organic shape.
Oh, organic is good. But is this good? One thing I can tell is they're merging into one. Which is not a bad thing. It could be like a nice soft look. But they're definitely merging, and I have zero control. Which is not a place I like to be in.
Well, it's also all of their tails, all of their sides are pointing upwards.
Oh, yeah. I do see that.
You're pushing them down in the middle.
Sorry, I gotta go like this to see. You come over to the side. Oh, I gotta put it to the top of both of our heads.
Hi.
I think that might be a good amount.
You don't want to see what it looks like when you take it out.
Okay. Ready for the pressure pot. The other pressure pot. I think we're gonna name him Max. Max.
Oh, that's
cute. He's a big boy.
Yeah, he's
Max boy.
He's Max boy. He is the largest size that we could find for a pre-made pressure pot. So
exactly.
Max. I like it.
We have Pascal and Max.
Oh, Max, why are you gonna bring him so large? Oh. Let's see how the cotton balls did.
So these are yours where you resined them first?
I thought that looked better. I'm not crazy about these.
No, they just kind of look gross.
They look like little knot balls. They're not as opaque as I want them to be.
Well, they fine look any different. They don't even look white. They just look like they soaked up the ink.
They just soaked up the ink. They're more blue.
That's it. They soaked up the ink. I think they literally like took the dye.
Yeah, mine I don't think did. But yours 100% soaked up dye.
Because they're blue. There's no white in there. So we were gonna test wool and polyfill and this other like fuzzier looking polyfill. But I feel like after our cotton ball experience, I kind of worried they would all be the same.
Well, that's okay, because we have more options. Air dry clay! And also air dry clay, and air dry clay, and air dry clay. Do you know I was buying too many?
No, I put them all in the cart because I was like, oh, let's look at all 4 of these and compare the options. And then you're like, I want the air dry clay. All of them.
This one, I was actually really excited about because the listing mentioned resin clouds. in the description. It came to us all the way from Japan.
And it was busted when it got here.
It was busted.
There's that.
Let's open this up, see if it's still usable. See if it's self-stealing. Ooh. 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 Good job. Past us. Look at this. It's very, look at that. Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
that's promising. Now, if we can just keep it fluffy in the like small, thin form.
Oh, that right there, that let's set this aside as like potential test one. Let's see about some alternatives that are a little bit easier to source. Show me what you got.
Unnecessary.
Oh, whoa, look at this. Not the same. Not the same. It goes into like.
It's strings.
It's
like cheese.
Strings. But like not all the full of pouty texture
No,
from the Japanese place.
It's strings.
Look at that. That's a cloud right there. Boom. This is way too wet. It looks like gum has been melting in the sun.
I don't think that's. Phone play non-toxic. At Sam Prime King. Oh, back.
Thank you.
I made a cat.
What I'm going to do with my life and do like
Get it? Huh? Get it? Oh no. Oh, that? Yeah, yeah, yeah. God damn it.
Something else. But just in case of fire, we have the right. There's no way it's right. No danger point. Like in case of fire, but more like I don't like it anyway because I'm going to kill it. It's not absolutely water. I use things here very clear with this piece. You know, I'm not really like curious about anything anymore. The weirdest shit has been happening very frequently. Nights in a row. I'm not really like, no. These guys are what's up around it is. I'm like, yeah, this is fucked.
Merry Christmas, you filthy animals. Welcome back to the old rewind and regret. Today we're back out, and boy, am I excited. We are so close to seeing what happens at level 20. I'm very excited for.
There's something magical about the thought of the cabin in the woods, tucked away on a snowy evening, with the wood stove going, insulated from the elements and the commotion of everyday life. I think this desire lives in all of us. It certainly lives in me, to the point where I wanted to have a cabin anywhere I went. So rather than building 100 cabins across the state of Alaska, I decided to build a mobile cabin.
Something that could withstand negative 40 degrees Fahrenheit, high winds, and the rigors of the road. I hope this video inspires you, the way that others have inspired me. So let's turn back the clock a year to the spring of 2024, where this whole thing began. The first order of business was finding a trailer that would fit my needs. I decided to go with this deck-over trailer that measures 16 by 8 and has two 3,500-pound axles on it. But keep in mind, even though it has 7,000 pounds of axle weight, that doesn't include the weight of the trailer itself. So the trailer usually eats up at least 1,000 to 1,500 pounds of steel, and that comes out of your 7,000-pound payload. So the leftover weight for running the cabin is about 5,500 pounds, if I'm being kind of conservative. Next up was getting this thing leveled out. When I was disconnecting the trailer from the truck, I happened to look down at the coupler and noticed that it was only rated at 5,000 pounds. So clearly at some point this trailer had been hodgepodged together by somebody, and I looked up underneath it and realized that the deck was totally different from the axles. Luckily the axles were brand new and were 3,500 pounds, but with a coupler rating of only 5,000 pounds, that just means I lost 2,000 pounds of payload on this trailer. That only leaves me 3,500 pounds for the cabin.
Except for you, because she was
Is it just me or my speakers sound way fucking louder too?
And this is the moment that I realized I had a pretty serious problem on my hands.
Do you agree they sound way fucking louder? They're on too. And I even have my fucking the audio turned down halfway.
No,
So how the fuck are they still so loud?
But I realized that the side rails weren't level either. They kind of bowed up in some places
Like,
and
look.
sloped down in other places. This whole trailer was just kind of out of whack. And I was going to have to figure out some way to fill in all the gaps and cracks.
Why the fuck are they so much louder? They're twice as loud as they were before, and they were already too fucking loud. That's loud as fuck! It's like, what? The lowest fucking setting it can go! Without me literally muting my fucking speakers.
I kind of figured I'd just build the floor, and that way I could see exactly where the gaps
I know,
were.
it's
So I
that
figured out
just
a way to
reminds
do it. And of course, the very first nail that I drilled split the 2x4. I was pretty upset about that, considering I spent a little extra money on the premium studs. So I decided I was going to have to pre-drill and screw in every single corner of this entire cabin.
MJ! The dad's loving me. She was going.
Another big difference with building on a trailer rather than on a normal foundation is that you really want to anchor everything
She
down.
just wants love right now.
You're going to be driving down the road with this thing at 60 miles, maybe even 70 miles
I know
an
she
hour.
snuggled right up to
Coming
you.
at it could be 400 mile an hour sustained winds. Essentially like a hurricane.
She just wants love.
So I wanted to bolt the actual
I don't know.
steel of the trailer to make
Maybe.
sure it doesn't go anywhere.
I'm kind of hungry, but I don't want to eat all our stew for the next few days.
I know, that's why I figured you were gonna order food.
Later broken down. It's time to try to level this thing out by using a 1-inch piece of
I don't know what the fuck I've been doing, but I tweaked both my fucking shoulders.
down really tight on the area.
I don't even think it's my shoulders. I think it's my titties.
But of course, having more insulation in your floor is never a bad thing.
It's the titties. It's not even the shoulder. Oh, it's the muscle that connects from my shoulder to my titty. My pectoral muscle. The vein shooting out of them like motherfuckers.
I see you looking at me going.
It's only breakfast stuff.
I also realized I picked a really stupid place to put my carriage bolts.
And I'm not getting Burger King because they're literally trying to charge fucking $4 or almost $5 for a fucking cheeseburger.
I don't really think it was necessary, but for what I do, it's
Yeah.
important for people to see the struggles and mistakes that I do make.
Yeah.
You guys can learn from them.
And their hamburgers now are like fucking $4. Yeah. Lately, look. I know, but look. Almost $5.
Hell no.
And then you come down here. They're flame grilled. Where is it? Hamburger, almost fucking $4.
In addition to the 6 carriage bolts that I cut up and down along the edges of the frame, I also put 2 of these Timberlock screws.
They have no business raising the prices on those.
Things blowing off in the wind.
The other shit I can understand, like the bacon and stuff, like I can understand that, but like.
When I get a big KO next time, I want Burger King Whopper.
Yeah, we gotta get fucking, what's it called? Where is it? That. We gotta get that next time. Fucking double bundle.
Man, it made a huge difference.
The 2 Whoppers, fucking 2 medium fries.
Yeah. That's fine.
See, like with how expensive shit is, it makes me want to walk to a Burger King, but closest Burger King is literally near fucking Robert. That's isn't that sad? The closest Burger King is near the fucking goddamn Fresh Co.
I'm walking half an hour to a fucking Burger King just for a burger.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Half an hour back, you know?
Like, if we're already in the area, it's whatever. You know what I mean? Because we're already in the area.
The key to building a really
So I ain't fucking going out of my way for shit like that. Fuck that.
around the edges and screwing it down. So I use this liquid nail wood glue along all the edges of the joist. I also undersized all my foam by about an inch on all sides so that I could add an expanding foam into the cracks. That way this stuff would really lock in to create an airtight seal around the entire thing.
How much does it fucking cost is the real fucking question. And they're not even out right now. Like the fuck?
24 inches on center, and I used a 3/8 plywood instead of your usual 3/4 inch plywood for the decking. I gotta say, I was pretty.
Not gonna lie, we gotta do this one day.
And sure enough, it was more.
Just have breakfast fucking date one day.
So I really don't think it'll be a problem once I put the 1/4 inch.
That would be nice, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just treat ourselves to a bunch of sandwiches, some coffee, and fucking hash browns. That's the only deals y'all got? I love how there's offers, flowers, grocery, alcohol, convenience, pharmacy, retail, pet supplies, and then McDonald's. McDonald's has their own fucking category on Skip. Just McDonald's. And it's beef. It's more important than offers.
They finally did it. McDonald's is our best friend.
It's only breakfast stuff, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't have money for that shit. trying to get something fucking cheap.
I debated for a really long time about what size lumber to use for wall framing. Initially, I was going to try to use 2x3s to save weight, but in the end, I ended up going.
So I'm pretty sure it's the same thing on the fucking app too.
Lengths. Now I'm going to need some longer cables to make ridge boards.
It's gonna tell me we're only saving breakfast, even though it's not even 6 o'clock in the morning yet.
Yeah, what the fuck? Since when did they serve breakfast at 4 o'clock?
That's what I'm fucking wondering. Like, I thought I was gonna be able to get away with getting something, but like, can't even get my burgies, bro. I was so down for some burgies. Motherfucker, I got 10,000 points. Since when? I don't know, but they said they were only sending 2,000. That should only put me at 6,000. Where'd the other fucking 40,000 come from? The fuck?
The maximum height for a trailer that's legally allowed to be in the road is 13.5 feet. While I'm going to come way in under that in my whole setup, I didn't want to come anywhere near that. I decided to go with 6-foot walls and give the cabin a little bit shorter look and make sure that I was going to make it under any of the bridges that I might come across along the road. The biggest rough opening that I have for windows and doors in this cabin was only going to be about 4 feet. So I built a 2x6 header out of a couple of 2x6s, a half-inch piece of plywood, glue, and some springs. If you've seen my other videos before, you're probably wondering why we're building this cabin in town and not at our off-grid cabin. And the answer is that our daughter was just born this spring, and so we wanted to be in town with our in-laws, close to doctors and hospitals, and it just felt like the right thing to do rather than be off in the woods with a newborn. But what's funny is that I never would have thought to do a project like this unless I wasn't going to be able to be out of the cabin, where I normally do all my building projects. So in the end, I'm thankful the way things worked out.
Oops.
But what's funny is that I never would have thought to do a project like this unless I wasn't going to be able to be out of the cabin, where I normally do all my building projects. So in the end, I'm thankful the way things worked out. By the time you start nailing down your double top plates, the walls really start to firm up, and you get a good feel for how things are going to look inside. If you notice, I didn't build the cabin over the entirety of the 16-foot trailer. That's because I wanted a 4-foot porch to overhang the back of it, so I had somewhere to sit and store firewood and give it a nice cabin look. So the total dimensions of the actual cabin are only going to be a 12 by 8, even though the trailer is a 16-foot.
What the fuck?
What?
It looks to be a hash brown with fucking egg on the side and sauce all over it. Huh.
The rain would run off the side rather than pulling up the east.
Huh? So much did I leave with her? What?
MJ had a nightmare.
Yeah, it happens all the time. But look, lime cheesecake, chocolate creme brulee, cappuccino, Canadian fireworks, strawberry cheesecake. Like, bitch, what the fuck?
Oh, yes, please.
Lemon blueberry tart?
Oh, that sounds so good.
Ryan Reynolds maple butter glazed donut?
He made his own fucking donut. Finally. They've been talking about that for years.
Custard tart? Reese's mini dream cookie?
Yeah.
They got even pecan butter tarts now?
I started spraying bleach on all the mold that I could see. I also added a couple of box fans to try to get some air circulating to try to dry this stuff out, and I stopped. When the rain finally stopped, I looked at the weather and saw.
How fucking long has it been since I've been a fucking Tim Hortons? The fuck? What the
3 days before the weather rolled in and ruined my project any more than it already had.
What are they? Fucking Starbucks now?
Yeah, basically. It's cheap for Starbucks.
What? Literally, look at this. Look. Protein iced chai latte, raspberry mojito iced tea, fucking raspberry mojito lemonade.
Yes, honey, I know.
What the fuck are all these?
Still pretty wet. This is not an encouraging sign for the rest of the cabin.
Okay, that sounds good.
What?
Caramel churro iced latte.
Oh, it's fucking phenomenal.
Or ice cap.
It's phenomenal.
Chocolate pistachio cold brew?
In all the previous cabin builds that I've done, I would put some kind of sheeting like OSB.
I got a peach frozen quencher with fucking whipped cream on top.
Followed by some kind of siding, usually rough cut spruce lap siding. But in this one, I decided to go with the
Hey!
directly in the studs for a couple of reasons.
My mom invented that, fuckers.
To save weight. So I didn't want to put down sheeting, some kind of tie back, and then have to cover that from crashing up the siding.
She invented that, you know that, right?
So instead, I'm starting with the house wrap, and then putting T111 directly on the top of that.
And she didn't get no fucking compensation or nothing for coming up with the fucking idea. Yeah. She thought about it long before they ever fucking started making them. And then fucking the same with the, you know, the 2 hash browns with the bacon and cheese in the middle. That was her idea too.
Totally forgotten to nail in the silk plate when I was framing out the walls.
Pisses me off that they steal people's fucking ideas and just fucking use them as their own. Why must everything be so expensive?
Typically, you'd want to use overlapping top plates to tie your walls together. But in this build, my top plates have to extend out through the porch to have some overhang. So instead, I used these mending plates to make sure that they weren't going anywhere.
So I don't want this though. Yeah, it's got sausage, cheese, egg, and bacon.
That's great. Why don't you
For $7, a little tiny McMuffin.
No, 7 points.
Yeah, for something that's this small.
MJ, you're on my blanket.
Mama doesn't need you to get off, and she just needs you to move for a second. You made me itchy. She's like, do you want me to come cuddle? She looked back at you and she was waiting for you to confirm. See, she got huffy and puffy because she was comfy. Mama wants you to go cuddle. You made her sad. She said, no, you gotta come love up to me now. Well, she's a chunky butt, eh? She needs to go to the bathroom again.
Let's see if I'm missing the left right.
Yeah, I seen those eyes. She her bathroom, her eyes went. What'd you say? She looked over at me all side-eyed. Yeah, but look, I just gave her soup though. I gotta bring her out before bed. I don't know, should I save my money and just... Those weren't that bad. They were pretty fucking good. I wouldn't say they're worth $5 though. Expensive ass bullshit.
I'll admit I was pretty disappointed with the progress I made in one day. I only had 2 days left to get this group done, and then rain was on its way. But lucky for me, my good buddy Forrest was willing to come over and help me get this roof put on before the rain hit.
See, I wanna have this sometime.
It's all original, we write,
But I don't wanna order it. I wanna go eat there.
I can't thank him enough for the awesome contributions he makes to this.
Kimya ramen and bar. Like it actually like almost like Naruto style fucking ramen.
I know, babe.
It's like a mock-up of it. I've looked at their fucking shit and it doesn't look that bad. Like I'd fucking eat it. See, if we would have ordered earlier and I would have, if I would have remembered that I had my fucking money.
Started on the roof. Let me tell you what, cutting rafters is not an easy thing. If you're off with your calculations by just one little thing that you didn't consider, all of a sudden none of the rafters want to fit that hole, and it turns into a big nightmare in a lot of ways for 2x4s. I didn't film it because I got so frustrated, but I actually cut probably 7 or 8 rafters wrong before I finally got one that seemed like it wanted to fit. I realized the problem was that the ridge beam I put up was the wrong height, so no matter how hard I tried to make a 612 pitch rafter, it wasn't going to fit on top of that ridge beam.
Oh no, babe.
Down, built new supports for it, and put it back up. I do regret not filming that because I really wanted to show
I
you
don't
guys.
think we're getting anything to eat. Everything's all fucking breakfast items. Everything's way too fucking expensive. You're basically charging a carton of eggs for a fucking goddamn sandwich. I could make 8 fucking sandwiches with that bitch or more. What the fuck? But yeah, I'm thinking it'd just be better if I go to the fucking store in the morning. Like when I wake up, go to the store and pick up some bread.
That way you don't have to try to hold it in the exact right spot while you nail it in with Amazon, and they'll accommodate almost any angle they can choose to cut your rafters at. Obviously, wind is going to be a huge factor in this build. I can expect 100-mile-an-hour winds consistently with this cabin, considering that it's going to be going down the road at 60 miles an hour, plus whatever wind is coming at it. So I wanted to make sure that the other end of the rafters will really
Like when I get some eggs.
I use these 6-inch long
I get some eggs.
black screws through the butt of every single rafter that goes through the rafter and through both the top and bottom wall plates. That way the roof can't rip off the walls unless it takes the walls with it.
And remember, if Megan has me going and fucking do her garden tomorrow, or today I mean, then I can get like an extra $60. So that I could actually properly get us good groceries, you know what I mean? Yes, I'm gonna take my last coat and come lay down.
Let's see.
You hear that, MJ? We're all gonna snuggle.
73 quarter, but in fact it is
We're all gonna
72. That's the problem.
But that yogurt we could have.
What?
By the time I was getting close to finishing these rafters, I looked up and noticed that the blue skies had gone and that the leaves were starting to blow in the wind. I was totally exhausted and building for the last 3 days straight, but I knew I had to get this done, and I knew I was running out of time, so I kept at it.
You put it.
Overhang on them. They're cut plumb with the walls.
That's so good.
To be straight legal, this structure has to be under 8 foot 6 inches wide. The cabin's already 8 feet wide, and the sheeting takes up another 8.
I was about to grab my knife out, but then I thought about the hypothetical about me accidentally possibly chopping off a whole finger.
I might just have the sheet metal roofing.
Because that knife is very fucking sharp.
Try to maximize that 8 foot.
And it has not dulled one little bit after all the shit I've already done with it. Even yours is scary for shit like this. I'm probably just gonna snip with the scissors. Yeah, the scissors.
Putting the decking on the roof, 2 things happened. One, the first drop of rain hit my arm. The second was that my good friend Brandon just happened to be in the neighborhood.
Snip it like penis.
To help me pound this thing out before the rain really started to pour.
Yeah! Cut that motherfucker's dick up. This one? You're like, I don't know what the fuck you did to that side. I don't fucking want it.
On a typical roof, you'd want to leave something called a ridge vent to make sure that the moisture that gets up into your ceiling has a place to escape. You'd leave your eaves open and about an inch gap underneath your insulation to make sure that the air can be pulled from the eaves up to the ridge and escape out through the ridge vents. That way you don't get moisture in your ceiling, causing mold and rot, things like that. With this little cabin on wheels, you can't do that. You have to close up all the possible entryways into the roof so that wind doesn't blow snow and rain up into your roof from the eaves and the ridge vent. So I decided to put raised ice and water shields for the entire roof and overlap the edges, so that way it couldn't get up
Frozen yogurt
between the roof and the walls. And I'll tell you what, it wasn't a second too soon.
She was like, what the fuck? Because it started melting in her mouth and she looked at it like, what the fuck is that?
I can't move it.
Oh yeah, babe. You know that big huge callus that was on this one finger? it finally started splitting and filled up with a bunch of pus. I went to go bite it, the pus squirted in my mouth. I was like, ugh! I spit it out right away. It was the fucking most pungent, nastiest fucking taste ever.
The memories that you make with the people that you build it with, but the things that
What the fuck else you expect me to do? Cut it? I've always been known to just bite my blisters open and just let them fucking drain out a little bit. What I do is I just bite a little fucking hole in it, like right at the edge of it, you know what I mean? I just pull, and it just creates like a little tiniest fucking like pinhole tear in it, just enough for it to squirt out and get it and drain all the pus, while leaving the skin there so that it still protects the fucking affected area. Because that skin will eventually fall off by itself.
But I realized that I never even say it at all. But this time I'm putting myself out.
It'll build up dead skin and it'll fucking cover up. Or it'll either just keep building up into more callus, because it'll heal. That's why I don't really peel them off, because then I keep my calluses.
I can only get through about 8.5 before I have to put in read 3
Probably another reason why I don't feel half the shit that touches my hands. I have so much fucking callus on my fucking palms. From burning myself from so many fucking cooking sessions and so much chopping and fucking ugh. Oil burns, water burns, pot burns, pan burns. Burns from picking up the fucking goddamn food out of the air fryer. Yeah, my hands are like singed. They feel so weird too to touch. They don't feel normal. Hands are supposed to feel soft. Mine feel like sandpaper. I have some of the most grippiest hands for a fucking gamer, eh? See, at least we can keep the trash can here because MJ's not gonna bump it. You know what I mean? Or you can even put it over there if you need to. Better view. So I can just go. And then I still get to see my little stuffies right there. And then I hung that up because it was in the way. You agree? It was very much in the way. I still needed it.
I actually measured the overhead to make sure that it's equal on the left side.
If Mom needs it, she can ask me. She don't use it as much as I do. I use that like once every fucking week. Sometimes more. You're going to heat those up, aren't you? Yeah. I knew there was fucking raspberry jam. And it's Smokers. Alright, I put peanut butter on those cracks.
But thinking about the cabin
Hold
going down
on.
about 60 miles
Wait
an
a
hour, rain
minute.
and road spray coming up at it, I wanted to make sure that water could work itself in through the top of the ridge cap either. So I found this stuff called roof enclosure foam. It's actually kind of tricky to find, and most of the people at the lumberyard won't even know what you're talking about. But it's specially designed to fit over top of these ribbed roofing pins. Underneath it, you're supposed to put down this butyl tape, which actually I decided in the end was kind of a
In this video, I'm harnessing the power of nature and building a car that charges itself using nothing but the sun. And it's pretty fun to drive, too. So I just want to start off by saying that once again, I didn't really know at all what I was doing at the beginning of this build, and there's a lot of stuff that I would change along the way, but this isn't a story of how to build a perfect solar-powered car. This is a story of how I built one. So let's get into it. To start, I picked up some 1.5" square tubing at the thinnest thickness I could find, which was 0.065 inch. So first I'm cutting up the main body of the frame, which is basically a rectangle, so I'm making some 45-degree cuts with my 14-inch chop saw. I really don't have any fancy metalworking tools, so I'm just making do with what I have. I'm kind of more of a wood guy, if you know what I mean. After I made some cuts with the chop saw, I just used a sanding disc on my angle grinder to take off the rough edge and get these pieces ready for welding. So I laid out the 4 pieces of the frame and then used a square to get each corner as square as possible, and used a welding magnet to hold this in place while I tack it. For welding, I'm just using my old Canadian Tire Special flux core welder. Again, I'm not a metal worker, and this welder is super easy to use for beginners, and you can get pretty solid welds with it. I've used it for like 8 years. $200 in like 8 years, not bad. Since that welder decided to crap out on me today, I went back to Canadian Tire and picked up literally the exact same welder for the exact same price 8 years later. The only thing that's different on it is the updated logo. So I tacked all 4 pieces together and then confirmed everything was square, and then went ahead with the final welds. Once I had the corners welded on all 4 sides, I used an angle grinder to clean up the amateur but structurally sound welds. Then I cut up a little more steel and added this box on the front end of the frame. As well as another structural bar down the middle. And that's kind of the main bed of the frame done. So kind of what started this whole build in the first place is I found these 2 20-inch fat tire bikes at a local liquidation place for a couple $100 each. And I started thinking, how could I make these into something super unique for YouTube? So I'm basically going to use some portions of these bike frames and the front wheels to build the steering column for my solar car. So basically I measured up a little platform to set the bike on at the height I wanted it to be on the frame. And then I just taped a marker onto the end of this 2x4 and traced a cut line onto the bike frame where I wanted to weld onto the main frame I just made up. Then I stripped the bike all the way down to the frame and cut the cut lines using a cutoff wheel and my angle grinder. Also, these frames are made out of some high-strength steel. Make sure you don't get one that's made out of aluminum or carbon fiber. After a little bit of tinkering and grinding the cut edge, I got the one frame fitting exactly how I wanted it, so I brought up the second bike and did the exact same thing with it. Once I had them both sitting on the frame pretty similarly, I grinded off the paint around where they're going to be welded. And after a quick cool down, I welded them into place. With those in place, I took a piece of 1-inch square tubing and traced around this profile of the same piping it's going to be welded onto. And then I took my time to cut that out with a cutoff wheel on my angle grinder. Once that fit nicely, I set it in place and traced another cut line along the frame and cut that off as well. Then I welded these into place on both sides. Next, I added on another piece of 1.5-inch tubing connecting the two stems of the bikes, as well as some vertical supports from the frame bed up to this cross member. Then I grinded down all these welds, and that's some pretty good progress for a couple days' work. The next day I started off with some 3/16-inch steel flat bar, and I cut off a section that's going to be an axle mount for our rear wheels. With the axle centered, marked out and punched, I drilled through a pilot hole and then used a step drill bit to drill it to the size of our axle. And then I used a cutoff wheel to cut out a slot into the hole so that the axles can drop out the bottom. Then using some 1-inch steel, I welded up this side arm and mounted one of the axle mounts right in the middle. I clamped this side arm onto the side of the frame and then clamped on another axle mounting plate roughly in the center of that opening. So for my rear wheels, I'm using these 1500 watt 48 volt e-bike motors, and I'm going to be using 2 of these. So basically I'll have a rear wheel drive car, but I won't have to worry about building up any drivetrain or anything like that because the motors are inside the hubs of these wheels. So with the wheel in place, I'm squaring it off the frame by taking a measurement from the side of the rim to the side of the frame at both the front and back of the wheel. And then I can kind of tinker around with the position of that mounting plate until the distances are the exact same, and then my wheels square to the frame. And then I can weld that mounting plate in place as well as the side arm itself. Now I'm going to add some brakes on the back, and I figured the easiest way to do that was take the discarded frames, and I'm going to cut off this rear plate that originally mounted the brake caliper so I don't have to make my own. Then after a lot of measuring and marking and taking off the wheel and re-adding the wheel, I finally got the caliper in a place that wouldn't drag on the disc. So I welded it in place, and hopefully that'll work just fine to stop this unit along with the front brakes that are already on the stock forks. Now back to the front end. To steer both of my forks with one set of handlebars, I picked up an old bike on Kijiji for $50, And then I disassembled the front end and I'm cutting off this stem tube. Then I grinded down one of these protrusions to be perfectly square and the other one just down to the stem tube as far as I could. Then I clamped this on to the middle of that front cross member and used a square to get it perfectly vertical. And then I welded that into place with some of the best welds I've ever done, I think. Now with the fork tube on that bike, I cut off the actual forks. And then I have this piece of 1/8 inch by 3/4 inch angle iron, and I'm cutting this funky angle. And then I'm drilling a 3/8 inch hole in the end that's going to have a bolt go through it and basically be the center point of the steering link. So I welded this angle onto the bottom portion of that fork tube. And installed it back into the stem. Then I welded on 2 more of these angle pieces, one onto each set of forks. Now to connect these all together, I have these steering link connector bolt things, and I'm just going to use these along with some threaded rod and these threaded rod couplers. But these have different thread than standard threaded rods, so I'm just going to drill out the threads in one of the couplers about halfway, and then I'm just going to tack weld this right onto the coupler itself. So on the middle link, I set a bolt through and then I used washers to space out both couplers and used a nylon threaded lock nut to lock it in place. So the beauty of using this threaded rod is that I don't have to get it perfect the first time, and I can adjust it at any time by just taking off one of the bolts and unthreading or rethreading a little bit to make sure the steering is perfectly straight. I filmed this all with 5/16 inch threaded rod, but I later updated it to 3/8 inch because I wasn't sure it was quite sturdy enough. So basically what I did there is I just have a rough cut section of threaded rod and I threaded that into one of the couplers. And then I threaded the steering link bolt onto the other end. And then lined it up with the hole and put through a bolt and some washers to lock it in place. Then I tightened down this nut to make sure nothing moves out of place. And that's my first ever built steering link. Satisfying stuff works. Now on to the last part of the body, which is basically this cage that goes over top and is going to hold up the solar panels. So I plugged in a lot of dimensions into my SketchUp model to get me some exact angles and lengths that I need to cut this cage at. And since these aren't just a straight or 45-degree angle that's easy to measure with a square, I printed out the exact angles and then just traced them onto the steel and cut it out with a cutoff wheel. Then I welded on the vertical pieces at the front and back of the frame. And then I cut the pieces for the main cage. Before I welded it, I confirmed the angle with a protractor within a few degrees. And then I started welding everything into place. With that welded, I did a final grind of all the welds. And then went over all the steel on the entire frame with some 120 grit sand and discs. And that changed the whole feel of this build. It really made it go from this weird little go-kart thing to almost this supercar-esque frame. And finally, one last little bit of steel work. I welded these tabs onto the back of the cage. And then I have this U-shape I welded up out of 1-inch tubing. And this is basically going to hold some solar panels on it and then open up like a trunk. To attach this to the frame, I clamped the two pieces together and then drilled a 5/16 hole through. And then I fed through some bolts and washers, and I also used these 5/16-inch ball bearings. And this gives it a really nice smooth opening with no creaking or cracking or metal-to-metal contact. Then I drilled a couple more holes near the bottom for some locking pins so that this trunk stays down during travel. One last touch, I welded up this little rectangular box with some more 1-inch tubing. And attached this onto the front of the frame as a bumper. And that's all the metal work for this build, pretty much entirely done. I'm curious what it weighs so far. About 102 pounds. A little heavier than I'd like it to be so far, but like I said before, this is not how to build a perfectly highly functional solar car. This is more of an entry-level proof of concept. So now I need to make a floor for the frame, so I have some 3/8-inch plywood. And I just measured out the size of the frame and all the little notches and stuff. And then cut my panels to size. I'm going to do some fiberglass and paint work on these a little bit later, so for now I'm just going to set it aside. But now it's time to put on the wheels and see if this thing is actually somewhat rolling and functional. Alright, that's looking pretty cool. So now it's time to unpackage some solar panels that came in and see how these are going to work. So I have these 175 watt flexible solar panels from Energy, and ideally I would have got the rigid ones, but they weigh about 60 pounds and these weigh about 6, so I'm just going to work out some way to make these rigid. After some intense pondering, I thought wood would be a great way to give these panels some structure, specifically cedar because it's lightweight and weather resistant. So I just have some 5-foot cedar fence boards, which are about 5/8 of an inch thick, and I'm just going to rip these in 2.5-inch sections. Then I measured out the solar panel and left about 1/4 inch over each edge and cut the 45-degree angles of the frame. To fasten these together, I used some wood glue and then just tacked it in place with the brad nail. And then I used some 3-inch deck screws to rigidly secure these together. With the outer frame complete, I put one extra bar down the middle for some extra support. And now the solar panel will mount right onto this frame, and this frame weighs about 4 pounds, giving the whole panel unit a weight of 10 pounds versus anywhere from 40 to 60 pounds of the fabricated rigid panels. So I clamped the frame into position on those top rails, and then after making sure everything was square, I drilled through a pilot hole and a 1/4-inch hole all the way through the wood and both sides of the steel. Then I'm going to use these T-nuts that dig into the wood to bolt these into the frame. I put one of these in all 6 places that the cedar overlaps the top rail, and I just bolted them in for now because I still have to take it apart to paint, but once I put it together permanently, I'll use Loctite on all these bolts so they stay in place. And that's a pretty solid, lightweight solution to that problem. Now I can install a solar panel right over top of this wooden frame. I just use some 5/8" screws and some fender washers to hold it in place for now. Once I do the final assembly, I'll use some silicone underneath as well. So these 2 back panels are mounted onto the trunk portion, not the main frame, so that they'll lift up and I can access the electronics below. And then I also have this spare piece of flashing I had kicking around the shop, so I cut this into a flat strip. And then I'm installing this between the 2 panels, underneath the upper panel and over top of the lower panel, so that whenever this gets rained on, all the drips won't go down in between the 2 solar panels into the electronics. It'll keep running all the way down the first panel, onto the second, and off the back. This will also get a bunch of silicone on the seams once I assemble everything permanently. One last thing before I disassemble for painting. I drilled in a couple 3/8" holes, and then I have this 3/8" aluminum round bar that I cut to a rough size, and basically I can prop this inside both of the holes and use this to hold up the trunk. This is actually double purpose because it allows me to hold up the trunk, and it also allows me to move all 3 solar panels onto the same plane, so basically whenever I'm parked I can point all 3 panels at the sun and charge a lot faster. So now it's time to disassemble everything I just did and get it ready for painting. After I took off all the parts, I went around with a maroon pad and scuffed up pretty much everywhere on the frame. This is the equivalent of 320 grit sandpaper. It's basically just deburring everything and scuffing up the surface a little bit so it accepts the paint better. Then I went ahead with a few generous coats of white primer. After that dried for about half an hour, I did my first color, which is this glossy aluminum silver color. I'm spraying this over pretty much the whole frame except for the top rail, which I'm going to paint later on tonight. I did 2 coats of the silver, which used about 4 spray paint cans in total. And then once I covered that up from any overspray, I started with my red. I also painted all 3 of these cedar solar panel frames, as well as the frame for the trunk. And I say this every time, but it is insane what a simple coat of paint will do to make any build look a million times more professional. While I was working away at that, I also started priming our floor panels. So I used a good primer to prime all the edges of the panels. And if you're a real keen observer here, you'll notice I fiberglassed the one side. I'm not going to go into a ton of detail on that because I did a horrible bubbly job, and in the end I honestly don't think it was really necessary for this build anyway. If you just prime your plywood and paint it with a good exterior grade paint, it should be fine for what this thing is. Now I'm just just going over top of all the primer with this exterior semi-gloss paint, and I tried to get it in a somewhat close color to that aluminum spray paint color I painted the frame in. Now with all that stuff painted up, as soon as it dries, we can start our final assembly. So I used some 1-inch wafer head tapping screws to mount the floor into the frame. And then I picked up this seat from Princess Auto, and it was only like 125 bucks, I think.
You're welcome.
So I mounted it into the floor with some 1/4-inch bolts and some nylon lock nuts. And this seat mounts on rails, which means you can move it forward and backwards without me having to build up any extra rigging, which is super handy. Before I put the solar panels back in place, I put a good thick bead of silicone caulking onto the frame, and this is going to help adhere the panel to the frame and make it more of one solid piece.
Excuse me. Culture.
Now it's time to get this thing on the road. For batteries, I bought 2 of these 24-volt, 100-amp-hour lithium iron phosphate batteries. And the e-bike motors we're running are 48 volt, so I'm going to have to connect these 2 batteries in series. But first I whipped up another little cedar frame the exact same way as I did the solar panel frames to hold our batteries in place. Then I added our 2 batteries. And I'm going to connect one of the negative terminals to the positive terminal of the second battery to connect these batteries in series and thus double our voltage. So I used some 2-gauge wire to do that, and now if I check this with a multimeter, I'm sitting at just over 52 volts, which is really just another way to say a 48-volt system, but about 95% fully charged. Now I need a way to feed my solar panels into this 48-volt system. So I have this 60-amp Rover solar charge controller that's going to convert our always changing voltage of the solar panels into a consistent 48 volts that the batteries can use to charge. So now I need to connect this into the battery. To do that, I'm going to use what's called a bus bar. I don't have it right now because Amazon screwed up my order, so I just have this fill-in for now. But basically, I'm going to run a wire to this bus bar, and then I'm going to run a big 2-gauge wire from the battery into the bus bars. It's basically just a multi-terminal hub to distribute the load of the battery. So for these wires, I'm using some 10-gauge silicone wire. And for the first wire, I'm doing the battery positive. So I just screwed that into the terminal and then ran the wires along the floor deck. And then before I get to the bus bar, I'm going to use this 30-amp ANL fuse. This will just prevent any potential problems from happening, like overworking the battery. So to connect into these, I use these 10-gauge ring terminals, and I just crimp these right onto the wires. Once I have the bus bar in place, I'll connect it into that with some ring terminals as well. Then I added in 2 more of these A&L fuses. This time they're 40 amp, and these are for both of our motor controllers. So this is the controller here, and it controls all of the e-bike functions. So I mounted it in place using some copper strapping, and then I'm just soldering in the red wire and covering it up with some heat shrink. I also soldered in the black wire, and then I'm running this over to the negative bus bar. Before I get to the bus bar, I'm going to add in this disconnect switch, and this will basically allow me to just shut off this one specific circuit. So I wired that in with some more ring terminals and then brought the wire over to the negative bus bar, which will one day be there. And then I wired in the controller for the other motor in the exact same way. I also used some zip ties to run the wires from the motor over to the controller and plug them in. Then I added in a negative wire from the bus bar over to the charge controller, and that's the basic setup of this wiring pretty much done. I have a positive wire going from the charge controller into a 30 amp fuse and then into the bus bar, and the negative wire going straight to the bus bar. From the e-bike controllers, I have the positive wire running over to a 40 amp fuse and then into a bus bar, and the negative wire running over to a switch and then into the negative bus bar. Same for both sides. Now it's time to start hooking up the solar panels. I'm going to connect all of these panels in series, so I could just connect these 2 positive and negative connections from 2 different panels, but I want to shorten up these wires, so I just cut them back and strip them. And then I have these MC4 connectors, and I took off this bottom portion and fed it over the wires. And then I crimped on this terminal and fed the rest of the MC4 connector over top until it clicked into place, and then screwed on the gasket. I pretty much cut off all the connectors on these panels and made the wires to the exact lengths I needed them at. Then I connected the front solar panel back to the back ones. And then on our positive end, I ran a wire down this trunk frame onto the main frame. And screwed it into the solar positive terminal on the charge controller. Then I ran the negative terminal of the solar panels all the way from the front of the car back to the negative terminal on the charge controller. Now my bus bars finally came in, so I can hook up all these loose wires. Then I use this 2-gauge tray cable to hook the positive terminal of the battery into one of the terminals on the bus bar. By the way, I just want to say quick, I don't really know what I'm doing. Do your own research if you want to do any of this. Who knows if this is right? And then I did the same thing with a negative tray cable, and I should probably add in a battery disconnect switch in the middle here, but I'll do that in the future. And as soon as that charge controller got power, it fired right up, and everything looks like it should for right now. So into the last steps of this build, I'm installing the monitors and switches for both of our controllers. And then I need to run these wires back to each controller, but one problem, they're a little too short. So I had to cut off this connector and then solder on an extension onto each one of these 5 wires. Then I used some electrical tape to hold all these wires together in a harness. And then I soldered the connector back on at the end, and plugged it into its port in the controller. And then I installed one of the throttles and did the same thing, extending the wires to run it back to one of the controllers. Now I can turn on the power and see if this thing's actually going to move. And that's a pretty good start. We have the one side moving. So right now I only have throttle control to the one side it's plugged into, obviously. And instead of adding the second throttle, I'm going to play around with these wires and see if I can bridge the control wire over to the second controller and have one throttle control both controllers. So looking at the wire diagram, I found which one was the control wire, which is this white one. And then I extended it over to the live throttle wires and soldered it into that same active control wire. I don't see any reason why this shouldn't work, but we'll see. And there we go, one throttle controlling two motors. One more thing for wiring, I added on this one extra terminal of 10 gauge wire, and then drilled it through the floor and screwed it into the frame below just to ground all the electronics to the chassis. And then these e-bike kits came with these brake levers and pedal assist sensors that I'm not going to need. Instead, I got these brake levers that have two pulls, meaning they can pull two brakes at the same time. So I'm going to hook these up so that one lever will control both front brakes and one lever will control both back brakes. With the front brakes installed and working good, I did the same thing to run some cables back to the back brakes. Then I added on some bright red grips, and this control station is looking pretty legit. Couple last things, I used some eye bolts to make some mounts for bungees to hold the batteries in place, and I just sprayed some paint into a cup so I could use a brush to camouflage these zip ties, which actually worked unbelievably well. In the future, I'll have to make some sort of waterproof casing to go around all these electronics, but for what I need right now, this is going to be just fine. I'm also really glad I took the time to organize the wires nicely and kind of lay everything out that the electronics actually look pretty cool. And that's it for this build. Let's see if this thing works. Alright, this thing actually rips. I am really impressed with it. With just the batteries alone, it has a range of around 100 kilometers, but on the day I filmed this, it was maybe about 1/3 of the time sunny, and that added about 20 or 30 kilometers onto the range. Even with this late September sun, it's still generating about 400 watts of solar power at peak sun. It goes about 45 kilometers an hour, but it feels way faster because it's kind of like rickety, but solid and responsive. It's hard to explain through video. Actually, here's a clip of my brother driving it that sums it up pretty well. I thought I was going to have to be pretty gentle on it for filming since it doesn't have any suspension or anything, but it's actually really solid. You can pretty much ride it as hard as you want. If you've ever been on those newer electric race go-karts at K1 or wherever, just try to imagine taking one of those loose on the road, and that's pretty much how this feels.
You hear that, everybody? It skirts. It skirts very well.
I love the way this thing looks. I even took it out to this rocky lake shore to drive it around, and it looks like I'm driving around some rover on another planet. Pretty cool. And it must look pretty cool because on the day I filmed this, I had, not even kidding, probably 30 people stop me on the road and talk to me in the few hours I was out there. I also hooked up a 48 volt to a 110 volt power inverter, and I can basically use this as like a mobile generator. Either way, I have lots of ideas on how to make this better, but for right now, this is a pretty cool proof of concept, and it works way better than I thought it was gonna. So we'll have to wait till next summer when we get some nicer weather again to make some updates. Thanks so much for watching my video. I put a lot of time, money, and brain power into every single one, so I'd really appreciate it if you hit the subscribe. Last fall, I built this camper for my e-bike, and now it's the middle of winter. So in this video, I'm making some modifications to it so I can pull it behind my snowmobile and finally make camping a 4-season hobby for me. Come along as I build, test, break, and improve my bike camper, and I try it out on a real camping trip. It's the middle of winter in the middle of Canada, and that means my outdoors time right now is pretty much zero. But I'm tired of letting the weather stop me for 5 months of the year. In the fall, I built this really lightweight foam and fiberglass camper for my e-bike, but I haven't even really got the chance to use it yet because of the timing of the seasons. And since I haven't spent any meaningful time outside in months, I'm going to convert this into something usable for the winter. So first, I'm just removing the aluminum frame so that I can make some modifications to it. By the way, I made a really detailed video on how I built this entire camper, and the link's up in the top corner right now. So I have these 2 plastic snowmobile skis, and basically what I'm going to be doing is just welding up some sort of brackets that I can mount these skis onto the original aluminum frame of the camper. So I'm making this bracket out of some 1-inch steel tubing, and I chose to use steel because my aluminum welding skills are really not great, and I'm a lot more comfortable with steel. And since this part's going to be removable and it'll only be used when it's being pulled by the snowmobile, I'm not really worried about the extra weight that the steel's going to be, so I'd rather have its extra strength. So I cut some pieces with my chop saw.
Not right now, brother. I'm literally about to lay down. I was literally my last token, and I gotta fucking get some sleep, bro.
To do the welding, I have this flux core welder that I got probably 5 or 6 years ago for $200 at Canadian Tire. If you've been watching my channel for a while, you know that welding is definitely not my strong suit, but look out, because that looks pretty fucking... Almost don't even need to...
Feel free to stick around and watch the content while I'm sleeping.
After I have the main body of the bracket completed, I had to measure the gap between the skis and the mounts on the frame. Then I cut up some pieces of tubing to those lengths, less about 3/8 of an inch. And I'm going to cap them on the end with this 1/8 inch thick steel flat bar that I cut into some 1 inch squares. With both ends capped off, I grinded down the welds flush with the tubing, and then marked the center point on both ends and punched it. Then I drilled through a pilot hole, and then for the 2 longer pieces that connect onto the aluminum frame, I'm drilling through with this 3/8 inch bit. And then I have some of this 3/8 inch threaded rod that I'm going to cut about 1.5 inches longer than the pieces themselves. And then I'm going to feed this through both holes with an even overhang on both sides and tack weld it in place. Now I have this skateboard truck looking thing, and it'll fit right into the mounting slots on the frame and secured with some 3/8 inch nuts. I made 2 of these pieces the same size and welded both of them onto the top points of the bracket. For the shorter piece that's going to connect to the ski, I did basically the same thing, but I drilled through with a 1/2 inch bit instead of 3/8 and then just left it open. And then this will connect into the ski with a 1/2 inch stainless bolt. And with that bracket finished up, I made another one almost the exact same, just with slightly wider top pieces that will fit into the frame where they need to. Now I have to make a couple modifications to the frame to fit these. I basically just have to add some more axle mounting plates that will accept the steel pieces I just made. So to make these plates, I have the same 3 inch by 1/4 inch aluminum flat bar that I used when I made the frame in the last video. And I'm just cutting out some 2.5 inch sections of this. And then I'm drilling through an axle sized hole. And using a cutoff wheel in my grinder, I extended the width of that hole out towards the bottom of the plate so the axles can drop out freely. Then I repeated this step 7 more times for my 8 total mounting plates I need. I clamped these plates into their rough position and then slowly adjusted them until the bracket would slide freely in and out of it. And now they're ready to weld. To weld the aluminum, I'm using a MIG welder with argon shielding gas, set up the exact same way as I set it up in the first video where I built the camper. And there's some of those professional aluminum welding skills I was talking about. Very uniform. plate mounting plates welded up and grinded down, and both brackets fitting nicely. The frame can be fitted back onto the camper with some stainless steel lag bolts. And then I'm giving both brackets a good coat of primer and then some black rust paint. After that dried for a day, these are ready to be mounted onto the trailer. These just pop right into the mounting plates and then use 4 nuts to secure in place. And they're removable at any time, which makes this an easy 5-minute transition between an e-bike camper and a snowmobile camper. Now I have to solve the heat problem, since it's usually about -5 to -20 on any given day at this time of year. I have this 50 caliber ammo can that you can get pretty much anywhere, and I'm going to make this into a small, efficient oil-burning furnace that'll sit right on the shelf inside the camper and is removable, so it'll only be in there for the winter months. This isn't really an original idea, it's my own twist on some other videos that are floating around right now. So first I'm removing the rubber gasket from the underside of the lid. And then using a step drill bit, I'm drilling a couple holes to fit these copper fittings, one that'll be for the air intake and one for the exhaust. The hole I'm drilling now is the intake hole, and it's for a 3/4 inch copper fitting. The hole I'm drilling here at the top is slightly larger for the exhaust, and it's a 1-inch copper fitting. Now I want to cut a square hole into the lid so that I can install some of this tempered glass as a window so I can see how the fire's doing and how much oil is left. Ideally, I would use ceramic glass for this, but I don't really think it's going to get that hot, and I couldn't get my hands on any in the time that I needed it. And tempered glass should be safe up to 200 degrees Celsius, and I highly doubt the glass is going to get any hotter than that, so it should be fine. The easiest place I could find some tempered glass panels is just to head to the thrift store, and I found this picture frame that had 2 glass panels pretty much right around the size I needed. I also have no proper tool to cut glass, so I got out my tile saw and just went really slow, and that actually seemed to work really well. Once it was cut, I also used the blade as a grinding stone to take off the sharp edge. Next I marked out 4 bolt holes, and then I have this 3/16 inch glass and tile bit that I'm going to drill through the glass with. I used a rag soaked in water to keep some water flowing over the drill bit at all times, and then tried to cut these holes with no idea if I was doing it right. I still got this one. Chip off. So after I broke the first good panel, I found the key was to go slow without applying too much pressure, and make sure you have a good solid piece of backing plywood so that there's even pressure over the whole panel. Each hole took me about 3 or 4 minutes to drill, using really only the weight of the impact itself as the pressure. But believe me, slow and steady is better. Then I used a cutoff wheel to cut off the handle on the lid. And a grinding wheel to grind off the remaining tabs. Then I marked out where the window was going to go and drew some lines about 3/4 inches set in. Then I went ahead and cut that out with the cutoff wheel. I drilled the holes for the bolts, I used a sanding wheel on my grinder to take the paint off the bottom of the stove so that I can weld some legs on. To make up the legs, I'm using some 3/4 inch steel tubing, but you can really use any tubing you have lying around that's going to elevate this box off the shelf a little bit. So I welded up 2 of these U's, and then I'm drilling a 1/4 inch hole through each one so that I can bolt this into the shelf in the camper. And then I'm welding in this cross-member piece of tubing. After giving the leg piece a quick grind and sand, I'm tacking it on to the bottom of the ammo can. You also have to turn down your wire speed quite a bit on your welder so that you don't burn through the thin metal of the can. But don't ask me how I know that. Now I want to take off the original paint because it's not going to be heat proof. So to do that, I started up a nice hot fire with a bunch of scrap wood. And then I just set the ammo can in the fire, and it only takes about 30 seconds before you have to flip it. And once you flip it, you can see that a lot of the paint has pretty much released itself from the steel. Now, after it cools down, I can just take it into my workbench and use a wire wheel in my drill and a good wire brush, and this paint comes off really easily. It takes about 5 minutes to do the whole can. Then I cleaned off any remaining dust with some mineral spirits, reassembled it, and gave it a few coats of some high heat spray paint on the inside and outside. So basically how this is going to work is the air intake is going to come in from the side of the camper right here, and then it's going to exhaust through the top, and then there's going to be a candle burning, and then I'm going to make a heat exchanger out of some 1-inch copper pipe that sucks in room air from the camper and then blows it out, hopefully quite a bit hotter. So first I have some of this stove and gasket cement that I'm going to use to fix all my copper pieces together, since solder won't really work when it's under heat. So I cut the holes for my heat exchanger pipes. And then I cut a couple lengths of some copper tubing using a pipe cutter. I used a liberal amount of stove cement to cement the pipes into place. And then I added on this elbow and little length of pipe for the intake so that it was sucking up colder air from down below the heater. After the cement hardened up, I added on this elbow onto the heat exchanger exhaust, and I didn't cement this in place so that I can change the direction of the airflow. I 3D printed up this mounting bracket for a little USB fan, and after bolting the two together, this just slips onto the end of the intake pipe, and then forces air up through the heat exchanger. Now back to that lid I kind of skipped over there. I have some of this fiberglass fireproof gasket that I'm going to use to replace that rubber gasket I took out. just using a thin bead of stove cement around the frame of the window, and then bolting it in place. To make an easy oil candle, I just took an old salsa jar and drilled 4 holes in the lid for these wick holders. Then I filled it up with some paraffin lamp oil, and you can get this stuff for like $14 or $15 for a gallon. And that's it. With the flame right on the heat exchanger pipes, this keeps the hottest part of the pipes at about 150 degrees Celsius. Then I installed the air intake and exhaust fittings, and just popped in a couple placeholder pipes so that I can move this into the camper and trace out where I'm going to have to drill the holes for the air intake and exhaust. So I drilled them out with the proper size hole saw to fit this 1-inch male by 3/4 inch female brass bulkhead fitting. I put a liberal amount of silicone around the hole and then just installed the fitting by feeding it through from the outside and then tightening down the nut from the inside. Then I just finished up the fittings and pipe for the air intake and exhaust. I cemented all of these joints except for the ones that connect each pipe to the stove itself. That way all I have to do to install the furnace is thread each pipe onto its bulkhead and then slide the stove right into place. This isn't going to be 100% airtight, but it should be like 99%, and the oil I'm burning is paraffin, which actually can be used indoors, so this is going to be fine. I also pre-drilled the holes in the shelf to bolt the stove into place. Removing the stove for the summertime is really easy. I just have to take the bolts out, slide the stove out of place, and unthread the pipes, and then plug the 2 bulkheads with some 3/4 inch plugs. I'm just powering the heat exchanger fan with the main power bank for the camper. And after letting it run for only about 10 minutes, it brought the temperature of the camper up from the ambient shop temperature of 8 degrees all the way up to 18. So we'll see how this does when we're actually facing some real cold temperatures. Couple more things. I threaded in an elbow to make a little smokestack with a removable cap, and an elbow for the air intake so wind doesn't blow in as much. Also, the candle I made was really hard to adjust the wicks, and as a result it smoked a lot and caused a lot of buildup on the heater. So I got some of these adjustable wick holders and made up 2 new candles. These are a lot nicer because you can just use the knob on the side to adjust the height of the wick to find a nice stable flame with no smoke. And finally, I just took a scrap piece of styrofoam and cut some snug holes for these candles, so that I can just set this on the shelf in the camper for when I'm traveling so the candles aren't bouncing and leaking everywhere. Now I'm nearly ready to go, but I've got to get it hooked up to my brand new sled. So I cut 2 pieces of 1/4 inch steel flat bar, and then I have one of these hitch mounts that fits the hitch that's on the camper. and I sanded off as much of the paint as I could. And then I welded it on to one of the flat bars. Then I clamped the two pieces together and drilled through a pilot hole on all four corners. And then drilled the holes to fit some 1/4-inch bolts. Then I gave them a coat of some primer and paint. Once that dried, I put on a couple strips of this grippy tape that's usually meant just to hold area rugs in place. And then these two pieces just clamp around the back handrail on the snowmobile. And that's it for this build. It's time to load up and head out into the snow. Unfortunately, shortly after I started this build, we started having unseasonably warm temperatures, and a lot of rain, which melted our couple feet of snow in short order. Luckily, after waiting for a few days, the snow finally returned, and though it's not anything monumental, it's good enough and cold enough to try out my camp. Pretty impressed. This thing is actually handling great. It turns really well and follows nice and close behind the sled, and you don't even really feel it pulling because of the lightweight, even with this little 440. The aluminum frame seems to be holding up great and handling all the bumps and dumps just fine. Or maybe not. I was trying to go through a pretty rough section with some speed to show just how durable this unit is. And turns out I wasn't wrong, because even after this blow, everything else is still in perfect condition. But I am going to have to re-weld this main tongue joint with probably a quite a bit higher wire speed, because it looks like the weld barely even penetrated this. So after I pulled it back just over 1 kilometer to the shop, holding it with one hand, I quickly re-welded that joint, and we're back on the road. By the way, all the audio for this last guitar part was recorded inside the camper later on this night.
I really appreciate it. 14 years in. I still can't believe I got to do this on special. Back for the first time.
So I'm starting up the fire just before dark, and our starting temperatures are -10 outside and -8 inside the camper. Alright, it's been about 15 minutes since I started. After about an hour and a half, it hit 12 degrees, which is 24 degrees Celsius higher than the outside temperature, making this a perfectly viable solution to heat a camper. One thing I'd change in the future is adding an air circulation fan for the cabin so that all the heat doesn't sit up near the top. And now it's time to relax and get a good night's sleep. At about 2 a.m. I had to refill the candles, so overall used just under about a half liter of the oil, or about $3 or $4 worth. In the morning, I can just turn off the airflow to put out the candles. And then it's time to load up and head back. Overall, this was a really cool build and a really rewarding night out in the woods. The ammo can heater provided all the warmth I needed for the night with just a good thick blanket. And the new ski adaptation makes this the world's first snowmobile bike camper that's good for 4 seasons. I really hope you enjoyed watching me build this and coming on my camping adventure with me. If you like these kind of videos, I build a lot of different random stuff, so hit that subscribe button and come with me on my next journey. Also, if you recall from the first video, I was talking about giving this away or selling it and donating a portion of the profits. I decided I'm not going to get rid of this since the frame broke and it's kind of a liability to sell to anybody. What I am going to do instead, though, is donate $2,000 to a Better Tent City in Waterloo, Ontario, which gives homeless people a good warm place to stay and a roof over their head, and all their information is on their website that's on the screen now. Again, thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Wouldn't it be awesome if there was a fully equipped camper that you can just drive around off-road, park it wherever you like, and enjoy a beautiful night in it? I sure thought so, so I made it, the ultimate off-road electric camper. It's a vehicle I've been building from the ground up over the past few years. And throughout that time, in this video, I'm going to be building a major solar upgrade for the homemade camper. It's a fully mobile, self-charging solar generator that has enough power to run your electronics wherever you want. And I'll be showing you step by step exactly how it was built. Then, to test it out, we'll be taking it off-road for an overnight camping adventure. And not everything's going to go according to plan on this one. But that won't stop us from having some amazing times. We'll driving around, cooking delicious foods, staying warm inside the camper, and just enjoying a beautiful night. And this all started because my electric camper has one major flaw. The thing can run out of battery, which can be a pretty big problem if there's not a plug around. So I've been wanting to build something that can help charge it up, even if it's in the middle of nowhere. And when I got a message from Brenergy to sponsor today's video, I knew it was finally time to build it, because Brenergy specializes in DIY off-grid solar power systems, and they're helping supply me with some pretty awesome solar tech that's going to help make this build possible. But we'll be getting to them a bit later. For now, let's go ahead and start by building up this trailer by using some of these super simple components. Like for one, I'm going to build the frame out of this square punch tubing. The stuff's made of metal, it's got a whole bunch of holes, and it's really easy to assemble with a couple nuts and bolts. And of course, I went ahead and painted it yellow. And for all the electrical components, I'm going to be installing them inside this really nice tool case just to keep them shielded from the elements. And lastly, to get this trailer moving, I'm going to install some of these rigid caster wheels, which should do the trick perfectly. So let's start by building out the metal frame by laying out the piece of the square punch tubing where they're going to go, and just taking some nuts and bolts and then tightening the pieces all together. It's always super satisfying to work with this stuff because it's really easy to put together, nice and strong, and makes for some super quick construction. Gotta love it. Now we can bring over the tool chest to flip it over and get this metal frame installed on the bottom. And since I'm using this square punch tubing, it's really easy to figure out how it lines up, is I can just take a long nose marker and mark directly through the holes in the frame, just like a stencil, to ensure everything lines up perfectly, so when I drill out the holes, I know they're going to line up with the metal frame underneath. Then, to add even more strength to the bottom, I ended up taking a piece of wood and drilling out holes that match up with the holes underneath, so that we can head inside the case, take the piece of wood, install some bolts and washers, and thread them through all the way underneath. I'm also going to be installing a bunch of these rubber spacers just to add some extra cushion from the bottom of the case to the metal frame. Then I can carefully tip it over, bring over the metal frame, line it up with the bolts sticking out, place on some washers and lock nuts, and then bolt it all together, ensuring the frame and the case are now one solid piece. And while we have access to the underside, I think it's about time we install these wheels.
But sadly, the holes underneath the casters don't line up with the holes in the frame, so that means we're gonna have to put some new ones in. And it also means I have an excuse to use my awesome hole puncher. And this thing just punches straight on through the metal, just like it's made out of paper. And I'm still so impressed with how thick of metal this thing can actually punch through. Just so cool. And now that I have the correct hole placement, it's as simple as taking some nuts, bolts, and washers and tightening them both down to the frame. And now this thing's got some wheels. And speaking of wheels, the tool case itself did come with some wheels, but I'm not going to use them, so I'm just going to go ahead and remove them. And now, it's finally time to flip over the trailer so we can get it facing the correct orientation and finish building out the rest of the metal frame by adding on some more pieces of the tubing along each of the corners, as well as adding on some long pieces along the length of it, just to make sure this trailer's nice and strong. The trailer's starting to look awesome, but we're still missing some stuff. Like for one, let's get to installing all the electrical components, starting with this big old battery. And this is Renergy's newest battery installment, the Pro S1. And this thing is absolutely beautiful. It's got a full metal case, super solid build. It's got huge capacity at 240 amp hours. They've got the nicest terminals I've ever seen on a battery. It even has built-in weatherproof covers for the communication ports. And since this is a smart battery, it has Bluetooth, so you can connect it up to your phone via the Renergy app, and it will show you all sorts of information like the battery state of charge, temperature, or just any other stats that you want to know. It also has an internal heating element to keep the battery above freezing, so you can actually charge this thing when it's below freezing outside. And I also really appreciate how easy it is to mount this thing. I don't have to build any crazy mounting bracket. I can just literally take the included mounts, attach them directly to the battery, pick up the battery, place it where I want it, and just use a couple screws to hold it down in place. Definitely the easiest battery I've ever installed. Absolutely love it. Next up, let's install the inverter. And for that, Renergy sent me this beautiful 1000-watt pure sine wave inverter. It's got nice thick connectors for the positive and negative. It's got an internal cooling fan, and on the front side, you can see it has two full-size 120-volt house outlets, which will allow us to run our appliances in the middle of nowhere. And I'm going to be installing this right next to the battery. But you can see it is going to be a little bit of a tight fit, so I'm actually going to be installing this on its side by using a piece of wood for a mounting plate. And to keep the wood in place, I'm going to be using some of these strong heavy-duty metal T-brackets by screwing them down on both sides to the piece of the mounting wood. Then I can take the inverter, drop it down where I want it, and install it with just a couple wood screws. Super simple. Then, on the back side, it's time to install our solar charge controller. And Renergy sent me this really awesome one, the Rego 30-amp charge controller. This is an NPPT controller. It's got some really nice metal heat sinks on the backside to keep this thing nice and cool. It's got some super nice and convenient quick connect ports, which is going to make wiring this thing up a breeze. It also has Bluetooth, so you can connect it directly up to the Renergy app to change settings or just view the status. And for installing this, super simple, just screw it down in place to the metal mounting holes. Doesn't get simpler than that. Now I can bring the whole thing over to the box, place it inside, and I do have to screw it in place, and it is a pretty tight fit, so I'm going to be using this right angle adapter, and then just screwing it down to the wood underneath, making sure it's on there nice and secure. But as our trailer sits right now, we're still missing something, because if you can tell, there's no way to get power in and out of this container, so that's what we're going to have to figure out next. And for that, I got some pretty cool stuff to install. One of them being this, which is like an extension cord with a flush mount on it, and this is going to route power out from the inverter to the front of the case, and they also have some nice weatherproof seals on them. I'm also going to be installing a couple of these heavy-duty switches to turn power on and off to different systems. There's also this nice heavy-duty quick connect port, which is going to give me access to 12 volts on the outside of the case. And lastly, some small cable glands, which is going to really help organize running wires in and out of the container. So let's go ahead and get these all installed. And it's super simple. I just grab a hole saw, making sure to grab the correct size, and begin to drill out all the holes. And I do put a piece of wood behind it, just to make sure I'm not drilling into any electronics. And the holes for the cable glands are at a pretty tight location, so I do have to use that right angle adapter again. With the holes drilled out, I can drop in the adapters for the plugs and tighten them down to the case, as well as installing the 12-volt quick connect port. And then for the switches, I am going to be using some 5-minute epoxy just to make sure it's in there nice and sealed, so I can just go ahead and pop them both in place. And lastly, it's time to install those 2 little cable glands. But if there is something else the exterior of this case needs, it's gotta be some ventilation. So let's go and install some vents. And this is going to be super simple. Just drill out the correct size holes in the case. Again, using a piece of wood to make sure I don't drill into anything. And I don't want to just leave these holes exposed to the elements, so I'm going to be installing some of these really cool vent covers I found. And I'm also going to be using a nice piece of this stainless steel mesh. And using the vent covers, I trace around them so I can use some tin snips to cut out the shapes. And you can see how they perfectly fit on the back. Then I can bring them over to the case along with some tiny little machine screws and bolt them down together through the container. And I did it for both of the vent holes on the back. And I also installed 2 more of these vents on the front as well. And the point of installing the mesh is to ensure no bugs or critters can crawl through those vent holes. And I think they turned out looking beautiful. Up next, let's wire it all together. Just for extra safety, I'm going to be installing a fuse on the inverter. Even though it has one built in, I just like having an extra external one just for some extra backup. And for connecting up the inverter, it's actually super simple. I'm taking the positive from the battery, running it through the fuse, up to one of the switches in the front, and then from the switch, I connect it up directly to the positive on the inverter. And for the negative, I hook it up directly from the negative on the battery to the negative on the inverter. Then I can take the flush knob extension cords and plug them into the output on the inverter so that it routes the power right to the outside of the case. Now for hooking up our solar charge controller, this thing is even easier to connect up as it's full of all these really nice quick connectors. Like the ones for the power to the battery, I've never seen any like this and I really like them. They have a little button that you can use as a quick release, and these things just snap in place and they're just super easy to connect and disconnect. I definitely have to keep these in mind for future projects. Super cool connector. And these wires on the other end, they get hooked up directly to the positive and negative on the battery. Then for hooking up our controller to our solar panels, it's just as easy as we use these MC4 connectors, which just snap in place, which is absolutely fantastic. I'm also going to be running the main positive wire from the solar panels to the bottom switch on the front of the container, as I think it's a really nice safety feature to have a quick disconnect switch. Then I can take the wires that are going to connect to our solar panels and run them out through the cable glands and attach on some of those MC4 connectors. And the last thing to wire up inside of here is going to be our 12-volt external port, which just gets connected directly to the terminals on the battery. Super simple. And after doing a little bit of labeling on the front panel, I'm super proud of how this turned out. We have the 2 120-volt outlets, we got our nice 12-volt quick connect port, our solar disconnect switch, and then our inverter switch as well. And speaking of our inverter switch, I think it's about time we test out the inverter. And with this, we'll have 120-volt AC wherever we go. Awesome. But this is supposed to be a solar trailer, so we're definitely missing one more major component, the solar panels. So let's go ahead and get these beauties installed. And Renogy sent me these super awesome ones. This is their Shadow Flux series. These ones are rated for 120 watts. They're lightweight, and on the back side, they're really easy to connect up as they just have the built-in MC4 connectors. And in order to install these panels, we're going to need some help from one of my favorite materials. That's right, a big old cutting board. I always find myself using this material. It's super durable, it's not going to rot, and it's really easy to work with. And the first thing we're going to have to do is we're going to have to cut it. No, not with a knife, but with something a little bit more serious. Because I'm going to cut this thing into a bunch of strips so I can use them to mount the solar panels. And I would even say this stuff cuts even cleaner than wood does. And now that we got our strips cut out, it's time to drill out a couple holes in them, as well as some matching holes in the lid of the container. Then I can take some bolts, some more of those rubber spacers, as well as alien tape, which is like a really nice, thick, clear double-sided tape to make a nice waterproof seal around the bolts. Then I can take the piece of plastic, line up the bolts with the holes, and push them down through the other sides. Then, on the inside of the container, I can add on a couple more rubber spacers, some washers, and some block nuts, and then tighten the whole thing down to the roof of the container, so that the cutting board pieces are on there nice and secure. Now, for catching on the solar panels, Renogy makes these nice aluminum brackets that you can bolt down to the bottom of the panels. And with the brackets attached, I can bring over the panel and you can see it lines up perfectly with the pieces of cutting board, so that I simply have to drill out some bolts with the cutting board, drop in some bolts, and tighten them down with some nuts with the other side, ensuring that the panel's on there nice and secure. Now, for the remaining 2 solar panels, I'm going to be installing them on some of these heavy-duty folding brackets, and I take the brackets and attach them directly down to the frame with some nuts and bolts, and I install 2 on each side. I just really like the idea of being able to fold these panels down when I'm driving around. Now, to hold the panels down to the brackets, I'm going to be using some more pieces of cutting board, and you guessed it, some more nuts and bolts, ensuring that our panels are nice and firmly attached to the frame, and I give the same exact treatment to the panel on the other side. Now, it was about this time in the build where things were going a little bit too smoothly. There always has to be at least one hiccup, and for this project it is, I miscalculated the length by just the top of the bolt heads. So let's do a quick little fix. And for that, I decided to just cut off the wheels, add on a little drop-down section here, some tubing, and then just re-bolt it all together. It's definitely not the cleanest solution, but it's strong, and with just a couple more nuts and bolts. And plus, I think I'm at the part of my building career where pretty much every time I sneeze, I think there's at least a couple nuts and bolts in there. But at least now, we can fold down our solar panels completely. Perfect. And now that we got our solar panels firmly installed, it's time to connect them together. And to add an extra layer of safety, Renogy makes this nice little inline fuse that's rated for 30 amps, and this has the built-in MC4 connectors, so I can really just snap it together with the solar panels for some safe and simple wire connections. And after placing on a couple zip ties, we got all the wiring done on our project. And I really love how these panels turned out. They can fold down super easily, and I even designed it so I can still open up the container to access all the electronics if I ever need to fix something or for future upgrades. And I just find it so satisfying how easily these panels unfold. Absolutely awesome. And something else that's awesome about these panels, other than the name of Shadow Flux, is these panels, they have bypass diodes in them, meaning when shadows, leaves, snow, or really anything comes up the panels, it's really not that big of a deal. You see, in traditional panels, when something blocks a section on the panel, it really reduces the current by quite a lot and makes the panels quite inefficient. But with the Shadow Flux panels, it can send the current around these blocks, leading to way better real-world performance, even in unideal conditions, which is always a big positive. But there is one more thing I want to do with these panels, and that's go around to each of the corners to drill out a small little hole, because I want to install some of these little bungee cords just to keep the panel closed when driving around. And I installed one of these on the front and back of the build. Super simple, but it'll get the job done. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, for a trailer, this thing doesn't look super easy to tow. So for that, I'm going to be installing this, which is like a trailer hitch receiver. And I'm just going to be installing it with a couple more pieces of tubing and a few nuts and bolts on the front. And the last thing to install is going to be this trailer support leg. This one can extend and collapse whenever you want, and it's just going to get installed directly to the front of the frame with a couple bolts. So now when I park this thing, I can extend the leg and it'll support the weight of it. And when I'm not using it, I can slide it up in the front and it'll lock in place. Awesome. I'm honestly super proud of how the solar trailer turned out. I think it looks great, it's got great functionality, and I love how the panels can just fold up with ease. And I just want to say thanks again Renogy for sponsoring this video. Definitely check out their products with the link in my description. And if you use the code QNDIY01, you can save 9% off your Shadow Flux solar panels. And if you use the code QNDIY02, you can save 9% off some Renogy Pro S1 batteries as well. Some pretty awesome stuff. And with that, it's finally time to test this thing out. Alright, let's get this solar trailer done up. Yeah, went on there super easy. You can see I also installed a little ball pitch on the back of this thing, and I think this is one for like a riding lawnmower. It's a pretty small one. Yeah, it's perfect for this. All right, let's go ahead and take this thing out. Whoa. It's been a minute since I've been in here. Let's go ahead and power this thing on. Make sure we're going forward. Now let's have a wonderful night. still not too bad. And it is snowing the slightest bit outside. I don't know if you can hear that. It's like totally hailing outside. Little tiny bits of hail. It sounds really nice. I was not expecting any hail today, but you know, the weather's changing extremely drastically these last couple of weeks. Can never really tell what's going on. Anyways, let's keep moving forward to find a nice little spot to camp out. Onward we go. Well, see that? Looks like a bit of unexpected tree fall. We've had some pretty intense strong winds the past couple weeks, and obviously this tree fell victim to it. I don't have any equipment with me, but I do kind of want to get past this, if possible. Let's get out there and see what we can do. Alrighty. Guess let's just start moving. Oh wow, this is like stabbed ground from falling. Wow. Whoa. Well, I was a little bit hopeful with this. The rest of these are just like massive pieces that sadly I cannot lift. These things are huge. And I don't have a saw with me. I think we're going to have to flip around and find a different spot to camp at. Bit of a bummer. Poultry. Alright, let's flip this thing around. You can't always account for everything, including falling trees. But hey, at least I get to drive my machine a bit. This thing is a blast. Alright, so I was driving, right? I went to look for the trailer, and if you can tell, it's not there. It fell off. The stinking ball unscrews from the hitch. At least I didn't get too far, but that's kind of ridiculous. Alright, let's go ahead and hook it on up. Oh man. Back. The ball fell off. The question is, where's the hardware for this? Oh, this is a bit of a bummer. I wish I brought a metal detector. I needed a saw today, and now a metal detector. Oh my gosh. Da-da-da. Look at these shiny beauties. Oh, thank goodness. Alright, let's go ahead and install this. And you can see it's a bit of ways from it. Let's set this thing back and re-hook it up.
For clarification, the task just to copy here our CAD settings over to this new CAD for competitive use to make it immediately usable.
I still cannot believe the ball came off. I just bought this thing and I assumed it was on there tight. You know what they say about making assumptions? Don't do it. So yeah, I definitely learned from this, and I will always double check if I ever buy hitch, because yeah, that's not cool. And I am glad that I do bring at least some hand goods up here. All right, It's on there nice and secure, and hopefully this time it'll stay on there. Tree fell down that way, trailer fell up this way. What an eventful morning. Alright, again, moving over here is a nice spot to camp. It's a little bit of a clearing, and yeah, seems like as far as any. Alright, let's go ahead and power this thing off. Let's go poke around outside, see what's up. Yeah, just a really nice, peaceful spot. And the sun is definitely a bit cloudy, but I can definitely see a little bit of it through the clouds, so definitely want to try out these panels. Love, maybe just click these things up. Oh, beautiful. I'm so thrilled. This is the first time that these solar panels have ever been outside, and they've already experienced rain, hail, and snow. What in the world? Now, just go ahead and connect our panels to our charge controller. Just switch. And if we check on our app, I already went ahead and pre-charged the battery, so it's already at 100%. And right now, it's getting, I guess it's just getting topped off a little bit with 77 watts from the current sun right now, even though it's pretty overcast. And our charge controller, yep, charging the battery at like 70 watts. But the good thing about the system that has a battery, it means that if I'm not getting a whole lot of juice from the sun, I still get energy to draw from the big old battery inside. And that's exactly what we're going to do. I'm going to use this to charge up and top up the camper mobile. Because right now, the camper is at, if you can see it, it's at 90%. We use 10% driving around, and I want to get it back up to 100. So, in order to do that, I brought a 48-volt battery charger. So, we can head under here, flip on our inverter, open up one of our weather sealed plugs. I can just go ahead and plug this in. And then on the other end, I hooked it up with a quick connect, and I can go ahead and pop into my camper. There we go. And now we're using this battery inverter along with the panel to charge up this battery. And yes, this is a waterproof battery charger specifically for stuff like this. It was supposed to be sunny when I last checked the weather. Now there's a bunch of little hail balls sticking all over me. What is going on? Whew. Kind of cool though.
First off, a work-related matter. Today, we finished overhauling the third eye. And at this juncture, we'd like you to update the software to run some functionality tests.
It is cold and snowy. I think it's about time we head back inside the camper and get warm up.
Actually, I'm scheduled to report to FLT on my next day off.
All right. All my gear in the front section, water, sleeping bags, boots, coats, got a heated blanket which I'll probably use tonight, camera gear and all that stuff. This is a little heater. I'll probably end up using this in a little bit. It's not super cold in here. It's 46 degrees in here right now. I just put a thermometer outside. This will go to a real temperature soon. It's probably around freezing outside right now. And first thing I want to do is I want to warm up a bit. Have myself a nice little cup of some warm green tea. Sounds good to me. Brought my little micro electric kettle. Let's go ahead and pop on the little baby inverter in here. Plug this thing in and set it to boil. It's steamy. It's nice to get something warm in the hands. Cheers. And if you ever wanted a way to support the channel but don't know how, grab yourselves one of the Quiet Bear camping bugs. They're perfect for any beverage. Looks like there's some more little snowflakes out there. And the funny thing is, it is officially springtime. I just don't think nature caught up with it yet. This is definitely turning out to be a wintry day for sure. And in case you're wondering, yes, I ended up buying a whole bunch of metal, welding it all together into the most complicated shape I've ever made to build a little ski for the front wheel. But I wanted to ski around in some snow steering with that, but all the snow disappeared, so I didn't bring it out here. But I tried. And just like that, the sun's poking out after that downpour snow. It's time to poke around outside a bit while there's a little bit of sun. And if you can see that over there, I ended up taping the security camera to that tree so I'll be able to watch us all night. And you can hear all those frogs over there. And something cool about those frogs, if you can hear them, in wintertime, they actually completely freeze solid. They like bury themselves in the ground and like turn into balls of ice. They have something special in their blood and in their cells that keeps them from like breaking when they freeze. And then when springtime comes around, they literally just thaw. I don't know any other animal that can literally just like freeze and like come back and they're just cool. Pretty cool. You can also notice that there's this trail running through here like a wild game trail, probably deer, stuff like that. Maybe we'll see something coming by through like walking along this trail. I think that'll be pretty cool. Walking back here makes me miss metal detecting. I wish I had a metal detector. Trail's just keep on going. I'm really surprised I haven't seen anything. Birds. Oh no, the birds, they're back. Well, I'll have to pick them off. I wonder where the camper is. Can you spot the big block of cheese over there? Beautiful. Looks like a ball of cheese. This is crazy. So cool.
Hold on. You don't have to apologize. Everyone here is important.
It looks like the day is done with all of the rain and the snow and the hail and all that good stuff. Still a little bit overcast. We are still getting a little bit of juice on the panels out there. But for now, I am starting to get hungry. And for dinner, I got something pretty good planned. Some gnocchi. Let's make some delicious gnocchi pasta. And to cook it, I ended up bringing just a little stove. Got a little pot to boil some water. I also brought some pesto. I want to have some pesto with our gnocchi. And I got a can of salmon. I think it'd be nice to mix in a can of salmon with it. And then, of course, a little bit of spice, just a jalapeno pepper. The stove is definitely starting to add a little bit of condensation on the windows. And it's also starting to warm up in here. Nothing's getting too hot around it. Perfectly fine. I got a fire extinguisher as well. And plus, I cracked the window a little bit, just to make sure we got proper airflow.
You idiot, why didn't you refill the stash? Go get all the ones we do have. Yes, sir. This is a flying spell.
And these cooked extremely quickly. It's definitely a little bit too full, but just going to keep my eye on it. When they start to float, means they're done. Probably only going to be a couple more minutes and we'll have some fresh, fluffy potato pastas. Just look at the beauties. Alright, go ahead and turn off our stove carefully. And this pot has like a built-in strainer lid, and we're going to use that. Alright.
I don't know why, this thing's another season, bro. I mean, all the seasons are great, but...
It's looking like a nice, hearty pasta. Cooking that really warmed it up in here. It's 57 degrees Fahrenheit in here and 34 outside. Feels really nice in here for sure. I'm still super proud of this camper. I think it's just super unique. Pretty much like the spray foam shell. And if you haven't seen that video, definitely check it out. They used like 68 cans of spray foam to make this whole shell and just all types of paints and coatings on top of it. And I'm also really proud of the solar power generator. I think that thing turned out fantastic. And I really like how the solar panels kind of pulled out on those locking shelf things. I forgot what they're called. Those locking brackets. I think they turned out fantastic. I was debating putting on like linear actuators so I could like automatically have them unfold by themselves, but that may be something I add in the future. But for now, I think those are perfectly fine. Super easy to lift up and then close down. Not a problem at all. It's always so cozy to just hang out in these campers. This one's so cool. Got the lights and everything. I'm excited to turn on this heater later. And hopefully by the time we turn on this heater, we'll be at 100% on this battery so we can use this quite a bit. Yeah, I'm just going to finish eating my dinner, hang out, and enjoy this beautiful night. Dinner is so good. And I'm so stuffed. I took a whole bunch of hand warmers and I opened them up and put them in my pockets and I threw some in my socks. Get my hands and feet nice and warm in here. Just like you can. Well, that sounds good. Oh, there's a couple over there. It's very curious of my information. That was cool. It's been a while since I've seen deer in one of my campers. He was definitely very interested in it and kept looking at me and then just bolted away. You look at that. Let's see, 1, 2, 7 deer. So this guy's staring at me right there. And his friends back there. Yeah, this guy's just staring me down. He doesn't know what to make of the cheese box. Just giving it away. I seem to be pretty interested in the cheese box. I wouldn't be surprised if they come back later tonight as well. We'll see. Not too much longer, it'll be completely dark out there. We got some really pretty colors on the sunset as well. It's beautiful. So a couple things. 1, we ended up charging back up to 100% on the camper battery. 2, got all my gear packed up in the back. 3, you can tell it's pretty much dark outside, got a little sliver of sunlight left, and that means it's about time to take this thing out for some night driving. But before that, I want to actually go ahead and disconnect the trailer. I don't think we need to bring the trailer with us. There we go. Now I can safely drive away and not worry about losing this in the dark. Let's go on a little night drive. Alright, it is cold out there. Go forward, got our vehicle on. Let's take this out for a little drive. So bumpy. Maybe we can see a little bit better if I turn off the lights in here. There we go. How's that? Yeah, much better. Alright, we're coming back up on the camp from the other side. And this is where all the deer were earlier, so keep an eye out. Maybe we'll see some deer. Oh, it's muddy here. I can feel it sinking in a bit. Now I can see the trailer. Let's go ahead and park this beast. that was awesome. Gotta flip on these lights. Perfect. Made it back. Nothing broke. Didn't crash. Doesn't get better than that. And for the camper battery, we're back down to 93%. We used 7% on our little fun ride. I think it's time to step outside and re-hook up the charger. Alright? Off with this. And out we go. Alright, let's go ahead and return on this inverter. Replug in this. There we go. Yeah, blinking for charging. Now we'll just let this go all night long. Looking good. This thing is awesome. I almost brought a diesel heater today, you know, to plug it in here, but I decided not to and just go fully electric. And inside the camper we go. Alright, it's chilly outside for sure. It is below freezing out there, and it's 41 degrees in here, so it's not so bad in here, but it's a little bit cold. And to help with that, I'm going to boil up some more water and make a nice hot cup of some apple cider. I think that sounds pretty good. I didn't see any animals out there when driving. Well, actually, I did see a little bunny, but I didn't see any deer or coyote or anything. But I'm sure those deer, they were probably close by. Boom, 212. I think this is a pretty cool little kettle. It was like the lowest watt one I could find that would work with this tiny inverter in the camper. I think it works really nice. Cheers. I've really been loving apple cider this year. It's so good. Sweetness, a little bit of sour. Perfect. Should have brought a little bit of a longer cord for this. Might have to stand it up while it's charging. Cool. Charging a phone. Got power everywhere. Lights, charging, inverters. I got 2 inverters with me, a big one out there. I got 2 massive batteries. This is such a cool setup. I kind of forgot about this thing. Definitely want to use it. It is a purely electric heater. Got this little quick connect port. Just kind of plug it in. Works on 48 volts, and it's like 400 watts, so it's not super power hungry, but it is a little bit hungry. Yeah, let's go ahead and pop this thing on. Get it warm up in here. Huh? Is it working? Oh yeah. There it goes. You be cooking now. This thing's pretty cool. And since this is such a small little space, it's going to heat it up super quickly and really nice as well. And this is actually a golf cart heater. It's sold as like a golf cart heater. I don't know, you stick it in like a cup holder in a golf cart and it'll warm you up as you're outside. I don't know, but I think it was like a perfect match for like a small little electric camper heater. And I do like how you can adjust it. It's got infinite adjustments, so you can turn it so it's like super low with sipping power, or you can turn it on full blast to really warm this place up. And for now, I'm just going to turn it on full blast and get it nice and warm. It's 46 in here right now. It's 25 degrees Fahrenheit outside, so definitely cooling down quite a bit. Also, check this out. Got that creepy glow. Oh, spooky. That looks wild on camera. That's so good. Yeah, back on with you. Not only is this a heater, it's also a creepy glowing red light as well. You know what would be nice with this cup of apple cider? A nice little sweet treat. And for that, we're going to make some s'mores. I could honestly probably roast the marshmallows over this, like holding it really close, but I'm not going to do that. It might take a while. I'm just going to go ahead and use the gas stove. Just kind of roast them this way. That'll be fun. Got some graham cracker, got some chocolate, and got some marshmallows. Oh yeah. Oh no. I just want them nice and brown. Try not to catch them on fire. This is gonna be so messy. Woo! Looks big though. Pretty good. Oh, that was delicious. I do think I may have one more. Always gotta keep it rotating. Delicious. That was such a delicious dessert. And cooking them on the stove and having the heater on, even with the window open, warmed it up quite a bit. It's 57 degrees in here and 22 outside. Getting colder outside, getting warmer inside. Definitely starting to get a bit tired. I think soon I'm going to bust out the sleeping bag and brought an electric heated blanket, which I'll be running as well, mine as well, because we got a lot of electric juice. I might as well use it for something, especially for comfort. It's been a long day, but a wonderful day. A lot of things happen, some crazy weather and hail and snow and a little bit of rain, and just the trailer fell off and just craziness. Yeah, I think it's time to get the sleeping bag out, get comfy, and just wind down for the night. I'm tired. We got that accordion style foam sleeping pad. Yeah, I'm definitely tired. You can fall asleep at any minute. But I'm gonna go ahead and turn on my heat going to have this thing on at night. And it's good to turn it on 3. Hopefully we get some better sun tomorrow. No more spontaneous hailstorms. Even though they were cool. I would like a little bit more sun so I can charge up the solar generator, but really test out those panels. Yeah. Anyways, I'm tired, I'm exhausted, and I'm ready to get some sleep. So, get some good sleep, everybody, and I'll catch y'all. Good night. Good morning. A little bit crispy this morning for sure. It looks like it's going to be a sunny day today. For the camper battery, we are at 100%. Okay, so we ended up charging all night long. And for the Renogy battery, we are at, wow, 39%. We used a whole lot of it. Most likely because I've been having this heater on all night long, and it's been trickle feeding this battery to make sure this thing's at 100. But it's been doing a good job, so awesome. And the sun is going to come out and hopefully charge that thing back on up. I mean, it will, just take some time. Yeah, cool. It is cold in here, though. It's 30 degrees in here, 25 outside Fahrenheit, so definitely a little freezing. I think I want to turn this thing on. I might as well. Got 100% of this battery and a nice electric heater right in front of me. Get this place warm up and hopefully thaw out all these windows. Get all this ice off of them. Looks like we'll get at least some sun today. A little bit cloudy. Way better than yesterday. Oh wow, everything's just ice. My poor tripod is super frozen. Everything is super frozen. Oh, these panels, they've definitely had an interesting first day. I think I'm going to go ahead and unplug this thing. Turn off this inverter for now. Whew, frosty. Everything is so cold. And soon, maybe in an hour, the sun will start to heat up these panels and start to produce some energy. And go ahead and charge up that battery. And I'm sure the internal heater on the battery, that thing's going to be turning on probably when it starts charging because it's cold out here. Definitely cold out here. Anyways, let's go back inside and let's make ourselves some breakfast. Whew. Let's get some nice hot water boiling. Oh, it's so hot. Cheers. I think it's about time for some breakfast. Today, we're making some pancakes. Should be pretty good. So there's a little bit of a problem. I brought the wrong measuring cup. I thought this was a fourth of a cup. It's not. So I ended up adding too much water to my pancake mix. This might not work. Oh man. Alright, let's see what happens. So frothy outside still. And these might turn out alright. Just be like thin pancakes. Ooh, that's stuck. This first one looks like an egg. It doesn't even look like a pancake. Hey, not too bad. Starting to smell good in here. And the sun is starting to poke out of there as well. Right now, we're currently charging the panels at 60 watts. Not too much, but the sun is still very low over there. So the more it raises up, the more energy we'll get back. And yeah, cool. We're charging the battery at 4.5 amps. Awesome. Get some juice back on our portable power station. Love it. I mean, I'm definitely cooking something, but these are less than ideal. They're like super thin. I did end up bringing a little bit of honey, but I don't know if it's going to matter too much because these are, without a doubt, the worst pancakes I've ever made. A little bit of honey. Just kind of turn it into a taco. Okay, it's not so bad. Ah, those were not so bad. Actually, quite a bit better than I expected. Just like thin little pancakes. And it's definitely warmed up in here quite a bit. It says it's 65 degrees in here right now, which is super nice. I think I'm actually going to turn off this heater for a little bit. And it says it's 42 degrees outside. I don't think it's really 42 outside. I just think the thermometer's in the sun. And since there is so much sun out there right now, I do think our panels are charging up. Yeah, we're charging at 124 watts and just keeps going up and up as the sun rises up in the sky. Gotta love like that power source. I just think it's so cool. Very peaceful out here. And I like the sounds of all the birds. Looks like the sun is finally come out to play. It still does feel a little bit chilly. I'm gonna go ahead and close the door for a bit. This is such a nice thing to have in here. Little tiny electric heater. All I want to do right now is just hang out by this little heater, finish the rest of my tea. I like these windows. They're just made out of some clear, flexible vinyl. I think I've used this technique on like 3 different projects. Probably use it again in the future. I don't know, unless I try something else. I like this stuff though. It's nice and flexible. I don't have to worry about shattering if I hit a bunch of bumps and stuff. Also, nice and waterproof. Completely sealed. Didn't get any drips or anything like that from the windows. Super nice. And I also got my little vents down here. A little bit of airflow. And with the sun out like this right now, we're getting 218 watts from the panels, charging the battery at 16.6 amps, and it says it'll be fully charged in right under 9 hours. So it's pretty cool. Just have it sit out there for 9 hours, things going to charge on up. Super nice. When there's no clouds in the sky, you get a whole bunch of power. Gotta love it. You can also tell I took all my gear and put it into the back, because it's almost time to head on back home. But before that, we gotta step outside and we're gonna fold down those panels. Nice shot. I really do love how easily this thing folds up. Definitely super proud of it. And honestly, the panels, they're still gonna charge right now. They're just not up. It's not ideal. It's such a cool design. I love how it can like fold down, be more compact and driving. I don't have to worry about like clipping trees and stuff like that. Yeah, awesome. It's turned out to be a beautiful afternoon, but sadly, time to head on back. Well, it's it's been a wonderful adventure from building the new trailer, testing it out, having the trailer fall off, the crazy hail and snow and weather, and just hanging out in a cool little foam camper. Anyways, I just wanted to say thanks for taking the time to stop by and watch my videos. I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me, and I really hope you enjoyed it. And with that, I'll catch you on the next one. These are such fun controls. Power, forward, everything secure as much as it will be. All right, let's go. What is going on with this weather? This is the coolest micro camper around. It has 3 wheels, it's fully motorized, making it super fun to drive around. It has a built-in power system that even has a heater, and it's the perfect size for any adventure. You won't be able to find another vehicle quite like this one. And in this video, I'm going to be showing you every single step of how this amazing camper was built, including some super strange methods that have never been seen before. Then, to test it out, we'll load it up with gear and take it off-road for an overnight winter adventure, and of driving around in the snow, cooking delicious foods, and having a wonderful time, all while staying nice and warm in our cozy little camper. This is truly an incredible build, and I'm super excited to share with you. So grab some popcorn, get comfy, and let's build this thing. Starting with the frame, using some of the square punch tubing. And I absolutely love this stuff. I've used it to build out so many different projects over the years that I've acquired quite a big pile of leftover pieces. But because I'm using leftover pieces, I don't actually have pieces of tubing that are long enough, so I'm going to be connecting a few of them together to extend them out to the correct length. Then using some smaller pieces of tubing, I laid them across the frame for some nice strong side supports. And since I'm using the square punch tubing, it's really easy to connect it all together with just some nuts and bolts and washers, and I make sure to use lock nuts to prevent them from ever coming loose. And with that, we got a nice solid metal frame for the base of our vehicle. And also, look at this. I ended up ripping my shirt during this frame build. What can you do? Now, the next part is how to make this thing move. And I could just throw some wheels on it and I rope in the front and sort of just drag it out. But I've done something like that in the past and it's really not that fun. So for this build, I got something better planned. A big old motor. And this is a beautiful 2,500 watt brushless motor with built-in differential gears. And I really like these motors. I used 4 of them in the past on a previous project on that larger camper build, and they turned out beautiful for that. So I know that this one motor is going to power this build, no problem at all. And I ended up getting an axle kit that fits this motor. The axles, they're perfectly smooth, and there's no actual way to mount them to anything. So the first challenge we gotta figure out is how we're gonna mount it to the vehicle. And for that, I'm gonna be using some of this 1/4-inch thick steel plate. And since I'm using the steel punch tubing for the frame, it's really easy to attach things to it, as you can just use a small piece, kind of like a stencil, to mark out where some of the holes line up. Now that I got the metal pieces cut and marked, I am going to have to make some holes in them. And one of my least favorite parts is drilling through metal like this. So instead of having to drill these out, I ended up getting a pretty cool new tool I want to share with y'all. A massive hole puncher. You can kind of think of it like the hole puncher you use on your paper, except this one, it's a little bit more intense than that, as this one can do a whole lot of paper. It can also punch through plastic, Parmesan, and pizza. Okay, well, it kind of went through the pizza. But the main reason I got this is this thing can punch through 1/4-inch thick steel almost like it's nothing, which is absolutely wild. And yeah, it was kind of scary to use this thing, just knowing how much force is being pushed through it, as it can just punch through the steel like it's butter. That thing is pretty impressive. It punched through this 1/4-inch metal like it's nothing, like these little tiny metal plugs. So much faster than drilling and pretty cool. So let's go ahead and get these installed on the axle. And I ended up making 4 of these mounts because I want to stack them on top of each other just to have some thicker metal in the end. And to make sure it's going to line up perfectly with the frame, I temporarily extend it out so I can use the tubing as a guide to make sure I install them correctly. Then, using my flux core welder, I tack on a few welds to hold the brackets in place so I can remove the mount and then give it a full-on weld. To add even more strength to the brackets, I flip it over so I can place on some small pieces of metal and weld them onto each side of the axle, and I go ahead and give the same treatment to both sides. Then, once it cools down, it's off to the paint station where I'm going to take some black spray paint just to cover up all the metal we worked on to give it protection and make it look absolutely awesome. And I gotta say, I am super happy with how these mounts turned out. They're on there nice and strong, they look awesome, and I'm super proud of them. So let's go ahead and attach it to the vehicle. I don't want to just bolt it directly to it. I want to have some nice strong suspension. And for that, I'm going to need a couple different mounts. One of them being the smaller one, which will be for the shocks. And then I also have this larger one, which will be for the control arms. And hooking them up to the frame is going to be pretty simple. I take some more of that steel bar to cut out and punch out some pieces. And I still can't get over just how easily you can punch through that metal. Then, with the pieces cut out, it's time to take the shock mounts and place them on top so I can grab my welder and weld them all to the metal plates underneath. And I do the same exact process with the larger control arm mounts as well. And of course, I gotta make them match the rest of the frame by giving them a nice protective coat of some yellow paint. And the mounts turned out looking beautiful. I got these smaller ones, which are going to be for the shocks, and you can see how they can perfectly fit between them. And the larger one, I chose this one specifically because it's the perfect size of the square tubing, so I can fit it in between it and actually use it as a control arm. So let's head over to the axle so we can install our square punch tubing control arms, which is super simple as I can just bolt down the components directly down to the brackets I welded on the axle. Beautiful. Now, for installing the control arm mounts, it's super simple as I can just use a couple bolts and line it up with the holes with a square punch tubing frame. Nice and secure. Now I can lift up the control arms, gently align it into the position, place in a nut and a bolt and a couple rubber spacers, and tighten them down to the frame. And now you can see that the back axle is on this little pivot point right here, just waiting for the shocks to be installed in between, which can just get dropped into the bottom shock mounts and tightened down in place. Now, for installing the top of the shock mount for the frame, I'm not really sure where I'm going to want to position it to make the vehicle nice and level, so I might end up moving it a little bit later, but with this design, it's really easy to kind of move wherever you want it here. But for now, I'm going to install it right around here. Which, just like the other mounts I made, they're super easy, as I can just bolt them directly down to the steel tubing frame, pop everything in place, and everything fits in beautifully. It's just so satisfying to see all these parts fit in perfect. Now, for the front of the vehicle, I'm actually going to be going with a 3-wheel design. I think it'd be pretty fun to drive this around like a little tricycle or something like that. But in the past, I have had problems with kind of motorcycle type camper builds where the wheel actually fell off. So this time, I already learned from those mistakes and I got the perfect wheel in mind. A nice brush off. And this is a pretty intense wheel. It's made out of solid rubber. In fact, I think it's made out of old recycled tires, just kind of layered together. And this wheel has a rating for 1,000 pounds. And I'm going to be attaching it to the vehicle using this large metal fork. But I did just finish installing suspension on the back axle, so I definitely want to figure out a way how to add suspension to this front wheel as well. And for that, I think I have an idea. We're going to need another one of these forks. And step 1, it's time to head to the drill press, and we're going to need to drill in some holes in these metal forks. And sadly, the metal was a little bit too thick to fit into my new fun hole puncher, so it's back to drilling them out while trying to avoid the crazy metal spinning spaghetti. And if you can see, I ended up drilling 2 holes on the top section of the fork, and since I have 2 forks, I drilled some holes in each of them. We are going to need a way to connect the forks together, so for that, I take some more of that 1/4-inch thick steel bar and cut out some equal lengths of it and bring it over to the hole puncher to satisfyingly punch out some brand new holes. And I don't think I'll ever get tired of seeing this machine just punch through the metal. And of course, we gotta take the pieces over to the paint station to give them a nice solid coat of some yellow paint for some nice protection, and it just makes me smile. Looking good. And now we have our beautiful yellow connectors. And to make sure everything's going to operate super smoothly, I ended up finding these really interesting bearings called thrust bearings. They have these tiny little needle bearings in the center of them, and when you place it in between two washers, the thing spins around with almost no friction. And these will ensure that all the pieces are able to move as freely as they can, because I'm going to be sandwiching these bushings between every single one of the moving pieces. So let's get to connecting up this front suspension. And just to show you how fluid these bearings are, watch what happens when I spin it when sandwiched between two of them. It spins like it's floating on air. I'm also going to be installing some of these rubber spacers just to ensure none of the parts are going to be vibrating and making noise when driving around. And you can also see how those yellow connectors are going to bring those two forks together. And after tightening down all the bolts, squishing them between the rubber spacers, we got a pretty sweet looking front suspension. But if you notice, there is two of these kind of axle parts sticking off the top, and I only need one of them, so I'll go ahead and chop one of them off. And now we have this beautiful front wheel, suspension included. And this thing is super heavy duty, super solid, it's got suspension included, and the thing's just beautiful. It is a little bit hard to demonstrate how this thing's going to compress, so I ended up making a model out of some Lego just to show you how it's going to actually work. Nice.
I'm super happy how this front axle wheel part turned out. It's got suspension, I like the colors, almost looks like a bumblebee a little bit with the yellow and black. But the next step is how we're going to actually attach this to the front of the vehicle. The first part we're going to need is big old bearing. And I'm going to need a pretty heavy-duty bearing, because the last thing they want to have happen when I'm driving this thing is the bearing just break and the front wheel just fall off, the whole vehicle kind of nosedive. So I got to figure out what kind of bearing I'm going to use for this.
And for that, I think I have a pretty good idea. You see, the brush hog wheels themselves, they have super strong bearings in the center, so I was thinking, why not get the bearing for an even bigger, stronger brush hog wheel? And I found this. This is a solid piece of metal. It's got tapered bearings, it's greasable, and it's also the perfect size to fit in that front shaft. This is going to be perfect. And I even got some more of those thrust bearings that are the perfect size for that front shaft, just to ensure that it spins super smoothly on top of the bearing.
Now that we have a nice strong bearing that's not going to break, the next step is how we're going to attach this to the rest of the vehicle frame. And for that, we're going to need some help.
From the sponsor of today's video, PCBWay. PCBWay is your one-stop shop for rapid prototyping of CNC machining, 3D printing, sheet metal fabrication, injection molding, and they even make custom printed circuit boards. But I'm interested in their CNC machining, because I need to design a strong metal part that's going to hold that central hub bearing, as well as be able to bolt down to the rest of the frame. And I came up with this nice and simple design. And uploading it to PCBWay's website super easy, and they even have a cool 3D viewer. And they have so many different materials you can choose from, metals, plastics, different finishes and paints. It's just absolutely awesome what they offer. Then they'll make your part and ship it right to your door. It arrives quickly and packaged absolutely beautifully. And I'm super excited to see how this piece turned out.
Oh man, this thing is beautiful.
It's shiny, perfectly machined, and I absolutely love it.
And thanks again, PCBWay, for sponsoring this video. If you're ever looking for CNC machining, 3D printing, injection molding, or getting some circuit boards made, definitely check out PCBWay. Just link in the description. And now that we have a nice strong mounting plate, let's go ahead and get our front wheel attached.
And I designed this part so it's going to line up perfectly with the holes in the square punch tubing, so I can just install it with some bolts. Now, before I go ahead and attach it to the front, I do want to add on a couple more pieces of tubing just to add some more strength. Then I can grab the mounting plate, shimmy my way under the front of the vehicle, and then install it up to the frame with a couple bolts, and then tighten everything down nice and secure in place. Then, for installing the bearing, I just drop in a couple bolts so I can slide it up through it and bolt it directly down to that super thick, heavy-duty aluminum plate. It's on there nice and secure. Now I can bring over the front wheel, slide it up through the bearing, and gently set it down. And to make sure it's locked in place, I end up getting this sort of lock ring, and I'm going to be installing it on top of another one of those bearings just to make sure it spins freely. And this is just going to ensure that the wheel doesn't ever come loose or bounce around on the vehicle.
Super happy how this front wheel turned out. I think it looks great. It's got some nice suspension on it. but it's still missing one major component. That's going to be the handlebar that connects to this. So let's get to this in that.
And for that, I'm going to use this. Some of this black steel pipe. And this stuff is super fun to work with. Kind of like the square punch tubing, just like modular. You can just screw all the pieces together. It comes together super quickly. And it's also made of metal, so it's nice and strong. For attaching the handlebar to the wheel, there is this small little hole in the shaft, which is the perfect size to fit a bolt in it. So that means if I can drill out a hole through the middle of the tubing, it'll be able to slip over that shaft so I can put a bolt through it. But the handlebar, it's not really attached together permanently, so I make sure I line it up with the threading so that it's parallel to the wheel. Then I could move the handlebar and make it permanent by taking it over to the welder and then welding all the joints on the threaded tubing together. And of course, I can't just leave it like this. I gotta give it a nice heavy-duty coat of this yellow paint. Looking good. Now we can take our beautiful handlebar, drop it in place, throw in a bolt, and tighten it down with a lock nut. And now we have some nice steering on our vehicle. We're getting one step closer to finishing the build.
Now that we got a way to steer this thing, the next thing we got to tackle is how we're going to actually make this machine move and also make it stop. And the first step we're going to need to get this motor moving is to install a motor controller.
And I could just simply attach it to the frame just like this, but I want to get a little bit nicer to it and build it a nice protective house out of this tool case. And since there's all this extra room inside, we can pack in some other features as well. Like for one, some safety features, including these fuses. I have one of these 100 amp resettable fuses and another 100 amp non-resettable fuse just for extra protection. Then to help wire everything up, I like to use these different terminal blocks. I have 1 post, 2 post, 4 posts, and then a whole bunch of different connections for all the signals we're going to need. I also like installing these voltage converters. This takes 48 volts from the battery and steps it down to 12 volt so I can power things like lights on this build and other 12 volt appliances. Then, to help install and mount everything, I'm going to be using some of this yellow cutting board. And over the past few projects I've built, I've come up with a pretty simple solution to use this cutting board to help mount all the components by just laying them out and going around with the marker to mark where all the holes line up, so that I'm left with a nice map of where everything's going to sit. Then I can take the map, bring it over to the drill press, because we need to drill in some holes. And for that, I'm going to be using this special countersunk drill bit that has this nice little step in it, and I use it to drill out some nice countersunk holes all over the marked places on the cutting board. And it's always fun to drill into this material, as it leaves some pretty funky looking pieces. Now that we have all the holes put in our cutting board, we can fill them up with some of these socket head machine screws. And the heads of these are the perfect diameter for countersunk holes, so all we gotta do is go around and screw them into place so that they sit nice and flush on the back, and in the front, we got these nice strong metal threaded mounting points. Now, to get the cutting board installed in the case, we're going to have to flip it over and work on the bottom. For one thing, I don't need this locking plate as it's just in the way. Then, I can take some alien tape, just like my favorite tape. It's like a clear double-sided tape, and I build a couple layers on the bottom so that I can just initially stick down a piece of wood underneath it. Then, on the inside of the case, I put down some more layers of alien tape so I can stick down the cutting board on top. Now, to make sure these pieces are stuck together, I take a drill and drill through the cutting board that takes the case into the wood underneath so I can place in some nice long screws to pinch all the pieces together, turning this whole thing into one solid unit. Then, it's as simple as dropping the components in place and making sure they line up with the threaded rods. And you may have noticed I have some extra long threaded rods that I wanted to add some spacers on just to lift up a couple connectors so it's easier for cable management. And after tightening down all the components with some lock nuts, everything's on there nice and secure. I also want to install a couple other things in the case, one of them being some of these heavy-duty quick connectors. I've been absolutely loving these on my latest projects. They just feel so nice, and I love how easy they are to snap together, and I got 2 different sizes. And these are just going to get installed in the case by drilling out the correct hole, dropping in the wires, and to make sure that it's nice and sealed, I end up taking some 2-part epoxy, and I place it all around the outside so I can install it firmly in place. And I give the same exact treatment on the other side for the smaller connector as well. Now, the only thing left to install in the case is going to be a way to get all the wires in and out. For that, I'm going to be using these large cable glands, and these are easy to install. Just choose the correct size hole saw, pop out 2 holes, drop them in place, and you can tighten them down with a nut to the other side. And these will be perfect for running all of our power and signal wires in and out of the controller box. And speaking of wires, it's finally time to go around and wire this up. And it's super simple using all of these terminal blocks because all of the connections are either held down by screws or nuts, which is really easy for repairing and replacing parts. For connecting up our controller, I'm only going to need a couple wires. One of the wires is going to be from the reverse, and the other is going to be for the throttle signal. And for connecting these, I made up these custom wire loops that just pop the connectors in place for super easy repairability. And to make things even easier when wiring it up, I make sure to color code all the wires to ensure all the connections are correctly connected, and it also makes things a lot easier if there's ever any problems troubleshooting debris when everything's color coded. And the last step for the controller box is to take some yellow split tubing to cable manage all the wires and get it looking beautiful. Now we can finally get it installed on the back of the camper, which is super simple because I installed a piece of wood on the bottom that already has the correct holes placed in it, so I can just take some bolts, line it up with the holes on the square tubing frame, and then bolt it down firmly in place. And I really like using this tool case for the enclosure, as I can just undo the clasps so I can have quick access to all the electronics if I ever need to work on it. I also want to go around and label the quick connect ports, the larger ones for 48 volts for charging and big appliances, and the smaller ones for 12 volts for smaller 12 volt appliances. It's just really nice to be able to access those voltages right off of the bat. As you can probably tell by some of the wires sticking out of the controller box, there's a few more things to be hooked up. But for now, the only thing I'm going to hook up back here is going to be the power wires running to the motor. All of the other wires are for the controls and switches, which we're going to hook up later in the build. But for now, I think it's about time we give this thing some brakes. And for that, I ended up getting this ATV brake kit, and it's specifically made for this axle type, as they just slip over the disc brakes and get bolted in place super simple. Now, I think it's about time we get the back of this thing rolling. I also decided to get some of these wheel spacers, which you can just install on the hubs, and these will just give some extra wide stance to the vehicle to make it just a little bit more stable. And this thing is really starting to come together, and it turns out the vehicle is perfectly level and I don't even have to adjust the back shocks. How awesome is that? Now that we got the base done, it's time for the fun part of building up the enclosure on top. Starting with the floor, and for the base, I take some 2x4s that I went around and drilled in some holes that perfectly line up the square punch tubing underneath, so I can place in some bolts and tighten it all down to the frame. For the section by the steering wheel, I do have to build out a special little section to support the floor so that the wood can go around it, and for all the wood on this project, I gave it a nice coat of some heavy-duty marine wood sealer, just for extra protection. Now, for the floors themselves, I take some 1-inch boards and just lay them on top of the 2x4s I installed on the frame. Then, for the section around the steering wheel, I do have to cut out a little indent so that it can fit perfectly around it. And if I ever make a cut in the wood, I always make sure to cover it with some of that wood sealer just to keep it protected. And now, the board just slides in place. Then, to hold the floorboards down, I'm going to use some screws. You know, just a few screws. And I screw down all the floorboards directly into the 2x4s that are attached to the frame underneath for a super strong and secure connection of our floor. Beautiful.
Now that we got a nice strong core in the structure, the next step that we gotta do is it's time to build up the frames that go on top.
And for that, I got a few things that'll make it easier. Some of these metal brackets. I have this corner type bracket, which is really great for strong corners. There's also a flat type corner bracket, a straight type bracket, an inner type corner bracket, and I even have a T bracket. And all of these are going to make building up the frame just so much simpler. As you can see, I can just drop all the pieces for the corner brackets in place, take some screws, and then fill in all the holes with screws for a really strong, secure connection of the corners. And I'm also using 2x2 wood for the frame, just to keep the weight down. And now that we have the base of the frame done, you can tell it's not actually attached to the rest of the vehicle, so let's go ahead and hook it on up. And for that, I got these really big lag screws, and I screwed them directly down through the 2x2 board, through the floor, into the 2x4 underneath for a super strong, secure connection, making sure the frame will be completely attached to the vehicle. So let's finish building it out, using some of those corner brackets along the top, some of the T-brackets to stick down the side supports, then it's on to building up the exterior beams of it to really give it the initial shape, starting with the side supports on the roof. Then it's off to the front to build up the cab section, and for this, I wanted to have a slanted window design because I think it's going to look a lot cooler that way. And now that we have the basic shape of the frame, it's time to go around to add in all the other pieces to really strengthen it out by adding in all the support beams on the sides, the roofs, to ensure that the frame of this thing is going to be nice and strong and be able to survive all the rough bumps of driving this thing around off-road. I even add a bunch more pieces going horizontally just to add some strength that way as well, using a bunch of those brackets to ensure that the structure is super strong and held together by so many screws. For this next step, the camper is going to need a door, so let's build up the frame of that. And I want to keep this as light as I can possibly make it, so I'm going to be using some more 2x2 wood, and then just a whole bunch of those metal corner brackets, which I probably went a little overboard with. But when I'm building something, I definitely want to build it as strong as I can and to the best of my abilities, because at the end of the day, I'm trying to build something I'm proud of. And I'm definitely proud of this door. Nice and strong, and pretty lightweight as well. Now, to attach this to the camper, we are going to need some hinges, and I found these pretty nice heavy-duty ones, and these will get installed directly to the frame of the door with a couple screws to hold them in place. Looking good.
Before I go ahead and shoot off the door on this build, we also started to build our shell on this, which I'm very excited about. There's a couple more things I'm going to install on here first. Like for one, I'm going to install all the controls in this front section right here. I'm also going to find out a nice space in here which I'm going to store the battery box. And since this is such a small little camper, I'm going to have to tackle ventilation because ventilation is super important if I want to actually sleep in here and not have to worry about running rolling off. So let's get to building all that.
Starting with hooking up all our controls. And in order to wire everything up, I'm going to actually need a way to get the wires inside of the cab. So for that, I ended up drilling out a hole, taking some epoxy, and gluing down a large cable gland just for a cleaner opening. Now we can run all the wires up to the front of the cab. And for this, I'm going to be using some of this yellow tubing. And this stuff is great. I just slip it over the wires. It's going to protect it and make it a little bit more organized. And it also fits perfect through the cable gland. For the wires for the speed and reverse switch, I'm going to be running those up through the hole in the ground by the handlebar, and I'm also going to be running the brake line through this hole as well. Now, before I attach all the controls, I quickly wrap up the whole handlebar with some electrical tape, just for a little bit of cushion and something for the controls to bite into. Now I can take the brake controls, which just gets tightened down directly to the handlebar, and for the throttle control, it's the same thing, as I chose this really nice thumb throttle that has the perfect diameter to fit on the handlebar as well. And now we can control the speed, the brakes, and steer this thing super simple. For the remaining controls in the front, I'm going to be installing a little dashboard, which is just going to be a piece of 2x4 that I screwed down to the frame. And the first thing I'm going to install on it is going to be this large cutoff switch, and this is going to be responsible for turning on and off power to our motor system. We're also going to need a way to control the forward and reverse, and for that, I got this really nice joint switch, and it's super easy to install just directly down to the little dashboard. And I chose this switch because it's super satisfying. Forward to go forward, and then backward to go backward. Super simple. But there's still one more switch to install on the dash. And this switch, what is it going to be for? Well, it's going to be for the exterior lights. Because, yep, this camper is going to need some cool lights. And I chose these ones because I just really like the shape of it. I think they're going to make this camper have a fun little vibe to it. And these are really easy to install. I just add on a piece of wood, attach on the metal brackets, and then bolt them in place. And I do the same exact thing and attach them on the backside of the camper as well. And these are going to be perfect for driving around at night. Now, none of these systems are going to work unless this vehicle has a power source. And for that, I have this, a beautiful 48-volt 100 amp hour lithium iron phosphate battery. And because this is such a micro camper, I'm going to be installing the battery in this back corner right here, so I'm still able to lay down fully beside it. Perfect. And I can't just drive around with the battery bouncing around back there, so I'm going to build something to hold it down. And since I have to drill out some holes in some tight spaces, I'm going to be using this right angle adapter, which I just think are pretty cool. And I'm actually going to be drilling up through the square punch tubing through the floor underneath it, so that they line up perfectly with the holes on the frame. Then I can take some threaded rod, feed it through the holes I just drilled that line up perfectly with the holes on the frame, so I can tighten down the threaded rod directly to the frame underneath, effectively making it a part of it. And I spaced out the threaded rods so that the battery is going to fit perfectly between them. Then, to hold the battery in place, I'm going to use this piece of wood that I drilled out some holes and stick down some rubber cushioning on the backside. And the holes I drilled out on the wood, they perfectly line up with the spacing of the threaded rod, so I can slide it down it, take some ring nuts, and tighten it down directly to the threaded rod, holding the battery firmly in place. And the other large hole is so I still have access to turn on and off the battery, since this one has a physical power switch. And after trimming up the extra threaded rod, our battery hold down is out there nice and secure. Now, for connecting up the battery to the rest of the system, I do have to run some wires to it, so I have to pop out a couple more holes in the floor and stick down a few more cable lengths. And speaking of putting holes in the floor, this is going to be my first camper where I'm going to install a ventilation fan, and I'm going to be installing this near the back of the battery. And since the blower fan is a perfectly circle opening, I just drill the correct size hole in the floor. Then, to mount it in place, I add on the wooden back plate, screw it down to the frame, then I can attach the fan directly to that so it's on there nice and secure. But the fan, it's not going to move much air unless we have some vents installed. And for that, I'm going to be making the vents out of a piece of 2x6 wood that I drill some large holes in. And for this build, I'm going to have two of these vents. I'm going to be installing one of them in the front by the floor and the other one in the back by the roof, just so we can have really good airflow. And keep in mind, this isn't the final vent, as I'm going to be installing something in the holes later. But for now, let's focus back on the battery, because I want to build a little table / cover that's going to go on top of it. And this is just made out of some 1-inch board, along with some 2x2 pieces. Now, to get this little table installed on the battery, I do have to add in some legs that I screwed from the top and bottom of the camper floor. Then, on the back side, I added a bunch of screws to screw it down directly to the frame as well, so it's on there nice and secure. On the top of the table, you may have noticed there was a few holes, and that's because I need to install a couple more cable glands, because there's a few more wires that I need to route up through the top of the table so I can hook it up to all the electrical goodies I have planned later. And now that we have all of our wires in place in our nice strong table, there is still something I want to do with the battery box. And that is, I want to add a nice cover to it. And for that, I have a pretty cool idea. I'm going to use some of these snap screw fasteners and some pieces of yellow tarp. And I've never used these type of fasteners before, but they're kind of like rivets, and they leave this nice button snap on one side. And I end up installing a bunch of these button snaps all around the perimeter of the tarp. Then I can take the other end of the screw snaps, which are these little screw parts, and I screw them in directly to the wooden frame around the battery box. So now, when I take the pieces of tarp, I can line them up with the little button snaps and snap them in place for a super clean covering of the battery, and it doesn't take up any space at all. There is one more little thing I want to install in this battery box, and it's going to be a tiny little speed controller for the ventilation fan, so I can turn it on and adjust the speed of it, and you can see it'll be able to vent all the air right out from underneath the camper, which is pretty cool. And I like how it's just going to be able to tuck away behind the tarp.
This build is really starting to come together, and I'm really proud of this battery box. It's nice and strong. I have more than enough room to kind of sit next to it, and I also have room because this is where I'm going to be laying down in the build. It'll let me stretch out the features without worrying about hitting my head. So, really happy with positioning the battery box here. But there are a couple of wires you can see kind of sticking out at the top of this thing. And that's because there's a few more features I want to add to the interior of this build. One of them being a nice inverter, and this is a 48-volt, 375-watt inverter, and this will allow me to have access to 120-volt AC, so I can move some small appliances and things like that when taking this out in the wild. And to install the inverter, just like the controller box, I end up making a custom cutting board section that I can go ahead and attach directly down to the wooden frame of the camper. And these have the machine screws lined up perfectly with all the components I want to install. I want to have some switches to turn on and off the inverter, as well as the 12-volt supply. And you may notice that there's also an empty space right here, and that's because there's a few more features I want to add on. Like for one, I want to install a fuse for the inverter just for extra safety. I'm also going to be installing this, which is a 12-volt USB-C and USB charger, and I think it's going to be pretty useful. And lastly, a nice little bus bar so I can have access to 12 volts whenever I need.
And to keep things a bit more organized up there, I'm going to be installing all the components in this nice case. And for that, it means I'm going to have to pop out a couple holes and place in some cable glands. And I'm also going to be installing the USB-C charger on the front of the case, so I drill out a hole for that one as well. Then, to install it on the board, I drilled out some holes that perfectly line up with the machine screws so that I can drop down the components on top of it. Then, it's as simple as wiring it all up, giving us this nice little electrical enclosure box that we can open up if we ever need to work on it. And speaking of working on it, I do want to add one more thing to the system, and that is a bunch of these 12-volt lights. And these are super low wattage and easy to install with just a couple screws and washers. And I go around to a whole bunch of different places on the frame of the build and just screw them down directly in place. And these will ensure we can light this thing up at night, not use too much power, and take this build to the next level. And for controlling the lights, I'm going to be using the same type of switch that I installed for the lights on the exterior. And I'm definitely not going to want all these wires just hanging from the roof, so for that, I'm going to use some of this flexible cable wrap stuff and go around to all the wires, cover them up. Then I can use some of these plastic tie downs and go around and screw them down directly to the frame and hold all the wires firmly in place. And while I'm doing some cable management, I think it's about time I take some yellow zip ties, head underneath the camper to zip tie and manage all those cables running under the camper as well.
There we go. Got all the wires nice and organized under here. Didn't have to do too much work. It hooks up pretty well using the square punch tubing, and you can just kind of zip tie everything down to it.
And now that we have everything wired up, I think it's about time we test out this system. For one, I flip on the 12-volt supply, and that gives us power for all of our 12-volt things, like our USB-C charger. We can also test out all of our interior lights, which I think turned out wonderful. And of course, our exterior bigger lights as well, which I'm super excited about to drive around at night with. And lastly, we gotta test out our motor system to make sure it works. And after turning it on and hitting the throttle, we can see that the axle's spinning forward. Then I can send it into reverse and when I hit the throttle, we're now spinning in reverse. Then let's send this thing forward and then we can test out the brakes. Beautiful.
Now that we know our electrical system works and we got bones of our frame built out, we're on to the next step.
Building out the exterior, and this is going to be like a 3-layer design. Right now, the frame's kind of like a t-shirt, not giving much protection to the elements at all. And for the first layer, we're going to add out a little bit of protection, kind of like a sweatshirt. The second layer, that's going to be the insulation, and it's going to keep us nice and warm. And the third and final layer, that's going to be like the waterproofing, the part that's going to keep this camper nice and sealed, making sure this camper is ready for anything. And for the first layer, I'm going to need
a really nice top. And I chose this top because it's nice and rugged, it's got these fibers running through it, so it should be perfect for the first layer.
And for installing the first layer, I'm just going to use a staple gun and some staples, making sure to use stainless steel ones just so I don't have to deal with any rust. And the process for this, I'm just going to take the tarp, unfold it, layer over the top, then I can take the staple gun to staple down the tarp directly to the wooden frame underneath, making sure to cover up all the sections with a nice little layer of the tarp. This next part is pretty satisfying. I go around with a utility blade that cut out all the sections, like the sections for the door, then I can head over to all the windows and pop each of those sections out, and lastly, pop out the sections for the circular vents. And speaking of vents, I think it's about time we finish them. And for that, I found these really nice little vent covers, and these have some built-in bug meshes, which I think is super useful. And I also found out that they perfectly fit on the outside of a 3-inch PVC pipe. So I can cut out some little sections, and since I'm working with PVC pipe, I found these little drain plugs that I can glue in and fit perfectly at the end of the pipe. Then using some 2-part epoxy, I glue in the PVC pipe to the other end of the vent, so that we have a really nice ventilation tube with vents and grates on both sides. Then, to install it in the camper, I take some more 2-part epoxy and glue the PVC pipe section by sliding it directly into the holes I drilled out for the vents earlier. And I made sure to drill out the correct size holes so that they fitted absolutely perfect. And I'm super pleased with how the vents turned out. Absolutely love it. Now, for finishing out the first layer on this camper, we're going to need to install a door. So, after adding on a few pieces, I use some of these clamps to gently hold the door in place, so I can use some screws and attach to the other sides of the hinges directly down to the camper frame, so that now we have a door that swings open. but it's still missing something, and that's obviously got to be the handle. And for the handle, I chose this one. It's just a simple handle. It's got a locking key. I think it's going to be perfect for this. And for installing handles, they're pretty simple, especially if you get one of these jigs that you can just clamp down to the door. And just make sure when you drill out all the holes that they're going to line up perfectly with the handle pieces. Before I can install all the door handle hardware, I do have to take a wood chisel and chisel out a little indent section so everything's going to fit in nice and flush. Then I can just screw all the pieces in place, install the handle through the door, and make sure everything's tightened down in place. But we're still missing one more thing. The handle needs a place to catch, so for that, I just drill a little indent, add on the little metal catch plate, and screw it down in place. And now our door has a nice handle installed that opens and closes beautifully, and we can lock it whenever we want. Awesome. And with the door installed, it's going to get the same exact layer as the rest of the camper, so I go ahead and staple down a piece of tarp to it, trim off all the extra, making sure to clear an area for the handle. This thing's starting to look pretty awesome.
Now that we have the first layer done on this build, it's time for the second layer, or the coat. For that, we're going to need something pretty interesting and something that might not make sense at first, but trust me, it will. Some of this plastic netting.
And this is a really lightweight yet strong plastic netting. If you've seen it, you might have seen it in wintertime, kind of marking out areas for snow plows. And to help install the netting on the camper, I'm going to be using some of this 1x2" board. And starting with the door, I'm going to take this board and add some pieces all over the edges, screwing down the tarp in place, and adding on a nice strong lip building up around it as well. I also go around with a few small pieces of wood to add them on the spacers so that it's ready for the next step as we're going to install the netting. And for the netting, it's pretty simple. I just lay it out on top, and I can take the staple gun to staple it into those pieces of wood I just installed on the edges. Then I can go around and trim off all the extra netting, like around the handle, the bottom, and the sides. Then, to keep the netting in place, I take some more pieces of that 1x2" board and screw it down directly over the edges of the netting to really pinch it down to the frame, making sure that the netting won't ever come loose and it's firmly attached to the frame. And the way I install the netting, it makes sure that there's about an inch gap between the tarp in the back and the netting in front of it, which will be super important later. But for now, it's time to go around and install some more of that board all around the edges of the tarp, all over the camper, so I can take some more of the netting, staple it in place, and screw it down directly to the frame with some more of those boards to ensure that it's on there nice and secure. And I give the same exact treatment all around the camper, like on the front of the camper, the side of the camper, the back of the camper, and I even put these little strips along this front section right here, and of course I can't forget the roof as well, making sure to pinch it all down nice and securely in place. And this thing looks sweet. Looks like someone just hit it with a big orange net.
This is the part I'm most excited about on this build, and also the most nervous of, because I'm not really sure how it's going to turn out. And that's going to be how we're going to keep this thing warm, by using some spray foam. That's right, let's have some fun. And the plan is, since I have this orange netting here, and there is a nice little gap between the netting and the tarp underneath, I'm going to fill up that gap and beyond it with some spray foam. And since the netting is nice and firmly attached to the frame, the spray foam is going to surround the netting, and then the netting is going to keep the spray foam attached to the frame as well. So I don't have to worry about the spray foam side panels like falling off or becoming loose or falling off the build when driving it around. And this is really the whole reason why I wanted to build this project. I just really like the idea of using like a netting and like putting spray foam around it and then having the netting being attached to the frame. I just think it's a really cool idea, and I'm excited to see how it handles and works and how this camper turns out. So yeah, let's go ahead and get to spray foaming.
I'm definitely a bit anxious for this part because I really have no idea how this is going to work and turn out. But we're this far, and this is the whole point of it, so there's only one thing to do, and let's go around with a whole bunch of spray foam and start to fill out all these walls. And it's kind of fun to work with this stuff. I really like how it just fills up the area and completely surrounds everything. And if you're curious, go ahead and take a guess about how many cans this took me to fill this whole thing up, because it definitely took quite a while and quite a few cans for sure. And I found this whole process pretty satisfying, just to take the spray foam and watch it completely surround the netting and form this really cool foam surface. And I know this project would have made more sense if I just used like that expanded pink foam like in the sheets already, but I just really wanted to try this technique just because I've never seen anyone use it, probably for practical reasons, and it just excites me to try something new, and really what's the point of building things if you're not willing to take some risks to try some interesting techniques? And you also may have noticed around this time in the build, I ended up fixing my sweatshirt with a piece of yellow duct tape. And I even go around and cover up some of the wood siding to turn this whole camper into like a solid foam shell on the outside. And this whole spray foam section of the build just makes me smile like crazy. I absolutely love it. And if you're curious, I think it took me around 68 cans of the spray foam to completely fill up the frame, which is way more spray foam than I ever expected to use, but I'm still happy I went ahead and tried this technique. Because I mean, come on, this thing just looks absolutely wild. Like some sort of crazy marshmallow machine. Absolutely awesome. And after letting this thing dry for a while, we have a beautifully insulated, crazy looking camper. It's got a nice hard foam shell securely attached to the exterior. It's got some interesting textures going on, and I think I finally found out how they make Cheetos.
So now that we have all the foam nice and installed on the exterior, the next part to install is going to be some windows. And for most of the windows on this project, I'm going to be using rolls of this clear vinyl.
It's some strong stuff, super flexible and durable.
I've had some really nice results with this stuff on some previous projects, so I'm going to go ahead and use it for making window holes on this project as well.
For installing the windows, it's a pretty simple process. I just line it up with the opening, throw in some staples to hold it down to the frame underneath. Then I can trim up all the extra, grab some alien tape, which is that tape I used earlier, and place it around all the edges of the windows. Then, on top of the tape, I can stick down some more pieces of wood and screw down all the layers directly to the frame underneath, squeezing together all the layers of the tape and the vinyl to make sure it's a waterproof seal, while also ensuring the window's installed nice and secure in place. So let's install all the other windows by stapling them, taping them, and screwing them down to the frame underneath. And I do the same process for both front sides of the camper. There's also a small window in the back of the camper. And for this build, I also wanted to include a nice little sunroof because we thought it'd be a fun little feature. And now we got ourselves some beautiful looking windows. But if we walk around the camper, we're still going to notice there's still an open space. Because I'm going to install these type of windows. These are like little camper windows. They open and close. They're made of glass. These are going to be really easy to install. By just using some sealant, I can squirt it all along the edges of the windows to ensure it's nice and sealed. Then I can take the windows, pop them into the holes in the frame, take some wood screws, and screw them directly down in place. So now we have access to windows we can open and close whenever we want. And since I had 2 of these windows, I installed one on each side of the camper. And with that, we got all of our windows installed, and this camper build's really starting to come together. For the next step, I'm going to take some more of that sealant and go around to all the windows I just installed and add a nice bead of it along the edges just to ensure that this thing's going to be nice and watertight and sealed out from the elements. This is definitely the wildest looking camper I've ever made so far.
These windows turned out so awesome. I really like using the clear vinyl. I think it makes for perfect, nice, flexible windows that you don't have to worry about shattering. And they're installed in there nice and secure. But we're still missing one more major component, and that's going to be the final top layer that's going to seal this whole camper in and make the thing waterproof. And for that, we got the perfect thing. A gallon of liquid rubber paint. Yeah, that's right. Got a gallon of liquid rubber. I've never used any like this before, but it's something I've been curious about, so let's go ahead and get this installed by painting it all on the outside.
And if you've seen any of my past projects, I don't think you'd be surprised at all to know that I picked some of this yellow colored paint. And this stuff is like really thick, and I'm hoping that it's going to do a nice job of protecting the outside. And since the exterior of my camper is so rough and bumpy, I tried to use one of these roller brushes, but I ended up switching just to like a bristle brush and having to sort of just like poke at the sides of the paint to try to fill in all the little cracks because of such just like a weird surface I was working with. And because it was such a weird surface, painting this took so much longer than I could have ever imagined, but I wanted to give it a really nice coat of paint, trying to get it into all the little crevices of the camper, which was a bit of a challenge, but I'm super happy with how the yellow rubber paint turned out. But I was still a little bit worried that there might be a few uncovered holes, so I ended up getting some of this liquid rubber spray paint, and I got a clear version, and I went around the whole camper and gave it a nice coating of this stuff, making sure to get it into all the little nooks and crannies. Then, for all of the wood trim around the windows, I ended up taking some of this black paint and covering it all up because I think it's going to look pretty sweet with the black on yellow, a little bit like a bumblebee. For this next step, I took some more of the sealant just for like a triple protection, and I went around to any little space I could find just to make sure it's all sealed up. Then it was also time to reinstall the lights on the front and back of the camper. And if you're wondering, did I end up going a little overboard with the sealant? Well, the answer is yes. Yes, I did. And while the exterior is drying, it's time to head to the inside because there's a few more things I want to add in. Like for one, I want to install some of this gym puzzle mat floor. It's made out of some nice thick foam, it's really easy to cut with a utility blade, and once I get it to shape, I can just bring it inside the camper, lay it down, and I also have to make sure I cut out a little section to go around the handlebar so it will sit nice and flat on the floor, giving us a nice cushiony floor to hang out in the camper. There's also a few more things I want to install on the inside, like for one, this little extension cord that I can plug into the output of the inverter and screw it down directly to the wall, so we can flip the switch to the inverter and have access to 120 volt AC.
We got some power. Since it is winter and I am going to be taking this thing out when it's cold, I thought it'd be cool to install a little heater. For that, I got this. And this is a 48 volt, 400 watt golf cart heater. Apparently you get these and you stick it in a cup holder in a golf cart and it'll just blast you with some heat. And I thought it'd be perfect for this build. Something small, low wattage that isn't just going to drain the battery. And since you can just install it in a cup holder, I thought it'd be great to just get a little mount on the wall cup holder so we can install it and remove it whenever we want, and also have a nice little cup holder.
And I'm just going to pop this in the wall with a couple screws to hold it in place. And the heater itself just fits in perfectly, and you can actually tighten it down to expand the base to really hold it in place. And since this heater's for 48 volt batteries, I'm just going to connect it up directly to the battery terminals. And the power cable also has this built-in quick connect, so when I'm not using it, I can just unplug it. And this thing's actually a pretty cool design. I like how you can adjust the head however you like, and when you turn it on, you can really see the heating element start to glow.
And this should keep us nice and toasty here. And I specifically chose this version because it has this adjustable knob that lets you change the wattage from 400 to 0, so if I'm running low on battery power, I can go ahead and crank it down way lower to still get some heat going while saving on some battery. Since I got this heater in here, which is pretty hot, it was important, so got myself a little fire extinguisher.
And this is going to get installed to the back of the camper by screwing it down directly to the frame. Nice and simple.
And just like that, we got the interior nice and set up, got our heat, all the electrical stuff, our fire extinguisher, our power, our battery, nice little space, and this thing is looking awesome. But there's just a couple more finishing touches to add on.
So let's head to the back of the camper to finish off this build. And one of the things I want to install is going to be this flag. And this flag is made from the original tarp of my very first camper build. And I like to include this flag in all of my builds to always remind myself where I started from. It's been a long journey to get here, but I'm super proud of it. And then the last finishing touch to add on has got to be the new license plate. QA10. We've finally hit double digits. I feel like this is a pretty big milestone. I'm super glad to have you along with me.
Absolutely beautiful.
And with that, it's finally time to retire my poor jacket so we can load up the camper and take it out for a wonderful winter adventure. Let's go have some fun.
Look at this beauty. Finally time to have some fun. On the system, going forward, let's go.
This thing steers wonderful. And it's a lot smoother than I was expecting, so I'm super happy about that. So now we're down in the bottom of the first.
Oh, this thing is fun. All right, let's go ahead, park here, and hang out for a little while. I am so happy with how this vehicle handled driving out here. No wheels fell off. It steered perfect. It had suspension. Such a blast. And it's turned out to be like a beautifully sunny day. Perfect day for some winter camping. And a bunch of my gear sloshed around a whole lot back here driving, but nothing a quick organize can't help. And speaking of organizing, I kind of forgot to do this when building it, but I brought these little metal hooks that I kind of want to go around and install a couple. Because, I mean, hey, is it really camping if you don't bring a power tool with you? Probably not. And I'm thinking I want to install these right up here in the front, because I don't have much space in here, and I think it makes sense to kind of hang things by the windows when I'm not using them. Yeah, perfect. There we go. You can hang some of my stuff up here. Look at that. Nice and organized. Got all my stuff up front. Sleeping bag, pillow, my little cooler, just a lunchbox, little backpack, camera gear, food, little sleeping pad, battery, hat, gloves, myself. Look at all the foam puffing out at the bottom here. All these are like very swollen with foam. And the top ones aren't as much. Well, some of them. I don't know. It's interesting. This is an interesting concept. Making this like whole shell out of spray foam. And it definitely feels warm in here. Definitely warmer than outside. So yeah, it's above freezing in here, which is nice. And I think it's still below freezing outside. I mean, there's snow on the ground. It's a pretty cozy little camper. It's on the smaller side for sure. I think compared to like the larger car camper I made, I think this is like half the size of that and probably like way less weight, probably like even less than half of the weight of that, because this is mostly made out of foam. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing is only like 500 pounds or something like that, which is pretty light for one of my goats. I tend to build things heavier than I want to and expect. Sometimes I just can't help myself with the amount of screws and bolts and material. I just want to make it strong and good. I do think those hooks make a big difference. That's really nice. I can like utilize the driving cab when I'm not driving, and it feels like so much more room in here. But really, this is a pretty small space. I think the whole length of it is like 8.5 feet, maybe a little bit less, and I think it's like 3 feet wide, maybe 3.5. I don't exactly remember. So this is definitely not a large camper, but it's a cozy one for sure. The sun is warm. I can just feel it warming up my face through this big old window back here. And I do like the windows. They turned out really nice on this build. We got the glass ones. We got the vinyl ones. Pretty cool. This is definitely my most insulated camper, and I've been having this idea in my head for a while to try this sort of spray foam shell. So, forward to see it in action. I'm excited to see how it does tonight. I did bring a bunch of stuff to stay warm. Got the heater. I also brought a heated blanket. Got hand warmers. I got my the big old snowsuit. I have no idea if I'm gonna need any of them, but hey, it's better to be more prepared than underprepared. What I want to do now is I'm gonna take the little thermometer part, the outside part, and I'm gonna take a nice little zip tie and let's go stick it down to the frame outside. And we'll be able to tell the difference between the inside and outside temperature and get a good idea of how insulated this camper is. Whew, it is bright out. And I will never get over how wild the outside of this thing looks. It's like a chicken nugget or something. So cool. But I'm going to take this thermometer. I might as well stick it here. Another great thing about this tubing is it's really easy to just stick stuff to it however you like. A couple of zip ties, a couple of bolts, whatever. There we go. Now we get ourselves a little thermometer thing, and I can't lose it unless it breaks off, and I'll lose it. Hopefully not. It's definitely starting to get kind of sloppy outside. I think it's starting to become above freezing. The sun feels pretty warm. Weird weather lately, a lot of rain in this winter time. Yeah, let's do a little walk around this thing. See what it's like from up top. Just like crazy texture. I love it. Got our flag, got our lights. Definitely do some night driving later. And I finally hit double digits on builds and upgrades. Super cool. And I got my ports, got the 12 volt and the 48 one. I really installed this one for a diesel heater. If I ever wanted to bring a diesel heater, I could just plug it in there and run it. And then maybe I might make an attachment with some more tubing and a little diesel heater section here, just so I could run in some heat through one of these windows that opens up, which is a possibility for the future. Got these nice vents here. Super happy with how these turned out. I like how the foam just completely surrounded it. Just so cool. Big old beefy tires. This thing's got suspension, and the brakes did really well on this. I was worried that they're not going to be on the front, but they still had some really good stopping power on the back. And I'm definitely proud of this front wheel. I was worried the shocks maybe were a bit too stiff for just one wheel in the front, but no, it was definitely working. So super happy with how that thing turned out. We got our nice windows. I can see a little bit of steam building up in there. I might have to turn on the vent on the inside. We got our front lights, and I really like the shape of these ones. I think it gives the vehicle a fun little face or look. I do like it. And I got two vents. I installed two vents on this build, a low one and a high one, because heat rises. It'll be able to suck in air from here and naturally pump out air from there if I don't want to have the fan. So that's kind of why I did it at different levels. And then, yeah, just a crazy foam camper build. This thing is just too cool. Definitely one of my wackiest looking ones for sure. Starting to get pretty windy out here. Then we jump back inside the camper and make a nice little hot cup of tea. Such a cozy little build. And my port thermometer, at least this part, it doesn't work. Something's wrong with the display or just the unit itself. I don't know. I think we'll just pop out the batteries and see if it just will dry out when we got some snow or something like that in it. I don't know. And speaking of batteries and electronics, our camper, the big old battery in the camper, 94%. We only used 6% getting out here. Really not much at all. It's a pretty big motor. It's got a nice axle, really strong axle, like a big upgrade compared to those 1,000-watt motors and axles. So absolutely handled beautifully. And since this camper is so lightweight, I guess it didn't take much juice to get this thing moving. So pretty cool about that. Only 6%. We got a lot of power to use other things like electronics, our heater, and just other goodies throughout the night. Definitely am going to want to do some night driving as well. I put the lights on it for a reason, so we'll have some fun. I think it's time to have ourselves a nice little cup of tea. And I did end up bringing a thermos full of some hot water for the tea, just as a little cheat, so I don't have to boil any right now, but we will be boiling some water later. Oh, spilled some. Nothing like a warm cup of tea. Cheers. If you ever wanted a way to help support my channel, my builds, and future projects, go ahead and grab yourself one of the Quiet Nerd mugs. It really helps a lot. And my dad helped me design these mugs. I think they turned out fantastic. This camper was just like an idea in my mind that I just couldn't get rid of, and I just had to try it. Definitely glad I did. When I was first designing this in my mind, like the foam exterior, I was thinking of like shaping it, but I just really liked the natural look of it. It looked like organic, or like it was alive, or just something. It's like those yellow cereal, just like corn pops, or like some chicken nugget, or I don't know, just such an interesting shell. I'm just super proud of it. It just makes me smile looking at it. I'm also really proud of the ventilation. And I forgot I got the controls for the vents down here. Tiny little speed controller. And I like how you can adjust the speed of it. And the fan is venting underneath the floor, so it's blowing out air. So that means air's got to come in somewhere. So it's going to come in through the front vent and then the vent up here. And sure enough, yep, there's a little breeze coming through there. So yeah, right now it's cycling out all the stale air in here and drawing in some fresh air from outside. So that's pretty cool. This is my first camper that's ever had a vent, and I'm super proud of how it came out. But right now it's kind of cold outside, so I don't really necessarily need it. But it's there if I ever do. Super cool. And I like how I have all my systems on separate switches. My inverter switch, my 12-volt supply switch, and I also got the main power switch for the motor controller. So just everything's on its own switch, which is how I like it. Just extra safety. It feels warm in here with this big old jacket on. A little comfier in here. Much better. To go with our tea, I thought it'd be nice to have a little snack. And for that, I got some of this crystallized ginger. It's yummy, tasty, a little bit of spicy from the ginger. I like this stuff. Huh, it's cold. I forgot it's cold. It's kind of cool how the sun pokes through some of the foam on the roof. This thing is a lot of foam and rubber layers and all sorts of sealant. This thing is sealed on up. This is definitely a very unique looking bell, and a unique, I guess, idea with the foam spray. I've never seen anyone do something quite like this, probably because it's impractical and so much work, but I just really wanted to try it. And sometimes you just gotta try stuff, you know? I had fun with it, I really did. So I popped in the batteries again, and this time it turned on. Maybe it's fixed, maybe it's not, I don't know. But right now it's 53 degrees Fahrenheit inside and 44 degrees outside. So it's about 10-degree difference from inside and outside, just kind of hang out in here. I bet if I flipped it around and had the window part facing the sun, it would probably get even hotter in here. But honestly, I'm super fine with 53 because I still have this crazy suit on. You can definitely see moisture building up on the windows, but that's bound to happen breathing out all this air and being so sunny and warm outside. But really not a big deal. Doesn't affect the vinyl at all. But it's definitely cozy in here, and I am excited to spend the night here. The fire extinguisher, got our switch for our lights. So cool. I just love all these systems. Absolutely fantastic. And I like this, my little 12-volt box. Charge my camera batteries off there. Nice. And the inverter. We'll definitely be using that later for dinner time. Little portable windows. I feel like all the snow is gonna melt out there. Oh, this is the windy side. I might not keep this open too long. And this time I installed it, I opened it up instead of opening down, just because there's not much room here. And it's definitely cooling out pretty quickly with that breeze. I'm gonna go ahead and close them up. It says it's even warmer in here now. I felt cold opening those windows. The question is, I don't know how accurate this thing is like having problems, so Hopefully it's accurate. But it feels warm in here. But that breeze feels cold outside. I'm just curious. I want to plug in this heater and see if we can raise it even more. And I do like how I can just use this quick connect to disconnect it when I'm not using it. There we go. And another great thing about this being electric, I don't have to worry about carbon monoxide below. And oh yeah, this actually puts up a good amount of heat. I can feel it already. And you can see the heater, it's pulling 435 watts, so a little bit over what it's rated for, but I mean, I think that's probably within the range. And then I can go ahead and adjust it so that instead of pulling 400 watts, we're pulling 83 watts. So yeah, it's pretty cool. You can really fine tune it to whatever your battery's at or how hot you want it. And it's just nice to be able to save some power, not just always have it on full blast. But for now, let's go ahead and turn it up. It's not too hot above it. We don't got to worry about melting anything. Yeah, it's honestly perfect for this vehicle. This is definitely the type of heater that I would not be comfortable leaving on all night long in a vehicle like this. This is like a heater you have on when you're paying attention to it. I've only had this heater on for a few minutes, and we're at 61 degrees Fahrenheit in here, and it's 41 degrees outside. So there's a 20-degree difference between outside and inside. Pretty awesome. This thing is nice and insulated, and it'll be interesting to try this at night because I believe it's going to get below freezing. I really can't believe it's 41 outside right now. But for now, I think it's time to save some power and just let this thing cool down. And we're still at 93% battery. We used like 1%. And this thing gives up some nice heat. I feel like I can get some marshmallows and like roast them in front of it. But I don't got any marshmallows today. And of course, got my fire extinguisher. It's important, especially if you got something like this in here. Always got a fire extinguisher. I even have a carbon monoxide meter just because I think it's a good habit to forget. 63 in here, 39 outside. Awesome. I am definitely starting to get hungry for a nice meal. So for that, I'm going to need this. A little mini electric kettle for our mini camper. Let's make some good food. So now it's about time to power on our inverter, and I like to know how much power I'm using, so I have a watt meter, and I chose this little electric boiler because it's low wattage, it's very small. Those are the reasons, and it can boil some water. Yep, 212 boiling. And I can hear the fan on my inverter kicked on, and we're pulling right around 270 watts, which is perfect because we have a 375 watt inverter, so we're well within the range of that. But you're probably wondering, what are we going to do once we boil this water? Plan is, I'm going to make some soup or stew in a nice little food thermos. I got some miso soup mix. I got some noodles, just some tiny little noodles. I got some nice shiitake mushrooms. I really like them. And then I got a can of sardines. And all I gotta do is empty all the ingredients into the container. I love these shiitake mushrooms. They're so good. And then a nice can of sardines. There it is, 212, poured into our soup. Move it on up and shake up our soup. I almost forgot to add in a pepper. I got a serrano pepper. I want to chuck it in here as well. Lots of seeds in this one. And I can just throw these little bits inside here and give it a shake. So we got some nice spice in there as well. Now we gotta wait just like 5 or 10 minutes and we'll have some nice hot soup. And while the soup's cooking away in our little thermos container, I got another part to this video. That's right, it's a two-parter. So I also got some bread, some butter, and some cheese. We're gonna make some delicious grilled cheese. And how am I gonna make grilled cheese in here? Well, of course, the tiny little electric griddle. Definitely utilizing every inch of space inside this camper today. And this thing pulls 330 watts, so still within the range of our inverter, so perfectly fine. While this is heating up, it's time to butter and cheese some bread so we can make some nice pressed grilled cheese sandwich. There's always something you forget, and today I forgot a plate. That's not going to stop us, is it? I'm gonna go ahead and just pop down this piece. You can grab the cheese. I'm just gonna lay out some nice pieces of some of this cheddar. Hopefully that's not too much cheese. It probably is. I just don't want to make a mess. I'm gonna give it the old squish. There we go. With our soup cooking, our cheese grilling, and I'm gonna go ahead and tear off the corners, get a nice little circle sandwich going. And I don't really know how long this is gonna take, but by the time this is done, I'm gonna know the soup is done as well. One of my favorite parts of doing these adventures is cooking the meals, and I'm having a lot of fun with these tiny appliances. And I got some more stuff in store for this tiny little griddle as well. Doing a pretty nice job. This is going to be a tasty, tasty meal for sure. Thermoses are amazing. I love how well they insulate. Ooh, so hot. But it's 64 degrees in here now. Almost 65, probably from all the little boiling appliance and the little stove appliance. Yeah, it's starting to toast up a bit. There's a little bit more time. I want it to be a nice crispy shell. Did I put in too much cheese? Probably. No. Ooh, that looks incredible. Let's check out this soup. Steaming. Oh yeah, those mushrooms look nice. Nice and puffed up. And some hot soup, some hot grilled cheese, hot cup of tea. This is beautiful. In the food container, there's a little bowl. Let me go ahead and see if I can use that. Oh wow, that pepper exploded. And since it's a food container, I can go ahead and cap it and keep it warm. Oh, I love that. That's so good. Looks like a nice thick stew. Got some fish, some mushrooms, peppers, some noodles. The noodles look like they just disappeared. Maybe they're all at the bottom. Then we also got a steaming hot grilled cheese. Cheers. Oh man, I do have more bread. There's a chance I might make another one of these. We'll see. That little griddle did fantastic. I have a version of this that's a waffle maker, but I got this one because it's like a griddle. It has, I guess, a bigger cavity size. So you can like shove some bread in there. It made a really nice sandwich, kind of like a sandwich press. To cook the meal, it took 2%. 2% of the battery to boil our water and then make a grilled cheese sandwich. So like nothing. That's so awesome. Oh, that's good. I love miso soup. I like taking the paste and just kind of throwing it in stuff. Food tastes so much better when you're camping, and it tastes so much better when you're in a vehicle you made. I am so proud of how this camper build turned out. I feel like whenever I start these projects, I feel like I'll be able to build them so much faster than I can. I thought it would take me like a week to build this. I think it took me 2.5, maybe 3 weeks to build it with all the drying and everything, with all the layers and foam and everything having to dry. And it's a whole lot of work, but I really enjoy it. I like trying new things, especially like the foam shell on this. I think it's such a unique and interesting design. And I'm really proud of like the plastic netting that's like encapsulated by the foam, so it's like attached to the side of this camper and like it will never come off. I definitely think it's the most insulated camper I've ever made. I started with just a basic tarp, no insulation, then I went to just wood, and now I have like a couple inches of foam all around it, and that's definitely better insulation than wood. I really hope that these videos inspire people to build things and create things and just try new ideas, because yeah, I have no idea how these machines are going to work or how they're going to perform. I mean, I can guess in my head how they're going to do, but I don't really know. So it's sort of like everything I build is an experiment and a test and a trial. And I don't think I would have it any other way. I just really like pushing myself and pushing my builds and trying new things. And I just hope it inspires someone out there to make something cool. Because the world is an amazing place, and it's even cooler when people are making amazing stuff. I also wanted to say thank you. Thank you for 500,000 subscribers. It's such a big milestone, and it's such a big number that I have a hard time even comprehending. I forget, like, when I'm building these things and editing these things and filming these projects, it's just like me and the camera, me and the computer, me just working away at it. So I just forget how many people have just helped build this up, and I just want to say thank you. It really means the world to me. I really couldn't do any of this without you watching, and I hope you stick around with me for the future and whatever builds and things I get into, because I love this stuff and I don't want to stop making and creating, and I can't do it without you. So thanks for watching. It really means the world to me, and I'm excited to see what I get into in the future, and I hope to see it. Some stuff. I feel like all the snow is just disappearing. Yeah, wow, it's super muddy right now. It's been a really weird winter lately. A lot of rain. Rain. Well, I'm super happy with how this thing handles and it steers. Fantastic, and for such a tiny little tire. And for the tire, I was worried that it wasn't going to steer well, so I bought that drill. The drill was not only for those hooks, it was also because I bought a bunch of screws. And if I wasn't getting enough grip, I was going to go around to the tire and literally just put in like 30 screws all around it, sticking out a little bit so it would actually dig into the ground. But lucky enough, I didn't need to do that at all, so super happy about that. The cheese cube. It's like a big block of feta. And the exterior of this is not soft. Like I could probably punch it and it wouldn't break. And some of the silicone is still like cured. It's probably going to take like a month for some of it to cure. I put so much sealant and everything to seal this whole thing up. But hey, it's cool. There's not a single cloud in the sky. It's like beautiful blue. My poor boots, they're a bit wet and muddy, meaning my floor is a little bit wet and muddy now. Have a towel, probably wipe it up in a bit, but yeah, just everything's thawing out there. It's kind of crazy. Sun's starting to get pretty low out there. Not too much longer, it's going to be dark out. And it is cooling down out there quite a bit. It's 35 degrees outside, and it's 57 in here, so it's like a 20-degree difference. And I haven't turned on the heat, and I haven't cooked food for a while, so it's just retaining the heat in here really well. I'm super pleased with it. These are great. Super low wattage, nice bright LED lights, and they don't flicker on camera. Beautiful. I was worried they wouldn't be bright enough. No, these are more than bright enough. And it's definitely chilly out there, below freezing outside, and it's 53 in here, so still insulated, but it's definitely cooling down. Definitely gonna want to turn this thing on a little bit later tonight.
Downstairs. Okay, just explain.
It's finally dark outside. The only thing I want to do now is some night driving. Let's have some fun. These lights are great. Honestly, they light this place up, front and the back. Wow, you can light up the back really well out the window. And you can also see I kind of put all my gear here instead of hanging in the front, because it's not going to be easy to drive if things are hanging. So let's go ahead and power this thing on, and let's have some fun. Most of the snow is gone. It's crazy. Oh, big bump. Looks like we're in an area with a bunch of snow now. I definitely see a bunch of trails. Possibly coyote? I don't know. I haven't really seen anything today, but there's stuff out here. This looks like a nice spot to just hang out for the night. It's got some more snow on the ground, which is nice. And yeah, it's just a quiet spot. Alright, I think it's time to flip on our flights.
I did it. Okay. We did it. We're close to the next one.
So much fun to drive it at night. Felt like I was driving around a little like moon buggy or something. One thing I will say is, I guess when I drove over it the first time, it was frozen, but like it got pretty warm today. It thawed, and I like hit a mud puddle, and the front sunk down like a foot. I thought the wheel broke off, but no, I just like cratered into a mud puddle. All the gear in the back just came sliding forward and smacked me in the back. I mean, I wasn't going fast, and nothing happened, nothing was damaged, but it was just funny. Just everything went. Oh. Swampy. That's crazy. Good thing I chose some pretty strong parts because that was intense. But yeah, I think it's time to clean this all up, get it all organized again, and get comfy for the night. And it definitely got cold again, so I kind of want to warm this place up with a little heater. Much better. I got everything all organized again, and you can tell the drive, it definitely cooled down. It's 29 outside and 39 in here, so kind of chilly in here. And I think it's finally time to take off these massive boots. Oh, it feels so good. And I think it's also time to take off my suit and get actually comfortable.
What just happened? Just wake up.
I also got these really nice camping winter slippers, which will just make it a lot more comfortable. Oh, finally. Time to relax. Oh. I'm glad I brought a towel to wipe off all the water from the boots. Who needs a curtain to block out the view when you can just pile all your gear against the window? You know what I could go for right now? A nice little snack. And you know what a nice snack would be? How about some fresh baked chocolate chip cookies? That's right, we're baking cookies. And to help with that, I'm going to be using the little Pac-Man style griddle thing again. So let's go ahead and griddle fry some cookies. Let's go pop on our inverter, get this thing warming up. Oh no, my thermometer. It'd be freaking out again. I'm gonna have to try to fix this again. And if you're curious, I drove for a good while, and we're at 85% battery, so I don't know, what do we use, like 8% or something like that? Really not too bad at all. Got a lot of juice to play with. Squish it, pump it in the thing, and let's wait. This camper is definitely fun. It's like a little spaceship in here. And in the meantime, I think it's time for a nice little cup of something warm. And for that, I got some apple cider. I've been liking some hot apple cider lately. Is it still hot? Oh yeah, it is. Never underestimate the power of a good thermos. Some nice hot apple cider. Cheers. It's looking pretty good. Push it, place it, close it. So I ended up warming up the batteries in my pocket. It seemed to do the trick. It says it's 26 degrees outside Fahrenheit and 50 degrees in here. So this thing itself is already starting to warm it up in here. And it's pretty cold outside. Quite a big drop from earlier today. And just for fun, I think I'm going to go ahead and turn on this heater as well. Why not? Let's just see how warm we can get this thing. Let's go ahead and just turn it on full blast. 400 watts isn't that much, and I got like 85% battery. Got some heat blasting out of there. Got some heat coming out of the little cookie cooker. Yeah, should be pretty toasty here in just a couple minutes. It's just wild how much it glows. A lot of power getting pumped through there. But this thing held up really well because it managed to survive cratering into that mud pit. So yeah, glad that the element's still working. Nice and toasty. I'm gonna go ahead and point it towards me. Got some heat. Got our stove, our electrical system. Things got built-in lights. It's just a nice setup. I love it. This one still has a few minutes, but I might as well take a bite of this one. Oh wow, look at that. It's like a weird shape. Very good. It's already raised up 4 degrees in here, and I think it's been like 1 minute. This thing's gonna heat up pretty quickly. It's a pretty small space, to be honest. But well ventilated, well protected, and yeah, a lot of fun. Let it cool off. This is definitely one of the smaller camper builds I've done. Not as small as like the very first one that was like a tarp, but this one is quite a bit smaller than the last land one I made. But it's like really cozy in here. There's a lot of stuff in here, obviously there's a lot of stuff, but I don't feel claustrophobic. The tall enough ceilings, the bright lights, and yeah, I'm not like constantly smashing my elbows or anything. Like it's the perfect size. It's kind of what I was trying to go for. I'm really happy with it. Getting colder outside, warmer inside. This is a funny one. Looks kind of like an egg, you know, like a sunny side up egg. But it tastes good though. My one plate. Eating some fresh cookies with a nice little electric heater and this wild looking foam camper. So now we're just going to continue. 25 degrees outside, 61 degrees inside. And check this out. When I turn off the lights, the glow is pretty bright on the heater. Lights up this whole room on camera. Kind of a creepy orange glow. Very cool. It's kind of like a bad 400-watt light bulb. But it's a better heater. Very cool. So right now, I'm at 80% battery. I think when we stopped driving, we were at 85. The cookies, plus having the heater on, we used 5%. And I believe I went up like 11 degrees and had like 3 cookies, so seems pretty good trade-off to me. But for now, I do think I am gonna turn this off, and let's just see how long it takes for this to drop. I feel like it might be quite a while. I feel like this is gonna be a very good insulator for the heat in here. The nice little heat trap. So it's been like 20 minutes, something like that. It's 23 degrees outside, 58 degrees inside. So we dropped, I think, 2 or 3 degrees inside, and it's getting colder outside. So really not too bad. But thinking about it, I've had like 80% battery, more than enough for tomorrow. So I'm going to go ahead and just turn this thing on again. I mean, I might as well enjoy what I got. And I got a little heater right here, a lot of battery left, so I might as well just get this place nice and toasty. Definitely starting to get tired, but I did bring one more thing I wanted to do. I brought my Steam Deck, and since this is such a small area, I brought my little miniature folding keyboard. This thing's pretty cool, and I brought a mouse. I did a mouse, but I kind of forgot a mouse pad, so the wood should be fine. I'm honestly kind of surprised it fit this way, but it's really not too bad. It's crisscross, and yeah, our desk setup. This is like the tiniest gaming setup. And I really like this keyboard. It's so unique. I like how it just folds up. Bluetooth and it's super tiny. Alright, I'm gonna play this game, Super Lumino. I played it a while ago. It's like a puzzle game. I remember it being pretty interesting. There we go. Take some stairs. The doors are interesting. Kind of looks like the office space of like Severance or something. It's honestly so nice to just truly enjoy this film. Not a care in the world. Just relaxing. Truly beautiful night. Oh, I kind of remember this. Look at this. It's like an optical even. This is such an interesting game. It's bizarre.
It should be best to do so when she's ready for this. A more detailed report and several photographs.
I'm officially tired. I think it's time I shut down everything, grab the sleeping bag, and get comfortable for bed. Right now it's 62 degrees in here, and I've had the heater on for a while. I'm at 74% battery, and I think I want to save the rest of the battery for tomorrow and drive it on back home. But it should be way more than enough. And I might end up using the heated blanket, which will take some power throughout the night. But yeah, I think it's time to pack up the steam deck, pull out the sleeping bag, and get comfy. Even though I have the gym puzzle mat foam floor, which honestly I could probably sleep on it, I also brought another sleeping bag because I mean, why not double up to get the extra cushion? It's like an accordion style. It's definitely a micro camper for sure. And I even brought an electric heater blanket.
So basically, I need to do this one.
It's like a glove. Tucked away in my intense sleeping bag. Got more than enough room on the feet, more than enough on the head. Got the lights everywhere. The foam insulated walls. This is such an interesting camper room. I love it. And I went ahead and unplugged the thing. It's off. It's not on. I don't want to fall asleep with that thing on. I'm tired. I definitely had a wonderful day. Fun to drive around the new machines, and nothing broken. It's always a wonderful day when the new build doesn't break. But I'm exhausted and I'm ready to get some sleep. So get some good sleep. I'll catch you all in the morning. Good night.
Evidence erasure of the trade mission was conducted shortly after the
Morning. It's definitely a bit chilly in here this morning. Definitely some wintertime camping. Doesn't look like anything's really frozen on the windows, so I think it's above freezing in here. Actually, I can tell you. Yeah, it's 37 in here, 29 outside. So below freezing outside, above freezing inside. We did a pretty good job at keeping it above freezing in here, at least. Good job. I forgot to go to sleep and throw my sweatshirt in my sleeping bag. It's always nice to keep your next day clothes in your sleeping bag in winter, so they stay warm with you. It's time to wake up, boil some water, and make some nice breakfast. Got the area all packed up. And outside, there's still snow on the ground. It's definitely cold out there, but a bunch of it did melt yesterday. And since it's chilly, I might as well go ahead and pop on this heater. Put it on? Oh yeah, get this place warm up in here. Feels nice to have a little electric heater in the cool winter morning. And if you're curious about battery status, right now I'm at 67%. I don't remember what we started the night at, but I did end up using the electric heater blanket for like 70% of the night. I think it's pretty efficient. I think it pulls like 130 watts. So I did use some percentage from that, maybe like 3 or 5, I don't really know. But I still have more than enough juice to be able to turn on this heater this morning to keep this camper warm. And speaking of having a lot of battery, I want to pull up my little water boiler so I can boil some water for some tea. Now that will really, It's a little bit dark in here, not like crazy. Might as well turn on the lights in the morning. Alright, let's go ahead and boil up some tea. This thing did a fantastic job for the soup last night. It's already starting to warm up in here with this thing just blasting heat in here. Got some heat blasting, some water boiling, beautiful lights, and a wall of gear in the front. And the good thing is I definitely had more than enough room last night to sleep in here, which was a little bit of a worry. I wasn't sure if I'd be like smashing my head on the battery box, but now it is perfectly fine. But I do think that this is about the smallest you could get a camper that you'd be able to sleep in without like having to like sleep in like a little ball. Yeah. Bubble, bubble. For the tea today, I got just like a pomegranate blueberry green tea. This is just a really flavorful tea. And this little water boiler, thing's a little champ. I like it. The steam coming out of it. I'm gonna fog up all these windows. That's okay. Cheers. I forget that the walls are just made out of spray foam. So many cans of spray foam. I don't remember how many I used, like 68 or something like that. So many cans. For breakfast, I want to make pancakes slash waffles slash I don't know what you're going to call it because we're going to make it inside this. That's right. Not only is this going to make grilled cheese cookies, but we're going to try to make some pancakes in it. It should be fun. So let's go ahead and pop on our inverter. Might as well get this thing heated up. And all the systems, they've been working beautifully. Not a problem in the world with anything. So awesome about that. And when it comes to like pancakes and waffles, I really like to make it in jars. It's just really easy. All you gotta do, pour the water in it, close it up, and you shake it. Just like that. Got a breakfast all mixed up. And we wait. Oh my, yes. Doesn't look like a pancake or a waffle. Like its own thing. Let that cook a little bit longer. The glow of the heat. So nice. It's definitely starting to warm up in here. It's 53 degrees in here, 29 outside. I think we started at around 40 degrees this morning. So this thing's already brought it up over 10 degrees. And I'm sure that this and the water boiler helped as well. I just love all my little electronics. I have so much fun with things. Okay. I think it's done. I don't really know. We'll let it hang out there. I feel like this would make a really good like egg sandwich bun, honestly. It looks good. And I didn't bring a plate, of course, so I'm just going to take some of this syrup and put it in my little measuring cup and just dip out of this thing. And I might as well eat these while they're still nice and toasty. They're good. And the maple syrup is amazing. Beautiful. Just a nice little breakfast. And it's chilly morning. It feels warm in here now. I feel like I almost have to take off my sweatshirt. It's now 60 degrees in here, Fahrenheit. That's pretty nice. Pretty nice indeed. I wonder if any animals came by and was like, what is that weird looking yellow box? I can only hope so. This one is like perfect. There's nothing like a nice warm breakfast on a winter night in a tiny little camper. One of my favorites. I feel like whenever I'm building one of these projects, I learn so much about myself and about just how to build and make things. And I also learned things that I should improve on. And for something I think I should improve on this build, I think the foam, the spray foam, some of it isn't the cleanest looking. And if I were to do it again, I think I would have built down all the wall sections individually, like the side walls and the roof, and then laid them out on the ground. And I would have still done that netting, that orange netting in the middle, but I would have used like a 2-part pour foam. And you mix it and you pour it in the void. And I would have let the foam rise that way when they're all even on the ground. I think it would have probably been a cleaner look, but then I wouldn't have gotten the very interesting exterior of this camper and the charm that came with that. But I feel like if I were to do it again and do it more professional and cleaner, I would have probably done that. Build all the walls separately and then just take some 2-part pour foam and then pour it in all the voids and just have it expand all layers of the ground. I think it would have probably turned out a little bit cleaner. Other than that, I am very proud of this build. I really am. This was a long process to make. I learned a lot, and I had a lot of fun. And I ruined a pair of shoes, I ruined my jacket, and I got a bunch of yellow paint all over my overalls. But I mean, hey, it's bound to happen, and it's all in good fun. And I also had a lot of fun with that giant hole puncher. That was cool to just go around and punch some holes in metal. And it could punch out some pretty big holes. I think I was punching out larger than 1/2-inch holes. And it was like nothing. The last pancake waffle thing. This camper, it's also a blast to drive around. I'm really happy with how the steering on this thing turned out. Like, it's just really easy to steer this thing. I feel like you can turn almost on a dime if I want to. And it's strong. It's very strong. Those 2 front forks, they're heavy duty. And falling in that like mud pit yesterday, they didn't break off that, so it just shows how strong it is. So I'm really happy about that. For a second there, I thought I was gonna be stranded out there, which would have been a bummer. I don't know what I would have done. It's always a good day when one of your builds works and none of the wheels fall off. Not like that motorcycle camper, the first version. That was a pain. Just finishing up my breakfast. I want to drink the rest of my tea, my delicious blueberry tea. Hanging out in this beautiful little camper with some 65-degree temperature in here. Oh, it's so nice. That heater is amazing. I don't think it'd work in a large space, but for something like this, it is absolutely perfect. And for the battery status, after breakfast and having the heater on, we are at 58%. So we used quite a big chunk, but I mean, I boiled some water, made some pancake type things, and just had this heater blasting on full blast for the past little while now. And we're up to 65 degrees in here, so it's totally worth it. And I got 58% battery, so that's more than enough to drive on back, and I don't have to worry about getting stranded. But for now, let's just enjoy the moment. I'm just in like a foam cocoon. I love it. And I like how I have the wood exposed and all the black hardware. That's kind of why I chose the black hardware. It started looking nicer if everything's going to be sticking out like that. Really happy with it. Put a lot of thought into this and tried to make it to the best of my abilities. And I think it turned out beautiful. Big, bulging foam bags, beautiful. Towel, got my winter suit back on, all my gear packed up in the back. It's about time to head on back home. But before that, I'm going to step outside, walk around the camper, see how the thing held up over the freezing wind. I'll never get tired of this wild looking exterior. So cool. Tires look great. Suspensions on there perfect. And then the front looks great. This thing held up beautifully. And I feel like yesterday when I fell in the mud hole, it probably went up to like there. The wheel just disappeared. The beautiful aluminum plate on there, nice and secure. And then, you know, a couple bolts to hold it all down. Doesn't even look like I took this out for a drive. Super clean looking. No mud really anywhere. Beautiful. Got all the windows. A little bit of moisture inside from boiling all that water earlier.
Our nice headlights, those things were great last night. We got our vents, really nice vents. I'm definitely very proud of this build. Such a unique one and had some pretty challenging parts to it. And we're climbing the double digits. QN10. A perfect start to the new year. Such a cool thing. But sadly, I think it's time to jump inside this camper and start the journey on home. Well, it's been a wonderful adventure. From building this thing to driving it out in the wild and spending the night in this crazy little fun contraption. Absolute blast. Anyways, I just want to say thanks for stopping by, everybody. I truly appreciate you for taking the time to watch my videos, and I just want to say thank you because I really couldn't do these unless you were watching. So have yourself a wonderful day, and I'll catch you on the next one. Power it on. Make sure we're going forward, and onward we go. Hopefully the next one won't be 3 months. In this video, I'm taking on another massive project and racing against the clock to build this one-of-a-kind sauna. Over the next hour, I build this entire unit from scratch, and then I take it out and try it in a winter wonderland. So for this build, I'm going to be building it inside my shop because working outside at this time of year absolutely sucks, as I learned on my tiny house. And I rent a shop with a big door, so I might as well use it. So to get started, I ordered this stack of clear cedar lumber, and this little bit of lumber cost over $10,000 Canadian, which is insane. But pretty much all the money I've ever made has come off of this YouTube channel, and I really want to keep investing that back into the videos and make cooler and cooler stuff, and obviously that's going to mean more and more expensive. But that way you guys get to see all the growth and progression too, from the $50 videos I started this channel with to what it is now and what it could be in the future. So this sauna is going to be its own standalone building, and the foundation for this is going to be a deck made out of 2x6s. So I just have some regular cedar 2x6, and I'm cutting these to length with my miter saw. And then I'm screwing together this main deck frame using some 3.5-inch deck screws. With the outer frame screwed together, I marked out the spacing for these inner joists and screwed them in with those same deck screws. By the way, I know there's a lot of people waiting for me to start the interior of my tiny house. It's just getting dark out at like 4 o'clock right now, and there's no lighting in there, obviously, so it's almost impossible to build and, more importantly, film in there right now with such short days. But don't worry, I'll get back to the tiny house in March or April when it doesn't suck so much to live in Canada again.
With most of the deck framed up, I lifted it up onto these 5x5 beams so that I can get a forklift under this once it's all done and I don't have a shop sauna. And then I took a measurement of both diagonals and made any adjustments that they were the exact same so I know this frame is completely square. Then I cut up a bunch of 2x6 blocks just to go between all of these joists and give the frame a bunch more support. Now, I actually made the outer frame of this deck about 3 inches shorter in each direction than its final size, and that's so that I can take some of these clear cedar 2x6s and cut them with some nice 45-degree miters, and basically case around this regular cedar framing. Clear cedar is about 4 times the price of this regular cedar, so it makes sense to use regular wherever you can that's not visible, or in the whole thing if you don't mind the look of it. Then I just tacked these 2 pieces together at the miter using my 15-gauge nailer, and then tacked it into its position on the main frame. Then I used a couple 2.5-inch deck screws screwed in through the back every foot or so around the whole perimeter of the frame. With these screws screwed in through the back, it keeps a nice clean look of the clear cedar, and there's really no exposed fasteners. Now it's time to insulate the floor underneath where the sauna itself is actually going to be. So I have this rip jig for my circular saw, which I find is the easiest way to cut this up. And then I have this 2-inch thick R10 rigid foam insulation. I cut these pieces just about 1/8 of an inch oversized and then use a mallet to hammer these into place. After I had the first layer hit roughly into place, I used some window and door expanding foam as some adhesive, and then malleted in the second layer, giving this floor a total insulation of R20. I also use that same expanding foam just to fill the gaps at the top, and after it's set up for a couple hours, I use a good sharp knife just to cut this flush. Now I have this foil vapor barrier that's specifically made for saunas, and I'm just spreading this out over all the insulation just underneath where the actual building itself is going to sit. And I just used a staple gun to tack this into the floor joists. Then I used a long 1/4-inch drill bit just to drill some weep holes in each one of these sections, just so that any water or anything that goes through the floor can escape out these weep holes. Now I have this black landscaping fabric, and I'm just going around all the portions that I didn't cover with the vapor barrier, just to give this a clean black look under the deck and stop any weeds from coming through. And now it's time to actually start laying the deck, so I have these clear cedar deck boards, and I'm just cutting some nice 45-degree miters into them. Also, a good tip when cutting these miters is to make your mark on the outside edge of the board, and then I'll just start the cut a bit outside of this mark and inch up on it until I'm right on it, and then complete the cut. And that's the easiest way to get that exact measurement on the outside edge, at least the easiest way that I've found. You also want a good sharp 60-tooth blade in your miter saw, and that's going to save you a lot of sanding on these edges. To screw in these deck boards, I'm using this handy jig that actually screws the screws in through the side of the board so that they aren't overly visible from the top. Once all the other boards get set in place, you'll barely be able to see any of these screw holes. If you just want to build something fast, this isn't necessary at all, but if you're paying the price like I did to get all this clear cedar lumber that looks so pretty, it would be a shame to put a bunch of screws right in the face of it and ruin the whole look. Then I just started laying these interior boards. Thing with the insulation is I actually set it down about an 1/8 inch or so from flush with the top of the floor joist just to let out any water and naturally air itself out. I also didn't like how the gap in the deck boards exposed this silver metallic vapor barrier, especially in the right light. So my solution to this was to use some high heat spray paint and just spray paint the edge of every board as it was laid down. And then when the next board is put in place, it's really just black in that gap. You'd think this isn't a huge deal, but in the right light, you can see this glittery effect between the deck boards, and when you're spending $30,000 on a build, I'm going to make it right. And then this last piece obviously wasn't going to be a full width deck board, so I just used my circular saw to rip this to width. And then I used a 1/8 inch roundover bit in my palm router just to rip this edge off to match the other side. One last thing before this deck's done is I actually only attach these outer boards on the inside edge so you wouldn't see the screws on the outside. So I'm using a 3/8 inch Forstner bit to countersink some holes, and then using some 2.5 inch deck screws to screw this outside edge down. And then I have this off-cut piece of this exact same board, so I'm taking it over to my drill press and using these 3/8 inch dowel cutting drill bits to drill a few dowels out of this board. Then you can just break the dowel out with a screwdriver, and then I fill up the hole with some wood glue. Pop the dowel into place and use any of the sawdust from drilling the hole just to fill in any imperfections. A couple hours later, I'll just come back with my multi-tool and take off the majority of the dowel. And then just sand this flush with some 120 grit, and then you can barely even see this. It's again just another way to preserve the look of this clear cedar and not have any exposed fasteners or anything else that's going to resemble knots. But that's the deck fully done. Now let's frame up some walls. So there's a lot of this video that overlaps with my last video of building the exterior of my tiny house. So I'm not going to go into a ton of technical detail on the framing of these walls. If you need that, you can watch my tiny house video and skip to about the 8-minute mark. So basically I just have my plan for each wall, and then I'm marking out the top and sill plate with the stud placement. And then just filling in all these studs. A couple things from the comments of the tiny house video. A lot of people said that the frame should be screwed together instead of nailed since it's a movable structure. In that video, I just sunk 3 framing nails like this. But there was a lot of people saying the frame should be screwed together to withstand the forces of travel. I'm really not worried about it for the tiny house because it's not made to travel like a camper. It's only made to be moved when it has to be moved, so probably like a few times in its life. This sauna isn't a portable unit right now, but I do have plans for this to potentially be a mobile unit in the future, so I'm going to compromise and do 2 nails to tack these studs in place, and 1 screw to hold it a little more rigidly. Again, though, this is probably overkill. Also, notice the sill plate of these walls is actually a cedar 2x4, and that's just so it holds up to the elements a little better because these walls are sitting on the deck, so the sill plate will probably take some moisture from time to time. Now before we lift these walls into place, I'm taking a good amount of time to level the deck. Once the deck is perfectly level, I can just level the walls once they're in place, and I don't have to square them based off the deck, and it just makes everything a lot easier. Next, I set a line about an inch back from the edge of the deck with my chalk line, and this is just going to be the alignment line for the outer edge of the wall, and then used a little more expanding foam just as some sill insulation underneath the wall. Now we can start lifting the walls into place. With the wall aligned properly, I just tack it into the deck with some 3-inch deck screws for now, and I screwed each wall together using a deck screw every foot or so. I just had my brother help out for 20 minutes while I did this because these walls were pretty heavy. Once all 4 walls were up, I checked everything for level, and I actually had to shear them the one way a little bit. So I used a ratchet strap mounted at the top of the one wall and the bottom of the other just to pull it over, and then I could tack a 2x4 brace in place temporarily. And now everything's sitting nice and level, and that's only the end of day 2 of work on this. I just started this a few days after the tiny house video was released, which gave me just over 3 weeks and change to build this entire thing and get the video out before Christmas. So we'll see how I do. When I'm saying this right now, it's about the first week of December. Next, I'm just adding the second top plate to the 3 lower walls and overlapping the seams of the walls just to bind them together better. And now I'm going to anchor these walls into the frame of the deck, so I pre-drilled a hole down through the sill plate into one of the floor joists below the deck. And then I used this 3/8" by 5" lag bolt to bolt the walls securely down onto the foundation. I did this about every 2 to 3 feet around every wall, and every one of these bolts went down through the deck boards into the floor joists below, not just into the deck board. Now it's time to start on the rafters, and this is just going to be a single slope lean-to style roof, so these are pretty simple to frame up. First I'm making a template, and I just screwed this screw into the top plate just a little lower so that I can hang this rafter off the side, and then trace these cut edges at the top and bottom. Then I can take this board down and cut these lines with my circular saw. Any cuts I couldn't finish with the circular saw, like this bird's mouth here, I would just finish it up using a reciprocating saw. And for the end cut, I know the slope of the roof is 5 degrees, so I just made a 5-degree cut right where I needed it. Then I can take this template rafter up to check its fit. And the bird's mouth was sitting perfectly snug and both ends are level, so this is a good template. Now I can trace this on to a few more 2x6s and get the rest of the rafters cut up. To secure a rafter in place, I'd first just toe nail it in with a deck screw just to hold it in place. And then I have these Simpson truss and rafter screw, and I'm just going to go in from the bottom side of the top plate right into the rafter to secure it in place. One of these at each end of the rafter is all you need. Now I have some good straight 12-foot long 2x6s that are going to be the header boards. So I just lifted one into place and started screwing it into the rafters. I'd use a scrap piece of 2x4 like this to just ride along the rafter I was working at, and then I'd just push the header into place until it just touches this 2x4. So I left these boards overhanging quite a bit so that I could add in these additional rafters and complete the overhang of the roof. These rafters were cut using the same template, I just didn't have to cut in the bird's mouth. And with those screwed into place, I can just square off a line with that last rafter and then just cut off this overhang using my circular saw. One last thing, I cut up a bunch of 2x6 blocks and strategically added these throughout the framing of the roof just for some added structural support as well as where I'm going to need to nail into. And that's all the major framing in this build done. Now it's time to sheet the roof, and to do that I'm using some 1/2-inch standard plywood, and I'm just using this track jig for my circular saw to cut these sheets to size. Then I'd screw in 2 of these scrap pieces of 2x4 onto the fascia board just so that this plywood wouldn't sink down any lower than the edge of the roof. And with everything nice and flush, I'd sink some 2-inch framing nails every 4 inches or so around the edges of all the sheets. I'd also keep some spare nails on hand all the time, just so that I could space these sheets around all the edges by about a nail width or 1/8 of an inch. It's really probably not super necessary for a roof this size, but it is proper practice to have every sheet spaced by 1/8 inch or so. Then I just started filling in the rest of the sheets. It's really nice working on something this size versus the tiny house, because sheeting the roof, for example, was a full day task with the tiny house, and it's about an hour or so doing this. As the last step, I would just use a straight edge to mark out where the interior ribs are, and sink a nail every 6 inches or so down these ribs. The next day I framed in this little section of angled wall that connects down from the deck up to the roof. And I installed the 2 electrical boxes that are going to be needed. One double gang for the 2 light switches, and then one just standard outlet on the back side of the building. Now in most builds it'd be time to sheet the walls, but I'm actually building this a little bit unconventionally, so I'm putting on the house wrap just straight over top of the framing. I'm just using a 3-foot roll because it's easier to manage as one person, and just overlapping the layers starting from the bottom and working my way up. I'd use some blue tuck tape just to tape down any vertical seams, and then I cut out the openings for the doors and windows. Now around the back and the sides, I just have these siding plywood panels that are usually used on sheds and stuff like that. But I actually used this on my doghouse around this time last year, and for $50 a sheet, this stuff actually looks really good once you paint it whatever color you want, and it's held up to the elements pretty well. It's also a really quick way to side a building this size. I did all of this in probably 2 or 3 hours. So these panels actually eliminate the need for me to put on any sheathing underneath this, and they get installed pretty much in the same way you would install plywood sheathing, with a few key differences. First, I used an outdoor paintable caulking just to give this sheet a good caulk before the next sheet gets lapped over top. And then I nailed these sheets into place just using my 15 gauge nailer instead of my framing nailer so that I didn't have so many indents from big nail heads. These nails will be a little less structurally secure than framing nails, but this is a pretty small building, so I'm not worried about it, but keep that in mind. Now, I don't love how the wall is quite a bit narrower than the roof, especially once the roof gets added on top of this, so I'm going to work on adding some furring strips just to bulk up this width of the wall. So I just ripped some cedar 2x4s with my table saw. And then nailed them onto the existing studs. Then I cut up a sheet of siding, and that made that wall about 1.5 inches thicker, which should look a lot better once it's all trimmed up. Now before I side this last wall, I've got to remove the sill plate from the door. So I just used my multi-tool to cut through the 2x4 until it popped out. And then I have this flashing tape that I'm just going to go around the sides of the door with just to stop any water that leaks in through the trim of the door. With all the panels installed, I just took that same paintable caulking and just filled in all the nail holes. And I gotta say, I've been down the depths of the internet, but I've never seen so many holes filled by black caulk before. And then I have some exterior paint, and I'm just gonna paint up all these siding panels. I did 2 coats of this paint, and that gave me a really nice even sheen and a good protective coat on top of this wood siding. Now it's time to install my 3 big windows. So first I have some of this just regular cedar deck board, and it's about 1 inch thick, so I'm just ripping some 1 inch wide sections just to give me some squares. Then I sanded all 4 sides of these squares with some 120 grit. Then I also have these 1x6 cedar planks, and I'm just taking these over to the back of my shop, and then I'm going to give them a finish in some of this high heat spray paint. I wasn't sure what to paint this with, but I decided to go with high heat just because the sauna does get up to probably 90 or 100 degrees Celsius, and I'm not sure what other paints will produce any off-gassing. This high heat spray paint is safe for wood stoves and interior use, so I'm sure it should be fine for off-gassing in a sauna. But who really knows? I've never built a sauna before, and I'm just doing stuff that makes sense in my head. Next, I took some flashing tape, and I'm just going to flash around the bottom and both sides of the window opening. I'm kind of just making up my own installation method for these windows, and I'm not really sure if it's correct or not, so this flashing should protect the framing from any water that gets through my mistakes I'm about to make. Now my painted boards have dried up, so I'm just cutting one piece to the width of the sill of the window. And then I have some of these tongue and groove blocks that I just cut off the boards that are going to be installed here. And this will just give me the spacing that I need to set this windowsill at to be flush with the paneling I put on the outside here. And then I just used some silicone to lay 2 good beads along this flashing. On the outermost bead, I actually left a couple gaps in it just so if any water does get in here, it can escape to the outside and not get inside. And I just nailed the board into place using some 15 gauge nails. Then I did the same thing on the top and then the sides. For pretty much all 3 of these boards, I just laid 2 full beads of silicone. I didn't do any gaps. The only exception was right at the bottom of the 2 sides. I just left a little gap for water to drain out. With those boards in place and waterproofed to what I think will work, I use my combination square just to set a set line for the inner trim. Then I took one of those 1-inch square pieces I made up and cut it to the width that I need. And then I laid a bead of silicone along the inside of that alignment line and nailed this board into place. Now that inner trim is pretty much ready to accept the window, so let's bring it in. So I have these 26 by 72 insulated glass units that I had made up by a somewhat local company in Toronto. These have 1/4-inch tempered glass, 2 panels of it, and then a 1/2-inch space between them. So before I can put this insulated unit in place, I just have to do a little bit more silicone work. And I just laid a nice bead right along the seam of this trim, and then 1 more bead along the face of this trim so that the window will suck up against this. And I did the same thing around the whole window. And with a few spacer blocks along the sill, I lifted the window into place. And then I just started installing the exterior trim in the exact same way. For this bottom piece of trim, I want to cut in a couple weep holes just to let water out of the window cavity. So I just used a couple passes with a circular saw just to notch in these gaps that'll let water out. Any water that comes down the face of the window and does manage to make it in behind the trim can escape out these weep holes. Then for the side pieces, I first just shimmed that window snug. And then did the same thing with 2 beads of silicone and nailing the trim into place. Like I said, I really don't know if this is the proper way to do this or not, but I can't think of any reason why this wouldn't work, and I'm pretty confident in the silicone I did. But that's a fully installed window. Now just install the other one and we're ready to move on. So while I'm at this, I might as well install the door. And this is just a door I picked up from a local sauna supply place, and it saved me a few days of having to build this myself. So basically, I'm just sliding the door into the rough opening and tacking it up against the 1 2x4. And then I'm just shimming the other side using some door shims until that gap is pretty much even around the whole door and everything opens and closes nicely. With With everything functioning properly, I just added in a few thin strips of wood as a doorstop. And then I just cut away the shims and filled in any of the gaps with some expanding foam. A little later on, I also added on the door handle using some wood glue and some deck screws. So now I'm going to start installing the cedar paneling on the soffit and this front wall. But before I do that, I'm just running some of this household 14-2 wire up through the soffit to the points where all my soffit lights are going to be. So I started this run of wire at the switch box, and then I drilled holes through the rafters to run the wire where I needed to go. I marked out where the lights were going to be, and everywhere I had that, I just left this loop of wire that I just tucked up in the rafters for now. And when I cut through the soffit, this will be easy to pull down and install the light. So for the soffit and this front wall, and actually the entire interior, I'm using this 3/4 inch tongue and groove clear cedar paneling. To install this is pretty easy. First, obviously, every board gets cut to length. And then each board just slides onto the tongue of the previous board before it. Then I just sink a nail into the tongue on an angle like this every time it overlaps a stud. And when the next board goes into place, it completely covers up this nail and you don't see any exposed fasteners. I gave every board a quick sanding with some 120 grit before it goes up because it's a lot easier to do this on the ground. I'd also sink some extra nails into the face of these boards, anywhere that I knew was going to get covered up by fascia or trim or whatever. And that's a damn good looking soffit. To trim any boards with weird edges like this angled wall, I just set the boards in place and then trace the edge on the backside. And then I'd use the track jig for my circular saw just to cut along that line. And the rest of this paneling along the wall gets installed in the exact same way as I just did the soffit. This was probably the most satisfying few hours of work I've done on this so far, because it went from looking like something completely unfinished to a pretty cool looking sauna shed thing. Notice I tried to keep track of the boards and match the alignment so that the soffit flowed right down into this front wall. Now to install the soffit lights, I have a 4 1/4 inch hole saw bit, and I'm just cutting out this nice little cookie. Then I'm not going to explain how to install a light because there's a million videos that do that, but basically I cut that hoop of wire and then stripped each end, and then I just connected these wires in the junction box, all the blacks together, all the whites together, and all the greens together. Then this light just pops into place. I picked these lights specifically because they have two functions. It has the full on function, and then if you turn off the switch for 1 second and turn it back on, it switches to this halo light effect. The halo is more of an ambient light, and I think that'll look really nice with the sauna once it's all done. Now I'm going to make up all the trim for the outside, and I have my planer here, and I'm just planing these same tongue and groove boards down a little bit just for some thinner trim. After 3 or 4 passes, I can get the thickness down to about 1/2 inch, and that's what I'm going to have my trim at for no reason other than I guess I just want to do a bunch of extra work. With a bunch of boards ran to the right thickness, I just ran them through my circular saw to the width I wanted them at. And now I have some good square trim pieces to start going around this window. So after making some 45-degree cuts on these pieces, I can start installing them around the window, and I just use my 15-gauge nailer to tack these into place, and then I'll fill these holes later. I also have some painted black pieces of cedar that I'm going to use to cap the inside of this window frame just to make it look like all one unit. And just like all the tongue and groove pieces I did earlier, I sanded these pieces before they went up because it's a lot easier to do this before they're installed on other boards. And then I just started trimming my way around. I did the door with the same width of trim as the window, which is about 2 1/8 inch. And around this outside corner, I used 2 pieces and then glued them together with some wood glue and just brad nailed each piece in place. Then I ripped up these thin 1/2-inch pieces, and then these are going around all these inside corners and anywhere there's a transition. Then before I cleaned up all this sawdust, I just took a little and put it in a cup, and then mixed it with some wood glue until it turned into this paste. Then I can use this as my wood filler to fill in any of the holes that the nailer left. Then after a couple hours, that can be sanded off, and that looks a lot better than open nail holes. While I had the sander out, I just went around and sanded all the trim as well as the deck and anything else that needed sanding before I applied a finish. For the finish, I have this natural decking oil by a company called Livus. I decided to go with a decking oil instead of a normal deck finish you would get at Home Depot or another hardware store, because the decking oil won't chip off like these other finishes. Once this needs refinished in a couple of years, you just have to reapply another coat. You don't have to do any sanding or anything, and it doesn't look terrible once it starts peeling off, because it won't. So I just applied this with a brush, and everything except for the corners I did with this big 5-inch stain applicator brush, and that saves a ton of time. You can pretty much do 1 or 2 passes and the whole board is covered. So worth $12 to pick yourself up one of these. Once the oil soaked in on a section for about 10 minutes, I just take some shop towels and wipe away all the excess. I did 2 coats of this finish, and now this cedar is ready for the elements. Now it's time to put on the roof, and this is the exact same standing seam roof that I put on the tiny house in my last video, and now I know how to do it, so I can explain it a little better. So my first piece of trim is this drip edge, and I just squared off a line at the measurement I need and then cut it with some aviation snips. Then I took this up to the bottom edge of the roof and just aligned it flush with the edge, and then screwed it in every 18 inches or so with these pancake head screws. When I had to overlap this trim, I just opened it up a little by bending it like this, and then slipped it over the previous piece of trim with about 1 inch of overlap. Then I sunk another screw right through this overlap, pinning down both pieces. With that bottom drip edge on, I can now put on the underlay, so I have this blue skin membrane. This is just a really good stick-down roofing underlayment that's pretty much waterproof itself. So I'd cut a sheet to a rough length and then pull it up onto the roof. And once I have it all lined up, I can pull away this plastic film underneath and stick this down right onto the roof plywood. You want to start at the bottom and work your layers upwards so that it sheds water properly. And then I just trim away the excess with a knife, and I used a scrap board just to apply some pressure onto this to stick it down to the roof. With that done, I can start installing the rest of the trim, which is this F trim. So to install these side pieces, I just put it up on the corner of the roof and then just slide it up until it was right in line with the bottom edge of the strip edge. Then I just put in one screw just to tack this bottom in place. Then using my aviation snips, I just started making a bunch of cuts to get this little tab that I can bend over with my hammer just to close up this corner. At the top of the roof, I'd use my level and a square just to get myself a line that's right in line with the edge of the roof. And then I cut this off about an inch past this point and cut out these two tabs that I can bend over like so. Then for the front, I'm using the same F trim and it can just slide right into this trim like this. For the second piece along the front, I wanted as clean of cut as I could get, so I used a cut-off wheel in my angle grinder and just cut that along a squared line. And then I just cut out this little tab so that I can overlap these two pieces. Then that just slides right into place. Some of these corners will need a little bit of caulking, but I'll do that once I'm doing fascia. Now for these standing seam roof panels, my first panel isn't going to be full width, so I'm just measuring out its width here. And then I cut the panel about an inch wider than the width I actually need. And then I scored a line down my actual measurement. Then I use my 15-inch handbrake just to bend this up to a 90-degree angle. So that bent up portion I made slides right inside of the F trim and basically closes this off. And then each panel gets screwed down with those same pancake head screws about every 18 inches or so. And then all of these panels have this little 1-inch bent over section at the bottom, and this hooks right onto the edge of the drip edge. So on the screw inside of the panel, I just cut off this rib about 1.5 inches up. And then I made a mark on my snips here that's exactly 1 inch in, and I just lined this up with the edge of the rib and cut that back. Then I cut up the back side of the rib here just enough so I could bend this around. And then trace this and cut it out. Then I can use my mallet to bend that around nicely, and that just caps off the bottom of each rib. Then I use my handbrake just to put a little kink in these ribs to make this panel bend easier. And then I have this hand bending tool that slides over the steel 1 inch, and I can just bend this right around. Now this fold back section will slide right over the tongue of the drip edge and create a complete seal. Now this panel's pretty much ready to go up. I just have to measure it out to length and cut that out with a cut-off wheel and my angle grinder. So once they're all prepared, these panels are super easy to install. This taller rib just slides right over the rib of the last panel and hides the last panel screws. This is a pretty massive roof I'm working on, so putting these panels in place took, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes. And the last panel in the run wasn't a full panel, obviously, so I just cut this to width and bent up that 1-inch tab just like I did on the first panel. And this panel has no screws to hold it in, it's just held in by friction. And that's a really nice steel roof that only cost about $500 in materials. One last thing, this ridge piece here probably should add some wider trim on it to stop water from blowing up in here. I'm not super worried about it because this is already pretty much a bulletproof roof, but I just put these foam closures in here just to stop like 99% of wind-blown water from going back in here. Now I just have the trim to do and the outside is fully done. So I have this custom trim I got made up at the same place I got the standing seam roof. And for this first U-shaped piece, I just set this in place and mark the cut lines where it runs into the soffit. And cut that out with my snips. Now I can slide that into place, and to nail this in place, I'm just using some aluminum trim nails. And I'm just going down the sides like this with a nail every 2 feet or so. I also found it easier to pre-drill through the steel beforehand so that I don't bend so many nails. Now onto the fascia trim, and for these first pieces, I would just mark a line at 1 inch, and then just cut off this bottom portion. Then on the back side, I'd score a line with my knife right along this 1 inch mark, just to make this easier to bend with my handbrake up to 90 degrees. Now I can just slip this piece up underneath the drip edge and tack it in place with some more trim nails. So for a couple of these pieces, I'm going to have to cut around this vertical wall. So I transferred this measurement onto the piece of fascia and cut up just the bottom tab with my snips here. And then I used a sharp knife just to score this tab, and then I can just bend it back and forth until it pops off. And now this piece can be installed just like all the other pieces of fascia. For the side pieces, I have to make some angled cuts, and I know the slope of my roof is 5 degrees, so I just mark this out with a speed square and cut that. And I found it easier to just cut both ends, and then I can just install the piece and nail it up. Now that's the outside of this sauna fully done, and I gotta say this is looking pretty damn sweet. Now let's get to the inside. Now you might have noticed in some of the other clips that I had actually already started on the inside, but doesn't matter, we're starting back at square one. So I'm first framing in basically this little tiny room that's going to be accessible from the outside and insulated from the heat of the sauna that's going to house all the electronics. So with that framed into the corner of the sauna, I have this 18 by 24 inch RV compartment door. So I'm just taking this over to the back side of the sauna and then lining it up with some measurements I made that line up with that room I just framed in. Then I just traced the outline and made a starter hole with my drill, and then cut out this line with my jigsaw. Now I have this butyl tape, and I'm just sticking this on to the inside of the flange of the compartment door. And then putting the door in place and pressing it down to get this butyl tape to stick as well as possible. And I just pre-drilled a bunch of holes and screwed this in with some 1 inch stainless steel screws. And now that should be a fully waterproof access hatch. One more thing before I get to insulation, I'm just running some more of that 14-2 electrical wire to a receptacle and up to that double gang light switch I installed. All of these wires just run back to that utility compartment, and I'll hook them up later. For insulation, I'm just using these rock wool insulation bats, and I have some for 2x4 framing and then some 2x6 framing for up in the ceiling. This stuff's pretty self-explanatory to install. You just kind of squeeze it in between the studs, and when I cut a piece, a really easy way to cut this is actually with a turkey carver. It's really satisfying to cut out these cubes for the electrical boxes. It's kind of like cutting out a piece of cake. So I actually only used about 4 bags of insulation for this, giving it a total cost of about $300. And now with that all insulated, I'm going to install this foil vapor barrier the same way as I did under the floor. This special vapor barrier is a must for a sauna. You can't just use a regular plastic vapor barrier because obviously it gets really hot in here. So I just stapled that onto the studs. And then according to the directions on the vapor barrier, this red tuck tape is fine to seal up all these seams. So next I have these cedar fence boards that I'm just doing some processing on. I'm planing these down to be the thickness I need to be the furring strips behind my main cedar paneling that'll be on the interior walls. So after ripping these boards in half just to double my coverage and cutting them to length, I just started installing them. I just use a couple brad nails on each stud just to tack it in place, and then I'd come back with an 1.5-inch deck screw to more rigidly secure these, since it's going to be holding all the weight of the wall paneling and anything else attached to that paneling. So there's a couple of reasons I need these furring strips. Number one, I want to install my paneling vertically, so I wouldn't be able to attach it to the main studs. And on top of that, we need an air gap between the vapor barrier and the paneling. I'm not sure why, I just know saunas need it, so we're going to do it. Also, just a side note, I planed these to the right thickness so that once the paneling is installed, it comes out to that exact same point as the window and door jambs and makes everything a lot easier to trim. One last thing before I get to installing the paneling, I have this 22 gauge 2-wire. This is going to be for all the LED strip lights, but for now I'm just running these down into that electronics compartment. And then running one of these wires to every point where I'm going to have a run of lights start. I just tape these in place for now, and then once the paneling is installed, the end of the wire will just be popping out of the paneling, and I just have to solder it onto the end of the LED strip. It's also a good idea to test your wire and make sure you don't have a break anywhere, because that is completely unfixable once that paneling is installed. So I just had an extra light kicking around that I hooked up and then hooked the wire into a power source just to make sure the wire's good. And now it's right about December 15th, so I'm going to have to start booking it to get this interior done by Christmas. So now I have the entire interior paneled in that same tongue and groove cedar paneling that I used on the exterior. I installed it in the exact same way using the same nailer as I did on the exterior, so I thought I'd just let that part be a ASMR section to try something new. So now I have these regular cedar 2x4s that are going to be the main frame for my benches. So I measured out this bench and just made it maybe an 1/8 of an inch shorter than the actual width of the wall, just so I can get this into place without scratching up the paneling. And I used a bunch more of these 2x4s as some cross members and screwed them in with some 3-inch deck screws. And then I have a bunch of these clear cedar 2x4s, and I'm just kind of arranging a pattern on the floor to get something that I think looks nice. So first I have the shorter section of 2x4, and I'm putting this right dead center in the middle of the bench. And once I've confirmed that about 20 times, I'm just using my 15 gauge nailer just to tack this in through the sides of the 2x4. Then I did the same thing at both ends. Then I just started filling in the gaps with the runs of 2x4s and the pattern that I arranged earlier. I'm just toe nailing all of these in with the same 15 gauge nailers, and I have this little piece of cut up wood that I thought was a good size spacer. So I'm just using that to space between all of the 2x4s. With all the pieces tacked into place, I just flipped this up on its side and started screwing in all those 2x4s with some 2.5-inch deck screws. Then I just gave the top of the bench a good sand up to 120 grit. And bench number 1 is ready to install. So I first just screwed some 2x4s into the wall to carry the load of the bench down to the floor. And then I just sat the bench on top of all these 2x4s. Like I said before, I made this bench about an 1/8 inch too short just so it would slide in here nicely. I added a couple more vertical supports, and then I screwed the bench itself just into the wall paneling. That's really just to hold it in place. It's not taking any of it over. Now I have these LED strip lights that are specifically designed for saunas and are good up to 90 degrees Celsius. So these come with this DC plug, but I'm going to be hardwiring these, so I'm just going to cut this off and then strip off this white wire casing. And then just strip my red and black wire so they're ready for soldering. Once I had this straight run stuck onto the bottom of my bench, I can just cut off the excess here at one of these cut points that are every couple inches. Then I used a bit of silicone just to seal up this end and make it more waterproof, and stuck it down. Now to wire in this strip, I'm just cutting back this wire I had left in the wall and then stripping the red and black. And then I'm just soldering the wires together, red to red and black to black, and covering up the connections with some heat shrink. And after connecting the wire to a power source, we have light. Next, I just built another bench the exact same way and installed another run of LED lights. Now I have this 1x6 piece of clear cedar, and I'm using this to basically cap the outside edge of this bench. This covers up the ugly bench framing and is perfectly flush with the top, and it also has about a 1/2 inch overhang at the bottom to cover up the LED lights. I didn't want to wreck the look of the clear cedar by nailing in through the front, so I went in behind this and screwed this in using some 2-inch deck screws. I also had to use a couple clamps like this and just follow along where I was screwing, just so that the screws wouldn't push out the board at all. Next, I'm cutting up one of these dark, clear 2x4s, just to make up a pattern that's a little bit different from the same cedar panel. So I processed a bunch of wood, mostly of the 2x4s and tongue and groove panels. Until I had this nice little pattern. And then I'm just installing this on the back side of the benches just to cover up underneath. To cover up the nail holes, I found the first strip I cut off that 2x4, and it was actually like the perfect thickness and look, so I just put some glue on this and set it in place. This should probably have some nails, but I didn't want to ruin the look, so if it ever pulls off, I'll just reglue it and nail it on. Oh, always check. It fits. I did the same thing along the bottom bench, even though there's a very strong likelihood in the future I'm going to have to access below these benches, and there's no way to do that, but I'll deal with that when it happens. I'm running out of time on this build. For the backrest, I had some of these off-cut pieces of 2x4 laying around, so I'm going to utilize them. So I'm just cutting this on an angle with my track saw. And then these will get mounted onto the wall, and then the backrest boards will get mounted right onto these. I also have to work an LED strip light through here, so the solution I came up with is I'm going to stick the light right on the back board of the backrest. And then cut these slots into these pieces that will allow that strip to pass through. So I measured out some consistent spacing and then just tack nailed these into the wall and then screwed them in rigidly. I stuck the LED strip onto the back side of this backrest board and stripped the wires. Then I set the board somewhat in place and soldered up all the wiring. And then I just nailed the backrest boards in place. And that's another task off the list. So now I'm going to be installing the tile behind where the heater's going to be. So I have this 1/2-inch aluminum tile edge. And you can actually cut this stuff with a regular miter saw blade as long as you just take it nice and slow. And then I installed this around the perimeter of where my tile is going to be. I just used some roofing nails to nail this in place. You also might have noticed earlier that I had a few boards in here that didn't fit with the design at all, since they were just regular knotty cedar. And that's because I knew this was going to be covered up with tile the whole time. So I'm going to be installing this gray colored stone mosaic tile. So first I have to mix up my tile adhesive. And then I just spread this adhesive out on the wall and scraped it evenly with a square notch 1/4-inch trowel. Then the tiles are ready to be installed. I'd use one of these full tiles wherever I could, but it really wasn't in that many areas, so other than that I would just rip the individual stones off this mesh backer and install the mosaic stone by stone. To fill in any smaller gaps, I would just break up some of the stones with a hammer and use them to fill these gaps. And now tomorrow this will be ready for some grout. So to do the grout, I'm just using this grout float and this silver colored grout I mixed up. This is a super messy job, so painter tape's your best friend on this. A roll of painter tape's like $5, and fixing any grout that gets anywhere else is going to be a lot more than a $5 in time fix. So I just worked the grout in between all the stones and tried to scrape away as much of the excess as I could after that. And then after I let it set up for 10 or 15 minutes, I just came back with a sponge and started taking off all the extra grout. This is one of those jobs that once you start, you can't stop, and I just assumed this was going to be a couple-hour job. I kind of came here after a Christmas dinner, and I ended up being here for like 5 or 6 hours. You basically have to just keep going over and over this with the sponge and keep changing out the water until the cloudiness goes away. And I'd say that's probably 10 times of washing this down. They get easier and easier as you go, but still very time consuming. It's taking 2 hours. It's like 5.5. Now that tile's looking pretty sweet, so I'm going to start doing some finishing touches and trim on the inside. All of this trim work I'm doing the exact same as the outside, so I'm not going to go into too much detail on this. Obviously need a way to make this sauna a sauna. So I have this wood-fired sauna heater from Hume. So I'm going to be installing this on top of the tile that I just laid. So I set this heater into place, and then I spent a good amount of time measuring it and getting exactly where I needed it to poke through the roof. And then to align from the heater up to the roof, I used a laser level. And I would just shine the laser right down the center of the chimney opening and draw a tick on the ceiling. Then I did that same thing from the side angle, and now I have the center point from my chimney opening marked on the ceiling. So to drill this through, I have a long 1/4-inch drill bit, and then I have this level that I tape to my square so that I can kind of square the one angle and level the other angle, and just kind of eyeball it with the drill bit to keep this going as straight as possible so it pokes through the roof in the right spot. And then with that drilled through, I just marked out the size of my opening, which is 9 inches, and traced one of the fittings, and then cut that out with my jigsaw. Then I used that turkey carver to cut out the insulation. Now up on the roof, I did that same thing, measuring out the hole and tracing one of the fittings, and then cutting that through with my jigsaw. So now I have all these fittings that came along with the stove. They send a little bit of a variation and you don't have to use everything, so I'm just using what'll work for me. None of these have any adhesive or anything, they just kind of slip together snugly. And then with that poking through the ceiling, I can put on this pipe cover just to cover up that ugly rough cut hole. Now up on the roof, the first thing I'm doing is using some high temperature silicone and just kind of going around the seam This isn't really to waterproof anything, it's really just to hold this chimney from wiggling around with the little bit of play it has in the rough cut hole. So to waterproof this chimney, the kit has this big stainless steel flashing, but this won't work with my standing seam roof unless I make up a bunch of trim for it, and I don't have the time for that, so I just have this common pipe boot, and I can cut this to the right size for the pipe, and slide it over the chimney. And then I have some of this industrial sealant, and I'm just placing a really good thick bead around the entire perimeter of this boot. I also made sure to wipe everything down thoroughly with a microfiber cloth before to get rid of as much dust and debris as possible. With that on, I just pre-drilled some holes and then used some metal roofing screws to screw down this boot like every inch around the entire thing. By the way, this is just a regular rubber boot. I should have had a high temperature silicone boot, but I couldn't get one in time, so I'm just installing this for demonstration purposes and I'll switch it out later. But yeah, there's a good chance this is going to melt a bit. With that done, I just slid on the chimney cap and this chimney is fully installed and likely waterproof. I don't know. I really do not know what I'm doing with this part. So this stove's designed to be filled up with stones, so I just have the stones that came right from the same place as the stove, and after giving them a good rinse in a bucket that I just drilled some holes in, they're ready to fill up this cage. And now that is a pretty cool looking wood stove. So now I'm ready to pretty much finish up the inside, so I'm giving everything a good final sand with 120 grit. And then I have this natural sauna oil made by the same company that made the deck oil. This stuff gets applied pretty much in the exact same way as the deck oil, just layering it on with a good stain brush and wiping it off a few minutes later. So this step's actually fully optional, though cedar would be fine and protect it all on its own. I just really like the way the oil makes this wood look and kind of gives it that finished, deep, rich color. It also gives it a little bit of water and stain resistance, which is good, especially on the floor, because there'll be boots and stuff tracking in here from outside. But that's looking pretty good. That's a 99% finished interior. So now we're getting into the home stretch of this build, so first let's tackle the electrical. I have this 320 watt solar panel that I'm going to install on the roof. So first I just installed these brackets, just with the hardware and bolts that came with it. Then up on the roof a while ago, I drilled through these two holes and fit through these two positive and negative solar cables. And I had run those down to that same electrical components box. So now I have this rooftop cable gland thing, and I'm just feeding these wires through. Then I applied a good bead of that same sealant that I used on the boot for the chimney, and screwed this down with the provided screws. Then on the end of my two solar cables, I have to add some MC4 connections. You can get these connections just in a cheap kit on Amazon, and they're pretty self-explanatory to install. And then I brought up the solar panel and slid it into position. To mount the solar panel, I first just used a microfiber rag just to get rid of any dust under the bracket, and then I cut off a little square of this butyl tape and placed it right along the foot of the bracket. Then as an added seal, I used some more of that sealant and went around the entire perimeter and screwed through the bracket with a metal roofing screw. Then these cables can just be plugged into the cables on the panel, and the roof install is complete. Now I just need something to charge. So I have this fairly large power bank I bought on Amazon with no specific brand preference. I just got a good Black Friday deal. And this will be the power source for all the electrical. So first of all, it comes with this MC4 charging adapter, so I can just plug those cables I ran through the wall from the solar panel directly into this to charge via solar. So next, to hook up the lights, the cable running into the electrical compartment is one of these 14-tube wires. And I'll just run that right into a junction box and strip back the wires. So now to connect this to the power source, I just have this regular extension cord and I'm just cutting it at the length I need. And then I'm doing the same thing, just stripping back the wires and feeding it into the junction box. And then I'm just connecting all of these wires with some wire nuts, black to black, white to white, and green to green. Then this extension cord can just be plugged into the power source, and this is now a live wire. So I took that concept and basically did the exact same thing in this electronics compartment. I have one extension cord feeding the two wires that go to my two light switches, and one feeding a receptacle that's on one of the exterior walls. To feed my LED strip lights, I need to install a transformer. So first, this is the wire coming back from the light switch. Then I have this 120 volt to 24 volt transformer. Then I'll basically just take the three input wires for this transformer and wire nut them on to the wire coming from the light switch. Then these two output wires will just get soldered on to the feed wires for the LED strips, all that 22 gauge wire I ran through the walls earlier. By the way, I'm no electrician, and this is not a 100% proper way on how to install this stuff, but I'm comfortable with the risk that any of this poses. One last thing, I have the charging cable that came with the power bank, and I'm just cutting the male end off of this. And then I have this exterior plug that's designed to feed through a wall. So I'm just going to wire this charging cable into this plug and feed it through the wall, so I could just plug this whole building into an extension cord, and I don't have to go into the electronics compartment at all. Now I can just bring the power bank into the compartment and plug in all the wires, and we have off-grid clean power. With all the lights running inside and out, it only uses about 100 watts of power, so this battery bank could support it for 12 hours without charging at all. So one last thing for the exterior, I'm going to make up a firewood rack that'll be sitting right on the deck here. So I'm using some of this 1-inch square steel tubing with a thickness of 0.065 inch. I'm going to cut this steel with this cheap chop saw I've had forever. And to get a perfect 45-degree angle, I'm just going to use my square to set this guide. And that'll be as close to 45 as I need for this. So I cut up a bunch of the pieces I needed, and then I used a sanding disc in my angle grinder just to make these edges a little nicer for welding. So to start welding these pieces together, I just use one of these magnetic clamps and just confirm with my square that this is pretty close. And then I'd start welding using my cheap flux core welder. This welder just plugs into a regular 120 volt wall socket, so it's nice for jobs like this. I don't have to lug around some big welder. So this rack's pretty simple. It's basically just a big rectangular prism, so I made up two of these big rectangles. And then I cut a bunch of these shorter pieces and welded them onto one of the rectangles, and then welded the next rectangle on top. Then after grinding down the ugly welds and doing a good sanding with the 120 grit sanding disc, this rack's ready for some primer and paint. This is just some regular Tremplad rust paint and primer, nothing special about it, and I just did a couple coats of each. After this rack had dried for a few hours, I lifted it into place and then bolted it into the wall using some 1/4-inch stainless steel leg bolts. This thing could have dried a little longer. I definitely left a few fingerprints in it, but it's leaving in the morning, so time to hammer down. Now on to the last thing for this build. I only have a couple hours left to work on this, so I had a local wood shop make me up just this 36 by 36 walnut panel, and I'm going to be making this into a ceiling accent piece. I had another idea of what I was going to do here, but I don't have enough time, and I can make this pretty quick, so this is going to look really nice for the video. And I know all the sauna experts are going to be commenting that walnut will never last and it'll warp and crack apart in a sauna. But hey, what's the point of doing everything right? You'll learn some stuff for yourself. So basically, I just traced on a perfect circle using that little nail and board jig I made up. And this is really only going to be a temporary piece that's going to bust apart anyway, so I'm just cutting this out as close to the line as I can with my jigsaw. Then after giving the edge a good sand with some 120 grit, I'm just putting a 1/4-inch round over on both sides. So I use my combination square just to mark an inner circle on the underside of this. And then I just have a bunch of these offcut cedar paneling pieces that I'm just assembling in a circle. And then I'm just taking some more of that sauna LED strip and sticking it around this. Back on the front side, I'm using a 1/2-inch forcer bit just to countersink some screw holes. I measured these holes out into a nice hexagon pattern just because they will be somewhat visible when I'm all done. And then I pre-drilled my holes and just started my screws so I don't have to do that on the ceiling. So my brother's around again because I need an extra set of hands for this. But he basically just held this while I soldered the wires. And then we just made sure all the alignment was right and screwed this right into the panel. Over at my drill press, I cut out some 1/2-inch dowels using an offcut piece of that walnut. And then I just put some glue in the hole and slid that dowel into place. I also used some glue and sawdust just to fill in any remaining gap. And then an hour or so later, I can come back with my multi-tool and just cut the majority of this off. And after a good sand, that looks pretty slick. Now I can just apply that same sauna oil. Once again, this ceiling light probably won't last, but it looks awfully good for now. But hey, that's the last thing. This sauna is now fully done. Less than a month ago, this was still a pile of lumber in my shop, and I worked 12 hours almost every single day from then until now to get this done, but man, does this look good. All it means is just a nice snowy view. So after using it a few times, it only takes about 50 minutes to go from freezing temperature all the way up to about 70 degrees Celsius. This is much more practical than my hot tub that's also wood-fired that takes more like 5 hours to get up to hot tub temp. It also holds heat really well. The day I filmed this, I stopped stoking the fire at around 6, and we were still in the sauna at 50 degrees at 11. Overall, I'm just incredibly happy with how cool this thing looks. All the lighting, accenting, the cedar just couldn't look any better in my opinion. All in, the sauna cost about $25,000 Canadian, and almost half of that price was just the price of the clear cedar, so you could cut that down enough if you just use regular cedar. But like I said before, as this YouTube channel continues to grow, I'm going to keep building cooler and cooler stuff. So if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Also, if you're a real keen observer, you'll probably wonder why it's a full-on snowstorm right around the sauna, and everything in the background looks green. Well, that's because we have absolutely no snow right now, so I took this into my own hands. Me and my brother spent a full night making snow just to make this video look as good as I hoped it could look. Thanks so much for watching my video. I try to make everyone as cool as it could possibly be, and I appreciate all your comments. I was hoping to have this video out right before Christmas, and it looks like I'm a couple days late, but hey, what are you going to do? It's a lot of work for 4 weeks. Happy holidays, and until next time, thanks for watching.
Welcome to the boys camping. We're blindfolded and we're not sure what's happening. That's right. We have a very, very expensive camping experience for one team, and other people will be eating mud and laying under trees and surviving. It doesn't even know where we are. We don't know where we are or who the teams are yet. And I'm covered in mud and poo. But today we're sponsored by Taylor. Everything here is sponsored by Taylor. Whatever it is. And all of that stuff there has been sent from China. Like, give us any. Okay, can we take the blindfolds off those? Oh my god. Well, you're getting a bit ornery just from wearing a blindfold, bro. Do you know what this sounds? Oh, the pokey chip. Oh, baby. The boys poke it. This is how we're going to decide. Where's your pocket at, Dose? Get a chip. I got a chip. Right, Dose. I'm over here.
Stand back in your line.
Who's that? My chip. Wait, where the f are you, Dose? That's my ass. Oh, sorry. I can't see anything. Wait, what? Otherwise, why is there a banana in here? I am right. I haven't got a chip. You gotta come and get it, Eddie. The sound of my voice. I hear you, motherfucker. Here's Molly. I don't hear. Dose. I'm over here, bro. What the fuck, dude? Come on, man. It's just here. Dose, where? Where's that? Right there? Oh, hell. Is he dead? Oh, shit. The final chip. The final chip.
Alright, back in your line. Everyone put their hand out with the chip in it.
Alright. Reveal? Okay. Reveal has been done. Don't look at it. Or not. Okay. Download the Team app right now by clicking the link in the description or scanning the QR code on the screen right here. Don't forget to enter our code in the search bar to claim a $100 bundle. But you gotta be quick because the coupon expires within 24 hours after you've inputted it. So make sure that you act now. You see anything you like in the video, get it now. In 3, you gotta reveal your blindfold, look directly behind you, and that's your team, okay? Okay. Alright, ready? Yeah. 3, 2, 1, look. Yeah! We're on the rich team! Yes! Oh my god, what is that? No joking, you're not making. Why is there always happens like this? This happens every time. You guys, wait. Isn't this supposed to be camping stuff over there? Oh, right. No, that's the camping stuff. You got a cardboard box and a goon sack. That's the camping stuff. They got a cardboard box and a goon sack? Wait a minute. When you said look behind you, dude, I looked directly behind me and I didn't see anything. I didn't register that as camping gear. Oh, I registered that as a random rubbish pile.
Fucking bullets.
We're gonna have to keep these. We might need them to fasten something. Yeah, they're true. Damn, I should have got an extra one because I have my bandana. Do you want this one as well? We might need them to make a tent later. I'll donate my bandana to you. Thanks, man. Okay. Well, the rules are pretty simple, fellas. Yeah. We cannot pass this little river in the middle. Sorry, step back. Step back. We're in Mexico. We're going to be back in America. Wait. So what you're saying is we're divided by a river? Right. Where have I heard that before? Yeah, fellas. Good luck on your side of the pond. Yeah. Good luck. Good luck, sir. Yes. Good. Hey, you good? Before you go, you got a dollar I can borrow? I just want to borrow it. What are you spending on? I'll give it back on the line. I'm not spending. I'm just gonna borrow it. Hey, you got a dollar I can respect a little bit? No, come on, let's put some cheese on it, bro, cracker. Please stop taking that with a friend. I'm really excited about this because last time we did this, I was on the pool side and I literally lived in a crate in freezing cold. Dude, you had to cook beans on a hole in the ground. So I'm so excited to see this be on the rich table. Do we really want to get our socks wet? What socks? Are you the only one who actually brought socks? Yeah. Holy shit. Oh my god, there's Eskies? Is that a power? Oh, dude! We got a boat? Alcohol? Dude, look at this power station. With a fridge? Oh my damn it, man. I should have brought my fucking games. You don't know how to bring anything. Oh, even better. We've got Hungry Boy Hostel. Oh, shit! Dude, we have a cooler full of drinks and Mountain Dew. I'm going barefoot for this one, boys. I'm not even wearing shoes anymore. Oh my god. Look at all of this good stuff. I don't know where to start. What do we have here? Okay. I didn't even think of that. What are they going to do with that toilet? We do need to allocate areas. Where's the cooking going to happen? Where's the sleeping going to happen? Oh my god, are we doing we just get to do a boxing. And we get to make our house. Molly, this is like total meeting. Alright, Eddie, come on, let's get to our camp, bro. Oh, my flip-flops keep getting stuck in the wall. Oh, there's a toe biter, bro. Oh, there is? Shit. Oh, no fucking way, bro. It's one of those things that, like, gets in your toe and picks you up. One of those toe things, dude, right? I've never seen something like that before. They, like, fuck up your toes, man. Be careful. I gotta go barefoot, bro. Oh, fuck. I really hope there's not one in here. That scared the shit out of me. Do you got toe biters over here, bro? Whoa. I don't know if you got them in Australia. There's this bug that, like, lives in the water, and it, like, gets in your... It's supposed to be, like, the most painful thing. It, like, sticks its beak, like, right in your toe. Dude, I've never seen a thing like that in the water. It looks like an oval with a bunch of spiky little legs. All right, Eddie, what do we got, man? Bro! Okay. Hell yeah. We got... Let's give a tour of our crib. We got a bottle of Bundaberg, whatever that is. We got a big goose sack. What is that? It's a bag of wine that someone ripped. Wait, no, that's water, bro. Oh, that's way worse. That's drinking water. I don't want that. Do you know Jesus? Can we get that turned into wine? It's alright, we already got alcohol. What is this? That's the drinking bowl, bro. You ever seen how they give it to dogs? No. What is this? Wait, actually, is this a bucket? We have a expandable bucket. Wait, we could use it. What? Why are you saying oh no? Oh, if I need to take a shower, just go in the river and just stand there and shit. Oh, we have a bucket. Why would you go in the river if you have a bucket? Wash it away. Just feed the fish. Just shit in the bucket. I don't want to shit in a bucket. Last time I shot in a bucket, something really bad happened. I don't want to talk about it. Let's go to the next thing. What is this, bro? It's wet. Is this a fence? This is a table, dude. What? This is a pop-out table. What? What is it in? Look at this shit now. Wait, they have a lounge? I didn't even know. It's a lounge. But like, I didn't even know you could buy this shit from Team bro. It's got a cup holder for your potion narrator. It's huge. I don't know what it was like when we started these videos. Josh, welcome. Welcome to the rich team. Wow. Alright. You can't, before you start turning into the wizard, you have to help us set up though. Yeah, of course. Fake plants. A toilet. A whole ass toilet? Ugh. I hope this has not been pissed in already. It was yellow. How would they piss in it? Seals in the flavor. First step is we need to figure out where we're living. Listen, we all bring a certain skill set to this team. I will feed you and cook for you. You guys, house us. I'll help as much as I can, but I'm going to be cooking. Interior crocodile alligator. I drive. You guys build the house and you make it a home narrator and I'll feed us. Oh, I'll make this bitch perk. You know what I mean? Alright, should we set the tent up? What about just here? This like kind of semi dry patch.
So where are you going to place it to?
What about like right here? On the waterfront? Waterfront property? Waterfront property. Can we get a couple of tiki torches? Yeah! Oh, okay. But let me just remind you, gentlemen, we have like an hour and a half till sundown, so we got to move out. Let's crush it. Let's crush it. Okay, so we're building a waterfront property with the help of a giant Kiwi tent. Yep. And it is a big fucking tent. Oh, it's a mass. Is it a? Do we got to pump it up by hand? No. Sorry. What team do you think we're on? The rich team. Yeah. Yeah. Do you think we do anything with our hands? I don't know. Keep doing. This is a big ass tent, bro. Should I start setting up the kitchen? Can you look up the other side? Yeah. What the f is this? Looks like a mat to sit on, maybe. Okay, how does this work? Let me see. There's no instructions. So this goes over here. This goes here. Timu, you didn't send instructions. Bro, it's definitely a map. Ready? Alright, then you get these, bro. Okay, hang on. We gotta start this shit. So you can click it in, and you can put these poles together. Like this. Ah, there you go. And then you put one of these, like, I don't know what the hell they got these for, to be honest. No, this could be a table, bro. It could be both. Look, you put it like, oh yeah, you put them on the sides to make it a table. I'm not gonna lie, bro, whatever the fuck this is kind of retarded. Yeah, this shit sucks. Alright, Eddie. This is our dining room table. Boom. And then give it a flip. Wait, this is even worse. This is way worse. What the fuck? It just comes off and... Why are we just using this as a wall so that we don't see them? I don't even want to look over there. That's a good idea. Well, I'm gonna build a mud wall. That's one of my goals for today. Okay. I'm gonna build like a clay wall. Would you use the bucket for that? Yeah, I can fill it with clay and then build a wall. You do mud castles. Alright, what do you think? Should we keep trying to figure this out? Well, I think we just set this up and then move to our tent maybe. Holy shit, this is a big tent. Now, when we set this up, it's gotta be in the good spot. Well, we can move it. Yeah, it's so heavy. Yeah, it's so heavy. So once we gotta fit the good spot, and then we can set it up. Okay. You know what the best part about this whole thing is? We don't have to clean this up tomorrow. I would just say it's because we were on a team together. Well, actually, it's kind of a fun camping adventure. I'm in it. Yeah, right. Oh, holy fuck, this thing is huge, man. I've got an electric one. We have an electric one now. To put that we don't need this shit. Look at that shit. Track. Holy shit, this is so much cooler. Damn, this is a fucking crazy tent, man. Yeah. We're gonna use all power. I can't believe you can get a whole freaking generator from here. Right, that means it's the ultimate power bank, really. Yeah. You know, if we were doing this in Adelaide, Josh, I'd actually keep that for camping. For forever. Alright. There you are, big fella. Look at that. Alright, let's plug this bitch in right here. Alright. And then. Oh. We got power! This is over skipping rocks, bro. Oh, Juicy! No, you can't talk to them. You aren't allowed to be friends with them anymore. Look at this thing. Yeah. It's growing. It's gonna erect. It's gonna inflate like my ego for being on the rich team. That's yeah, no, you're right. We're pulling 140 watts right now. Is that good or bad? That's good. We can do this for another 5 hours straight. Oh my god. Really? You can probably charge your phone for like a month off this thing. Really? Yeah. Jesus. I've got one of these at home and I love this thing. I run my laptops and I run my Starlink and shit off of it. Yeah. You can run fridges and shit literally for days at a time.
Yay!
Juicy and Eddie is still crouched around a piece of cardboard, so. Eddie must be hating this. I think that we should put the table right here so we can watch the lake. That's a great idea, bro. Oh, across this. Boom. Look at that. That's safe. Is that cool? That's safe. And then, come here. Kind of bury it in a little bit. It's our table. It's a little bit dirty. Let me just wipe off my foot. Nice. Watch this. Ready? We got these from these are the bandanas from earlier. The blindfolds. Look, you can take the threads. Oh, just get a bunch of them. Just get a bunch of them, roll them together. Yeah, make some twine. Make some twine. That's right. Fling some rocks over there. I like it. I like this. We need to start a war. That's my plan. We might have lost the battle today. We're not going to lose the war. We are not going to lose the war, bro. They might have all the technology. Oh, I got power over here. And guess what? There's power in my swing. That's right. What else? Oh, we got another towel. Okay, 2 towels. All right, I only brought 1 change of clothes, so I need to take these shorts off, dude. Okay, this is for like, I need to keep these shorts dry. A bottle of sweet thing that's empty. Looks like someone got to it. It's empty, bro. Why did we get that? We got the leftovers? Oh, ice waters. These will be big during the war. And you just molly. Right, molly for that. Oh, bread rolls. And this is the most important part right here. A can of Spam. Let's go. Spam goes so hard. All right. About my swimming shorts. Chunky potato, bacon, swimming, bacon, steak, and potatoes. Some cocktail flanks. And some beans. Let's go. And then a steak and kidney pie. Steak and kidney pie? I've never had kidney before. How do they harvest the knees off the kids? You know? Oh, I didn't think about that. Well, that's everything. And a tent. This knife's going to come in handy in the war. It's going to be big. That's going to be fun. Oh, I forgot about this mystery item. It's an inflatable something. We'll find out later. Stay tuned for when we crack this open. Hey, they were kind enough to give us a 3-person tent. Oh, yeah, no, it's 3 people. Okay. For a second, I was like, you told me and Eddie, and then I remembered that the camera was actually operated by humans. Okay, yep, you got a tent? Oh, dude. Yeah! I was hoping we get one of these. It's a tarp. How do you... Wait, did it come with legs? Not. We have rocks. We'll pile rocks on it. While our tent is inflating, let's go look at some of the other items we got. What else we got here? This is going to take us ages to stay and get through this shit. What's in all these? I wonder. You mean to tell me, wait, we got a boomerang? What is this? Whoa! Solar powered hat. Oh my god, I call that a plane. No, I just go. No, it's fine. That's fine now. We share it. We share it. We share it. Okay, so hear me out. There's just so much stuff. We got an SD full of food, so I say let's go ahead and put food in one area, and then we can go to the rest. The trash ball is at here, all right? All right. So we got, can't believe we're gonna dude. Crazy. Whoa! We got bowling? That's so cool! But I didn't pay attention how cool this is! Oh my god. Molly, I found your entire kitchen. Did ya? I want to set up your food. Josh, for you. What is that? Next then. Last porcelain coolers. Hell yeah. My god, how big is that table? Hey, look at that. Yeah, look, wait. Just look at that, boys. Alright. You might want to bring that sink. Oh, we got a full bathroom up there, dude. What? Oh, wait, we have another table? What? So we spent $10,000 just to buy having 2 tables? Yeah, no, I'm in shock. Well, you don't know, because you're surprised by the second table. Sounds like things going well over there. We gotta get this tent open. We gotta start building there. You see? Yeah. Yeah. Should we put the tarp underneath it? That'll be fine. We'll just put it maybe like right over here. We'll get a nice view. Nice view. Keep it off the low ground. I think I might have just been shit. It's a little bit of food. That's okay. All right. A fishing rod. Oh my God, we're so bad. Maybe I won't have to skin Josh in the middle of the night out of pure boredom. Okay. I gotta pee, bro. Give me a second. How was it? It was glorious. Dude. I haven't peed all day. That's good. You help put together a tent. I've never done it successfully. I got you, man. You the guy? Yeah. Okay. I'll teach you. Okay. I'll be the dad. Come on, little juicy. Okay. Yeah, you put that right there. Right here? This is how dads do it. Yeah, tell me put it right there. Yeah. Right, take it out of the bag. Okay. All right. And when you're done, you unfold them like that, and then you put here. Here's the instructions. Oh, thanks, man. Thanks, pops. You're welcome. So where do I? You unfold them, pendejo. You unfold them. Okay. How do they go in? Do I just go when I put the last one on? So you figure it out. Okay, I think that's it. And now you put them through the holes. The loops, man, the loops. Okay, you gotta start from one side and then slide it across like an X. Okay, just click it in. No, because you have to put it through the loops. Okay, sorry. Okay, am I doing a good dad? You haven't hit me today, so that's pretty good. Well, actually, no, you just hit me. Never mind. You know what? I can't be your dad, dude. I'm sorry. Why? I can't be your dad. Why? Yeah. Why? I'm disowning you, my dad. Yes. I'm disowning you as a father. I got a new dad. Thanks, Dad. I love you, Dad. So what we're gonna do is you're gonna press it from your side, and then that bottom loop, I'm gonna stick the end of it into it. It's like a little tent pussy. You stick the end of it, or tent pussy. Oh, see it? Oh wow, yeah, I see it. Then put it in the tent pussy. Hey, there we go. It's in the tent pussy. You got it? Oh, dude, it's attached! And then now you put the clip on it. This is really balling on this side. I'm not gonna lie. This doesn't look right at all. This is not. How the f did that happen, bro? Oh, it's because you got it stuck in there, pendejo. What? Look. Oh, okay. Now what do we do? Now we do the other one. Okay, I got it. You got it? Yep. Ready? Yep. Put on. Boom. Bam. With the waterfront view? Not a bad tent. This might be the best tent I've ever slept in a boys video. Oh, you did. Look at this one. Thank God you're on the outside, mate.
Yeah, I was full last time. I'm gonna be rich this time.
Feels good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does actually.
Narada, I'm getting the kitchen ready, Narada. You should help Josh beautify the inside of the tent by pumping up the mattresses. Get them air mattresses going, mate. And voila. Well, don't that just look pretty? And stuff. Oh, now remember, jump. Hold on, man. Okay, thank God. I thought you were about to step in there with your money shoes. I'm not gonna realize this, but this thing's gonna be filled with mud. The best part about it is this is just the entryway. The next part is the sleeping area. You can use it between 2 rooms in here. So we can sleep in one room and use this as our spare, like our entryway. That's right. I love everything you're saying right now. This is the best tent I ever saw. Where do you want to put this? So check this out. Wait, I'll show you. So I'm thinking, right? Come in here, open it up, the top. Yeah. There we go. That ain't going nowhere. Look at that. And then we got all this stuff here. This can get dirty and muddy, and we just take our shoes off and toss these this way.
The animation system is so good tonight.
Oh my God, Leo's oh my God. Oh my God. I have air conditioning. Can I stop you for a second? What? I have something to show you that I just pumped up while you've been doing this. What? Come with me. There. What the fuck is this? It's a boat. It's a paddleboard. Paddleboard. Have you ever ridden one of these before? One time. Yeah, did you fall? Yeah. Can you help me lift this, bro? Yeah. We're gonna set up. That is a very good bargaining chip against the other team. What would you like for your side table, Chef? We're gonna just put it in here, mate. This way. Or that. What do we have? Well, I wonder what we have. We got a little bit of everything. And what's going? Here is a bucket for anything we might need. Yeah. Eggs. Oh, bananas. Freeze-dried ice cream directly from the pouch. Have you ever had that before? No. Crazy. Oh my God! Chef! A tea kettle! Yeah, we can make tea, mate. Rice for sure. Nuts. Nuts. Are these for juicy? Should I phone to them? Hold on. See what they'll say first. Because one packet of nuts will last them a lifetime.
Yeah, that's a real nice true.
GC! Yeah! GC, I have a surprise for you. What? If you can make me laugh, you'll get this bag of luxury nut mix. Oh. I know you specifically ordered this. Oh, that sounds so good. Oh. Oh, that sounds good. Say what? Luxury nut mix? Luxury nut mix. Oh. The nuts that are in here: almonds, cashews, walnuts, hazelnuts, and macadamia nuts. Oh. You're gonna make me laugh though. Okay. Watch this. This gets him every time. Okay, we're looking at it. You want this? You want this, Tristan? What? I got it! Yes! Yes! Dude, he started bankroll. It was all I knew it. Okay, I'm gonna go set these on our dining table. Alright. That was good. We should pay them back. Fill that with throw it out. Fill this with rocks and mud and tell them to make us laugh. Yeah, we try to sell them some mud. This is good mud. That's a really good mud, yeah. Let's do that. Yeah, fill it up with a bunch of mud and rocks, and then we'll see if we can make us laugh and get these rocks. Yeah. So me and Josh have gone around, and we have now pushed the pegs into the corners of the tent, so that way, just in case it gets windy, it will not blow. That is the master plan. What we're doing now is this is going to be kind of the easy area. Probably one boy will have to be here, or we can all just snuggle in there, but it's clean, so. But I think what's going to happen is this will be the area. One bed will be on that side. We'll open up all of the dividers, and we'll, when it's time, we'll plug in the fan and just have it rotate. Go to everybody. It'll be good. All right, howdy. There it is. What? Say that again? The covers for our bed. Blankets. Oh! You're gonna start playing these big dogs. If you want to get fed tonight! Oh, I cut my finger open. Yeah. So it begins. Potion 1. Narrative mixes potion lava. First potion has been mixed. Potion 1! Uh-oh. Oh, fishing stuff. Holy shit, really? We can fish? We can fish. Oh, it's over. Then we'll pack some fishing photos to the episode. I think that would be really nice of us as neighbors to give them some of our spoils. You know what I mean? Eddie, look, there's been a wall here before in ancient. Ow, the hell was that? Felt like glass. Or a really big sting from something. Something that's been studied. There's been a wall here in ancient times. You can see the lines. This is the boundary. Whatever that was, my foot hurt. Was it one of them toe biters? I don't know. Is it bad? It doesn't look like anything, but my foot hurts, that's for sure. So, toe biters. This looked like the thing that was in the water. That is the thing. That's definitely the thing. They are found in Queensland, where we currently are right now, in fresh water. That's the thing. I literally watched it. It looked exactly. It delivers the most painful bite, even though it's not lethal, but they're attracted to lights and can deliver an extremely painful, though rarely dangerous bites to you. Maybe a favorite one. One was right there. Like a big one, though. I saw it. Neither of those saw it. Uh-oh, there's toe biters in the water. I'm getting bed sore.
I think you should get a foot bucket.
A what?
A foot bucket in the front of the tent with a towel so you can clean your feet before you go in there.
You are so smart. Here's another post. Don't get too drunk yet. We still haven't set anything up. Bro, I literally told you the entire week I'm gonna turn into the wizard. You're like, I can't wait to meet the wizard. Now I'm mixing a potion to become the wizard and you're getting antsy. Oh, no, what's going on? I was going to set the shit up first. Oh, yeah, it's two mattresses. Juicy and Eddie will appreciate the wizard. That's right.
We might be rich, but we're all fighting.
Gain your powers, wizard. Don't listen to these mere mortals. Do this shit, man. Yeah, show me this wizardry. Oh, they need to be plugged in. No, he said there's something playing. Yeah, but they need to be plugged in. Can you spend... Alright, the battery's right there. Don't worry. You don't have to do anything. Strike. Enjoy your potion, my lord. Uh-oh. Potions.
We should have spent 10 grand on a maid to set this all up.
Yeah, why the fuck did we have helpers, bro? This is where you do your business private. It's a poop tent. It's a poop tent. It's a poop tent. It turns around that. Alright. Now, what's a good poop tent without a little bit of poop? You are absolutely right. Ooh. You mean to tell me we got a toilet that has pre-poop? No. I drank it all before we got it. Alright. Anyway, there we go. We have a little toilet here. It's pretty good. Yeah. Simple. Just look in there. When you put water in it, press just to flush it. There's and then when you want to let it fill out, you just into the drain. Yeah. And then you can just take this off and empty it down the river. Yeah. I love how we also have on the very bottom, it's like all black, but on the side, it's like a gradient so you can see nature. Alright. Well, that's the good tent. Alright. Can you check on mine for a while? No, I left them alone to inflate the beds. I'm hearing inflating the dog. I'm hearing it for a while. There it is. Alright. We with bro when we have nothing else to do. Let's build a bag with bro. We actually don't have anything else to do. This is it. This is how you make your own fun. Right. So we'll do this, but then let's wash the bag off. So it doesn't look like. Okay, yeah, you're right. Look at that. Right there. You got Australian shore mud. You can see the line. Right there, Australian shore mud. Right there you go a tiger stripe of bog mud. And then right there you just have some generic clay on top. It's like a 3-layer candle. Don't worry, we're doing an autism reveal video where we get checked for autism. So if you're questioning anything right now, we'll get there one day, alright? Just let us do this. There we go. That's nice. That looks great. Do you want to hold it or do you want me to? No, I think you got this. Alright. They might get sick of seeing my face if I go back over them too much. They might hit me with a rock. Molly! What? Come back. Hold on. Yeah, this is rich people. He needs to fit in his schedule before he can come over. Hold on. We can't just summon him instantly like he did to us. We were like, what do you want, friend? Instantly. What's up? Yeah, we thought we'd repay you because you were so kind to give us nuts. Yeah? So we wanted to return the favor and give you something back. What is that? But we have to do something first. What is it? If we can make you laugh, yeah, then we'll gift you this bag of fresh mud. Clay, actually, you can make something with it. Yeah, you just laughed. You got it. Okay. Yeah, it worked. It worked. You. What's the other end? How do you benefit from this? I didn't think that far. How do we benefit from this? We just wanted to give something back, but we just wanted to make you laugh with it. So I'm just gonna swing this over. Yeah. All right. Ready? Yeah. This is how rich people are when you try to do something nice for them. You see how ungrateful he was? What the fuck was that? What that got? This is turning into a social experiment. All right. Should we kind of sit down at our table, have some nuts, and maybe maybe just go through the stuff and have some nuts. Yeah, have some nuts. Or maybe have a little meal. All right. I think we have a snack. And maybe we'll drink and go through the rest of our items. Yeah. Thunderbird, rum, bean, nuts, out. All right. Rub. That's just all right. Well, well, while these guys are over there arguing about who gets to take breaks and who gets to divide like tours and shit, we're sitting here. We're done. We're literally done. This is our tent is done. Everything's done. We just gotta see what loot we got. We have the coolest outdoor table ever. We're gonna make it fun.
There's a pocket there.
What? Why don't we put one right here in front of the thing? We can move that fire. Ooh. Fire pit. Fire pit. Oh yeah, look at that. That's pretty leather. Yeah. Alright. Oh, okay. Yeah, not bad. How big's your foot? Not that big. Not that big? Well, go. Think they got bigger. I can go step on it again, whatever it was. Yeah. Hey, we're having dinner. You're interrupting our dinner. So we got a bottle of Bundaberg and a bag of nuts. Oh, that's really good. I love Bundaberg. And our chairs. I love it. What do you guys got? Molly's inflated our beds and fan for air conditioning tonight, and I think he's gonna cook a steak and burgers. Oh. But it's not that good. It's not gonna really. It's not. It's nothing. It's not that good. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. It's kind of like the tent's kind of. It's kind of overrated. It smells a bit Chinese in there. Oh yeah. You know. Molly's crying in there actually. Is Molly crying because the tent is Chinese or because he has to do all the work? And he's just crying because he misses you guys, I think. It's really not that fun over here. Well, I don't believe it because he didn't want our bag of mud, so. This sucks. This should stop. See? He hates it. Molly, while you're working over there, brother, look, we're having dinner. You're eating macadamia. Hey, just remember, I gave you those nuts. Hey, I gave you one in return. How's the Bundy? This is literally for white people meeting the natives when they colonize a new nation. I gave you the bag of mud. Oh, no, I gave you the nuts. Hey, go with the ass. Molly, put some anthrax on those sheets. Send them over there. Trust me, I have a feeling. Oh, another potion. Huh? What'd you say? How much blood did you lose from your finger? A lot. What'd you say? I said you're doing that for mattresses. I'm getting everyone's beds ready. Yeah, what are you doing in the dirty side for? Because that's the other room's full of mattresses. Oh, then we don't need them. We need two. That's one each. One each. They're queens. We can roll across them. Well, I'm just going all up in case someone wants to sleep in here. Yeah, this is proof that money doesn't buy happiness. Because ever since we got over this team, it's been a total nightmare. There is too much stuff to set up. And in actuality, a simple life over there. Take a look at them. It's a simple life over there. There's less to worry about. Over here, he's freaking out about the mattress. He's drunk. We got an air conditioner in this bitch, dude. It's all the rich. He's complaining about air conditioning. You're in a $2,000 tent. Oh, air conditioning, guys. Oh boy. Alright, what else we got, bro? We got more stuff. They're so happy right now because they think they're better enough. Just wait till it's your wall. Beautiful. And the drainage. Oh, mosquito head. That's good. That's good. That's a good one. They couldn't give us bug spray. Oh, spray's way too expensive, bro.
The hell's that supposed to do?
Put your head in that so you get bit in the face. Like a beekeeper. Protect myself from mosquitoes. Like a beekeeper, bro. Entertainment, bro. Oh, through ball hand thing, ball hand guy. Yo. Oh, I thought you threw it for a second, bro. I was really sad just now, man. It's really hard to see over this bug, man. Did you drink all your potion, King? I need another. I need more potion. The ground ate me. Stop it. How many has he had?
Really counted?
Drink a lot. Sarah, are you gonna drink? I want to see you drink both those bottles to us. I'm already almost halfway done with this one. I'm going as fast as my wizardly deeds can handle. I got the one. There, come cross Bibles. Ooh. It's your time, King. Ready? Fireballs. You did it. Look at that. You did it. Holy. Come over here. This one's ready too. You see it? Fireballs. Whoa. You just looked at it. He wasn't lighting it. No, he just said fireball. Fucking look at it, dude. He's conning you, bro. Next thing you know, he's going to ask you to pay him for a wizard course online that takes fucking 6 hours to complete, and you end up paying like $600. It only takes 3 hours. You ever heard of Wizard Tate? That's him. Wizard Tate. Wizard Tate. I'm going to throw rocks at his head. You better cast Earth Glass when you say it. What did you guys get? There's literally, we got nothing. I'll show you. You want to know what we got? Yeah. I'm going to show you everything we got. This is the only notable thing. Everything else is basically garbage. We got entertainment. This is the best thing in the whole pack. I love those! You know, Lex came up to me before and said, we weren't even going to give them a tent. I was like, you have to give them a tent. Yeah, there's basically nothing. Like, there's nothing. Wait, so you got a tent, a ball, and the catches? We got an entire survival bag, an entire survival kit for wilderness survival that says slop written on it. But here's everything that came in the survival kit. Ready? Yes. Emergency tube tents. Love that. Which we have a tent, so. But we already have a tent, so our budget went to more tents that are completely useless. We got a fire starter. Oh, pretty good. We got pieces of glass, little rectangles. They came in a pack, and I don't know what the fuck they're for. Fire lighters, Alana. Big fuck the sun's out to start a fire with. Alana, what do you mean these are like a magnifier? Ooh, it's a piece of glass. We got emergency bivy bag. What's that? It's just a bag for survival use. It's just a little pouch. We put nuts in it. Wait, we got a chainsaw. Ooh! In case we need a chainsaw something. You can cut down more leaves. We got limbs. Some rum. Oh, I love that. And anything to mix the rum with? No, we have a bag of water. We can mix the rum with the water. We got a string. What did you guys get to eat? Nuts. Oh, that all I gave you. And we have. Oh, wait, hold on. I'll show you what we got for actual food. Ready? We got bread rolls. Nice. A can of beans. Oh. A can of cocktail franks. Oh. Hey, y'all ready? A can of spam. Spam. Hold on. Chunky potato bacon in a can. Bacon steak potato in a can. Oh, they spoiled it. You got pretty good. You hate your fucking shit. Oh, hold on. Here's the best part. Ready? It's a shit. 4 cans of food. But from my TV, I had 1. Steak and kidney pie. Ugh. You're in trouble with cooking it. Yeah, how are you going to hate that off? I was asking Juicy this question. It's like, where did they harvest the kids' needs? Yeah. How are you going to hate all that food off? With hopes and dreams, brother. What are you talking about? Again, Molly, as you know, I'm your dad. I'm your new dad. And I'm teaching. This trip is all about making you proud. You making me proud. So, big part of every little boy's life is I want to teach you how to make fire. Okay? But it is on easy mode, since we have a lot of matches and shit like that. And so the first step of every fire is you want to get some big bits on fire, don't you? Yeah, that's where they keep getting warm. It's already done. Yeah, there's still plenty on there, though. But here's the thing, you also, when you first started, you see all those little sticks that are concealed? You need those, and you need some foliage, like some leaves, dry, crumbly leaves, so they'll catch on quickly. The best thing to do is get a little bit of cardboard, maybe some paper. Remember what happened on the rocks, guys? Remember I was ripping up all that stuff, throwing it in the thing, remember? So here you go. Put that at the bottom and then put all the sticks around it. So you want to go from little stuff to big stuff. Okay? See that? Yeah, now, important thing, Molly, is it needs to breathe. If you just cram it in there, then it needs to, if you just cover everything up or stuff it in, it needs oxygen, it needs airflow. Fire is a living thing. It breathes. Like, it needs to take, it needs everything you do. It needs oxygen. Yeah. It needs food. Yeah. And it needs nicotine. Okay? Nicotine. Wait, are you describing you or the fire? No, you. I don't need nicotine. You mean it? Covering a vape for the past 3 weeks of this trip. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I'm going to keep vaping when I go home. Okay. Now, chuck some firelighters in there. Say less. Now, very, very important. Come close. Very, very important. No. This is not a chocolate bar. Do not eat it. I can see you licking your lips. No. I promise you eat it. Let me snip it. You're like a dog. It smells like pencil shaving. Yep. There we go. Whoa! Well, you lost some there, big guy. It's alright. You gotta get some. I'm lighting this bitch up, bro. Now you're talking like a boy of mine. You're my boy. And now what you're gonna do is use the match and light them. Look at that. I actually did it, see? And the match is just on fire. No, the firelight is on fire. Kind of. There we go. Got the other firelight going. It breathes. Alright. Oh, you see this? You hear what's happening? The water is evaporating. Very good. Isn't it? Yes, it is evaporating. Well, it's burning off anyway. So there's a chance that, do we have more wood? Might have to. Yeah, we always need more wood. Do we have actual wood?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, tuck that in. Let me show you what house. Let me show you all the work that we did for this house. Okay? 1 second. We're cooking. Oh my God! Welcome in. This is I call this is my bed. Welcome to the palace. This is the entry room. We have a fan going. We have a sunroof right here. Yeah, so we got my fan. Okay. Only knows that I can't sleep without a fan, or I know. They're in here. So this is the divider. They put me out here because I'm this silly little American on their team. So now, we come in here, and we got Josh and Molly's room. And the only thing that's a little missing is we each get 2 pillows. So I'm going to go ahead and get pillows right there. And then we each get a comforter. However, if I'm going to be honest, it's a little wet and damp and hot. So, even with a fan, I'm probably not going to use a comforter, but I'll just sleep on this air mattress. And I'm going to sleep like a baby because my goal is for both of those disarray bottles. I am 1/4 done to my goal because I'm halfway done with 1 bottle. Wizardry! Okay, Eddie. All right, brother. You getting the fishing on? I'm getting the fishing on. I'm just so pretty. I'm gonna collect some more rocks for a digging rock. I can get these posts up. Think so? Yeah. We need to start forming the wall. We don't want them to think they can just fucking talk to us. They can just go, unless it's the Grand Wizard, because obviously God bless the Grand Wizard and all of his mighty power. God bless the power that be. But for the other 2 we don't want them thinking that they can just yell at us and call us poor and stinkies. We're not poor and stinkies. No, we're not. You're right. We need a separation. We need a corporeal barrier that only a non-corporeal form like the Grand Wizard can pass on nobody else. So I'm going to start gathering rocks. When I get a good one, I'm going to start digging for the post. Okay. Well, then I'm going to sit here and fish. Okay. If I, I'll go out. I'm going to go out the same. Yeah. Like that one. We usually get a phone on. They're going to go out the middle. Yeah. Oh my God, bro. You might eat shit out there. Right. Josh, how are you? Good, my boy. You're doing so well. Buddy. Hey, Josh. What is that Sesh spelling? Is he wearing a sword? No, he's holding a hat. Well, no, it's his neck thing. How to get? No, he's got a neck fan. He's got a neck fan. He's out there fishing with a neck fan on. I don't know if you heard that right, but I just found out Josh is wearing a neck fan. Did you guys hear that right? He's wearing a neck fan. Yeah, that's a bit strange, huh? Josh, you're on outside, bro. I'm not allowed to cross the water. I'm not crossing the water. Okay. I am the water. I'm allowed to be here, man. Hey, international water stops right there. Don't go past that lily pad. Well, I have the right to shoot you in the face. Wait, which lily pad? That one. This one here. Hey. Wait, I'm allowed to go past this one? No, not that. You motherfucker. Hey, don't. What are you doing on our side? Hey! Motherfucker! Throw rocks at him. Oh, shit, guys. The natives are aggressive. Oh. Get out of here! I should have shown them bikes. They've never seen civilization before. Oh, yeah, clock them. Yeah, I'll teach you not to cross the river. The natives are aggressive. They're aggressive. You see, we gotta start building detention centers to hold them if they ever try to cross. That'll be after the mud wall. We'll build a mud detention center. We'll build a mud wall and then we build detention centers. One bucket. This is our cornerstone, bro. We're on. Soon it'll be like that time. Yes, this is the first segment of the Great Wall to keep out the riches. Another rock land and another. That's right. How's the fishing rod going, Eddie? I had to restart a couple times because I'm a restart, but I'm almost there, bro. Listen to them, dude. Listen to them. They're fighting again. Did you see every 5 minutes they just start fighting? I know. We don't have to do anything. How you doing there, Molly? I'm gonna start cooking food soon, man. Yeah? Oh my god. What do we got, Chef Molly? Brother. What do we got, Chef Molly? We might be on here, mate. What do we got? Well, I assume these it's Josh. Salads. Yeah, brother. Greek style chicken breast. Steaks. Bacon. We probably should cook those for videos. Might have sausages for breakfast too. What do you reckon? Now come here, mate. What do you want for dinner? Like options? We should have chicken and eggs for breakfast. Okay. Why? Chicken for breakfast. That's some things. Chicken, eggs, bacon. Or do you just want me to cook all meat, steaks, the burgers, everything? Oh, dude, everything. Except for the bacon and egg. Yeah. Oh, okay. Here we go, Maurice. These pans are cool. Everything's from here. I can't believe they're like all this shit's from here. This shit's cool, man. I'm actually genuinely impressed. Yeah, me too. Look at that. That's actually. Were these from Timu? Everything. That's fun. What the hell? This is cool as fuck, dude. You know what? I see you, Timu. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah. You got the sizzle in the pot. It's actually really fire hot. You got the sizzle in the pot, baby. Okay, so slowly crowds and start the fire. I'm taking care of it. Now stuff it with green leaves. Made it a little bit harder. I just looked at there, it's full of green stuff. Are you insulting my leaves? No, the leaves are fantastic. You better not be insulting my leaves. I love the leaves. Just, you realize this isn't a tea kettle, right? What? It's a big pot with green leaves in it. Of course it's a teapot. Sorry, okay, I think that explains a lot, actually. I've cast out both the lines. I hung this across here, this single little thing that I used a little bit of bush engineering for. The wood anchor. And the boys are extremely hungry, so they're going to cook that. I'm going to get this fire going properly. I'm just going to give up teaching Molly how to make fire.
Don't do anything.
I'm just going to make sure it has a lighter all the time. That way it's warm. I love the tiki torches. I'm going to actually get some of these behind, because there's nothing that is quite like a tiki torch. Yeah, that's a teammate tiki torch. Provides ambience and keeps the mosquitoes away. That's right. It's a simple life out here.
We're simple people. We collect rocks by the river, drink Bundaberg, and fasten fishing rods that we never use. Pretty soon, our beautiful budding town, will have our very first structure, a wall. Through countless rigorous engineering feats, the people of Gay Edsville have developed walls. Our greatest scientific minds have come together in a big think tank to be able to develop such technological feats that mankind has never seen. And hopefully by the end of the night, this great wall will be erected as a monument to Gay Edsville. Gay Edsville, bro. Yes. How you gonna do me like that, man? Watch out, there's toe biters in here, though. I've seen them with my eyes. They're big, too. We get a little fire moment set up. I got some dry gum tree bark. You peel off the wet layer, the stuff under it's crispy and dry, bro. So we got some dry gum tree bark right there. And we're gonna try to get a little fire going. Got my shit. There we go. I got it. Yeah. There it is? That left? There's the little tiny little boxes on it. Have they? They must have fallen somewhere because it's all like put away now. Like there's nothing else in the bags or anything. Not many headlines. Let's see it. We found another mystery item. Ah, fuck, man. Jesus Christ. I like put on bug spray. Look how bad they are, bro. I've literally been bit like 40 times probably already. Jesus. No, man. Look at that. They're really, really bad, guys. They're like the worst mosquitoes. Some of the worst mosquitoes I've ever experienced. And it just got dark. Instantly happened. It's gonna be a long night. Oh my. Okay, now it's only 7. Look at my legs, bro. I've probably already got bit like 20 times, unironically. They're so bad. They're all over your shirt? Yeah, man. This is crazy how they just came out of nowhere. Yo, Eddie. Yo, I'm gonna go look for sticks. I'll be right back. Okay? You go look for sticks. You just keep fishing. I'll keep fishing. Fishing like our life actually does depend on it. Okay, let's go. All right. We keep an eye out for some decent looking sticks. This video's already AIDS, bro. It's 7 p.m. There's gotta be like trees and sticks and shit soon. And you find stuff that isn't sitting on the ground. But that's sitting on the ground. Actually, it's kind of nice. Oh, yeah, actually. Oh, yeah. This must have fallen. What the fuck is that? It's a big rim. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, bro. It's massive. Is there any spiders? We can roll it back. I'm scared. Okay. I'll have to come back and gather more of this later. Let's go, Dose. Let's go. Okay. I'm gonna need your light like right, babe. What? Go. Wait. Give me the light ahead. Okay, I found a fire pit. Oh, what the fuck? Dude, we can sell that. I was thinking of fire pit. Oh. And then we can sell it. Bro, there's some fuckers in Houston that would put this on their Impalas. Yeah, dude. Wait. Just wait. Before you keep rolling, hold on. I'll help you roll it back. No, it's alright. It's like not too far. Hang on. If you found this here, that means there must be a house nearby. We can break in and kill the innocent family and take their stuff. Right? We can have supplies. We can have firewood. Common loot. Let's go look. Okay, let's get this back. Let's leave it there. We can come back. We'll roll it back. Eddie, I don't know. I didn't want to have to tell you this. Me and Dose heard the most thing when we went to get this. That Dose was like, oh, really? We have to go investigate it. Let's go investigate. What? Let's go look for it. All right, let's. Come on, Dose. I got a headlamp, bro. Well, just follow the trail from my rolling on the ground. I have to get the slide on. It will help with the bugs. And it will help with humidity a little bit. At least until the same goes away.
Yeah. Ron, you should shop at 10 door.
Oh, I did? Bam. Suckmaster Jimmy. As soon as I saw all the mozzies out, I went, you. Look at that. We're trying to say mozzies. Fancy tonight, you watching this? What's the mozzie? The bloodsuckers in the air. Oh, also, Josh. Molly's making stuff over there. He's making food. He got food. He got cooking. He's cooking. Oh, he's cooking hard. He's cooking. Chef Molly, are you busting it down, chef style? Good. You are busting it down. What are you making? Do you have a steak on? You have chicken? Your food's in there, mate. What with? In there. We're going to take these to Eddie and Juicy. We gave them mixed nuts. That's like babies. We gave them mixed nuts. Yeah, fact. Josh had to do it. Maybe we shouldn't give them steak instead of the kindness of our heart. One steak. Take that steak. Yeah. Yeah, right there was good. I'll float it over to him on it.
Okay.
On this, look. Ready? Eddie! I think they're gone. Eddie! Oh. I was going to eat the steak in front of me. Oh, you absolute diabolical person. Let me have a nip. Oh, you are deceitful. So you think you heard something from in there? Yeah. This is where we got it, and there's something fucked up right in there. Dude, there's nothing there. Hello? Why does it sound like a fucking bunch of rubber chickens are like... Come through here, dude. What? Why? Wait, I think there's like houses over there. Like empty houses. It's like cabins. Should we check them out, those? Yeah, let's go. This is bad. Yeah, this is like actual Australian wildlife. I see the cabins. They're straight ahead. There's a guy. Do you see him? Wait, do you think someone's home? What if it's a guy with a... get off. Bro, if someone's home, we'll just say, what up, mate? Okay, wait, practice it though. Practice. Let's role play. Let's role play for a people. Okay. We're gonna role play right here. Look what we're role playing. You're technically barefoot, bro. Okay, we'll pantomime. Okay, I gotta put on my face mask. I'm gonna be the guy, and I'm gonna open up the door. Right. Ready? Yeah. So I match the energy. Oi, what are you doing on me, boy? I'm fighting mosquitoes. Come in and have a beer and sleep in my bed. Oh, for real? You do that for me? I was love to. You got me, bro. Just give me a kiss on the lips. I'll probably like that. Oh, yeah? I went for it. Just watch out for toe biters, man. There's like 14 things I'm watching out for right now. What's your top watching out for when you're out in the Australian wilderness, ankle deep in swamp water with no shoes on? Ow! What the? The road's literally right here, dude. Bro, there was a road here the whole time. We could have just taken. We just got up the road. Well, we have to go back the way we came to get the rim. Do people live here, Josh? Yes, do people live in these houses? It doesn't look like it. The wall's gone. Is it covered in water? Is there a bunch of water in front of it? Yeah. It's like literally swamps. Well, there could be loot in there. There could be loot in there. Juicy, there could be loot in there, bro. Yeah, you're right. Why are you dancing? Because you gotta stay in constant motion. Look at this. Look at me, man. Look. Oh, almost stepped on you, buddy. How do we get in there without going in the swamp? Probably in the front right there. It looks like you can probably get onto the block before going in the swamp. You think anyone's home? No, bro. I don't think anyone's been home for a long time. Come on. Oh. Dude, look. We found some loot. The deadliest boomerang you've ever seen. Whoa. It's got nails sticking out of it. We throw it to the other side. Yeah. Right at their tent. We got chain. We do the ultimate fishing move. Let's turn into an Urbex video. You can catch a big fish with that chain. Probably a shark. These doors make no sense. Oh, we're surrounded. Come here. Let me hold. We're surrounded, bro. Whoa!
Bro, this turned into like a little Urbex video.
Alright, Juicy, what do we do? We've traveled all this way.
I feel like we just gotta keep working on our home, dude. Because what we need is a fire. Because we get a fire going, it'll fuck all the mosquitoes. We make the fire as big as we can. Look at the fucking it's literally
Bro,
city.
look, there's a fucking city.
Oh no, wait, that's just the other boys across the river. I think we head back, bro. We get the rim, and then we get a fire going.
You mean to tell me we risked our lives just then? For nothing! So that we could hop around, kick a frog in the head, and go to a place that's already been looted.
I think the rim's through there, bro. Yeah. But then we have to cross Toe-Biter River. I don't want to cross Toe-Biter River in the dark. I'm not gonna lie. I've seen toe-biters in there. No, if we cross here, then we're not at that little divide.
We either go through the divide that's got Toe-Biter River, or we risk the tall grass where there could be water snakes or other types of creatures.
Listen, bro, I haven't seen a snake yet, but I have seen toe-biters. I'll tell you that.
All right, then we go through here. Oh God, that's actually ankle deep, man. Oh, I just went through a spider web, dude. This is messed up, bro.
Oh, my flip flop's gone.
No, Juicy. This is all kinds of up, man. We should not be in here.
Oh no,
bro, we're walking through a literal river, dude. Oh man.
Oh,
How do we get out of here, dude? I'm ankle deep in this bitch. Run back. I'll go this way. Go around. Go around. God, it's deeper, man. We should have never gone over there. Just run straight across. Okay, come follow me. Okay, follow me. Okay, that was fucked up, man. Let's get the rim. Let's go home.
the food's cooked, right? If you want some. No worries. I haven't cooked your rice or anything though, but we don't have microwave. No.
Wait. One bottle down, gentlemen.
What is that fucking noise?
One bottle down.
Oh, dude, the mud between my toes feels like that one time when I waffle stomped the shower. I like. You know what I'm saying, Josh?
There it is. Now, Holly, remember, if the bugs are getting really bad, stand in the smoke because they hate that shit. Plus, it makes you look cool. See, look at him fly.
Smoke free since 2023. Yeah, have you drank a whole bottle of Pastrana?
It's gone.
I've still got one more bottle, one more to go.
You can catch up, I'm like.
You're on what? One beer? Okay.
I'm not, my stomach still fucking hurts.
Well, then I will drink for you. So says the wizard.
Is the wizard here yet?
The wizard's been.
You Grant Wizard.
Wizard's been casting fireballs and shit.
Say some wizard shit.
Some wizard shit?
Yeah.
Well, I have normal spells, and then I have evil spells. I have forbidden spells.
Do a forbidden spell on Juicy.
Now, how forbidden of a spell do you want it to be?
Any type of forbidden you want, mate.
Alright.
Just go do it.
Oh, just take anything that's over there. Anything, just go all the way over there and do it. Alright, here we go. I think it really is over there. Juices flowing, juices flowing. Alright. Here we go. Forbidden spell. This is directed at Juicy. Boycott! You will never shit again.
I don't know if that's a very nice spell to cast on someone.
That's why I said it was forbidden.
Oh, now it makes sense. Do you reckon I'll even get that fire started?
Probably not. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna try. I feel like when I'm on the 14, I instantly start gathering resources and basically playing Minecraft. You just lived it. You just think different to everyone though. You know. Wait. Oh my God! Another potion. Have a shot. Gonna get cups. No. Okay. Just drink from the bottle. Yes! Wizard time, mother! A fireball! Give me that. It's very cherry.
Oh, you hate it.
Oh, you must hate the thing. Oh, for you, it probably tastes like coffee. Okay, bro. We just gotta roll the spit back. This will be the ultimate fire pit, bro. This will make our crib so fight once we get this. Are you ready? I'm gonna go back and collect the palm fronds back there. The what? The palm fronds. If you don't hear from me in 5 minutes, Eddie, God, don't come looking. I think I'm just gonna stay back and fish. I'm not going through all that shit again. That might have been the scariest thing I've ever done, is go through uncharted Australian wilderness barefoot. What the hell is that? What did you find? We looted 6 cabins. What did you find? Found a 42-inch rim. For the rim, we just walked barefoot through knee-deep water. Oh shit! Look at these big motherfuckers, dude. Yo. Oh my God! Oh, hold on! Wait, that's really interesting. We have 2 toads right now. Oh my God! Okay, so oh, look, there's another one. They're gonna be everywhere, bro. Ew, that's so ugly. Oh yeah! I'm over here surviving for my life, and they're over there watching Toad Hub. I don't know, dude. That was really fun. That was really fun. That was scary. It was scary fun. Oh yeah. All right. Now we just need to put some mud there. And out of all the scary videos, this is the one. That was crazy. I was never actually feared for something happening to me. Yeah, that was sus, boys. That was sus. Eddie, yeah, would you be able to do me a flavor? We just need some burnables, some combustibles. If you could grab some stuff, just so once this is going, we can feed it enough to make it happen. All right, combustibles like what? The pop rods are really good, but if you can find some logs to actually get some coals, all the logs are completely soaked from the side. That's okay. That's great. If you can find some like just damp ones, because if it's going, we can still put them in. Boys, I'm already testing the water back. You ready? No. We're working on a fire. Hold on, look. What are you doing? Look at this. I'm watching. 1 bottle gone. Yes! The Great Wizard! He will be here soon! Woo-hoo! Alright, Narrative, you want to make s'mores, bro? I want to make s'mores. I prefer my marshmallows to be black on the outside and gooey in the middle. What is bro on about? Money. Yeah? You know what I just realized? What? If I wanted to be really cheeky, if I got this s'more on fire and I threw it within them and yelled fireball, you should. Ooh, devastating. You should do that. Here we go, ready? Ready? This is potentially dangerous.
Yeah, I need to know it's funny.
Hurry up. Fireball! I don't think. Oh God, we actually have to just go inside. It didn't work. There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of bugs. You know what the worst thing is? What? Being on the richer team, we have more advice.
They don't care.
Which means there's more bugs here.
I'm spraying them directly. They don't care.
No, there's doing nothing. Ish. I've never seen a bug look at me, apply bug spray, and it goes, but what if I didn't? Yeah, I'll work on this bad boy. Get some logs. I'm gonna strip some of the bark. Yeah. And should have pulled some of this bark apart. Try to get some really, really thin stuff. Okay, look at this. Look at this. Look at this cat. See that? Those fibers, bro? Yes. You just spread it out. Roll it, and it just breaks apart into little strings. See? Get the country versus floor. And it just falls apart like that. Okay, come on, baby. Here we go. Come on. Come on, baby. I need this. Come on, Lucky Spark. Come on. This is absolutely. There's no way we're not getting it. Come on, man. Quickly, Justin. Quickly. Quickly. Oh, God. Someone take me away from here. I mean, welcome to the big, expensive, rich person's tent. Wait, do we have the projector? What? Still the projector? Oh, God. Yes, we do. I was kidding. What are we gonna? Whoa! That's the kind of jokes we can do in the rich tent.
What are those other two dudes doing out there?
Oh, they're fucking about. Are they? Really are. They are. They went for an exploration. They found a rim. That's it. Probably the only rim job they can afford. Oh. But now we have popcorn for movies and booze because I got the large amounts of bugs out of them, so we have booze clean. We have even look at the potions. That's crazy. I put the movie on, dog. Where's the movie? In a world where bullshit happens on the regular. Right now, I feel like I'm another 10. So here we have an actual projector. Whoa! I've seen those. Oh no, I haven't seen that. Well, so all we're gonna do is we're gonna freaking plug this bad boy in to our handy dandy T-new generator, and we're gonna see if it works. Whoa! Whoa! Smart projector! Oh my God, they're projecting onto the top of their tent, bro. We got surround sound frogs out here. Yeah, what are the fuck are they watching? They're playing a Nintendo Switch, I think. So, what you're telling me is that the other boys in the rich team just decided there was too many bugs, so they went inside their tent to chill out? To play Switch? And like... Yeah, they're playing Nintendo Switch. And what are we doing out here? Actually camping? We're hanging out with a frog, and if you were playing Nintendo Switch in the tent, might as well stay at home. You left playing games inside an air-conditioned room to come out here in the wilderness, set up a room with air conditioning, and play games. Yeah, pretty dumb. We're camping, alright? That's the one, bro. That's the one. That's the one. We're camping, baby. We're camping. Oh, yeah, we're camping. Oh, yeah, we are camping today, motherfuckers. We're not in here. We're not in here. Keep going. Yes. We're going to have to get more stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. You might need to run to the pump run, PG. Because the stuff hanging from the tree's pretty dry. Where? It's just that way towards where we got the rim. You'll see it on your left. Ghost, come with me. I'll stay here inside the fire. I think this should be good enough for now. So what I got, oh, massive dude. We got white coals. We've got white fucking coals, brother. Hell yeah. That actually did take an hour and a half. We did it, guys. We did it, bro. I'm okay. I'm okay. We're okay. We're okay. Now we got fire in the rim. You guys are playing Nintendo Switch on a projector, bro. Only has fire in his rim. It's been 3 hours later. I can get back to fish. I was about to say you can get back to fish. I'll keep building this up. Whoa, whoa. Right, you realize you're projecting it, right? MJ titties, no way. What's your favorite YouTubers?
No, please.
Oh, I know this guy. Did 100th time on this video.
Watch this again.
Okay, what should we watch? Tell me River Monster. Excuse me, I'm saving my digestive craves. Yeah, Jeremy Way! Yeah, dude. You guys know we're making a voice video, not a voice gaming video? What are they talking about? The one you asked, I think. Eddie's having a fucking stoke about something. Oh, well, sorry, I don't speak for. Eddie whinges when he's down bad, and then he complains when he's out. I'm moving! Mid-River. Where? You don't say Eddie's getting grumpy when you just bring your grab to shoot over half an hour. I'm ready. No, I'm just watching this. They're making a voice gaming video and they probably said, oh, did you? I think I heard somebody speaking for.
We're so rich. I can't stand this.
Uh-oh. It's in the tree, bro. I see it. It's up on the branch. Oh, you caught the best wood. You caught the best wood of the night. You caught a tree. That's perfect, man. That's exactly what we need right now. Oh, no. What? How'd you do that? Why are we building this fire? Because there's like two things we could do tonight. Fish and build fire. I don't know if you noticed, but my fishing rod's a pinata. Okay, then this is all we can do. We make fire, like cavemen do. Fire for fun, then go to sleep. That's it. Chairs would be massive. We could, okay, look. We could do a little chair heist too and change. Oh, or we can go do a little rock heist, steal all the rocks off the bank and make mud chairs, and then we can dry them like hot logs. No, bro, listen. And we have plate there. You see, these guys aren't even going to notice. They're chilling and we could go in and raid their entire camp. You're right. I bet they have cooking supplies. We have, maybe a sandwich or something. Maybe they got an egg or something. Maybe we got one egg. We at least need a chair heist. Dose is begging for the chair heist, bro. Okay. Alright, Juicy? Yeah. Here's the strat. Ready? We go across that way. Okay. To your right. Yep. Cross over there, and then go all the way up to the left, past the little river, so it gets really thin, and then we come around to their side. Okay. Yeah? Okay, but we gotta be really quiet, alright? Ready? Oh, that's perfect, dude. We did it! Oh, dude, that's so legendary. Okay, we just gotta go across right now. The moment we get caught, we run, alright? Alright. Look, this is a good spot to cross. It might be ankle. Nope, not solid. It's pretty solid. Alright. Okay, we did it. I'm gonna turn off my light. I need to go out to kiss real quick. Oh, maybe it's I literally was gonna just stick my dick out the. Oh, we had it? Yeah. We do have an inspired full at 10. Yeah, but it's really fun. I don't get my feet dirty again. Hey. Little dick going. Hey, pal. How did you get some piss going? And he's behind the tree. And I'm kissing. And he's right behind the tree. Literally, the rules said you can't come over here. That was the rules. Look. You can see his leg. Oh, he's right behind the tree. I know he is. Go back to your poor side. You're not allowed over here. It was the rules. I lost my flip-flop back there. Coming up. They'll never know where we are.
Not allowed to steal things.
And you just steal my flip-flop. Go for it. Where is it? Where the chairs were.
You can't steal. It's on private video.
Joe specifically told us to steal chairs or he's going home. Oh, you know, we're getting two different things from production over here. We got the chairs. Let's get out of here. Okay, we stole the chairs. And then they all came out of the tent like, actually, you can't do that for the video. And I said, I think those will go home if we don't. So now we have two chairs. You're so back, though. 2 chairs, an apple, and 1 beer. You sit in that one, means you still sit right here. I gotta tend to this fire. Dude, look at my feet, those. Or should we start cooking once we get this going? Set some beans across the top? Hell yeah. Just put the can on there. Put the whole can up there. How are we gonna grab the can, though? Oh, there's that thing over there. Maybe we can use that, the weird cooking utensil that I don't know how it works. We'll figure it out. Apples taste a lot better when you're not supposed to have them. The forbidden fruit. So does a beer. Sold out before, after they told us we couldn't skip them. Cheers. To $100. You know that chair's worth more than everything we have. Something bad's happened. So, we found out apparently the other team had a green light go to steal shit.
We could do a little chair house and steal a chair.
And they took that as a sign to not just steal an item. They were like raiding the kitchen pantry, the nails and the floorboards type deal. We need to start a war. They took all of our chairs except for 1, which was nice of them. They didn't take 1 chair. I think it's bad. A lot of snacks and stuff in the kitchen. They probably took our waters and all our other drinks. They raided a lot of shit.
They had 8 cans of food that they're supposed to eat up.
Yeah, they have a lot of food. We were even nice and gave them like nuts and stuff. I thought the idea of the museum was supposed to be resourceful and like build things. Like I did when I was on the 14th for camping.
You don't give them those heads up of that like tarts and like.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I literally like we did this video before, and you literally like cut a box. This is Eddie's doing. Eddie has corrupted Juicy.
Yeah, definitely.
Eddie can't help himself but be a thief and cause trouble. We gotta open this window first. I need a breathe. I think it'll be a lot. Okay, well, there is a problem. You can only do it from the outside. Yeah. Alright, with damage report, let's see how much the bandits in the night have taken from us. They're eating our apples. They took our entire fruit bowl. Come on. Whoa! Through the poop swamp. Oh, you must. Come on. There's nothing like a bit of poop swamp. There's a big frog. Oh, shit. Toad, just get it between your toes. There you go. Yo, why is this toad trying to step to me? You see that shit? There's a fucking toad over there that like charged at me.
Well, I told you. I also of them that made a roll over there and I couldn't get past.
I opened up the windows and get a little bit of breeze for the boys. They're a bit sad that some bandits came in the night and stole their apples. Oh, there's a... Wow, Jesus Christ. I told you they're trying to get in, bro. Don't you try and get in there. They're trying to fucking get in. Hey, boy, aren't you?